Chapter 25, Fall of Letzenbourg Part 3, Retreat. People of Letzenbourg. I have failed you, the Republic is entering the city and it will soon be overrun. I'm sorry I couldn't protect you. I beg you all not to resist, I could not bear to see everyone suffer, please don't give the Republic any reason to hurt our families or destroy our home. I must leave the city now, it feels like I'm abandoning you all, but I am not giving up the fight. I give my solemn promise that you will all be liberated, and I vow not to step foot in this city again until this terrible war is over. Excerpt from Prince Wilhelm's last broadcast during the fall of Letzenbourg. May 5, Unified Year 1925. Letzenbourg City, Ducal Palace. Ludwig stared out of the window of his private study within the Ducal Palace and watched his home tear itself apart. Muzzle flashes and grenades lit up the streets outside as the cracks and bangs of gunfire and explosions crept ever closer. There had been no contact from the boy Damien Willebrord. It seemed his plan to seize Wilhelm and leave the city had been unsuccessful. He supposed he shouldn't have been surprised. It had always been a slim bet and Ludwig had never been a good gambler. It wouldn't be long now, they would soon storm the Ducal Palace and it would be over, his gambit had failed, the city was lost. When they heard of the Imperials raiding the city, his commanders had expected them to go for the jugular as they had in Dacia, and attack the palace directly. The officers had been furious when he'd insisted on staying instead of evacuating with his wife and unborn child. However, as he'd suspected the Digirekov girl was more than a mere attack dog, the Imperials wanted full control of the city, so they had attacked the defensive forts to drive out its defenders. The officers had been equally furious and confused when half of their forces had turned against them. It was inconceivable to the old soldiers that any would betray their cause, it just showed how out of touch they were with the people they were supposed to protect. Ludwig hadn't been surprised, Wilhelm wasn't a fool, he wouldn't act unless he thought he could win, and as for Digirekov? He'd gotten a measure of the girl during the ball, he'd noted that there was more to her than the model child soldier the Imperials claimed she was or the bloodthirsty monster that the Republicans believed her to be. Behind that sweet little face was a look of ruthless intelligence far beyond what a child should possess. She was like Wilhelm in that way, but he suspected she was far more dangerous than the boy could ever hope to be. Perhaps that was why Wilhelm seemed so fond of her, people are often captivated by dangerous things. Resistance now seemed futile, but his remaining officers felt disgraced and refused to surrender. They had declared that they would fight to the last and were apparently beginning a counterattack from the north. It would arrive too late for him however, the palace was surrounded, and the enemy was closing in. To him, the counterattack seemed foolish anyway, but he could understand why they would feel the need to strike back. He however, had accepted this as a potential outcome when he went over to the Republican side, others would need longer to accept their defeat. The commanders had been taken totally by surprise by how effective the strategy employed by the Imperials had been. The Ispanian Tower, Fort Lambert, even the impenetrable casement de Bach had all fallen far more quickly than anyone had expected, leading to loyalist forces to rout to the north of the city or to the palace. It had become increasingly clear that this assault had been planned far in advance. They knew Ludwig would switch sides, the whole thing had been an elaborate setup and he had walked straight into it. The whole strategy the Imperials employed had all the unusual quirks and hallmarks that would be expected of something dreamed up by Wilhelm. He'd always been a cunning little boy but Ludwig doubted he was truly the core of this plot. The strategy was certainly his but he suspected another had forced this situation to come to a head. Some of the fortified areas had fallen without a fight, Ludwig had sensed Wilhelm's a hand in that, the boy had been sighted in the places that showed less resistance. Little Wilhelm was always good at talking people around to his side and it seemed he had been employing that talent across the city. The broadcasts that echoed around the area were proof enough of that. Most of his own supporters thought he was reading from a script given to him by the Imperials, but Ludwig knew better. Wilhelm had an adult's brain with a child's temperament, Ludwig could hear his influence in every word of the broadcast. Although the language was adult, the underlying message was a simple childish argument that resonated with people. Ludwig was changing sides, he was a liar, he betrayed his friends. I'm the one that's been fighting to keep you safe, I'm the one that can be trusted. Nothing was ever as simple as that, but with a little flowery language, the earnest interpretation of a child and an angelic voice, suddenly the argument seemed to have weight and so the boy's words reverberated through the city turning the hearts and minds of the populace against him. Ludwig found himself smiling wistfully. The boy had spent his entire youth wrapping people around his little finger, he had a natural charisma that Ludwig could not hope to compete with and always seemed to be able to find the right words for the right person or situation. Ludwig, by comparison, was considered cold and unfeeling, he intimidated people, although it was never his intention, people didn't like him because of this. It was little wonder Wilhelm could turn people against him so easily. The boy had a silver tongue and keen intelligence that swayed people and sliced through their concerns, while his childlike and innocent face lent his argument a strange kind of legitimacy, it was so very difficult to refuse the child. Ludwig often wondered if the boy even realized he was doing it, sometimes he seemed to be so naturally manipulative, you'd think he was the devil tricking you into selling your soul. But then he'd fix you with an innocent smile and suddenly you couldn't quite believe that he could possibly have any malicious intent. Part of him almost wished he could surrender to little Wilhelm, it looked as though they would lose soon anyway, but his loyalist would never allow it. They were now so fervently against the empire, they would rather see the city burn than serve someone they thought of as a puppet. He hated that it had come to this, but his followers were right about one thing: Wilhelm was firmly under the influence of the Imperials. Just as Wilhelm ensnared people with his words, he too had been ensnared by the empire. Against Ludwig's wishes, they had allowed him to do whatever he wanted as long as it could be made to serve their purpose. It depressed him to think how much the Imperials had been using the boy. He should never have been fighting, but they clearly wanted to make him a war hero and symbol for the people. The strain would be too damaging and it would doubtless be taking its toll on him. Wilhelm was a child staring into a fire with fascination, but soon he'd reach out and be burned, he might even be engulfed by the flames. Then again, Ludwig knew he had no one but himself to blame. He had caused this, and he could have prevented it countless times if not for his own cowardice. That was why he couldn't leave, this was his divine punishment, he just wished everyone else didn't need to be punished along with him. He crossed to his desk, jumping slightly as a stray shot blasted through the window he had been standing at a few moments before. The enemy was getting close. On the dark mahogany table were several letters that he had composed while waiting out the night. He'd obviously been unable to sleep, and he was no soldier, so had left the defense of the city to his officers. He'd thought it prudent to get his affairs in order, however, so had spent much of the evening writing and rewriting his final thoughts to those he loved. The first letter was to his father. He had already been quietly moved to a hospital in the Waldsat Confederacy before the fighting in the city had broken out. Writing this letter had felt awkward, his illness had taken a turn for the worse shortly after his abdication and now he was almost completely vegetative. It was likely he would never read the letter, and if he did it was doubtful he would understand it. In truth, he felt like he'd lost his father years before and that this person was a mere shell masquerading as the once great man. This letter was for a man who was long gone. Still, he'd done his best to explain everything that had happened and asked for forgiveness, all the time wishing he could talk to the man he knew as child one more time. The second was to his beloved wife Charlotte, the only person in the world who understood his feelings and the person he felt most guilty about abandoning. She had been the only one he had ever told about that night 10 years ago, the only other person who knew about Wilhelm. He'd confessed it all to her the night she had told him of her pregnancy. He should have been happy, they were going to have a child. Instead, he felt himself break down in terror and dread. He hadn't held a child since that night. The thought made him feel sick with guilt and at that moment he knew he could never be a father to his child, just as he hadn't been a brother to Wilhelm. She had tried to comfort him, but the shame was overwhelming. There had been no point in repeating any of that in the letter. Instead, he poured his heart out about how much joy their short time together had bought him. He went on to apologize how he could not be with her and how she must be strong for the baby. His heart ached as he wrote it. He wanted to run away but he had sworn he would face his sanction. She had been evacuated to the Allied Kingdom. It had been part of the deal he'd made with the Commonwealth agent Mr. John. As they'd bid their tearful goodbye, he'd assured her he would be joining her soon. He felt guilty about not being able to keep that promise, but just as a captain goes down with his ship, he should go down with his country. It was his duty and his punishment. She would no doubt be made head of state for a government in exile, in the name of their unborn child. She would have a difficult time ahead of her, but he was sure she would manage things far better than he ever had. Lastly was a letter to his brother. He'd agonized over this one, rewriting it several times, not really knowing how much he should reveal. Under the circumstances, it seemed wrong to write everything down simply because he wanted to remove the guilt from his own shoulders, but there were some things he had never been able to tell his little brother and he felt happier for committing it to paper. He stared at the document one last time, taking a few moments to read it before carefully folding it and putting it into an envelope with his brother's name on it. It was probably for the best that he didn't go into too much detail about his actions. That wasn't the important part of the message anyway. He took the messages and placed them in his breast pocket, before carefully removing a revolver from the desk drawer that Corporal Clems had given him. The man had been begging him to leave all evening. Once the fighting reached the palace and it became clear to him that he wouldn't leave, the man declared he would fight for him to the end and ran off to join the defense, despite Ludwig's insistence that he flee. I wish I had Wilhelm's gift for persuasion, he thought sadly, placing the weapon in his pocket. He was unfamiliar with firearms but was sure he could use it easily enough, although its weight felt uncomfortable and awkward. He took one last glance out of the window and could see the fighting in the courtyard below. Wilhelm's forces seemed uncoordinated, but they outnumbered his own troops and were fighting ferociously. Little by little they were pushing his own forces back and they would soon be in the palace itself. Oddly, Ludwig didn't feel all that much worry about the situation. He'd already come to accept his fate, so it seemed almost comforting. Soon he found himself wandering the corridors listlessly and without purpose. Before he realized it, he was retracing the same route he had taken all those years ago with his baby brother in his arms. He stopped at the point where he had once chosen the battered old sword for his brother's journey to heaven and felt slightly disappointed to see that the weapon was missing, replaced by an ugly boar head instead. It was of course out on the battlefield with Wilhelm now. It was a strange twist of fate that the weapon would end up saving the boy so many years later. Perhaps it was an omen. He soon reached what used to be the nursery. that too had changed. The crib had long since been removed and the room had been redecorated more appropriately for the age of its occupier, not that he occupied it very often. The bed was still in the same position opposite the fireplace as the cot had been all that time ago, and Ludwig soon found himself staring down at the mattress. It had been here 10 years ago that he had decided to kill his brother. He had held a pillow ready to smother the poor defenseless child, in what he thought of at the time as an act of mercy. What monster could even consider murdering a baby? He whispered to himself angrily. He hated himself for even thinking it, and worse, he knew deep down he would have gone through with it. His mind drifted back to that night. His hand had started to lower itself almost automatically. At the time there had been no doubt in his mind that it had been the right thing to do. He would end the boy's suffering. Baby Wilhelm would go peacefully. Thank God he was interrupted. He'd been shocked and terrified to see a figure at the door, but the figures seemed equally surprised and they'd stared at each other for what had seemed like an eternity. Until another baby gurgled in the figure's arm. The noise seemed to rouse the man from his stupor, and he swore before a gun appeared in his other hand as Ludwig froze in fear. What was this man going to do? Why did he have a baby? What would he do to his beloved brother? All these questions and more exploded into his mind as the man carefully and quietly crossed the room towards the baby's crib. Suddenly the silence was broken as baby Wilhelm screamed into the darkness. Ludwig turned to his brother. He had been certain the baby was in his last minutes of life, but against all odds, the baby had refilled his lungs and his cries were piercing the gloom. The screams distracted the intruder, causing him to glance fearfully at the doorway, expecting company, while the cries snapped Ludwig from his frozen terror. Without thinking he grasped his sword he had lain down next to Wilhelm, unsheathed it and charged. The trespasser had no time to react and looked back at Ludwig in shock as the sword plunged into his chest. He fell backwards, dropping the gurgling child in his arms, leaving Ludwig staring at his blood-covered hands. He was shaking and in shock. He had just killed someone. It was self-defense, so it's okay, right? He thought in a panic. More than that, he'd saved his brother, hadn't he? No, he realized, that wasn't true. He'd been saved by his brother. Baby Wilhelm's screams had broken him out of his fearful paralysis. Wilhelm had saved him. Ludwig dropped to his knees and threw up. He had been going to kill him, his own brother, the brother that had saved his life. What kind of terrible monster was he? He looked down and saw the other child staring up at him silently. Fortunately, the child was unharmed, but it was strange that he hadn't begun crying like baby Wilhelm. Instead, he just peered up at him in quiet contentment. He had a passing similarity to Wilhelm. It was likely most wouldn't be able to tell the two apart, but he could easily see the differences. Could this man have been trying to switch this child for his brother? The sound of a shrieking child had finally gained the attention of some of the palace security, and a soldier came to investigate, turning the light on and illuminating the scene as he entered. Ludwig ordered that the whole affair be covered up. The body was quietly removed and disposed of. He had his suspicions he was an imperial agent, but they weren't able to find any direct proof. The second baby was taken to a local church to be raised and named by the priests. He had donated generously to them in order to keep him secret and sent some trusted men to check on him from time to time. He'd visited only once, but seeing his resemblance to Wilhelm made him uncomfortable and he refused to go again. Wilhelm meanwhile made a complete and miraculous recovery and seemed to grow stronger than he ever had been before. Ludwig had been ecstatic. His brother was safe and healthy, but he soon found he could no longer look at the boy without a deep feeling of guilt and revulsion about himself. Eventually, he could barely look at the boy at all. He had still wanted to do what was best for his brother and eventually submitted to the doctor's requests for preventative treatment. He'd intended to be there with his brother throughout, but saw the effects it had on the boy and the memory of what he had almost done flooded back. He could not bring himself to look down on the small boy staring up at him, wondering why he had to go through such a thing, so he hid away like a coward and the seeds of Wilhelm's animosity towards him was born. As Wilhelm grew, his formidable intelligence started to become apparent, despite the draining effect of his treatments. Inwardly Ludwig was thrilled, outwardly, as always, he was unable to express himself. Worse still, he found himself lashing out and shouting at the boy. Seeing him was a painful reminder of that day, and no matter how hard he tried, those feelings of self-hatred manifested as anger and frustration around little Wilhelm. Day by day he found himself pushing his brother away. Eventually, the Imperials began meddling, and before he knew it, every decision he made about Wilhelm was quickly undermined by the Imperial faction in Letzenbourg or interference through diplomatic channels. The Kaiser himself had even taken an interest in the boy. Wilhelm lapped up the attention and soon began using these people against him. He wanted to blame the Imperials for taking his brother from him, but in truth, he had driven him to them. They had even had some doctors clear him of the same mental instability that plagued their father, but Ludwig was sure they had been paid off. Once Wilhelm returned from the war college in Berlin, he'd seen the same early signs that had afflicted their father years before. He'd been horrified. His brother was so young. It hadn't started to manifest in father until his mid-20s. Wilhelm rarely ate or slept, and he had become paranoid and delusional. At this pace it wouldn't be long before he started to hallucinate. He couldn't understand why his staff couldn't see it. Perhaps they were too close to him, or maybe they just didn't want to see it. Ludwig knew he had to make sure his brother was treated, but again he was too much of a coward to confront his brother directly. He took to trying to smuggle the drugs into his food or send some of his most trusted to administer it while he was sleeping, but all it had done was make things worse. By the time of the ball, he knew it was too late to repair their relationship. Wilhelm hated him completely. His cowardice had pushed Wilhelm away from him, had doomed the boy to a gradual mental decline and delivered the country into the hands of the Empire. As both a ruler and a brother, Ludwig was a complete failure. A loud bang and the shattering of glass somewhere along the hall jerked Ludwig from his depressing reverie. He crossed over to the marble fireplace before carefully laying out the letters on the mantel. Content with the placement, he returned to the bed once more, before sitting and pulling the pistol from his pocket. He stared at it a few moments, studying it like a scientist looking through a microscope. To him the device was alien and unfamiliar, he'd never even held a gun before, why would he ever need to? Eventually, he closed his eyes and raised the weapon. "I'm sorry. XXXXX. Tanya hadn't been surprised when a soldier reported that he'd seen Wilhelm enter the ducal palace. He'd been raging about his brother after the fight with his strange twin. In his injured and confused state, he'd obviously thought it was a good idea to go confront the man. She had been slightly taken aback when she'd been informed that he'd entered the building through one of the upper floor windows, however. She shouldn't have taken her eye off him. The boy was now clearly suffering from battle fatigue and was currently incapable of making rational decisions for himself. It was more than a little irritating, but considering his injuries it was hardly a shock. Combined with his obvious exhaustion and the other incidents that had happened overnight, it was a miracle he hadn't broken down sooner. Tanya was thankful that she'd had the mental fortitude to carry on herself. After all, she wasn't a war maniac like the rest of her battalion or Wilhelm, and being a pacifist made the whole situation far more stressful for her than any of them. The necessities of war were harrowing enough without the mess that Wilhelm and his clone had brought to the situation, although she was glad that being X hadn't produced any more bizarre and preposterous events, such as an evil twin of her own or a divinely blessed and overpowered girl for her to deal with. She wasn't getting paid overtime for this after all. The only really surprising thing was that Wilhelm was not only still on his feet, but apparently was still able to fly through a second-floor window. She had to give the idiot credit for endurance at least. He couldn't last much longer, however. The boy was far from superhuman and would collapse soon if he hadn't already. She just hoped he hadn't managed to kill himself somehow. Command was sending someone to collect him. It wouldn't reflect well if she presented a corpse to the general staff. She was worried enough about what her superiors might think already, given the state he was in when she last saw him. Her orders had been to bring him back in one piece, and the interpretation of that had already been stretched somewhat, and considering the bulk of his injuries were as a result of a foolhardy attempt to protect her from an explosion, she was more than a little concerned that she might be held responsible, even with Wilhelm's promise to shield her from blame. She was just glad they'd sent Colonel Ruergen to pick up the boy. She knew he was sympathetic to her. He might be able to put in a good word for her once she explained everything. It was fortunate that resistance around the palace had crumbled quickly. None of the troops had been ordered to assault, but with the communication problems, some of Wilhelm's more zealous supporters interpreted the order to advance as an excuse to vent their frustrations. Miraculously, they had successfully stormed the building, which must have allowed Wilhelm to enter without too much trouble. As long as he didn't run into anything on the inside, there was still a good chance of extracting him and getting him to order the withdrawal. There was still sporadic gunfire, however, and Tanya resolved to keep her wits about her. The bulk of the resistance had left to join the closing Republican troops in the north of the city, but there was no such thing as being too careful. She felt like she should be angrier with Wilhelm for this stunt. The battlefield was no place for personal vendettas, especially when your body is falling apart. She was undoubtedly annoyed at him, but she didn't feel the strength of anger that she usually would towards him for this kind of behavior. She wondered if she was subconsciously giving him a bit of a free pass due to his injuries. Between that and the strange fight with his doppelganger, he'd shielded her from a significant amount of potential harm. Besides, her own encroaching fatigue was beginning to take its toll too, making it difficult to summon up too much annoyance at him, but ultimately the bulk of her frustration was aimed elsewhere. The command to withdraw bothered her. She knew that the general staff wouldn't have ordered it without good reason, but it felt like a waste of resources considering how successful they had been. It made good economic sense to shelve a project that wasn't meeting its projected goals, but despite their setbacks, this operation had been mostly a success. Its only real failing was that their promised reinforcements had been called off. It annoyed her on a base level to see their efforts go to waste, not to mention the waste of manpower and materiel. If help had arrived, they would have retaken the city with only a small investment. Without the extra troops, the expenditure of materiel had been for nothing. It almost felt like this mission had been engineered to fail. She wasn't looking forward to breaking the news to Wilhelm. Normally she would probably have enjoyed seeing the smirk taken off his face, but this situation left a bad taste in her mouth. She couldn't deny the effort that he had put into this operation, even if his methods were dubious. Like her, he would likely be similarly disappointed, but she doubted he would take the news as magnanimously as she had, even if he were healthy, let alone in his current state. By now Tanya and Visha had entered the palace and were cautiously searching the corridors and rooms of the ducal palace for any sign of the little brat. They had been forced to split up in order to cover more ground, neither was especially familiar with the layout of the building. Tanya had been led by Wilhelm when she had last been here and Visha had waited in the servants' area playing cards on their previous visit to the estate. They had to hurry, longer it took to find the little colonel, the more difficult orchestrating a full-scale withdrawal would become. It was eerily reminiscent of her first meeting with the faux prince a few months before in the Republican Field Hospital, although this time instead of wounded soldiers, the building was almost empty except for a few looters trying to take advantage of the chaos. Finally, she found the window that Wilhelm had broken through and followed the trail of blood that he left, leading her on a circuitous journey around the royal residence. Eventually, it led her to a bedroom filled with the smell of blood. As she entered the room, she saw the body of the regent sprawled out on the bed. It was an unpleasant mess and it was clear he was already dead. She'd been a soldier long enough now to be mostly unaffected by the grisly scene. There had been plenty of death on the Rhine and she'd seen much worse. If anything, it made her feel slightly uncomfortable that she didn't feel too disturbed by the scene. It was worrisome that this sort of thing was almost normal for her now. From the other side of the darkened room, she heard a raspy and slightly gargled breathing and she turned to find Wilhelm slumped on the floor by the fireplace. His wounds had finally caught up with him, she concluded, and he'd obviously collapsed to the floor as soon as his body could no longer supply enough adrenaline to keep going. He was like that when I got here, the boy said, struggling with his words between breaths. He didn't look up at her as he spoke. Instead, he stared down at a letter in his shaking hand. They were both silent for a moment before the pale and drained boy looked up with hate-filled eyes. He knew I wasn't the real one, I'm sure of it, still the bastard managed to mock me one more time before the end, he breathed, crumpling the paper and tossing the letter aside. It landed at her feet and she glanced down at the note without thinking. She could only make out the words "to my beloved brother" atop it. From what she'd heard about their relationship she could see why Wilhelm thought it was a sick joke. Then again, maybe the letter had been for the real Wilhelm. She hadn't known the regent, so she could only take Wilhelm's word on what his motivation with the letter might have been, but to her, it felt like they weren't seeing the full picture, not that she particularly cared, of course. She didn't have time to waste with Wilhelm's family life anyway. The Republicans would be storming the city soon and she didn't fancy being around when they got here. "Colonel," she snapped professionally, hoping it might remind the boy of his command responsibilities. She paused for a moment, hoping for some sign of understanding to materialize in his green eyes. It was clear the combination of the strange events and his injuries were now seriously affecting his cognitive abilities, and she would need to get him to understand the situation to get him to do what she wanted. She couldn't exactly rough him up anymore in his condition after all. Fear flashed in his eyes for a moment before he looked down at the floor again. Are you still going to shoot me?" the boy asked, sounding genuinely fearful, and for the first time ever, like a real child, at least to Tanya's ear. He truly looked pathetic. He somehow seemed smaller than ever before, as though each of his injuries had somehow diminished him little by little. If he'd asked her that question an hour or so ago, she might have thought about it, considering how much trouble he'd put her through. The order to withdrawal had changed things, however. They needed him to order the Letzenbourgers out of the city. On top of that, command would want someone to blame for this debacle, and as the senior officer it should be Wilhelm takes the responsibility. Without him, there was always a chance it might pass down to her. Besides, she was a pacifist. She'd shoot for her own survival, but even she thought shooting the barely breathing boy was a little heartless. Tanya knelt beside him, ignoring his nervous glance as she took a look at his wounds. All mages were taught a bit of magical medicine during their training, although Tanya would admit her own knowledge on the subject was rudimentary at best. It was usually used on oneself and it was awkward and unfamiliar treating another, but she did her best to use that knowledge and what she remembered from her first aid training in her past life to look the boy over. She felt confident she could probably patch him up enough to last until they found a real medic. "We've been ordered to withdraw all friendly forces from the city," she informed him while bandaging up the wound on his head. "But your forces refuse to leave without your say-so." "But the reinforcements?" He started to stutter in shock before Tanya cut him off once more. "Are not coming, they never left. They were called off by the general staff," she informed him flatly and saw his pale expression fall into sad disbelief. "Why? We won," Wilhelm whispered, blinking at her with confused disappointment. Tanya could sympathize. The situation more than irked her, so she could only imagine how Wilhelm must feel given how much he'd put into this operation. His expression began to change as he assimilated this new information and his eyes darkened. "Canaris betrayed me," he growled, gritting his teeth as blood began to fall from his mouth. It seemed Wilhelm had come to the conclusion that the Imperial spy master had reneged on his promise to send reinforcements. He balled up his working hand into a fist and smashed it into the marble fireplace beside him with an audible thud. She was surprised he still had the energy, but judging from the way he slumped back down afterwards it must have been all he had left. "I'll give the order to withdraw," he said eventually. "I should make a radio announcement for the people too. I don't want it to be like a rain," he finished sadly, still struggling to force the words through his injuries. She'd expected more of an argument from him but could see the fire in his eyes dim as exhaustion finally caught up with him, either that or he had finally learned when to give up. In truth, she felt a strange mixture of sympathy and a newfound respect for Wilhelm. He'd had victory snatched from him, but all in all, he was taking it surprisingly well and he'd even considered something she'd missed. She hadn't thought about the non-coms and Wilhelm's accidental militia. It was a good idea to try to dissuade them from doing anything stupid after the soldiers fell back. She couldn't say if Wilhelm felt any actual responsibility for them or not, but it would at least look good in the reports later. It seemed now that he'd calmed down, Wilhelm was able to make rational suggestions once again. "I'll make sure this doesn't affect your career," he breathed sadly, and she nodded in thanks. From what she could tell he was being genuine again, perhaps he was too exhausted to lie anymore. She would have done everything in her power to make sure he shouldered the blame, but it was good to know that he might actually do it himself. It made her wonder how sincere he was being when he was beating his twin. Hadn't he said something strange about the clone trying to take her? Then again, it was probably best not to take the words of someone with a concussion at face value. She would have to remain careful about his promises. She radioed LT Serebriakov her position and told her to gather the rest of the company. She was fairly certain she could get Wilhelm back and she didn't want any of her troops being left behind. She stood up and held a hand out to help Wilhelm back to his feet. It was obvious he wasn't going to get up by himself. He looked at the hand for a moment and averted his gaze from her with faint embarrassment. If he had enough blood left, she could have sworn he would be blushing. Suddenly he started laughing between his painful breaths. "What is it now?" she asked, struggling to keep the annoyance from her face. "My hand is broken," the boy replied, looking up at her with a mixture of pain and amusement. Maybe I was right about him being a masochist, she found herself thinking. "I only broke the left hand," she stated with annoyance. He was wasting time. Why was he picking now to act so childish? "I think I broke the other one when I punched the fireplace," he chuckled quietly. Tanya couldn't help herself and joined his laughter. She later found this as a common symptom of prolonged stress, and that was perhaps in part why she had started giggling. She bolstered her strength with a little mana and hoisted him up, and for the second time since they'd known each other Tanya was carrying Wilhelm. He was surprisingly light. It almost felt like she didn't need to enhance herself. This time, however, Wilhelm couldn't stand, and with his broken ribs, embarrassingly this left Tanya with no choice but to carry him like a newlywed bride. The only consolation was that he would be much more embarrassed about it than she would be. XXXXX. 40 years after the Great War. Londinium. "I'm sorry, Maggie, I really am," said Andrew sympathetically, placing down a glass of wine in front of his disappointed colleague as she sat sullenly in the corner of the Red Lion pub. "If it's any consolation, I think it's utter nonsense." "It's fine, Andrew, I expected it," she began with a heavy sigh. Andrew's ears picked up the subtle hint that it was anything but fine. He knew better than to point that out, however. "After all, women are too frivolous to be the bearers of grave news," she finished in a mocking and pompous voice just as Andrew decided to take a sip of his pint, causing him to spill some of his bitter down his jacket as he chuckled. It was good she was joking about it, but he knew she was bitterly disappointed after all the hard work she'd put in. He was sure they would have been the exact words the WTN news director had used. To say his views were a little old-fashioned was an understatement, but there had been signs he might have started to bend under the weight of popular opinion. WTN had ultimately decided the world wasn't ready for a female newsreader, however. Apparently the bigwigs thought it was unacceptable for a woman to be reading the late-night news. He knew that inside, Maggie would be infuriated, to say the least. She had worked hard to get where she was, and to her it would be galling that her career could be halted so abruptly just because of the old-fashioned ideas of those at the top. The same people that, in her own words, only got the job because they went to the same private school as their boss, couldn't accept something as simple as her reading the news. He agreed with her for the most part. They had gone to the same university, although when they met he had been a guest speaker there, and he knew she was an excellent journalist. Besides, it wasn't if reading the news was especially difficult, but it would have been a great opportunity for her, and it would have been a world first. He would have liked to have pointed out that her attitude wasn't especially helpful to her in this case, however, but now probably wasn't the best time for that. She had become increasingly bitter due to a string of disappointments lately. As well as some freelance work for WTN, she also worked for the Londinium Times. She'd been excited when she first started. She thought she'd get to do some real investigative journalism. She had to start from the ground up, of course, and although she had complained to him how dull reports on the Chelsea Flower Show were, she relished the opportunity to show what she could do. Unfortunately, the editors weren't interested, and she had become increasingly disillusioned as her submissions were ignored or sidelined and others were promoted above her. Andrew believed she'd hoped the job at WTN would be a way out for her. "It wouldn't be so bad if you know who hadn't got the job. The inbred idiot can barely read," she grumbled. It seemed she'd already heard the news that Bernard had gotten the job. It was true the man was a dullard who wasn't especially qualified for any job that required using multi-syllable words. Rumor had it that the only reason he'd gotten the position was that his father was friends with the WTN Director General. "You know, sometimes it feels like they live in a different world to the rest of us," she sighed staring into her wine. Ah, we're back at this again, thought Andrew. He didn't know all the details and it seemed rude to ask, but from what he understood, Maggie hadn't exactly been well off growing up and she'd worked hard to get where she was today. This had meant that she held a special dislike for people who seemingly could get what they wanted by virtue of their birth or wealth. This latest setback would no doubt provide more evidence for Maggie's theory that the rich and powerful could do what they want. I know you feel disappointed, Mags, but if it makes you feel any better, I really appreciate all the help you gave me with the special Letzenbourg report. He began, hoping the change in subject would bring her out of her melancholy. It was nothing, it was nice to do some research again for once, she replied, waving a hand dismissively, but he saw a small glint in her eye telling him that she liked the compliment more than she let on. I mean it, all that information you collected on the saint and the Letzenbourg royal family was invaluable. He continued with a reassuring smile. It was true, it had been a huge help and it was proof of how good she really was. Both the Times and WTN were wasting a valuable commodity in the woman. Oh really? But you pushed aside all my theories that the saint and Prince Wilhelm were one and the same, she replied with a pout and a hint of mischief in her eyes. There was no way the Empire sent children to battle, no historian takes it seriously, he replied. She'd gotten quite attached to the idea of the swashbuckling little prince and had tried practically everything to get him to put the theory in the program. They were much more liberal than most everyone else, they had female soldiers even before the war, it's not impossible that younger people could have volunteered, she argued. I bet they would have allowed female newsreaders at least, she added sourly. There's no evidence of it, besides who would let a prince fight on the front lines? It's just a story, Mags, he countered, ignoring the last part. A smile had reappeared on her face, she'd genuinely enjoyed working on this project, he realized. But what a story! I especially like the part where the Letzenbourg soldiers refuse to withdraw without their prince, but they all lose heart when an imperial officer carries his broken body into the command center. She smiled and Andrew found himself rolling his eyes at her. She'd obviously got completely enamored with the stories they told about the saint in Letzenbourg and the Germanian Republic. We're supposed to be journalists, he chided her, eliciting a giggle from her. He was glad he'd managed to cheer her up and soon found a comfortable smile had appeared on his own face too. It's amazing that there was so much of a link to your 11th goddess thing, she said, returning to a more professional version of herself. And from what I could tell, the association didn't end after the fall of Letzenbourg either, she finished conspiratorially. Andrew raised an eyebrow and felt himself lean forward, his curiosity was piqued, and he could smell a story. Maybe another special was on the cards. Tell me more, he said with a grin. Saint of Letzenbourg, end of part 1. Author's notes. Hi all and thanks for reading. Hopefully the grammar and such isn't too bad. I haven't been able to get in touch with my beta reader because Fiction Press has disabled email notifications for private messaging. I'm calling this end of part 1 because it's the end of what I'd like to think of as the prince's arc. This was all supposed to be his introduction according to the original plan. Although that plan also assumed this would be about chapter 10, not 25, so I think it's fair to say the plan was more of a guideline now. I still have plenty more story to write and I plan on doing just that. There's Revolving Door, the Southern Campaign, Russie, Mary, and I have to explain the sword. Plenty to be going at. I'm sorry the last couple of chapters have been kinda depressing. The prince wasn't supposed to get a happy ending but it kinda went all tragic towards the end there. That's actually part of the reason it took a little longer to write this chapter. It was getting me pretty down writing Ludwig's guilty feelings and knowing that Wilhelm will never know that he's not really a fake, and his brother actually cared for him made me feel pretty sad. Maybe I should put tragedy in the genre tag. I'm also a bit concerned I've pushed past the T rating a bit the last few chapters. Should I change it to an M? I'm now going to go back and adjust the first few chapters and do some spelling and grammar corrections before I move on to the next part. I might add a bit of fluff in the first few chapters but nothing to change the story, so if you don't want to reread, you shouldn't miss anything. Chapter 26, Operation Fog and Sun. Saint of Letzenbourg Part 2. Operation Fog and Sun. 40 years after the Great War. Londinium. Good evening, everyone, I'm Andrew WTN Special Correspondent. Today we bring you a continuation of our program exploring the mysterious Saint of Letzenbourg, who continued to have an association with the so-called Devil of the Rhine, even after the fall and later recapture of Letzenbourg, new evidence has shown. We hope his new evidence unearthed by my colleague, will help us better understand both these wartime figures. We last left off at the fall of Letzenbourg, where even to this day it is widely believed that the young Prince Wilhelm von Hohenzollern himself, was the saint. Historians, however, are in agreement that this was not the case, although it is known that the saint did broadcast in the young boy's voice, to rally the populace. Despite the last broadcast urging the citizens to cooperate with their captors, a great many resisted the Republican occupation, using the saint as a symbol to rally around. With the death of the regent, the pro-Republican faction was leaderless and unable to counter this, and riots broke out forcing the Republicans to send troops into the city. Fearing a major assault in Rahl lowlands, or perhaps as vengeance for the atrocities in Arene, the Republic was forced to act ruthlessly so they didn't need to keep a major presence in the city. This resulted in a great many deaths for the citizens, in what became known as Den Dag van Trenen, or the Day of Tears. It is still thought of as a stain on the Francois military and is a bone of contention with the two countries. During this time Prince Wilhelm was in Berlin, as he had been since the beginning of the war. The saint's whereabouts during this time are unknown, however, records have been found that indicate he was soon involved in another significant incident of the Great War. The now infamous, Operation Revolving Door. Andrew WTN Special Correspondent. May 18, Unified Year 1925. Berlin. Colonel Rirugen was deep in thought as he climbed into the back of his staff car outside the General Staff Office. The car was slightly more luxurious than an officer of his rank would normally use, either because he was on an errand for General Zetter, or possibly due to the social status of their guest, he had been allowed to take the better model. The vehicles were part of a pool kept for the various officers around the capital for when they needed them, along with some chauffeurs to drive them. Normally you could only get what was available at the time, which was usually a practical and efficient transport with little in the way of frills or comfort. This car was one of the few more extravagant vehicles that were usually reserved for high-ranking officers and VIPs. As well as comfortable leather seats and soft suspension, its rear passenger seats were completely separated from the driver, allowing a greater deal of privacy. It also contained a drinks cabinet, refreshments, and an impressive selection of cigars and cigarettes for the passengers. He was on duty, so of course, would eschew the temptation of the alcohol, but he did decide to indulge himself with an upmarket cigarette during the journey to help clear his mind. He instructed the driver to head off before sliding the tinted window that separated them closed and striking a match to light his cigarette, filling the car with a slight haze as he smoked. He soon found himself staring out of the window thoughtfully, watching the world go past as he contemplated his current errand. He was on his way to collect the young Prince Wilhelm for a meeting with Generals Zetter and Rudersdorf, to discuss the boy's current predicament. The fall of Letzenbourg had become a major headache for everyone involved. The general staff had been forced to prevent the reinforcements for the prince's attempt to retake the city in order to safeguard Operation Revolving Door. However, due to the secrecy of that operation, much of the Supreme High Command didn't know this. Additionally, reports seemed to suggest the prince's attack would have succeeded, had the reinforcements had arrived. To the High Command, it looked like an unforgivable military blunder, and rumor had it that the Emperor himself had expressed concern. Suddenly everyone was desperate for someone to blame. As promised, Vice Admiral Canaris, head of all Imperial intelligence, had shielded the general staff from much of the culpability. This meant all the blame for the loss of Letzenbourg city had shifted to the prince instead. This had created an entirely new set of problems. Although he had effectively surrendered the command of the Letzenbourg military to the general staff, he was still technically part of a different military, not to mention a head of state for his own country and relative of the Kaiser. Any punishment seemed almost impossible, and the issue had split the High Command. The Foreign Office was particularly concerned about how it would make the Empire look to the other powers, especially their ally the Kingdom of Ildoa, but much of the rest of the High Command wanted action taken against the boy, especially the Vice Admiral. He suspected they saw it as an opportunity to finally get the boy away from the front lines, so they had pinned their hopes on persuading him to resign his commission just as General von Hans had been forced to. So far, they had been unsuccessful, however, and after his last meeting with the prince, Rirugen could understand why. Rirugen had been sent to retrieve the little prince a few days before. He'd been shocked and horrified to see the state he had been in. He had received several severe injuries and had looked almost dead on his feet. Rirugen had been about to reprimand Digirekov for allowing him to come to such harm, but the boy had interjected immediately, recommending her for a commendation for saving him instead. It seemed a little suspicious to him, and even Digirekov seemed a little surprised by this, but he was in no position to argue the point. He had originally planned for them to share a private car on the train journey back to Berlin. Rirugen had been tasked with persuading the prince that it might be wise to resign his commission before the High Command got involved. However, due to the prince's injuries, the boy spent much of the time resting in the neighboring compartment, meaning he didn't have the opportunity to speak with him about it. During the journey, the prince was attended by two women in their early 20s, who he later found were sisters. One was a maid, who seemed remarkably proficient in medicine and checked on the boy regularly, while the other was a Letzenbourg captain, who after making sure the prince was comfortable, had joined him in the private car. Initially, it had been awkward, having not been properly introduced to each other, but the young captain soon flashed a beautiful smile and broke the ice, and before they knew it, they were chatting like old friends. As it turned out, they had a mutual acquaintance. She had apparently worked with Lt. Colonel Max von Heinz, his pick for General von Hans's assistant before he had his unfortunate breakdown. Inevitably the conversation eventually turned to Letzenbourg and why the reinforcements had never been dispatched. She shared with him that the prince felt incredibly guilty for not being able to save the city from the Republic and had vowed not to return until the war was over. He found himself frowning at that. It sounded like persuading the prince to stand down would be more difficult than he hoped. He obviously couldn't mention anything about Revolving Door, so could only tell her that something else was in the works and that Letzenbourg city would be liberated soon. Rirugen had felt bad about how little he could tell them after hearing how close they had been to succeeding in their mission, but it wasn't worth risking revolving door, too many lives were riding on its success. I see, the young woman said with a sad smile, at least our people won't have to suffer for too long. Riragen shuffled uncomfortably at the memory of how the woman said those words. It was easy to forget the human cost of decisions as big as this. The people of Letzenbourg were now under the oppressive occupation of the Francois Republic. True, it shouldn't be for long. Everyone was confident that revolving door would all but end the war, but it was little consolation. They could only hope that the Republic didn't take revenge on the poor citizens of Letzenbourg for what had happened at Arene. It was Generals Zetter and Rudersdorf that ordered the retreat. Yes. She asked eventually, and Riragen nodded in confirmation. That much was common knowledge, there was no point in denying it. He supposed the surviving Letzenburgers would want someone to blame, he doubted they would turn against their prince, he just hoped it wouldn't cause problems for them later. Did Vice Admiral Canaris advise them to fall back? She said to his surprise, fixing him with her hazel eyes. He stared back at her dumbstruck. How could she have possibly known of the Admiral's involvement? Obviously, he hadn't kept a good poker face as she smiled at him once more before explaining that she'd served under Canaris, in the Abwehr, while the prince was at the War College and knew the man well. She told him she knew he couldn't keep his nose out of things, so he had likely known what was going on. He cursed himself for letting the cat out of the bag. She'd obviously confirmed her suspicions from the look on his face. He resolved to be more careful in the future. Soon after she excused herself to check on the prince once again, it was heartwarming to see how loyal the boy's followers were. He was truly blessed in that respect. It seemed that the little prince's reputation for inspiring devotion in those around him wasn't exaggerated. He could see the look of concern in the two sisters' eyes whenever the boy was mentioned. The prince limped into the railcar as they approached the outskirts of Berlin, flanked by his concerned-looking subordinates. The boy moved stiffly and with obvious discomfort. He had one arm in a sling while the other was kept bandaged and in a splint, allowing him to use at least one hand but with clear difficulty. He still looked utterly exhausted. He looked as though he could have slept for a week and it still wouldn't be enough, while his skin had turned a waxy and deathly pallor. Riragen frowned. If only they could have gotten a message out to the boy before he and Igirekov had attacked the city, perhaps they could have prevented this. The boy apologized for his rudeness for being absent during their journey, bowing stiffly and wincing in pain. Riragen found himself getting up to help the boy to his seat as he reassured the boy no apology was necessary before the boy cut in once again. I will report directly to the general staff once we arrive, he declared through ragged breaths. Riragen tried to dissuade him. He clearly needed rest, preferably in a hospital. True, they were harsh taskmasters, but the general staff weren't monsters. They could work with the other reports they had until he was in a better state of health. The little prince had refused, however, declaring with a strange look of determination, that he was a loyal soldier and he should report his failure to his superiors immediately. Before struggling to his feet with the help of his aides as the train slowed to a halt. When they arrived at the offices in the Königsplatz, they were informed the general staff and high command were in a meeting and would have to wait. He had to admit he was relieved. Presenting the young royal in such an injured and disheveled state would no doubt cause more than a little concern amongst the brass. True, they wanted him away from the front lines, but nobody wanted to see the emperor's nephew injured to prove their point. He began suggesting they should allow the boy time to rest, but the young prince had already left and was hobbling towards their meeting room, utterly undeterred by the confused protestations of himself, various officials and the guards. He was surprisingly quick despite his injuries and soon found himself pausing in astonishment as the prince's aides slammed the double doors of the meeting room open, revealing the stunned looks of the most powerful individuals in the empire. Understandably, the smoke-filled room erupted in confused and angry shouts, with the finance and industrial ministers demanding the boy be removed while the foreign minister was demanding an explanation for his injuries. Generals Zetter and Rudersdorf, who had been representing the general staff at the meeting, looked surprised by the boy's entrance and shared a look before staying quiet and waiting to see what would unfold. Meanwhile, Vice Admiral Canaris looked on quietly with an unreadable expression. Eventually, the weary-looking Chancellor Luther called for everyone to be quiet. He seemed more annoyed at the rest of the cabinet's bickering than surprised by the prince's entrance. "Order, gentlemen!" He called, striking the table loudly with his palm as the room fell silent. "I'm sure Prince Wilhelm has." He joined the room in an astounded silence as they all looked down at the little prince. He had fallen to his knees and was visibly shaking. Riragen moved to help the boy, assuming his wounds had caused him to collapse, but stopped himself as he realized neither of the sisters had moved to do the same. He'd seen their concern for the boy. Why hadn't they moved to assist him? What was going on? I'm sorry, the boy began sobbing. "I wasn't good enough, I failed and I lost the city, my home." Everyone in the room turned and stared at each other uncomfortably. Obviously this was not what any of them had expected when the prince had burst into the chamber. "I didn't want everyone to think Letzenbourg had turned traitor. I fought with everything I had, but it wasn't enough," he continued tearfully before coughing up a small pool of blood onto the carpet. This time, the two women did begin to move, but the boy raised his bandaged hand to stop them. "Because I was such a bad commander. We were forced to pull back the lines out of Letzenbourg," he wheezed in obvious pain. All the ministers had shared a look of awkward embarrassment. except Vice Admiral Canaris, who was wearing a disapproving frown, although Ryugen wasn't sure why. Have I lost us the war? He questioned, staring up at them all tearfully, and suddenly the room erupted into shouts once more as the men started attributing blame. Rudersdorf was scowled, his indignant rage directed at the ministers who were trying to place blame when they hadn't the first clue what the situation was, while General Zetter looked on thoughtfully with the ghost of a smile. Gentlemen, I can assure you that the war is far from lost. General Zetter began quieting the room before locking eyes with the prince. We are currently beginning an operation that will turn the tide of this war. For security reasons I can't share any more with you at this time. But I assure you Letzenbourg's heroic sacrifice will not be in vain. It will be retaken. Some of the ministers began to argue again but were silenced by another bout of blood-filled coughing from the young prince as he tried to stand. General. I swear I will fight with everything I have to end this war. He wheezed before collapsing, narrowly being caught by his aides, who excused themselves and the prince soon after. Needless to say, the whole thing had caused quite a stir, and they hadn't been able to agree on how to handle the prince yet. A few days later, after he had compiled all his reports for the generals, the two admitted they didn't like that the prince was being forced to take the blame for the fall of Letzenbourg, especially when it became apparent that the mission would likely have been a complete success if the reinforcements had been sent. They felt it sent the wrong message to the officers. The prince had reacted to the news and staged a largely successful counterattack. They didn't want their officers second-guessing themselves for fear of reprisal, they wanted their officers to use their initiative. They were also concerned by the high command's ignorance of the public mood surrounding the prince. The boy was popular amongst the populace, the propaganda department had already been painting him as a great hero. Worse still, despite the control they had over the official press, there were already rumors surfacing amongst the smaller publications and workers' magazines that the prince's impending punishment was part of a cover-up. The general staff tried to pay attention to the public mood, they were always looking over their shoulders to make sure the public was still behind the war. If they lost the war at home, that lost the war. So the generals had concocted a scheme so that everyone could win. He shook himself from his memories as the car turned down the riverside road that led the Letzenbourg embassy. His errand was to collect the young prince so he could redeem himself by taking part in the upcoming operation. The prince was going to help them close the revolving door. May 18, Unified Year 1925. Rhine Front, Imperial Army Right Wing, Rahl Lowlands. Technically speaking, their mission was reconnaissance in force. They were to probe deep into enemy lines, engaging in hit-and-run attacks at the innermost levels of the enemy defenses. Usually, this tactic was used to test the disposition and strength of the enemy forces and was an unmistakable sign that a major offensive was on its way. If what Tanya had heard from her old colleague in the railway division, Major Uger, was correct, this was exactly what command wanted the Republic to think. In truth, the mission was a bluff to cover the massive troop movements and activity across the rail systems in the area. Uger had informed her that Generals Zetter and Rudersdorf had masterminded a plan to draw in the bulk of the Republic's forces and encircle them in a decisive battle. If it worked, it could potentially bring the war to an end, and Tanya could work on furthering her career without worrying about stray bullets and live a long and comfortable life despite being ex. In order to accomplish this, they first planned to pull back the front lines. She had not been briefed on the entirety of the operation as of yet, she'd only received orders to cover the redeployment, most of her information about the wider scheme from Uger. With his position in the railway division and as a subordinate of General Zetter in the service corps, he was not only privy to more information than frontline troops like herself, but he could see what was happening with his own eyes. So, she knew his information could be trusted. The Republic would have to be blind and stupid not to notice the massive increase in activity, so the general staff decided to cover up the withdrawal by making the enemy think they were preparing a last-ditch offensive against the Republic's northern flank, hence the mission Tanya and her battalion had found themselves in. It was quite the bluff, for all intents and purposes, they were fighting a desperate rearguard action whilst trying to keep up the appearance that they were the first signs of a major offensive. It was an audacious plan. They must have been preparing this for some time. If it worked, it would be a major development that would turn the tide of the war. She now understood why her superiors had abandoned Letzenbourg city to the Republic. If the ruse were to work, the enemy would have to concentrate up here in the north. The Republic couldn't risk that if they had to send too many troops to contest the little country. Additionally, the encirclement would have to come from the south. She doubted the Allied kingdom would allow an attack through their waters to perform a similar feat as they had in the Osfjord, so the fewer enemy troops in the south, the higher the chance of success. If they pulled this off, it would be the greatest encirclement in history. It could rewrite the rules of warfare. General Zetter must have been looking forward to having his name printed in next to Hannibal in the history books. The historical figure had performed a similar maneuver at the Battle of Cannae. The general staff had chosen to sacrifice the little country in the short term for greater long-term gains. It was an understandable trade-off, but obviously, nobody had bothered to include Wilhelm in on the plan. He had been counting on reinforcements for his own plot to succeed. Despite removing the resistance within Letzenbourg city, those reinforcements never arrived. They were never even dispatched, so the city had fallen to the Republic. It struck her as odd that the boy hadn't known what was going on though. He and his staff had shown themselves to be dangerously resourceful. The little colonel had orchestrated an entire plot involving getting himself shot down just to attach himself to her battalion, before plotting a coup against his brother with Vice Admiral Canaris, the Empire's intelligence chief. Even with the top-secret status of the upcoming operation, it was unthinkable that the Imperial spy master wouldn't have known about it, so why hadn't he told Wilhelm his plan would fail? From what she'd gathered from the injured little colonel before he'd been recalled back to Berlin, he believed Canaris had betrayed him. The man had promised to pressure the general staff to send reinforcements. That they hadn't been sent was proof enough for Wilhelm that he'd been had. Tanya wasn't so sure herself. It was certainly possible, but equally, it could have been a simple error or miscommunication. Wilhelm was too paranoid about such things, but she had to admit there did seem to be something a bit off about the situation. Ultimately though, it wasn't her problem anymore. The little colonel was finally out of her hair, and it seemed he was keeping his promise of shielding her from any blame, even going so far as to put her in for a commendation. Not that she should share any of the blame in the first place. But that didn't always matter who exactly was at fault in these situations, and technically she had been responsible for some of the little colonel's injuries, even if he deserved them, so it was reassuring that he was keeping his word. It was almost funny. Officially he was being charged with misconduct on operations, obstructing operations, and disobeying lawful commands. In her opinion, he wasn't actually guilty of any of those things. What he was actually guilty of was conspiring to get Letzenbourg to mutiny, so in her mind, he should face some sort of punishment. Although, if what he had told her was true, and Vice Admiral Canaris had encouraged it, it sounded like he was being thrown under the bus. From what little she'd heard, the Admiral was one of the most vocal proponents for the little colonel to resign. She was just glad he was out of the situation. The last she'd heard, Wilhelm was essentially confined to an office creating a temporary government in exile, until they'd figured out how to go about punishing him. With his desperation to rid himself of his so-called curse, this would no doubt be incredibly frustrating for him. He'd probably be pulling his hair out by now. It was exactly what he'd been trying to avoid when he'd attached himself to the 203rd, that and the fear of assassination by the Letzenbourg regent. She was almost jealous. He was comfortably in the rear doing paperwork while she was avoiding airburst shells and machine gun fire. It felt like she was the one being punished. If not for his impending disciplinary, she'd have happily traded places with him. A few more days of this hell and she might just go for it. Hell was too light of a word for what this was. This deep into enemy lines, the air was full of fire and shrapnel, and incalculable amounts of bullets and shells poured into the sky from the ground below. The noise of gunfire, explosions, and screams almost drowned out the near-constant stream of radio reports from her subordinates, many informing her of casualties or losses to her elite human resources. Even if they turned back now, they'd have to retreat over enemy-held territory, likely suffering more casualties on the way, but they couldn't fall back now, not if they wanted the plan to work. In truth, when she'd received the orders to delve so deep into the enemy lines to cover the troop movements, she'd been stricken almost speechless in horror. She'd have given anything for an excuse to be anywhere else other than here. Even for her hand-picked elites, this was almost a suicide mission. Casualties were predicted to be mercilessly high, and so far, despite being less than expected, they were still excessive. It was another general staff trade-off, just like Letzenbourg. One augmented battalion would be worked to the bone, no matter the cost, to ensure the success of the plan. Her rational mind knew this made sense, and she accepted it with reluctant fatalism. If it succeeded, it would be the first step to ending the war, and she'd prove being wrong by living a long and successful life without faith. It didn't make feel any better about the mission, however. It was fortunate that Rudersdorf and Zetter weren't in earshot right now. She wasn't sure she could stop herself giving them a piece of her mind. She had been certain even her faithful band of war maniacs would pale at this mission, and so she'd attempted a speech to rouse them all before they deployed. Embarrassingly, she'd ended up sounding like something from a cliché war flick. Fortunately, no one from this world had been subjected to a multimillion-dollar Hollywood blockbuster yet, so the trite rabble-rousing seemed to do the trick. Even so, after 8 days and 6 hours of this horror, they were all beginning to crack. Break! Break! Tanya ordered urgently as a company of Republican mages moved to intercept them, firing as they approached. Perfect! Just what we need, more people shooting at us. Tanya thought, cursing her luck as her company turned violently to avoid the disciplined volley of enemy fire. The other 3 companies were engaged further away, either attacking ground units or dealing with other mages themselves. They'd have to deal with these new threats on their own. Despite the arrival of their own mages, the Republican ground forces didn't cease their own onslaught. The air was filled with smoke and munitions. So much fire had been unleashed on them it felt like each one of them was besieged in their defensive shells as the mages fired a second volley, felling 2nd Lieutenant Nessler. She cursed again. Nessler had been with the 203rd since its founding. Losing anyone that had accumulated all that experience was a tragic waste of resources. Move in close. Take them in hand to hand if you have to. She ordered desperately. At least if they kept close to the enemy mages, they wouldn't have to worry so much about the ground fire. The Republicans weren't so ruthless that they'd risk hitting their own me. She found herself smiling grimly as she realized she had just ordered the use of a tactic that she would have probably chastised Wilhelm for, not so long ago. Perhaps there was something to be said for his unit's close quarters specialization, it was certainly necessary for this situation. Wilhelm had only ever fought on the Rhine front, he would have been doing missions such as this before she'd been redeployed from Norden, although not likely as intense as this. Although he'd probably adopted his close combat doctrine due to his strange fixation with his sword, she couldn't deny that for missions like this it was effective. They charged forward, firing into the enemy mages as they went, and soon, they were close enough that the formations of both sides fell apart in the ensuing aerial melee. A Republican charged at her, leveling his bayonet rifle like a jesting knight. She turned in the air, easily dodging the attack, grasping her own combat knife as she spun in the air before thrusting it into her assailant's back. The man fell from his metal steed as she wrenched her blade out of him before raising her gun to find her next target. Seeing another enemy mage trying to peel away from the brawl, she fired a burst that struck the man's shield, throwing him off balance. Then she charged in once again, tackling him, causing him to fall from his saddle with a strangled scream. She heard a Republican officer order a desperate retreat and the mages began to disengage. She considered leaving them, but it could be a problem later if they regrouped and returned to the fray. She was about to order a pursuit when the ground fire erupted once more. Apparently, their countrymen in the trenches below had been watching the fierce battle in the skies above them and had opened fire to cover the mages' retreat. She ordered evasive maneuvers, they had to gain altitude and regroup. They were still disorganized from the melee and were particularly vulnerable to incoming fire right now. "Damn it, I'm hit!" Koenig called over the radio with pain-filled voice. Tanya bit back a curse, injuries were mounting, any wounded should pull back as soon as possible, she decided, it was the only way to minimize losses and prevent them from bleeding any more of their assets. "Take cover 03, grab 27 and fall back," she ordered quickly, turning again to avoid more incoming fire. She'd long become accustomed to making decisions and issuing orders under fire. It was almost like she could partition off part of her brain to keep herself safe while she considered the greater tactical situation. "This is 04, my company has lost several men already. 60% of them are down," Newman reported, his usual jovial voice absent in the face of so many casualties. Tanya found herself biting her lip in frustration. How much longer did they have to be out here? It was too much. At the rate things were going there wouldn't be much of a battalion left to command by the end of this. Company 4 regroup with 03 and retreat. Anyone who can back him up, do so. She called back. By now her company had reformed its formation and they had started to fire on the ground troops that had been causing them problems. Unfortunately, the Republican mages had also regrouped and were racing towards the once more. Her company wheeled around and fired a barrage at the approaching Republicans, scoring some hits on the lead mages. "This is 02, we've lost half of our men, we won't last much longer," Weiss reported, adding to the pile of bad news. The situation had gone from bad to worse. Weiss was right. They couldn't last much longer, they would have to pull out soon. "Damn," Tanya cursed to herself before radioing the command post. "This is Ferry 01, we are currently surrounded and engaged with a company-sized unit of enemy mages, what is your status?" "We've initiated the final phase of Plan Number 1, the evacuation is still underway, but you have permission to withdraw," the communications officer replied. "You're giving us permission to withdraw now?" she said to herself under her breath. She felt her face tighten into a frustrated grimace. There was nothing she'd rather do right now than turn around and hightail it back to friendly territory at top speed. She'd more than had enough of being shot at for one day. Their casualties had been horrendous and both she and her troops were exhausted. She firmly believed that they'd done more than their fair share these last few days. However, if they retreated before the evacuation was complete, there was a chance that the Republic could figure out what they were up to, then all of this would be for nothing. "That's not necessary," she radioed back through gritted teeth. "If we withdraw and they chase us, there's still a chance they'll discover our con. We'll continue to fight the enemy here, so they don't learn of our strategic retreat." Her company had turned again, and she peered down the sights of her gun, lining up a shot at one of the enemy mages. She poured her frustration into the weapon and squeezed the trigger, letting loose a volley of fire into the unsuspecting soldier. The man fell, an unfortunate casualty of her anger and irritation of their current situation. She refused to let this be a wasted endeavor. Fortunately, their fire forced the remainder of the enemy mages to back off to lick their wounds again, giving them a little respite for the moment. "Roger that, we'll contact you when we're done, may God's protection be with you," the radio operator replied. "God's protection?" she muttered to herself with undisguised disgust, being X's fingerprints are all over this mess. Suddenly an airburst shell exploded next to her and to her horror, her barrier shattered, another hit, and it would all be over. She scrambled to re-raise her shield as out of the corner of her eye she saw the ground troops loading another shell. She didn't know if she could make it in time. Would this be the end? "Major!" Visha yelled, flying in front of her, sensing the danger. She fired off a host of artillery spells at the gunners below, engulfing them in a blistering wave of flames, ending the threat for the moment. Relieved for the reprieve, Tanya turned to thank her adjutant as she focused on reforming her shield. Before she could voice her appreciation, however, Visha's computation orb exploded around her neck with a bang and the young woman began falling to the ground. Second Lieutenant Serebryakov. Visha. She called urgently. Tanya felt an unfamiliar sense of panic as she saw Serebryakov fall towards the ground. Her computation orb must have overloaded, she realized. Without it, Visha couldn't fly, nor could she toughen herself up for the fall. She would die. For some reason, that knowledge filled her with a feeling of dread and terror. She'd lost people before, in both her lifetimes, but she'd always accepted it as an unfortunate fact of life. This felt different, however. In her past life all her familial losses had been due to disease or old age. It had been easy to accept them as inevitable. In this lifetime she had seen plenty of death, especially on the Rhine. She'd lost troops herself, and although she'd grieve for them, she wouldn't lose much sleep over it. This was war, people die in it. So why did it feel so different as she watched Visha fall? Unbidden, the memory of Wilhelm's irrational behavior after losing his subordinate, Captain Haussmann, came to mind. You took someone very important from me, you took part of my happiness. The boy had said Haussmann was mine. I promised him, and you took him from me. She hadn't really understood at the time. She'd put it down to his injuries and unpredictable personality, but now she wasn't so sure. The sudden fear of losing Visha was terrifying. She'd been with her since the first time they'd been on the Rhine. She'd almost taken it for granted that she would always be there. Despite herself, she could almost see herself reacting like the little colonel had if anything happened to her. Lieutenant Weiss. Meet up with First Company and take command for now. She ordered, not waiting for a response before diving towards her stricken assistant as fast as she could. She saw Visha's eyes squeezed shut with fear as she hastily dived towards her. No doubt she knew she wouldn't survive the fall and had understandably chosen not to see her imminent demise. Tanya increased her speed, desperate to catch her before that could happen, and soon overtook her adjutant and caught her before she hit the ground. Major. Visha called in shock as her eyes snapped open in surprise and relief, while Tanya guided them down into a trench, now vacant due to Visha's artillery barrage. Sorry for the trouble, Visha apologized with obvious embarrassment as they landed. Tanya felt a strange mix of relief and anger now that the girl was safe. Serebryakov was a better soldier than this. She shouldn't have allowed this to happen. You were too reckless. You have twice as much mana as the others. I expect better from you. Tanya chastised, before wondering if she was being a little hard on her subordinate. In truth, this situation had really rattled her in a completely unexpected way, and her mind was struggling to process it all. She wasn't really sure why she was so angry at her subaltern. I'm truly sorry, Serebryakov said sincerely, and Tanya began to feel herself calm a little seeing the young woman safe. Do you remember when we were first here? Tanya asked as she recalled those days with a wry smile. Back then you were just a rookie that could do nothing but dodge shells. Tanya looked at her subordinate. She really had changed. If she could tell her past self that the then Corporal Serebryakov would become one of the most accomplished and powerful mages in the Empire, she'd probably have assumed her future self had gone off the deep end. Major, while I was just acting tough back then, now I'm totally up to the task, said Visha with eyes full of determination, and the remainder of Tanya's anger receded. She found herself smiling. She was glad to still have Visha. She wasn't just her flight partner and adjutant, she was the person she trusted the most in the battalion, someone she knew she could always count on. She would hate to lose her. She was worried, however. She would have to be careful not to let this fear of loss affect her. She was a rational mind first and foremost. You took part of my happiness. Wilhelm's voice echoed in her mind, and the uncomfortable feeling returned momentarily. Was this what you felt? She wondered. She felt she understood the boy a little better now, not that she was likely to see him again. She'd seen what this kind of loss had done to him and felt a measure of it herself now. It was no wonder so many soldiers leave the battlefield without their sanity. Here, take my Type 97, I still have the Type 95, she said to her adjutant, passing her the orb. She was still reluctant to use the Type 95, its mental corruption was an ever-present fear. She didn't see any other alternatives, however. She wasn't about to leave Visha in an enemy trench. Ferry 1, this is Hotel 09, Operation Fog and Sun is complete. You may withdraw, the command point signaled to Tanya's relief. They were finally free to leave the battlefield. All units, disengage and withdraw immediately. We're done for the day, Tanya ordered as they took to the sky and heard a chorus of relief in response. It seemed even her loyal war dogs had had enough. Then again, she couldn't blame them. They'd followed her to hell and now it was time to go back. Author's notes. As always, thank you all for reading. I will have finished making adjustments up to chapter 10, there haven't been any major story changes, but I've changed some of the wording in places and fixed some spelling and grammar problems. I was hoping to finish adjusting all the chapters so far before I posted this, but I got impatient. I also thought about completely rewriting the first 2 chapters, but for the moment I'd prefer to carry on. It's at least more readable now, I hope. Tanya and Wilhelm will be apart for a few chapters. I'm going to have to force them back together again, but currently, the prince has to get himself out of hot water. I thought about doing Rirujen's part from Wilhelm's point of view, but I liked the idea of having it from an outsider's point of view, especially since we haven't had Wilhelm's POV since he lost Houseman, and I think I'll have to put a lot into it the next time he appears. Hopefully, it's fairly obvious he's up to something. I also hope you like Tanya's bit in this chapter. I primarily used the anime and manga for that part. The manga especially, you get to see a side of Tanya you rarely get to see, so I tried to expand on that a bit. It also meant I got to write a fight too, which hopefully breaks up all of the explanation of what has happened in the 13 days since Letzenbourg fell. Chapter 27, Project Charlemagne, Dream or Memory. Project Charlemagne, Dream or Memory. Dearest nephew. Your aunt and I write to you expressing the utmost sympathy and great sorrow for the great misfortunes you have suffered and the shared anguish at the news of the recent passing of your dear brother. Although we are disappointed that he chose to align against the Empire, we understand he must have acted as he felt was in the best. Indeed, I understand all too well how difficult such decisions can be. The continent is in a state of war and loyalties have been tested. Despite his choice, we are sure you are saddened at the parting of Ludwig and offer our deepest sympathies. We are also saddened to hear the continued deteriorating health of your father. We have sent along some flowers to the Belly Day Hospital in the Waldstadt Confederacy. Your Aunt Zita asks that you consider moving him to Berlin, where we are sure he will receive much better care and we could all visit him more freely. It is heartening to hear of your continued loyalty and devotion, although I have been told that you have been perhaps a little too fervent in the execution of your duties and may have caused problems in the process. This is a concern to me. I have always supported your little adventures and have often enjoyed hearing of your latest exploits. However, if they are becoming problematic, we will have to rethink the arrangements that have been made on your behalf. With your recent familial losses and the capture of much of our sister nation by the perfidious Republic, we understand it must be a very trying time for you. However, I must ask you to stay away from the imperial court for the time being, unless you are summoned on official business. Although we would very much like to see you, nephew, I have been advised it could cause some problems with our foreign relations at this time. As such, until the current political situation has been resolved, it would be better if you distance yourself from the rest of the family. I would ask you to follow the advice of my counselors in the Supreme High Command. It is my belief they all have your best interests at heart. We both dearly hope the situation will be resolved soon so that you can visit us again in time for your upcoming birthday. We are also very keen to meet the young lady that we have heard has caught your eye. Your loving uncle and aunt. Kaiser Karl Joseph Franz von Habsburg and Zita Elizabeth von Habsburg. Letter found in the Letzenbourg Embassy, addressed to Prince Wilhelm von Hohenzollern. July 1, Unified Year 1920. Ducal Palace, Letzenbourg City. Will rubbed his eyes drowsily as he yawned and stretched in his dimly lit bedroom. He was getting tired and he was now struggling to read. Maybe I should sleep, it's pretty late, he thought to himself, peering over to the clock. It was nearly 2:30 in the morning. Technically it was his birthday. Father wasn't feeling well again and thankfully Ludwig was going to be busy, so Christina had promised that she and Sophia could go on a boat trip to celebrate. He'd never been on a boat before, although he'd had a strangely vivid dream about being on once. He hadn't been allowed to leave the ducal palace very often, so was looking forward to it. Yes, it's definitely a good idea to try to sleep now, he decided. He didn't want to be too tired when they were out on their boat trip. He didn't particularly relish going to bed, even at such a late hour. He felt like he'd spent too much time in it already in his short life. It had only been 6 months since Drivjung had stopped the horrible poison that Ludwig insisted was medicine, and now he didn't need to spend so much of his time groggy and confused. He was loath to waste any more time in bed. Besides, the dreams hadn't gone away like the doctor said they would. He stretched and carefully placed his bookmark in the slightly worn copy of Macbeth and padded across the room to put it away in the bookcase. He didn't want Christina to be upset at him for not putting his things away again. Dr. Jung had said to read more cheerful stories, but Will liked his books. The doctor seemed to think he should find them scary, but you'd have to be stupid to believe in silly things like ghosts, demons, monsters, and gods. He did like the story the doctor had given him about Heroic Prince though, and kept it hidden under his bed so he could look at the pictures when the dreams kept him awake. As he turned to head back toward his bed, he heard a strange noise from somewhere in the chamber. The room wasn't well lit. He didn't use the main light at night as it shone through the cracks in the door to Christina's room and kept her awake, so he usually only read with a small lamp on the table, making the rest of the room seem gloomy and shrouded in shadow. There was a sliver of moonlight shining in through a gap in the curtains, providing a small amount of illumination however, so he peered around the room hoping to find some clue to the source of the noise. I hope I didn't accidentally wake Christina. He scanned the room. His bed was in the far corner, looking inviting but undisturbed. Next to it was his desk, illuminated by the small electric table lamp. Beyond that was the fireplace. It seemed huge, although maybe it was just because he was so small, and was made of intricately carved stone that swirled in mesmerizing patterns. It had been a hot summer day, so no fire had been lit, and even now the night was still warm, despite the late hour. Above the fireplace, sitting unsheathed on a stand on the mantel, was a sword with a big red gem on the hilt. The blade shimmered slightly as it caught the moonlight. Will often wondered why the sword was in his room. Christina had often warned him about touching it because it was dangerous, but if it was so dangerous, why was it here at all? Still, he quite liked it. It reminded him of the sword the prince had in the story. Flanking the blade on either side, were two statues of a man sitting on a rock with his hand on his chin. The figures were either thoughtful or grumpy. Will couldn't figure out which. He didn't like the statues. He sometimes felt like they were watching him, and for some reason made him feel uncomfortable. They had been put there by his old governess. She'd said that they were a copy of a statue of some famous artist, and that a clever boy like him should be surrounded by great works. In truth, he was a little scared of them. Whenever he looked at them, he felt his head begin to throb, and he sometimes could smell or taste copper. He'd tried to tell people about it but hadn't been able to, not even the doctors or Christina. For some reason, every time he'd tried, his mouth had gone dry and no sound would escape his lips. So the statues had stayed, watching him from their perch like gargoyles on a church roof. He pried his eyes from the sword and statues, and eventually his gaze reached the open doorway. Strange, I can't see anything that could have made the noise, he thought, beginning to feel a little uneasy. He moved to close the door, considering whether he should go and wake Christina to check the room for him. No, I'm not a baby, I'm brave like the prince in the story, he told himself as he began to close the door. He stopped himself and paused while staring at the open portal for a moment. Had the door always been open? Is it you? A voice whispered to his right as a tall, disheveled man appeared from the shadows by the doorway. Will leapt back in confusion and fear as the tall man began slowly approaching him. Who is this? What is he doing here? Will thought in a panic, unable to call for help as terror robbed him of his voice. He backed away. He didn't recognize this man. He was huge and undoubtedly much stronger than him. He wore a plain brown suit, with a red badge in the lapel, and he was staring at him in a strange and desperate manner. Is it you? Have I finally found you? The man said in a strange accent as he approached him, staring at him with wide and frenzied eyes. Will still couldn't speak. He couldn't understand what this man was asking, and the way the man's eyes bore into him was terrifying. The man rushed at him with his huge ape-like hands outstretched. Will tried to dodge out of the way but was grasped by the man as he was shoved bodily into the fireplace. Will's head smashed into the stone hearth and he screamed in pain as his head struck the stonework, while his vision filled with white for an instant due to the blow to his head. There was another loud crash as the objects on the mantel fell, but Will was too dazed to notice. Either the falling clutter hit him, or the scream surprised his attacker as Will felt the man release his grip and back away as the boy fell to his knees with a painful thud. He wants to hurt me, but why? Will thought with fearful tears forming in his eyes as the man cursed and mumbled something. His vision began to return, and the man was approaching once more. Will was shaking in terror and looked around for something to fend his attacker off with. His hand fell upon the sword that had fallen from the mantel. He glanced around and saw the blade lying across one of the statues, that stared at him critically. He grasped the sword with both hands. It was heavy, and he could barely lift it, but the adrenaline had given him a boost of strength. He was scared. He just wanted the man to leave and never come back. If he could just keep this guy away until Christina or one of the guards came, he'd be safe. Nervously he waved the sword at the man, hoping it would make him keep his distance. The man slowed, but he continued approaching, trying to persuade him to put the sword down in a low voice. The man reached the end of his blade and began pushing the sword out of the way. Will was engulfed by a wave of panic. 100 different possibilities of what the man might want with him rushed through his thoughts, and none of them were good. He closed his eyes and pulled the hilt of the sword close and pointed the blade upwards towards the man, before charging. I have to get him away from me, he thought as he felt a surge of strength, and the sword suddenly felt lighter as he thrust it at his assailant. He thought the man had dodged, until he felt the hilt of the weapon collide with his attacker's chest. He was surprised that there had been so little resistance and found himself opening his eyes to make sure he really had hit the man. He slowly rose his head up and saw the shocked look on the man's face. He looked hurt, not physically, but emotionally, like someone had just told him the worst news anyone could ever hear. He reached out a hand towards him and Will drew back, reflexively pulling the sword out as he went, earning a pain-filled grunt from the man as he fell backwards. The sword was glowing faintly as blood dribbled down its length, but it quickly began to fade and once again it began feeling heavy and cumbersome. Will felt his strength disappear and fell to his knees as he stared at the now unmoving man. Will was horrified at the scene in front of him. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to hurt you, Will sobbed while shaking. You just kept coming, why wouldn't you leave me alone? He hadn't meant to kill the man, he was only trying to keep the man away, but even when he pointed the sword at him, the man kept closing on him. Now he was dead. Will didn't understand how he had found the strength, but somehow, he had killed the man. He saw the blood on his hands, it was just like in the story he'd been reading. Did this make him a murderer too? But I didn't mean to. He was attacking me. He looked down on the bloody blade and a small symbol glowed on the blade. It was a stylized eye, but somehow Will knew it was the Roman numeral 1. Time had slowed to a standstill and he found his attention drawn to one of the fallen statues lying on its side by the stone fireplace. What do you deserve? A voice boomed in his mind, causing a blinding pain to shoot through his body. It felt familiar, but he didn't know why he recognized it. I've always worked so hard, I'm better than all of them. I deserve more. He found himself yelling. He wasn't in control of himself and the voice didn't seem to match his own as the words escaped his lips. You blame me for your birth? I see you really have fallen, it seems I have no choice but to punish you. The voice roared once more and once again, Will's entire being filled with pain. He felt the horror begin to reassert itself. He knew why he recognized all this. It was from the very worst nightmare, the one even Dr. Jung couldn't dismiss, except now he knew with complete certainty that it was more than a dream. He had been wrong, monsters and gods do exist and they were one and the same. There is a price if you don't want to be cast into the abyss, the voice bellowed, accompanied by the agonizing blinding pain. Please no. I don't want to do it, please don't make me disappear. Will sobbed as the memory of the deal appeared clearly in his mind. Deliver unto me, 1,000 faithful souls. May 18th, Unified Year 1925. Berlin. Will jerked awake, sweating and breathing heavily as his heart pounded rapidly in his chest. His hand shot out instinctively, grasping the handle of his pistol as his eyes darted around the room wildly looking for a target. Another nightmare, he thought, trying to calm himself as he shook slightly, trying to get his bearings once more. Waking up from such vivid dreams often left him feeling momentarily confused, and it usually took him a few moments reorientate himself to his surroundings. He was sat at a white oak desk in an office in the Letzenbourg embassy in Berlin. He'd obviously fallen asleep while working, he realized as he glanced around the room. He grimaced, annoyed at himself. He didn't have time to be napping like this, there was far too much to do, although he supposed it was hardly surprising he'd fallen asleep under the circumstances. A combination of pain from his injuries and the increased stress and workload from having to deal with the fallout of Letzenbourg meant he'd barely slept since reaching the imperial capital. At least that was the excuse he gave Christina. In truth, the nightmares had gotten worse again and he struggled to sleep even when he did have the time. He'd always had trouble sleeping, it was part of the reason they medicated him when he was younger. He'd had strange and uncomfortable dreams for as long as he could remember in his current life, and it wasn't unusual for him to wake up feeling panicked and anxious because of them. They'd started as what he could only assume were the distorted and confused memories of his past life, or at least the end of it. Most of the memories from his previous incarnation had always been little more than the occasional confused thought or feeling. More often than not, they seemed to manifest themselves as knowledge about something he shouldn't really know about or understand. He would never have reached the conclusion that he'd ever lived a past life, if not for the only memory that he remembered clearly and plagued his sleep. His death. The smell of the blood, the feeling of disappearing into nothingness, and the accursed statue that he'd made the deal with were all regular features of his unconscious imaginings. Later, other unpleasant memories would join the terrible images burned into his subconscious, this time from his new life. He often dreamed of a tall dark figure standing over his bed. Sometimes it was Ludwig standing over him, glaring at him hatefully and menacingly. At other times he was forced to relieve the botched attempt on his life by the communist intruder when he was 6, if that's what he really was, and the first time he'd seen the number appear on the sword. Soon they would be joined by the horrible scenes he'd seen on the battlefield. He seemed to see at least one of these, every time he closed his eyes. It was a sad fact that he couldn't really remember what a good night's sleep felt like. The closest he'd experienced was when the dreams were less vivid. He told himself he could almost get used to them when they were like that. He'd secretly hoped that he'd sleep better with Ludwig and the threat of assassination gone. After all, one of his major fears was now no more. But if anything, his rest seemed to have been even more disturbed these few days since his brother's demise. He sighed heavily and rubbed the sleep from his eyes, trying to arrange his thoughts back into some semblance of order. He looked up and suddenly felt a sudden stab of anxiety once again as something attracted his attention at the edge of his vision. He thought he sensed movement from the corner of the room and he quickly swung his pistol around, acting completely on instinct before freezing in horror at what he saw. For the briefest of moments, he saw the bloody lifeless form of Dietrich Hausmann staring at him accusingly. He gave a quiet yelp and dropped the pistol in terror, but then blinked and the man disappeared, replaced by a tall cabinet full of various books and files. I'm seeing things, he realized, releasing a shaky breath. I must not have woken up properly. He tried to console himself as he shook slightly. He rose and picked up the weapon and placed it back in its holster, before walking over to a low table at the other side of the room to pour himself a drink of water from a jug that sat atop it. He closed his eyes as he took a few sips and concentrated on controlling his breathing and shaking hands. Get a hold of yourself, there's no time for this, he thought to himself with annoyance. This was just the stress of his current situation manifesting itself, he reasoned. Once he'd sorted this mess out, he'd be fine again. Feeling a little calmer, he returned to his desk and stared down at the half-written letter in front of him. That explained seeing Hausmann, he thought sadly, noticing his latest attempt at a message to the captain's family that he'd been trying to write for several days with little success. An official death notification had been sent of course, but he thought he owed it to the man to send his family something more personal. In truth he'd spent far more time on it than he should have, there were far more pressing matters to address if he were to deal with the mess the fall of Letzenbourg and that traitor Canaris had left him in. He'd been left in a difficult situation, he was being blamed for the fall of the city and the Supreme High Command was putting pressure on him to resign his commission. He was also being forced to essentially cede Letzenbourg to the Empire, he was to be Grand Duke in name only from now on, although he'd always planned on keeping the title Prince instead. If the situation were different, he'd have happily resigned and lived comfortably somewhere, he was more than wealthy enough to do more or less anything he liked, and he didn't have any particular interest in running the small state. Unfortunately, I can't do that, he thought sullenly, staring across the room at the sword sat on a chair in the far corner. Deliver unto me, 1,000 faithful souls. The voice echoed through his mind and he felt the familiar sense of dread as he remembered the feeling of slowly evaporating into nothingness. If I don't get back to the front lines, I'll have no way to do it, I'll disappear again, he shivered. He closed his eyes again and took another deep breath and pushed the memory away. Now wasn't the time to be fearful, now was the time to be angry. Canaris, he growled to himself. The Imperial spymaster had betrayed him and left him to take the blame for the loss of Letzenbourg. Although Will had been left to deal with the details of the plot, it had been Vice Admiral Canaris that had urged him to start a revolt against his brother and assured him that he would make sure the Imperial General Staff would send reinforcements. The spymaster had even gone so far as to leak information to the Allied Kingdom for him, in order to encourage Ludwig to switch sides so that they wouldn't appear to be the aggressors in the conflict. It was as much the Admiral's plan as his, yet he was the one taking the blame for failure. He'd now learned that the Admiral had done the reverse of his promise and had convinced the General Staff to call off the support, much to his chagrin. On top of that, he'd been turning the High Command against him, the finance and industrial ministers were especially keen to join the Admiral's cause, using it as an excuse to write off the Empire's debts to the Letzenbourg banks and loot what resources that were still under friendly control. He'd even managed to get the Emperor to distance himself from him, leaving Will with precious few political allies aside from the Foreign Ministry. Sophia had been right, he never should have trusted the spymaster. For the moment there was little he could do fight back against the scheming Admiral except bide his time and wait for an opportunity to arise. True he could reveal the spymaster's involvement in the Letzenbourg operation, but that brought its own dangers, the man could easily turn it back on him and in the worst case scenario he could be branded a traitor. So for the moment, he settled on being as problematic as possible for his enemies in the High Command. Despite his injuries, he'd moved quickly once he reached Berlin and had insisted on meeting the General Staff and High Command. He'd been furious with them at the time but knew that his childlike and innocent persona would serve him better than demanding an explanation from them, especially when combined with his injuries. He was all too aware that looking like a child put people off balance and when he acted innocent people wanted to protect him like he was their own child. It was a manipulation he used regularly and part of him was dreading when puberty would hit and remove that trump card from his deck. So with his skills as a practiced dissembler, he kneeled and sobbed sorrowfully in front of the Empire's most powerful, as they stared at his broken little body in shock. He lamented being too weak to save the city and apologized for forcing them to pull the front lines back, never meaning a single word of it. He no doubt made a pathetic-looking specimen, but it meant he could study their reactions to see exactly who his enemies were. He'd learned two very important facts from the exchange. First was that surprisingly, that although they weren't necessarily on his side, the General Staff were not his enemy. True the order to withdraw had come from them, but the look that Zetter gave him suggested he was somewhat sympathetic to his situation and Rudersdorf had fumed when Will had asked if he'd lost them the war. The second was that the generals had something big up their sleeve, something not only big enough that they were willing to allow Letzenbourg city to fall but so big not even the High Command had been briefed. It was probable that the operation in Letzenbourg had put whatever the General Staff had planned at risk, hence why the generals had withheld reinforcements. It was unthinkable that Canaris as head of the Abwehr would not know about it however, the Admiral had deliberately set him up to fail. He could forgive the generals, but he couldn't forgive the spymaster. Will had made a mistake, he'd been so fixated on his own goals he'd forgotten to keep an eye on what everyone else was up to. He should have kept his own informant in the General Staff, instead of relying on Canaris. He wouldn't make that mistake again, and he would make the Admiral pay for the betrayal that cost him Houseman. Officially, Will had been recalled to Berlin to set up a government in exile, ultimately, he was setting up the future puppet state that would eventually be swallowed up by the Empire. A treaty had been written up that would begin to make Letzenbourg a semi-autonomous state under the Empire, under the moniker Project Charlemagne. Although it would be technically self-governing, the Kaiser would become the new head of state and the Empire would deal with all its defense and foreign affairs. It would officially be considered imperial territory. All that was required was his signature as the new Grand Duke as well as assent from the Letzenbourg government, which he was supposed to be appointing. Had his own goals been met, he would have happily complied with these demands, all he wanted a safe and comfortable life, he wasn't concerned about gaining more power. However, he had the curse to consider, until he rid himself of it, he would never be safe, and to escape it he had to kill. He couldn't exactly stalk the streets like a murderer, he needed to be at the front lines, where he could kill without blame or remorse, but he had to persuade the Imperials to let him carry on fighting. Control of Letzenbourg was currently his only bargaining chip, so he was being deliberately obstinate about the treaty. Part of him felt bad about using the future of his home and its people in such a way, but what else could he do? He doubted he'd ever return to the city anyway, no doubt the populace hated him now that the city had fallen to the Republic. Technically he was too young to be allowed to take the throne of the little country, despite writing several political treatises and the fact he had led soldiers into battle. By law, he was still a minor and therefore considered too immature to be running a country on his own, even in a ceremonial manner. He would need to have a regent, however, the only suitable candidates were the Kaiser and his sons. To appoint any of them was considered risky by the foreign ministry, as it already looked like the empire was seizing the territory through dubious means. With the Commonwealth supporting a different government led by Ludwig's wife and the Ealadoan Kingdom and Magna Rumley all looking at the situation critically, the empire risked alienating itself further from the other nearby powers. This meant that the Prime Minister of Letzenbourg had to lead a regency council in the absence of any other candidate. However, the current Prime Minister was in Republican custody and a replacement would have to be appointed by himself before being approved by Parliament, or at least those that had escaped the city. This created a paradoxical situation where legally nobody could take control. Will had to appoint a Prime Minister but wasn't legally allowed to do so because the Prime Minister hadn't approved a regent. The High Command argued he had emergency powers and it was doubtful anyone would complain if he appointed someone under the circumstances. Will refused, however, citing in his innocent persona that to do so would be illegal and he was scared everyone would think he was a tyrant. In truth, he didn't much care about the legal difficulties and it was doubtful anyone would really argue at any choice he made, but he knew could use this situation to play for time and make it seem like the High Command was pressuring him. It bought him a few extra days, and it proved almost fun to see his enemies in the High Command get increasingly frustrated as he innocently asked them, but wouldn't that break the law? He had to acquiesce eventually, however, if he waited too long other nations might not legitimize his government. So, he appointed the former ambassador with instructions to be as careful as possible with any decision he was forced to make and to put Letzenbourg's interests first. The man was a career civil servant, so he knew enough about the bureaucracy of the empire to slow any decision-making down to a crawl if he needed to. He'd already argued that no treaty could be signed until a cabinet had been appointed and he showed every sign of agonizing over those decisions for the foreseeable future. He would have preferred to appoint Sophia as Prime Minister, allowing her to fulfill her potential and prosper. But she had refused, telling him in no uncertain terms that he would need her to act against Canaris. Soon after she'd left to reconnect with some contacts she had in the Abwehr, they had heard very little from her since then. He was disappointed, but ultimately, he knew she was right. While this was going on, he'd started putting his positive public image to good use. He was still considered a popular war hero in the empire and he could use that to his advantage. He made sure that the press found out about some of his actions in Letzenbourg and reminded them of some of his other past exploits. Most of the mainstream press was censored by the government, of course, so he couldn't have anything printed that disparaged the High Command, but they wouldn't hesitate to print stories of the heroic actions of imperial soldiers and their allies. It was imperative to keep up public support for the war. The fall of Letzenbourg had begun to evolve from a terrible loss to a heroic last stand in the minds of the people, earning him a great deal of support with the public and the elected members of the Diet. His vow not to return to the city until the war was over and his promise to the High Command that he would do anything to make sure they won the war had also made it into the news and had gone down particularly well. In some of the less regulated press and union publications, some had even begun asking why the city had been allowed to fall at all and were claiming the government was covering something up. Unfortunately, the High Command was old-fashioned in its attitude to popular opinion. They were appointed by either the Emperor or the Chancellor, and although technically answerable to the Diet, they rarely needed to fear removal. This meant they remained fairly apathetic to the views of the people unless they were rioting in the streets. The general staff were more attuned to the will of the people, however. The generals knew all too well if the morale of the people at home fell, the troops at the front would begin to crumble. This was ideal for Will. As the war had dragged on, the general staff's political power had increased, and as they were more concerned with the current war rather than the geopolitical situation in the years to come. They looked at the public opinion of him with a mixture of interest and concern and didn't seem to like the way the High Command were ignoring the potential risks of ignoring his popularity with the common man. This meant they were looking like powerful potential allies. Unfortunately, all these things had left him either confined to his office or in what seemed like an endless stream of meetings with various diplomats and dignitaries, as well as some less reputable individuals. Although it had given him time to largely recover from his injuries, with the help of a great deal of magical medical treatment from Christina, he was becoming more and more frustrated that he was doing nothing to free himself from the sword. It felt like it was eating away at him, and the more time he sat back here in the capital, the worse he felt. He was practically tearing his hair out. He wished he could swap with Tanya. He'd heard rumors that there was a major redeployment going on the Rhine, although he was being kept out of any official loop for the moment, so couldn't be certain. Regardless, he knew it was a safe bet that she'd be deployed into the thick of the fighting at some point. It wasn't fair. She wanted a desk job. Why couldn't she sit here and sign endless paperwork recognizing the rights of expatriated and dual citizens instead of him? He found himself rubbing his freshly healed wrist unconsciously. Thinking about Tanya brought a mixture of feelings that made him feel strangely uncomfortable. Despite everything that had happened, he felt strangely attached to her. He'd learned to like having someone around who saw through his fronts. Not even Christina and Sophia had been able to do that as easily as Tanya could. It was also oddly liberating having someone around who knew about his false lineage, not to mention the comfort of knowing that someone else had seen the monstrous god she called being X. He had never found out what her relationship was with the evil deity and was still more than a little curious. He supposed he'd become used to being around her these past 2 months, even if they were usually squabbling. He wasn't even especially bitter about the broken arm. In hindsight he'd probably deserved it, but he was now much more wary of her. It was strange, he was still fond of her, but he was now also slightly intimidated by her, although he would rather die than let her know that. He hadn't decided if she would have really shot him or not, but he didn't want to put it to the test in the future. Nothing had been mentioned about that incident on the rooftop, but they seemed to have fallen into an unspoken agreement that they wouldn't talk about it. Those last few hours in Letzenbourg had been a mess and for him a blur of pain. One way or another they had each saved each other during the battle, although he had definitely fared worse, and she had carried him out, so he could assume she didn't mean him an ill will. Meanwhile, he'd kept his promise and made sure she suffered no culpability for the failure, and after all they'd been through, he believed her when she said she wouldn't disclose his secret. He knew now he couldn't bring himself to act against her even if she did. She's mine too. You won't take her, his past words flashed through his mind and he felt an awful cringe of embarrassment. She hadn't said anything about that either, privately he hoped she hadn't heard it. Still, the situation had ended more with an armistice than a peace treaty, and it made him feel strangely uneasy. And although Tanya had made it abundantly clear she didn't want anything more to do with him, he still wanted to see her succeed. Besides, just because she didn't want him as a friend, didn't mean they had to be enemies. He couldn't do much for her in his current situation, but he thought it best to send some sort of a peace offering, as a way of apology for his actions if nothing else. He'd sent a selection of gifts to her and the battalion as a thank you for their hard work whilst serving together, as well as recommending everyone for commendations. True, the mission had effectively failed, but it wasn't the fault of those on the ground and they all had done an exemplary job, so they deserved some recognition, at least in his opinion. The battalion was easy enough to buy 4 extra rations and some booze would see them through nicely, although at this rate he wondered if the 203rd would manage to deplete the Empire's supply of alcohol before the end of the war. He also sent along some Waldstadt chocolate and cocoa for Visha, who he knew did not drink but was particularly fond of sweets. He'd sent Tanya some of the chocolate too and coffee beans from South America, as well as an ornately engraved grinder for them. He knew these would be unlikely to endear her to him all that much, but she was always complaining about the ersatz coffee so it couldn't hurt. He hoped it would at least soften her enough so that she'd accept the second gift, that he'd sent with a handwritten letter. He'd considered carefully what he should get the major as a peace offering, and the only time he'd been able to look for any inspiration had been on a short trip to a department store after a dreary meeting with the ambassador of the Unified States. That had been disastrous. As soon as the saleswoman heard he was buying for a lady friend, she bombarded him with suggestions that were guaranteed to get him killed if he ever gave them to Tanya. Even Christina had been snickering quietly as the saleswoman had insisted showing him a selection of stuffed animals that were apparently popular with girls of all ages. After a little thought, he decided it should be something functional that she would make use of, or she would likely reject it outright as unnecessary. This made things a little tricky. The obvious solution would be to send her a new sidearm, but giving her weaponry sent the wrong message for a gesture of peace. Eventually settled on something that he hoped would do the trick. It was a silver hair clip with a deep crimson ruby cross and the sigil of the Imperial Knights engraved on it. It had long been a tradition in the military college for those that were made Imperial Knights to wear some sort of accessory to show off their achievement, often a ring or a badge of some sort. It was usually bought by the recipient's family as a gift upon graduating, but Tanya had been brought up in an orphanage. She had nobody to gift it to her, so had probably ignored the tradition. Tanya generally eschewed anything remotely feminine, but he had noted that she habitually kept her hair tied at the back with a plain but battered old hair clip, so he hoped she could make some sort of use out of it. It also wouldn't harm her position to show off her achievements a little more, even if it was just in the form of a subtle hairpin that would only be seen from the back. It showed she was one of the top graduates of the war college. Will believed people should be reminded of that. He just hoped word didn't get about that he was sending her presents. It wouldn't do anything to help smother the rumors about them being a couple, and Will dreaded the reaction Tanya would have if she knew. Besides, it was getting embarrassing. Apparently, after the story of Tanya carrying him out of the ducal palace had leaked, someone had given him the ignominious nickname of Princess von Hohenzollern. Still, it was worth a little embarrassment if it could help smooth things over between them. A knock at the door snapped him from his thoughts and back to the spacious office in the embassy. He called for the visitor to enter and Christina filed in soon afterwards with a tray of tea, refreshments and a few newspapers, as well as a fresh uniform for him over her arm, followed by one of the embassy staff carrying a large bowl of warm water and a washcloth. They carefully deposited their cargo onto one of the tables before bowing. Christina nodded for the other servant to leave before turning to pour him a drink. I came to help you prepare for your meeting with the Generals Zetter and Rudersdorf, my prince, she began as she delivered the cup of warm milky tea. I'd hoped you would still be resting, you still haven't fully recovered from your wounds, she chided with concern. I've not long woken up, he explained hoping she wouldn't press the issue further. He didn't want to tell her about the nightmares, it would only worry her, besides it would raise too many questions. He trusted the sisters completely, but even so, he couldn't tell them about his reincarnation and the curse, even they would think he was mad. Only Tanya knew she was the only one who could possibly understand. Is your arm still bothering you? Christina asked and Will found himself staring at her with confusion until he realized he had still been rubbing his wrist subconsciously. He forced himself to stop and assured her with a forced smile that he was fine before crossing over to the table to begin getting ready for the meeting. He glanced at the copy of the Londonium Times on the table, noting a story about the Empire readying a desperate offensive in the north. The paper was biased of course, so he knew to treat its contents critically. Security must have gotten sloppy if the foreign press is reporting it before it's even happened, he thought sarcastically. He was fairly sure the general staff wasn't running its plans through Londonium. Christina began helping him wash and change for his meeting while listing off the rest of his appointments for the week. It was mostly just more conferences with the Foreign Office and diplomats. He'd probably fob them off on his new Prime Minister, that was what he was for after all. The only ones of any note were a meeting with his financial advisor Patrick Kulig, who was probably trying to persuade him to change his investments again, and an invitation to tour the Alenium Arms Company's facility in Berlin, who probably wanted more money. At least it gave him an excuse to get out. He felt more refreshed after a wash and a clean uniform, and he began to feel his confidence return as he sipped on his tea. Once dressed he began considering his plan of attack for the upcoming meeting with the generals. He hadn't had much contact with them since his return to Berlin, aside from his interruption in the High Command. Although he had made a point of surrendering overall command to the general staff rather than the High Command as protocol would usually dictate, and had sent the occasional message reminding them that he was willing to serve the war effort in any way he could. It seemed his combined efforts to sway the generals and cause them concern about the public mood had started bearing fruit. He had been invited to a meeting with the two senior generals over dinner at the General Staff Office to discuss how he could continue to make a contribution to the war. Will was quite looking forward to it. He hadn't had a decent meal in what seemed like forever. Christina had been strict about what he should eat while he was recovering from his injuries, but now he was mostly recovered, and with Ludwig gone he could afford to be a little less suspicious about what he ate. The dining room in the General Staff Office was obscenely opulent, even by royal standards. It stood to reason that the food would be equally as luxurious. He glanced out the window and saw an imperial staff car pull up in front of the embassy and saw Colonel von Rirujan exit the vehicle in a smoky haze. He gestured for Christina to carry on and strode down to meet the colonel. Normally he would wait in his office while his visitors went through all the tedious protocol of being shown to a reception room, but Wilhelm was keen to show he was interested. So, he donned his naive but determined childlike persona and rushed down ready to throw up a brisk salute. Prince Wilhelm, the man blinked slightly surprised as he returned the salute out of habit. I'm glad to see that your injuries have healed quickly. Will thanked him and went through the near-automated practiced motions of polite greetings that now came so easily he didn't need to think about them while hiding his impatience to get going. He studied the colonel for any hints as to the coming meeting, but his body language was betraying very little, so he suggested they make a move. Will was starting to feel hungry and was looking forward to a good meal regardless of what the generals had to say. I've been authorized to give you this, Rirujan stated as the car pulled away from the embassy, before producing a file from his briefcase. It's a report on the current disposition of our forces on the Rhine as well as a summary of our recent troop movements. We'd like to hear your assessment. Will felt his eyes widen in surprise. This was better than he could have hoped for. For nearly 2 weeks he'd been kept in the dark about the situation at the front, and suddenly he was being shown everything. There had to be a reason for them showing him this, but what could it be? He quickly began studying the file, not needing to exaggerate his eagerness this time, but soon he found enthusiasm begin to wane and it was replaced by a feeling of foreboding. You've been pulling the front lines even further back? He questioned with a lump forming in his throat. What was this? Letzenbourg wasn't so much of a loss that they'd pull the lines back to risk the lowland industrial areas, was it? Was this a fake? Another attempt to get him to resign? Rirujan was staring at him intently as he nodded his confirmation. Something wasn't right, the man was testing him, he realized. His mind raced as he tried to put together what he knew. The Londonium Times had said the Empire was readying an offensive in the north, but this report said the opposite was true. The lines had been drawn back and it looked like forces were massing further south. This is part of the operation General Zetter was talking about, isn't it? He questioned. You want them to think we're attacking in the north but we're hitting from the south of the Rhineland instead. He finished studying the man's reaction. Ryugen's expression remained impassive and Will realized there must be more to it than that. He glanced over the maps once again, somehow all troop positions looked oddly familiar, he could almost see where the troops should advance. Were they trying to draw the Republicans in? But why? There was a flash of realization in his mind, surely they couldn't pull off something like this on such a scale, could they? An encirclement? But how? Will asked uncertainly as he mentally added the arrows to the map that would make up the plan. There was no way the Republicans would be sloppy enough not to react to an encirclement 400 kilometers in length, but somehow, he knew with increasing certainty that they intended to completely surround and destroy the Republic's main army. Ryugen's expression cracked and Will knew he must have hit the mark. The generals will explain further when we arrive, he assured him, surprise showing on his face for a moment before it returned to its usual impassive state. Will couldn't help feeling a little smug. It seems he'd puzzled out part of their plan much quicker than the other colonel had expected and on an empty stomach no less. More importantly, if they were showing him this and asking for his opinion could only mean they wanted him to have something to do with the operation, it seemed he was finally being sent a life raft. They soon pulled up to the general staff offices and he was shepherded to the extravagant dining room that the meeting would take place in. He was surprised to see how empty the room was, he assumed they must have reserved the whole dining area for the meeting. The generals were already there waiting, and both rose to greet him. They exchanged the usual pleasantries as a waiter took both his and Ryugen's caps and coats before finding him a chair and a menu, disappearing out of earshot soon afterwards. Obviously, the server was used to staying out of the way when important matters were being discussed. He took a moment to observe the generals. Rudersdorf was smoking a thick cigar and regarded him with his usual taciturn expression and Zetter wore a half-smile of someone who knows something you don't. While Ryugen whispered something quietly to the generals. We've finished going over the reports of what happened in Letzenbourg, Zetter began. It seems you and Major Digirekov performed admirably under the circumstances. I understand you recommended the Major for a commendation. We would have performed more than just admirably if you hadn't pulled my reinforcements. He complained inwardly, stopping the frustration from reaching his expression. He needed to keep up the act of the contrite and determined young soldier for the two generals if he were to secure their goodwill. The Major did everything she could to make the mission a success, she should still be rewarded for her efforts. It's my fault it failed, I should have contacted you for permission first, he answered giving the impression of being sorrowful by bowing his head and injecting sadness into his voice, while inwardly wondering how good the sauerbraten was. We don't spend time and money educating officers in the war college just for them to ask permission over every little thing. We need soldiers that can use their judgment, Rudersdorf growled irritably. You acted on the information you had and reacted accordingly, if anyone is to blame it's the intelligence branch for not seeing that Ludwig would turn traitor. I doubt you'd be saying that if you knew the truth, thought Will. Still, he was pleased that he had gotten the desired response from the usually stoic general, and it was gratifying to know that there was a rift between the army and the intelligence branch. They were likely already wary after Canaris and his spies had failed to warn against the Republican sneak attack, they were no doubt more annoyed at this failure. Just so joined Zetter, unfortunately, there are those in the Supreme High Command who feel it is important to attribute some blame, there's even talk of a hearing. I can't resign. I promised I would do everything to free Letzenbourg and end the war. Exclaimed Will, not needing to fake the slight panic that made its way into his voice and expression. This was the first he'd heard of a hearing, surely they wouldn't risk the diplomatic repercussions by actually charging him with something, would they? He'd have to get Sophia to investigate later. It's not something we in the general staff agree with, it would be problematic at this time, Zetter continued. However, we have a major operation underway that we hope will bring a swift end to the war, we would like you to be a part of it. If it succeeds, you could redeem yourself in the eyes of the High Command and leave the military without a hearing. To the generals this must seem like an ideal way to deal with the situation. Will would be part of the great victory against the Republic and would liberate his homeland so the public would be satisfied. On top of that, the war would be over, at least in theory, there would no longer be any reason for him to serve in the military. This would mean no hearing and it would be doubtful the High Command would be interested anyway while they were celebrating their victory. Will wasn't so enthusiastic, however, but he made sure to keep the feeling from his expression. If this operation truly did end the war, he would have no way to pay his debt to the monster, this could be his last chance to be free. It seemed he didn't have a choice. But there was still a lot of unanswered questions. The only way they could pull off an encirclement this big was to neutralize the Republic command. It was impossible to get a unit powerful enough to take them out that far behind enemy lines without alerting them. Wasn't it? What do you want me to do? Will asked as the waiter placed down his food in front of him. Hopefully, the generals would answer these questions if he appeared eager and pressed for details. We want you in the vanguard for Operation Lockpick, Zetter began. You're going to help us trap the Republicans in a revolving door. Author's notes. Hi everyone and thank you for reading. It's been a little while since the last update, for me at least, I had a little break over Christmas and New Year and has taken a little while to get back into the swing of things. Sorry this chapter is all a bit Wilhelm-centric, it was kinda unavoidable as we already know what Tanya is doing. I felt I had to explain some things from his perspective and lay some foundations for later events. I've also wanted to tell the story of the attack on Wilhelm when he was younger from his perspective for a while now, and this felt like the perfect place to put it. I'm also sorry if some of this chapter comes across as a bit of a recap in places, it is partially on purpose so those carrying on reading from the start of part 2 get a refresher, also helped me lol, but I understand it could be a bit annoying if you're reading all this in one sitting. I tried to write young Wilhelm and older Wilhelm subtly different, since he doesn't have all his memories, he isn't as mature as Tanya, and I wanted to make him a bit less mature in the past too. I'm not sure how noticeable it is from an outside perspective, you'll have to let me know. Other notes. The empire is now ruled by the Habsburgs, legally distinct from the Habsburgs' shifty eyes, as I'd already used Wilhelm Hohenzollern, who would have been the obvious choice for the name of emperor, legally distinct from Hohenzollern * shifty eyes. As far as I'm aware, the emperor/Kaiser hasn't been named in the canon, so I took the liberty of giving him one. Letzenbourg would technically be a rump state in this case rather than a government in exile, as part of the country is still under friendly control. I decided to leave it as is because it was more self-explanatory. Anyone who has read the books will be all too aware the Wilhelm is going to be very disappointed with the food in general staff dining room. Shameless self-promotion, I am also working on my own fantasy story that I have just started posting on fanfiction's sister site Fiction Press. It's called Night of the Veiland. I would like to know any opinions on it. Sorry if you are not interested, I understand that's not why you are here. Chapter 28, Preparations to Advance. Preparations to Advance. 40 years after the Great War. Londinium. One of the most often overlooked aspects of the Great War was the profound effect it had on the technology of the age. Throughout the war, there were huge advances in engineering, aeronautics, and countless other scientific fields. It would be no exaggeration to say much of the technology we have today would not exist if the war did not happen. Many of today's comforts were paid for by those who gave their lives on the fields of Europa. It is often said that necessity is the mother of invention, and the Great War brought the world many revolutionary breakthroughs, such as Operation Orb that advanced magical technology significantly, and Project Ultra that created the computing machines that were able to break the Empire's codes. In late May of 1925, however, the Empire had an invention born from another necessity, the necessity to pierce the Republic's near-impenetrable lines. It was here that the Empire proved how far ahead they were scientifically, with the advances they achieved in rocketry. The very advance that made Operation Revolving Door possible. Andrew WTN Special Correspondent. May 22, Unified Year 1925. Berlin. They say a thin line separates genius and madness, no being in the universe encapsulated that maxim more perfectly than Dr. Adelheid von Skugel. This didn't mean he wasn't a brilliant engineer, far from it. During her time working for the technology department, it was often said that his genius was his only redeeming feature. This was an appraisal that Tanya agreed with wholeheartedly. There was a reason he had been nicknamed the walking disaster by those who had worked with him after all. Tanya had dearly hoped that she would never have to work with him again. Testing the mad scientist's devices had been terrifying enough, but the barrage of verbal abuse that often came with it was infuriating. It had been bad enough that she had worked to get his project shut down and requested frontline duty again. She'd reasoned that it would be safer, at least it would only be the enemy that would be trying to get her killed. It wasn't that the good doctor's ideas were bad per se, in concept they were brilliant. Tanya wasn't the most technically minded individual, but with the wealth of knowledge she had available from her past life, she knew that many of Skugel's ideas were years ahead of their time, perhaps even decades. The problem with the chief engineer was that he was obstinate, cantankerous, and wouldn't accept that just because a theory can be proven on paper didn't mean it could work reliably in practice. The development of the Type 95 had proven that without a shadow of a doubt. She'd argued with him for months that the orb was unstable and had been blown up innumerable times for her trouble. Meanwhile, he did nothing but yell at her for being careless, while scheduling even more absurd tests that had no hope of success. He claimed that theoretically there was no reason that the orb should be unstable. He'd even shown her the equations to prove it. Logically, it must have been her fault that the project was failing. Except of course it wasn't. All empirical evidence had shown that the orb was fundamentally flawed. Ultimately, the technology to make the orb stable did not exist. They had still been struggling with dual cores at the time. Synchronizing 4 was insanely more difficult by comparison. Even a slight desynchronization was enough to overload the jewel, turning its user into a fireball. If not for the safety measures, her life would have come to an abrupt end several times over during the testing. The truth was, the Type 95 was too far ahead of its time. Everyone had tried to tell the doctor this, but he stubbornly refused to accept it. Considering he was a scientist, he went to great lengths to ignore any evidence he didn't want to hear. Then, of course, Being X had to interfere. Due to what the good doctor called a divine revelation, she'd been forced to test the Type 95 once again. Unfortunately, by this time being X had completely brainwashed the already unstable scientist and somehow convinced the man that his experiment would work if only they had faith. In Tanya's opinion, any venture that required you to beg a would-be god for things to work the way you wanted, could hardly be called a scientific breakthrough, but that was precisely what had happened. In order to survive, the Type 95 required her to surrender her consciousness and praise the fake deity. The power was incredible, but it was humiliating to surrender her free will to that jerk, and worse still, she later found that the effects didn't stop when she ceased using the thing. Being X was using it to corrupt her mind too. It was because of these experiences that Tanya felt more than a little trepidation as she sat in a reception room of the Elenium Arms Laboratory with Lieutenant Colonel Ryugen, waiting for the scientist to return to show them his latest creation. It was very rare that Tanya doubted the judgment of the general staff, but part of her couldn't help feeling that any plan that hinged on the efforts of Dr. Skiggle was a little ill-conceived. She did her best to hide her unease. However, the new device had been commissioned by General Zetter. She knew he was a sensible man and surely wouldn't have demanded anything too crazy from the doctor. It seemed the information that she had gleaned from Major Uger had been right on the money. She'd now been briefed on the full operation and her part in the upcoming battle. Her recent missions had indeed been to cover for the huge redeployment taking place across the Rhine and to make the enemy believe the Empire was preparing a desperate offensive in the wake of Rhine and Letzenbourg. They'd even leaked false information through neutral countries that the Empire was in trouble and needed to end the war quickly. The bait had been laid at the Republic's feet, now they were just waiting for them to take it. The next phase would be the tricky part and would need precise timing to pull off. They were going to blow the lines in the north and obliterate a sizable portion of the Republic's army, or at least throw them into disarray. At the same time, an armored spearhead assisted by mages and mechanist infantry would break through in the south and encircle the entire Rhine front. The Republican Rhine army group would be cut off and destroyed. The Republican command wouldn't just sit and let this happen. However, they needed to be dealt with first to disrupt the chain of command and prevent the Republic from countering them. That is where Tanya and the 203rd came in. Tanya and a small team were being sent behind enemy lines to destroy 3 likely locations of the enemy regional command center. With the chain of command disrupted, the confusion caused by the explosion and simultaneous assault from the south, the Republic would be unable to respond and would be utterly crushed. What she didn't yet know, however, was how they would penetrate so deep into enemy territory without being intercepted. Apparently, Dr. Skiggle's new invention had something to do with it, and her superiors thought it would be better to show her the device rather than simply explain it. She had been more than a little alarmed when the doctor had interrupted her briefing with Lieutenant Colonel Ryugen, bursting through the door declaring, "What a glorious day that God has brought us together again." Glorious was not the word that Tanya would have used, and invoking the name of God did little to calm the disconcerting feeling of relying on a device designed by a mind that was poisoned by being X. Soon after, he practically dragged her and Ryugen to one of the Elenium laboratories run by the military in Berlin, all the while praising the divine providence that had led to his latest breakthrough. If this wasn't annoying enough, as soon as they arrived, he deposited them in a waiting room and disappeared immediately afterwards. Did the man have no concept of basic manners? They hadn't even been offered a drink. She had been forced to abandon her coffee in strategic command, and she would have preferred more caffeine before any extended interaction with Skiggle. She looked to Lieutenant Colonel Ryugen, hoping to see him similarly vexed by the doctor, but he sat impassively, quietly reading some files while they waited for the doctor's return. She could only conclude that he'd had dealings with the doctor before and knew they would just have to put up with his manic behavior. She let out a small sigh of frustration. She knew the doctor well enough to know it was doubtful he would accept any responsibility for his ill manners. The man was a law unto himself and did more or less whatever he pleased, expecting everyone else to work around him. Unfortunately, many believed his genius made up for these deficiencies and he was allowed to get away with it. He was like a certain diminutive colonel she knew, in that regard. She found her hand move automatically to the silver hair clip, keeping her hair safely and neatly in place at the back of her head as she thought of the boy. She would have preferred to use her old one. She wasn't used to the extra weight and it pulled on her hair, making it slightly uncomfortable. Visha had insisted she wear it after finding out about the gift. However, she said it was magnificent and suited her perfectly. Her adjutant had practically begged her to try it on. She found herself unable to refuse her after the unpleasant feelings she'd experienced a few days before when she feared she had lost her on the Rhine. She had been listening to Visha prattle on about how good it looked when she received orders to meet the lieutenant colonel and was already on the train to Berlin before she realized she was still wearing it. Not that she particularly disliked the accessory. The discomfort would likely fade if she wore it enough to become accustomed to the extra weight. She had been surprised but quite pleased to see it was emblazoned with the insignia of the Imperial Knights. It made it look quite elegant in its own way. She had always been dimly aware that most of the other top students of the college wore the insignia in one way or another. Initially, she had assumed it was something that would be presented at graduation. It wasn't until later she found it was traditionally gifted by family members. She, of course, had no family and she couldn't exactly the nuns at the orphanage to buy it. They often didn't have enough money to feed themselves, let alone buy anything so frivolous. Buying it for herself also didn't seem quite right, and it was too much of an extravagance while she was on a captain's wage. It wasn't even especially feminine, something she was quietly grateful for now she was stuck wearing it. Despite now living as a young girl for 11 years, she had not developed any interest in the adornments usually associated with her new biological sex. She still didn't feel especially comfortable wearing dresses or skirts and was thankful that the army provided uniforms with a unisex design so she didn't have to worry about being dressed up like a doll, as long as she stayed out of the way of the propaganda department at least. The silver and ruby clip seemed styled almost like a medal, however, she supposed in a way it was a badge of honor. It was proof that she had been in the top of her class at the war college and she'd noticed that many of her peers habitually wore something to broadcast their success. Even Colonel Ryugen was wearing a small badge with the knight's insignia on his collar, and if she recalled correctly both Rudersdorf and Zetter wore rings with the same symbol. It seemed despite numerous other achievements, many still consider their accomplishments in the War College as one of the most important. She supposed it wasn't surprising, the Imperial War College was the envy of the world. Due to her personal situation, she had ignored the tradition and eschewed the badge. It wasn't until she thought about it later, that she realized she was quite possibly the only one who did. That could be an oversight. People place a great deal of importance in tradition. The salaryman's life in Japan held plenty of memories to prove that. It was because of this, she found herself feeling slightly pleased about seeing the insignia in the small box that it had been sent in. The only real problem with it was where it had come from. Much like with Skiggle, she had hoped she wouldn't have anything to do with Wilhelm again, but like a cockroach, he kept coming back. She'd calmed down enough that she didn't really hold all that much ill will against him, if anything part of her pitied him. His life seemed to be increasingly complicated in comparison to her own, although how much of that was his own fault, she couldn't be sure. She'd begun to think that this was the reason for his often irrational behavior. Sure, he'd proven to be reasonably competent, but he was struggling with the pressure. The salaryman had seen people like him before. Eventually, they'd break down and step out of a window. Being X was just bullying him. Wilhelm obviously didn't have her mental fortitude. Eventually, he'd crack. As long as she was far away from him when that happened, she didn't care. True, she didn't really hate him, but equally, she knew her life would be much easier if he wasn't around. She'd been on near constant deployment since that mess in Letzenbourg, and upon her return to her new HQ, she had been surprised to find a number of gifts and a groveling apology letter from the little colonel. She wasn't quite sure what his game was. Perhaps his paranoia had healed along with his wounds and he was worried about his secret again, but at least he didn't seem to be trying to rope her into something this time. Unusually for him, he seemed to be doing the opposite, promising to do all he could to keep his distance for the moment aside from his efforts to make sure her career was unaffected by the loss of the city. He went on to ask her to accept the ornate hair clip as an apology for his actions and as a late graduation gift, before asking after the rest of the battalion. She hadn't had time to answer the letter and didn't know whether she would even bother when she did find the time. She'd even considered throwing the gifts away but couldn't bring herself to let the coffee and chocolate go to waste, and Visha had intervened with the hair clip. Besides, he had sent gifts for the whole battalion. She couldn't send it all back. Her troops could do with a morale boost and had earned a little treat after all their hard work. Wilhelm might as well foot the bill. Besides, she could always send the hair clip back later. She and the Ryugen rose as they finally heard the booming voice of Dr. Skiggle approaching from back down the corridor, boasting animatedly about his new triumph of engineering. Apparently, someone else was being shown the new device. Either that or the doctor was so pleased with his achievement he was talking to himself. With Skiggle it was difficult to tell. So your work on this V1 thing is why Project Shroud was pushed back. A new and familiar voice cut in as two figures appeared in the doorway. What the hell? Does just thinking about you make you appear? Tanya complained internally, doing her best to keep the surprised annoyance from her face while wondering exactly how this constituted staying out of her way as much as possible. Wilhelm glanced over to her from the entranceway and began a greeting before falling into a stunned silence. Tanya? He questioned in a quiet and confused tone as he began rubbing his wrist absently. Perhaps he hadn't been aware she was going to be here. She had become quite adept at spotting when the boy was faking, and judging by the quick loss of color in his face, he hadn't been expecting to see her. To his credit, he recovered quickly, covering his shocked expression with an exaggerated bow before speaking again. Major Digirekov, what an unexpected surprise. I was under the impression that you were still on the Rhine. I'm glad to see you are well. He greeted her more formally this time, but still with a hint of uncertainty in his voice. Tanya stared at him with a slight look of suspicion for a few moments. Why on earth was he here? Was he up to something again? Last she'd heard he was supposed to be in hot water with the brass. Why exactly was he wandering around a top-secret Imperial facility? Colonel, she said coldly, nodding slightly. You look better than when I last saw you. I hadn't expected to find you here either, she finished with a questioning look, feeling a little cheered as she saw the boy squirm slightly under her gaze. Prince Wilhelm is a great patron of science, declared Dr. Skiggle, raising his arms dramatically before the little colonel could offer any explanation. It is with his generous contributions we have been able to continue funding a great many projects that would otherwise be lost. I thank God that there are visionaries like him. to counter the naysayers that would let a little thing like financing get in the way of scientific progress. Tanya ignored the doctor's tirade, knowing it would be a few minutes before the man started making any sense again. Instead, she returned her glare to Wilhelm. She could at least count on him to give a coherent explanation, even if there was a good chance that it would be part of some deception. The boy shifted uncomfortably under her questioning gaze. He was still rubbing his wrist. She noticed, it was the one she had snapped on the rooftops of Letzenbourg, but he didn't seem to realize he was doing it. Wilhelm also looked uncharacteristically uncomfortable as the doctor continued his rant. Usually, she would expect a smug grin from him in this situation. The boy usually seemed to like when people sang his praises. Instead, he wore a slightly nervous smile and winced slightly at the doctor's frequent mention of God. She remembered that Wilhelm also had a connection to being X, but unlike her, the mention of the deity obviously made him apprehensive enough that he was struggling to keep it from his expression. It seemed even Wilhelm's social grace was no match for the doctor's zealotry. I believe the doctor is trying to say that I own a stake in Elenium Arms, and I've been invited for a tour, Wilhelm explained quietly as the doctor continued his rant about certain narrow-minded moneymen obstructing God's will. I was under the impression that Elenium Arms was state-run and under the direct control of the Military Technology Department. Tanya frowned in confusion, looking to Lieutenant Colonel Ryugen for confirmation. It had been when she was a test pilot at least. It was something she'd had mixed feelings about at the time. On the one hand, state-run institutions went against free market principles, so it ran opposed to her ideal worldview. On the other, she could understand why the military didn't want just anyone messing with this kind of stuff, and it was slightly terrifying to think of what Skiggle might create without proper oversight. Unfortunately, around the time you were working with Dr. Skiggle, the technology department developed a rather large budget deficit, Ryugen began explaining, shooting a quick glance at the doctor. It was decided that certain trustworthy parties would be allowed to invest in some of the arms companies to relieve some of the burden. All are still overseen by the military, of course. It made sense, Tanya supposed. The Type 95 project had been massively over budget while she was testing. It had been one of the arguments Tanya had tried to use to get it shut down. As a relative of the Emperor, Wilhelm was probably considered trustworthy at the time. If only they knew what he was really like, Tanya thought sardonically. It also explained how the boy had managed to get hold of so many of the Type 97s. No doubt Skiggle would have been so pleased to keep his funding, he'd put them together himself. Still, it must have been pretty expensive. She wondered just how wealthy the brat really was. If you could show us to the V1S, Doctor, the Lieutenant Colonel added, putting the doctor back on track. Cheering once again, the doctor broke from his rant and ushered them out into the corridor before boasting once again how revolutionary and world-changing his new breakthrough would be. Tanya fell into the familiar routine of filtering out any useless information from the man's bluster and keeping an ear open for anything that might be useful. It had become a practiced skill during her time working with the engineer and meant that she never had to give the man her full attention. It was perhaps because of this, she noticed Wilhelm had fallen slightly behind. She turned her head, wondering what was keeping him, and was surprised to see him smiling back at her. It seemed something had rekindled his confidence. "It suits you," he said quietly before picking up his pace to rejoin the group. Crap. Of course, he'd have to notice it, she thought, resisting the urge to rip the trinket from her head. He'd obviously seen it and assumed she'd accepted it along with his apology. She just hoped he didn't take it as a license to cause her problems again. She expected to see another of his smug smiles, along with a snarky comment, but to her mild surprise, he said nothing more about it and instead asked Skiggle some questions about his work, no doubt subtly designed to stroke the man's ego. Soon they reached a pair of double doors with an armed guard stood outside. The guard saluted and began unlocking door, but soon found himself the target of the doctor's ire for his failure to have it open for them. Tanya felt a pang of sympathy for the man. She too had been on the receiving end of the doctor's displeasure and knew how unreasonable the engineer could be. Unfortunately, the guard found himself bewildered by the unexpected abuse and ended up breaking the key in the lock. "Anything that can go wrong will go wrong, doctor." Wilhelm grinned, saving the guard from any more abuse for now. "Surely Major Digirekov hasn't poisoned you with such ludicrous thinking too?" the engineer exclaimed, looking genuinely hurt that his favorite benefactor might not be as insane as he was. Wilhelm returned the look with one of his sickly sweet smiles and a slight chuckle. "I just quite like the saying," he returned cheerfully. "You were the one who told me that proverb, remember? You were complaining that one of your test pilots had said it when you showed me around the airfield a few years ago." Tanya found herself raising an eyebrow. She recalled the boy quoting that phrase to her when they had first met. It struck her as odd at the time, as nobody in this world seemed to recognize it, along with a few other phrases that she'd let slip from her past life over the years. Later, when she had found out that he too had been brought here by being X, she had assumed it had been a phrase he'd picked up in his past life. Now it seemed he'd heard it indirectly from her, via Skiggle, before they had even met. As if sensing her confusion, Wilhelm glanced over to her with a strange smile. "It certainly rings true on the battlefield, doesn't it, Major?" "Blasphemy. That's pure confirmation bias. You must stop listening to cynics like Major Digirekov," huffed the mad scientist. while Tanya marveled at how the man could be so hypocritical and seemingly not notice. There's another famous saying about a pot and kettle that you should be aware of too, Doctor. By now the beleaguered soldier had managed to force the door open and quietly stepped aside with another salute in an attempt to avoid any further trouble from the doctor. Once again, the scientist ushered them through into a large room with a tall ceiling. Within it were several objects that looked eerily like the missiles that had existed in her old world, although the Solariman had only ever seen them in movies so couldn't be totally sure. Tanya began to feel a horrible sinking feeling in her stomach. These are the future of warfare. Skiggle exclaimed excitedly, their acceleration booster rockets developed for incredibly quick long-range deployment. Code-named, V1. Using these, our recon units will fly too high to be intercepted and too fast to be pursued by planes or mages. You'll utilize the V1s to cross the enemy's defensive line and attack their HQ, Ryujan explained. You're going to put people inside those? Questioned Wilhelm with an uncharacteristic hint of concern. Couldn't you just load some explosives in there and take the enemy out at range? For once she and him seemed to be on the same wavelength, although it seemed odd to hear the little colonel suggesting a ranged attack seeing how his preferred weapon was a sword. Using them as unmanned explosives would be infinitely safer for her at least. She didn't exactly relish the idea of being strapped into a tube and launched at the enemy like an artillery shell. However, she knew she wouldn't have a choice. Ryujan wasn't the kind to joke around and his expression remained impassive. Clearly, they meant to go through with this madness. Unfortunately, that won't be possible. The enemy HQ will no doubt be fortified, and we will need to be certain their chain of command is disrupted, the lieutenant colonel explained. In order to be certain of that fact we will deploy Major Digirekov's team. Once they give the signal, you and the armored spearhead will break through in the south and begin the encirclement. Wilhelm was leading the vanguard of Operation Lockpick. How exactly had he managed that? It seems he must have been busy while he was licking his wounds. Then again, she could hardly be surprised. She knew from bitter experience the lengths that the boy would go to get himself deployed at the front. Still, he wasn't a bad choice to lead the spearhead. She knew his preferred close quarters tactics were ideal for breaking through enemy positions and his presence on the battlefield tended to be good for the ground troops' morale. Oh, so I won't get to try one of these? That's a shame, Wilhelm said with what Tanya could tell was faux disappointment as his concern melted away. It seemed he had no more qualms about the devices now he knew he wasn't going to be in one and he seemed infinitely more confident as a result. When did you even build all these? Asked Tanya staring at the rockets with resigned dismay. She hadn't heard about anything like this being developed. If she had she was sure she would have advised against it. General Zetter requested their development relatively recently. We needed innovative equipment to break through heavily defended areas and strike the enemy's heart, Ryujan explained as Wilhelm made a show of listening to the doctor babble about some revolutionary advance that had made it possible. And so, you called on a mad scientist, who somehow managed to create something that exceeded your expectations, Tanya stated dryly. She wondered if being X had somehow had a hand in all this. It seemed a little convenient. She was expected to be strapped into a new invention, created by a mad scientist that had been corrupted by the fake deity, who worked for a company part owned by a troublemaking brat that also had ties to the ethereal being X. They say truth is stranger than fiction, but this is ridiculous. It's still in the initial testing phases, but this could change the way that we fight. It's fortunate we got these few prototypes built, replied Ryujan. It's not fortune, it's a miracle, the doctor cut in, waving his arms excitedly and causing the little colonel to jump back in surprise. These V1s are truly a blessing from God. Just look at them, those huge boosters contain 5 specially made engines that run on hydrogen fuel. There's never been anything like them before. Skiggle finished reverently. Hydrogen? Like that zeppelin that exploded? Wilhelm asked innocently while shooting a mischievous smile at Tanya. The boy had no doubt picked up on her own misgivings about the rockets and was endeavoring to make her feel worse about her situation. She wouldn't let herself be baited however, so ignored him. The scientist also seemed not to have heard him. The question was likely too close to criticism for him so the madman's mental filter would no doubt have blocked it from his mind. That's great and all, but how are we supposed to adjust their speed and direction? Do these rockets come with a flight yoke or steering wheel or what? Tanya asked without all that much enthusiasm. If she was to have any hope of succeeding in using these things without bursting into flames, she needed to know how to work them at least, but that didn't mean she expected to enjoy it. Of course not. There's no need for such clutter in there, exclaimed the scientist, sounding slightly insulted by the question. Just make sure you launch in the right direction, then all you have to do is sit back and fly right into your target. Tanya felt her eye twitch as a wave of stunned disbelief washed over her. This was getting better and better. They literally were being fired at the enemy with no navigational control over rockets whatsoever. She knew she was no longer hiding her feelings of dismay from her face anymore, a feeling that was made all the worse by Wilhelm who was struggling to cover his snickering with a sudden coughing fit in the corner. Her expression had not gone unnoticed by the doctor however as he turned and regarded her thoughtfully. That look on your face, you're a clever one, I bet you're worried that these vessels might be too heavy, right? Asked Skiggle, as usual completely missing any of her true fears about the project. He clearly didn't understand that no sane person would want to be placed in a tube filled with a highly flammable liquid and shot into the sky without even an iota of control. Never fear, I've thought of everything, he continued, raising his hands theatrically. The used fuel tanks for the boosters can be jettisoned immediately after they're spent. By lightening the weight, the V1's top speed will be even higher, sending you rocketing through the sky. Tanya could feel herself getting airsick just from the thought, although it could have been the feeling of dread that had been growing in the pit of her stomach since seeing the doctor. Its final velocity will surpass Mach 1.5, the scientist continued, unfazed by her complete lack of enthusiasm. Congratulations, you're going to be the first humans to break the sound barrier. This is truly monumental, a scientific victory. I couldn't care less about being in the record books. She complained, feeling her eye twitching again. She looked to Ryugen for help, but again the man's face remained serious. It seemed the military was completely taken in by Skiggle and was committed to this insanity. Question, Tanya cut in, raising her hand. Have you factored in the additional drag and shockwaves that'll be caused by breaking the sound barrier? She asked, remembering some of her lessons on aeronautics she had learned during her academy days. Truthfully, she was hoping that the engineer had somehow not considered it so they could call the whole thing off, but she doubted she was that lucky. Oh, I believe a little turbulence is something you mages can easily manage with your protective shells, the doctor replied, confidently confirming to her that there was no getting out of it. Your men are supposed to be elites, it would be embarrassing if you couldn't handle it. I think he means he has great faith in you, Ryugen added diplomatically before moving to confirm some details with the doctor, leaving her staring at the death trap she was going to be lumbered with. Yet I can't wait to be blasted into space, she grumbled sarcastically to herself as a still chuckling Wilhelm sidled up to her. She groaned inwardly, she really didn't want to put up with his antics today as well as Skiggle. I wouldn't worry, the general staff wouldn't use them if they didn't believe they worked, the boy said with a grin. And if it doesn't work out, I'll see to it the doctor tests the next prototype himself. She doubted even Wilhelm could manage that, but it was a strangely supportive sentiment to come from the boy. She glared at him with suspicion. He was being nice, by his standards at least she couldn't help but feel that he was up to something. I'll be counting on you, he continued, looking back at one of the rockets with a serious expression. The spearhead is striking part of the Magi net line, it won't have been undermined with explosives, so it'll be in one piece when we attack. If you fail, that's where they'll counterattack, so my attack will probably bounce off if the enemy command isn't disrupted. At least there's a silver lining if it all goes wrong, she grinned sardonically. That explained why he was being friendly at least, he was obviously worried about his own skin. Still, she'd learned something new, the breakthrough was attacking where the enemy was strongest. It seemed the general staff wanted to neutralize any chance of the enemy recovering. If they were to reorganize and mount any sort of counterattack, it would definitely originate where they were strongest and most dug in. Striking the Magi net line with the breakthrough force would prevent this, but they would have to act quickly in order to make sure the encirclement would be completed. If any of the enemy command survived to send reinforcements, the whole operation could fail. It's a good thing we're being deployed separately, it would be bad for you to be close to me for the moment, the boy said eventually before turning to leave, and Tanya's eyes narrowed with suspicion. What do you mean by that? She asked quickly. If he was up to something again, she needed to be sure he wasn't going to do something that would cause her or the operation any trouble. He stopped and stared at her for a moment and saw the tiredness in his eyes. He clearly wasn't looking after himself again, not that it was her business anymore, of course. He bit his lower lip and looked like he was considering something for a moment. I'm not exactly very popular right now, he said slowly before drawing his sword and frowning at the blade. She wasn't so sure she believed him. The fact he had been assigned to a mission at all was more than a little fishy. There was more to this than he was letting on. Looks like I've got a lot of work to do, he said eventually before returning the sword to its scabbard while frowning pensively. I do have some important business with you regarding a member of your battalion while I'm here. Tanya raised a questioning eyebrow. What could he possibly want with one of her soldiers? He'd always got on well with the 203rd while he was deployed with them. For a while she'd even been worried he might try to turn them against her. It seems one of your men has been in regular contact with a member of my staff, he began seriously before breaking into an amused grin. Tell Weiss that he'll have to try a little harder than love letters if he wants to win over Christina. XXXXX. Captain Sophie Zerbest knelt before the ornate altar of St. Hedwig's Cathedral and prayed while she waited for one of her contacts from within the Abwehr. The church was an ideal place for clandestine meetings. It was public enough that none of those gathered would fear a double cross and quiet enough that any information could be shared without too much risk. So far, she had met with a few other contacts within both military intelligence and Ministry of Internal Security, in an attempt to find out exactly how loyal they were to their overall superior, Vice Admiral Canaris of the Abwehr. She wasn't an especially pious woman, but she had always believed in God. How could she not when she worked for someone they called the saint? For her and her sister, the boy had more than lived up to his moniker with his actions to help and support them over the years, and with the intelligence and charm he inspires those around him to push past their worries and fears, even as he battled against his own. What else could he be, but a gift from God? It was for him that she prayed. She was worried. Since Irene, everything had fallen apart for the boy. The shock of the massacre, however legal it claimed to be, had been enough to shake the boy to his core. What other explanation could there be for him trying to take responsibility for the bloodbath? Soon after, his brother had proven the prince's suspicions of treachery correct and turned his back on the empire, plunging their home into civil war. The timing couldn't have been worse, but at least the prince had been prepared for that eventuality. He'd suspected Ludwig believed the empire wanted to overthrow him, and that was partly why his brother wanted the boy dead. She knew the prince had hoped to never fight his own people and had worked hard to try and persuade as many as possible to stand against Ludwig. Then it had gone wrong for him again. Despite the support he gained, the imperial reinforcements had never arrived. Canaris had seen to that. Letzenbourg city had fallen to the Republic, and the prince had seen Captain Dietrich Hausmann die in front of his eyes. These two tragedies had affected the boy far more profoundly than he would ever admit, even to her and Christina. Publicly he had vowed that he wouldn't return to the city until the war was over, but privately, he had already admitted to them that he never wanted to go back. He feared the people would demonize him for abandoning them. The loss of Hausmann had hit him hard too, much harder than any of them had expected. They had suffered losses in the volunteers before, it was inevitable in war, but the prince had always accepted them with the resigned sadness expected of an officer. Hausmann was different, however. He was one of the few the prince had begun to trust, and for her and her sister one of the few they knew they could trust the prince with. The loss seemed to have hurt the boy much more than his physical injuries had. She felt a twinge of sadness and mouthed another silent prayer as she thought of Hausmann. She had been the one to recruit him into the Letzenbourg volunteers and felt what she knew was an irrational feeling of guilt for his loss. At the time Letzenbourg had no mages working within the military. She had been helping test for potential recruits from the small country with little success. She'd met Dietrich in a small beer hall near the imperial border. He'd fallen on hard times, having lost almost everything in the market crash of 1918 and had been unable to recover. He and his family had been on the verge of losing their home, and he felt great shame at being unable to provide for them. She'd felt sorry for him, but the unexpected meeting was a great stroke of luck for both of them. He was an ex-imperial mage who had left the empire after his conscription was over. After his misfortunes, he had been on his way back in the hope of being allowed to re-enlist so he could support his family. During his service he had become a second lieutenant and had led a platoon in his service before the war. He was an ideal candidate to bring into the prince's new mage wing and had snapped up the position. All the man had ever asked was that his family be provided for and that his son receive a good education, in the hope that he would never be put into the same situation as he had been in. Hausmann proved himself to be dutiful and hard-working. He may not have been as strategically or tactically savvy as some of his contemporaries, but his loyalty and resolute attitude had impressed the little prince. So much so, that the prince quickly chose him as his deputy, as both she and her sister had other duties to attend to, so it was a relief to have someone else the boy could count on. He'd even considered including him in his scheme to get shot down and rescued by the 203rd, but in the end, there hadn't been time to brief him. She still felt bad that the captain had carried around the guilt of allowing his superior to be captured, especially since she had been the one to pull the trigger. She'd never asked the prince how he felt about it. She didn't think that the prince realized how much Hausmann had meant to him until he was gone, and now he felt personally responsible for his death and the loss of Letzenbourg. The boy wouldn't accept that he had done everything he could to prevent it, even after he had pushed himself so far that his little body was left broken. Unbidden, the memory of Major Digirekov carrying the broken and bloody form of the prince into the Letzenbourg command center forced its way into her mind, and she experienced a measure of the panic and fear that she had felt that day. The room had fallen silent as the major entered with the unmoving boy in her arms. Nobody dared move. Everyone had thought the boy was dead, and she remembered feeling tears form in her eyes as her heart had filled with despair. Fortunately, the feelings of sorrow were quickly dispelled as the girl barked orders to get a medic while complaining angrily about their inaction. He was alive. They all had so much to thank Major Digirekov for. Even the usually prickly Christina had softened towards her after the prince told them how hard she had fought to retrieve him after they were separated by a powerful mage's attack. The prince may have felt responsible, but he was in no doubt as to who had caused the disaster that had befallen him, and she was in complete agreement. He had vowed swift revenge on Canaris and was putting himself in the dangerous position of defying some of the Empire's most powerful to achieve it. She knew the boy well enough that he would never back down, so she had decided to do everything she could to help him, just as she always had. She felt she had to. She had known Canaris couldn't be trusted, but she had done nothing as the prince formed his secret alliance. She should have tried harder to dissuade the boy from placing so much trust in him. What infuriated her more was that Canaris had persuaded most of the high command that the loss of Letzenbourg was the prince's fault. They hadn't been there. They hadn't seen how hard they'd all fought and how close they had been to success before the treacherous admiral had snatched it away from them and handed the city to the enemy. They were trying to punish an injured child, who was far more talented than any of those old bureaucrats. all the while forcing him to create a puppet government to take everything away from him. Worse still, Canaris's actions had driven him from his home and made him feel unable to return, even if they did retake the city. She swore the man would pay for what he had done. She was broken from her contemplation by the sound of the large oak door of the church creaking open and quiet footsteps gradually increasing in volume as they approached. Soon after, she sensed another entity arrive at the altar and kneel next to her. She smiled inwardly and resisted the urge to glance to her visitor. She knew who it was anyway, but in this sort of game, it was polite to act like you didn't. Instead, she looked up at the large golden statue of Saint Hedwig framed in an ornate arch with crimson curtains behind it. The statue held a large bejeweled cross and the face stared back down at her with a serene smile while the sound of the choir practicing echoed softly around the chamber. They don't make saints like they used to, the figure whispered quietly. No, now they are better, she answered uttering the code phrase. The figure quickly reached into their pocket and slid a folder in front of her before getting up and walking away. She grasped the folder carefully and waited until the sound of footsteps faded away, before rising herself and crossing over to one of the pews on the far side of the chapel. Gingerly she opened the folder and studied its contents with a slight smile. It was a list of high-ranking Abwehr agents that it was said had grievances against the Admiral. As she and the prince had suspected, the spy master had developed quite a few enemies within his own organization and those it supervised. She knew from her brief sojourn with the Abwehr, while the prince was studying in the War College, that the vice-admiral was not pleasant to work for. He was a control freak and allowed very little autonomy within the organizations he supervised. He guarded the information he obtained as if his life depended on it, demanding all information pass either through him or a select few members of the organization before deciding whether it would ultimately be shared with the relevant government departments. Even military intelligence had to seek his approval before sharing with the general staff, and it was rumored that this policy had led to the failure to predict the François surprise attack that had opened the Second Front. She knew from her own dealings with him, that he often used the information that came into his possession for his own interests. Aside from using his knowledge to control and blackmail several members of the Diet and government, an operation she had been part of, he also used his power for more personal pleasures. He'd had trysts with several women who had no choice but to comply with his wishes if they didn't want their secrets getting out, all under the nose of his own wife. Even some of his agents hadn't been safe. She herself had felt his eyes on her and it made her skin crawl. He reminded her of the Hansi butler all those years ago. Additionally, he was incredibly adept at persuading others to accept the blame for his managemental failures, leaving many senior agents fearing for their futures. Meanwhile, others were arbitrarily punished for failing to spot patterns in the files, despite Canaris's own procedures preventing them from seeing the whole picture. All this, and with the fears that the Allied Kingdom had infiltrated the Abwehr, meant that many wished for a change in leadership. Unfortunately, the Admiral was trusted by both the Chancellor and the Emperor, so it was unlikely to happen, at least not yet. Suddenly she felt the hairs on the back of her neck stand up as she felt the presence of someone sitting on the pew directly behind her. She hadn't heard anyone else enter, or even approach. How had they stayed hidden? How long had they been there? It's peaceful in here, isn't it? A calm male voice said softly. It's Canaris. Thought Sophia with a hint of panic. He'd found her already. She had expected him to pick up on her poking around, but she hadn't expected to be found out so quickly. He must have had her under surveillance. It was hardly surprising considering how determined he seemed to be to bring the prince down. She pushed down her momentary panic. Calm down, this is exactly what we planned, she thought, stuffing the folder into a pocket. I wouldn't worry about hiding that. I already know who's on that list, the man said confidently. It's been a while, Sophia, it seems you've gotten as sloppy as your master of late, he finished with a slight hint of disapproval. She bit back a retort at the insult to her and the prince and focused on calming herself down. They'd expected him to make contact sooner or later. The prince was being stubborn and causing problems for the spy master in the high command while doing his best to win over the public and the general staff. Meanwhile, she had been poking around in Abwehr business and compiling a list of enemies in a much less subtle way than she would have preferred. All this was designed to force the Admiral to act. You were much better when you last worked for me, you should come back, I'd love to have you around the office again, he continued. I bet you would, bastard. She thought through gritted teeth, feeling her anger boil in her stomach. She felt like she would need a shower just from the few words the man had shared with her. She wanted to draw her pistol and shoot the man where he sat, screaming that she had never worked for him. She'd always been working for the prince. She had requested to train with the intelligence services while he was at college. Her allegiance had never wavered. Shooting him would get her nowhere, however, even if it would be tremendously satisfying. He was too high profile for them to cover up his death. She'd be arrested for murder and even the prince's influence wouldn't save her from the consequences. She swallowed her anger. She was doing this for the prince, and if all went well, they would destroy this filthy old man. I already have an employer, sir, she replied levelly. What can I do for you, Admiral? She heard the man huff. obviously annoyed at her flat dismissal, and she couldn't help but feel a small piece of satisfaction at not letting him get his own way. It seems your master is having you cause trouble for me here too. It would be safer for you if you stopped this now, the Admiral said darkly. Sophia felt her lips start to tighten into a grin. Threats, Friedrich? Have we got you worried? It looked like the plan was working. Still, it was a little strange that the Admiral had come himself rather than send one of his goons. Perhaps there were more than those on the list that Canaris didn't trust. I'm afraid I have no idea what you're talking about, she said, using all her willpower to keep the amusement from her voice. She obviously wasn't going to admit to anything, even if he had seen the list. It seemed they'd rattled the Admiral, and much more efficiently than they could have ever hoped. Of course you don't, he began with an annoyed sigh. If you did, you'd obviously back down, wouldn't you? He finished with an implied threat. That would depend entirely on the will of my employer, she answered bluntly. Yes, your employer, the man sighed again. It seems he's managed to curry favor with the general staff. I understand he is going to be leading the vanguard. I'm sure he'll enjoy that. She hid another smile. The general staff were another organization Canaris had little control over, at least in wartime. The man must be livid that the prince was using their goodwill against him. If there were a great defeat, Canaris could turn the high command against them, but the Admiral had lost that chance when he covered for them after the loss of Letzenbourg. Is Prince Wilhelm annoying you, Admiral? Better get used to it, she thought spitefully. It would be better if he would resign now, but in deference to the general staff's decision, I see no reason why he can't do it after the operation is complete. He continued with slight annoyance. Again, that would depend entirely on the will of my employer, she repeated, struggling to keep the satisfaction from her voice. She hadn't turned to face the man during the entire conversation, but she was almost certain his face would be priceless by now. The Admiral was silent for a few moments, and suddenly so was the church. The choir had stopped and had begun filing out of the church. She felt her nerves rise as she realized they would soon be left alone. He could kill her now without witnesses. She closed her eyes and tried to control her breathing. Don't panic, she thought. He's too high profile to commit his own murders without causing himself major problems. I'm not that much of a threat, that he'd risk that yet. As she finished the thought, she heard the click of the hammer of a revolver being ready to fire. She felt another wave of panic as she felt her hair yanked backwards, smashing her head painfully against the wooden pew, and Canaris's face and gun filled her vision. I'm done playing games with you and that impudent child. The man snarled, spitting slightly on her face. I know full well he's not the innocent little cherub he pretends to be. Please stop, Sophia winced, risking a glance across to the altar. This is a warning, he began angrily. For the good of the Empire you are to stop your snooping, and the prince is to resign and surrender full control of Letzenbourg to the High Command. He can have his moment of heroism and then he will stay away from Berlin. If you know what he's like, you know he won't do that, she replied, trying to struggle free. The Admiral yanked her back again and stared at her menacingly. If he doesn't start doing what he's told, I'll take something important from him, he warned darkly. With that he let her go and began marching away. She turned and watched him leave while massaging her head. Once he was sure he was well out of earshot, she turned and nodded towards the altar. The curtain behind the golden statue opened and Christina emerged with a frown and a rifle in hand. You had me worried for a moment. I thought we'd have to use Plan B, her sister said with a hint of concern. Are you sure you want to do this? He said we could find another way. It's fine, Sophia smiled back reassuringly. I know you and the prince would never let anything happen to me. They both glanced back at the door and Sophia frowned thoughtfully. The prince had been right. Canaris couldn't act against him directly, so he would go after those closest to him. That meant either her or her sister. Since Canaris seemed to have an interest in her, Sophia was the most likely target, and that is what they had planned for. They still needed a way to get a few things into Canaris's home, however. She had some ideas about that, but with the Admiral already making threats they would need to work quickly. We should head back, the prince will have finished his meeting soon. I can run you a bath when we get back, said Christina, reading her mind. Oh? I thought you wanted to get back for the mail. She asked innocently, earning a glare from her bespectacled sister. Fine, run your own bath, her older sister replied, stalking away. Sophia chuckled to herself as she followed her out. Her sister was so easy to tease. As she reached the door she paused and found herself turning to look at the altar one more time. She couldn't help but worry that something would go wrong again. We've done all we can, for now, she thought. All we can do now is pray. Author's notes. Hi all, and thank you as always for reading. I'm sorry updates are a little more sporadic now, but I'm trying to keep with longer chapters, and I can't get away with sneakily writing at work anymore, lol. I'm still trying to keep to a chapter about every 2 weeks and aim for 8,000-9,000-ish words. Hopefully, the length is okay for everyone. I enjoyed writing Skiggle in this chapter, although I wonder if he comes across as more of an asshole in my story than in the canon. I also got to reveal a few little extras about other characters and give Houseman a bit of a backstory, even though he's been dead for 5 chapters. In a review it was asked. A question, neither Tanya or Wilhelm read Ludwig's letter, only the title of it correct? And about regent? Sure, Wilhelm is too young to be crowned, but is there any rule stating how old the regent has to be? It's the quick way to the rear lines for Tanya and will further spark the rumors of them liking each other. While to them it might seem like a way to have a sway over each other. Plus, it seems the kind of loophole that both of them love to use. I answered in a PM, but I know the notification is still broken and I thought others might wonder the same, so I'll answer here too. Tanya didn't see the contents of Ludwig's letter, aside from the title, but Wilhelm did. However, Will thinks of it as his hated brother making fun of him, hence why he says, he knew I wasn't the real one, I'm sure of it, still the bastard managed to mock me one more time before the end. Neither one knows that the switch never happened. Sorry if that wasn't very clear, hesitant face. As for the regency, I'm basing it off of what I can find about the laws for it in our Europe. Mostly it seems to be you need to be 18 and mentally/physically fit to rule without a regent, it might be 16 in some countries but don't quote me on that. So, unfortunately, Tanya is also too young too. Which may seem a little strange, given that she is allowed to fight in a war, but the rules are a bit weird at times anyway. I mean they are very strict about not letting her have alcohol for instance, which is a bit silly when you see what else they expect her to do. Chapter 29 Operation Shock and Awe. Operation Shock and Awe. Dear Visha. It's been so long since I've heard from you. I'm beginning to worry that you've forgotten about me, I'm starting to feel a little lonely. Don't worry, I'm just kidding, I know you're busy with all those adventures that you go on with the Argent, I get to read all the reports of what you're up to. Still, it'd be nice to hear from you a little more often. Have you heard? Corporal Wenzel from our class in the academy is getting married. Somehow, she managed to keep her relationship a secret from me all this time. If she's that good at keeping secrets, she's wasted as an artillery spotter. I hear that you're being sent on an important errand soon, there's no need to be worried though, I know you'll do great. If even half of what you've told me about Major Digirekov is true, you'll be back safe and sound in no time. I'd like to tell you I've been having adventures of my own, but it's mostly been reviewing files for Colonel Drach. There were a few juicy bits in them, but I'm not allowed to tell anyone about any of it. It's nice getting all the gossip, but sometimes I wish I could spread it around a little bit. I'm being transferred back to Berlin soon, we'll have to meet and catch up the next time you're in town. Your loving friend. Area. P.S. I've heard a rumor that one of the big bosses has taken an interest in your commander, it's probably not a bad thing but I thought I'd let you know. Personal correspondence of Lieutenant Victoria Ivanovna Serebriakov, dated May 1925. May 24th Unified Year 1925. Odenwald Forest, 10 kilometers outside Landsberg, approach to Imperial Army Secret V1 launch base. When Visha first served on the Rhine front, she quickly learned that it was important to grab any and every opportunity for sleep and a hot meal whenever you could, even if artillery was raining down on you. That habit had never left her, despite now being part of a unit that usually got better rations and was rotated out of combat regularly. Maybe that was why she had found herself nodding off as the train swayed gently with a peaceful clicking and clacking that echoed rhythmically along the tracks. As the gradual deceleration awoke her from her slumber, she found herself yawning and stretching from her impromptu nap, blinking the sleep from her eyes as she took in her surroundings. She was sitting in a passenger car on a military train headed to wherever their mysterious next deployment was supposed to be. The slight rocking of the car coupled with the rhythmic chuffing of the engine and clacking of the tracks underneath was almost hypnotic and made it far too easy to fall asleep. Since the major was up front with Lieutenant Colonel Rirujan and some engineers, she'd been given some free time and she had found herself dozing peacefully. Most of the 203rd had been recruited from the Southern and Eastern armies, and although the major's unique training style had taught them a lot of things, no one else seemed to have learned the knack of sleeping anywhere quite like she had. It made her smile, in her own way, she was more of a veteran than any of them, except the major of course. Some of the others hadn't found it quite so easy to relax however and were chafing at not knowing where or what their next mission was going to be. They all knew better than to ask questions though, the commander would brief them when she was good and ready, until then they would have to wait. Grant seemed especially nervous, although he was doing his best not to show it. She knew he was still worried about being seen as the wide-eyed newbie, but she could see the familiar mixture of excitement and nerves in his face. She thought it was kinda cute, she liked the childlike enthusiasm that he'd shown when he first joined the 203rd. She'd been worried that the events in Arene might have drained away that part of him, but it seemed he'd finally started to feel like himself again. Still, he wasn't the only one feeling a little anxious, they could all tell this mission must be something important. Although frustrating, it wasn't especially unusual for the battalion not to know exactly where it was going. The major had once said, it was the regrettable nature of being in a mobile response unit, sometimes you get stuck flying blind. They'd just have to deal with it, they'd no doubt find out soon enough. They did know they weren't heading straight back to the front however, they'd all traveled up and down those familiar tracks often enough to recognize the scenery, and the densely packed trees whizzing past the windows were very different from the idyllic farmlands they usually stared out at. The forest outside the window looked like the sort that was described in children's stories, the sort where an evil witch would kidnap children and they'd be lost in the dark woods forever. She felt an involuntary shiver, before shaking the thoughts from her mind. It was silly to be scared of something like that after all she'd been through. Another strange thing was that there were only 11 of them, with the major that meant 12, that only made a company of mages. Stranger still, the commander had handpicked everyone for this mission, all the company commanders were there, as well as grants and several platoon commanders. It was very unusual for them to be deployed like this. They were all the stronger and more skilled of their individual companies and would normally be deployed to offset the weaker members to make the battalion stronger. Poor Vuron had been a little worried that he'd been included in the group. Grants was the only rookie chosen, and after Arene he was convinced that the major only wanted him around to keep an eye on him. It'd taken quite a bit of convincing to persuade him otherwise. She'd heard the major talk about him and knew she was impressed with how quickly he had caught up with the rest of the battalion. She did still think he was green and impulsive however, but she thought it best not to mention that part to him. All these strange decisions made her think of the letter that her friend Arya had sent her. She had mentioned that they were being sent on an errand. Arya worked in military intelligence, putting her formidable talent for finding out things that she shouldn't, to good use, so it was hardly surprising that she'd have some idea what was happening. When they'd last met in the north, she had tipped her off that the Allied Kingdom was interfering up there, so she knew that if she was passing any information along it was probably a good idea to listen to it. Unfortunately, she couldn't be specific in a letter. She'd get in trouble if she put any military secrets in there. She supposed she'd just have to be content with the little bit of advanced warning she had been given. The battalion had been ordered back to Berlin not long after the major had left for her briefing with Lieutenant Colonel Rirugen. They had barely stepped onto the platform when the major appeared and plucked her chosen from the unit and ordered them out before leaving the rest of the battalion to take their things to headquarters and stand by. They were soon ushered onto a different train with a heavily guarded freight carriage towards the rear, and they were soon on their way. She did at least get a chance to see how the major was before they left. She'd been a little worried about her. The commander hadn't seemed quite herself lately. She'd seemed slightly distant and lost in thought. Visha blamed herself. The major had always trusted her to watch her back for her. She couldn't do that if Visha was making foolish mistakes like overloading her computation orb. She resolved not to make any more stupid mistakes. She'd have to show the commander she could count on her. As soon as they'd boarded the train, she'd made sure to appropriate some coffee and a newspaper from a friendly station porter, knowing that her superior would appreciate it no matter how long the journey would be. As usual, there was a small kitchen in what would have been the rail conductor's cabin before the train had been requisitioned by the military, so she had easily been able to get some hot water. It was fortunate the commander didn't take milk or sugar, though, as the kitchen contained neither. It seemed like it was getting increasingly difficult to get a hold of such things these days. She was pleased to find the major seeming more like her old self as she brought her the steaming beverage, and the apparent reason why couldn't help but make Visha smile. It seemed that the major had run unto Prince Wilhelm during her short time in Berlin and was grumbling quietly to herself about the trouble that idiot was getting himself into. From what she could gather, the boy had healed up surprisingly quickly but was having some trouble with the higher UPS. She didn't really understand all of it but was glad he was feeling better. He hadn't been in a good way after Letzenbourg, and the major had mentioned that he hadn't taken the loss of Captain Houseman all that well either. She hoped he'd be okay. Anyone who didn't know the major might assume the two youngsters didn't get on, judging by the way she was complaining about him, but Visha had been around her commander long enough to know she wouldn't complain this much about someone or something she didn't care about. The major was an amazing person, but she wasn't great at expressing her feelings. Sometimes Visha thought the girl didn't really know what she felt herself, so she didn't express herself in the ways that you would usually expect. She was harsh on her troops because she cared about them. Despite having some of the most dangerous missions, they had some of the lowest casualties in the army. Although their training was a big help, they all agreed the real reason was the major. Hers was a kind of tough love. Her orders may have seemed harsh and severe, but they were there to keep you safe. If you weren't willing to accept them or disobeyed them, the major wouldn't waste her time on you, and you'd be sent away, just like Harold and Kurst. This was why Visha knew the major must care about the prince. Although she may not want to admit it, she was probably harsher on him than anyone. She'd even gone to the trouble of keeping him close the whole time they were deployed together, especially after the incident with the intruder. Even now they were apart, she was still complaining about him. The Major Digirekov she knew wouldn't waste her time grumbling about him unless she held some concern for the boy. She was also sure the two of them shared some sort of secret. She didn't know what it was, but there was always a knowing look between them, like they shared some unspoken connection. She knew it wasn't any of her business, but she couldn't help being a little curious as to what that secret might be. It seemed to Visha that half of their squabbling was a front for the communication they shared with the glances that crossed between them. So, despite the Major's harsh words about the boy, she didn't believe she disliked him all that much. Besides, she was still wearing the silver hair clip the boy had given her. After another stretch, she glanced around the cabin to see what everyone else was up to. Towards the back of the carriage, there were some soldiers helping themselves to rations. A little closer, Corporal Katz from the 2nd Company and a few others were playing cards. She frowned a little as she saw them hastily hide them away once they saw she was awake. Katz was obviously still sore that he'd lost half a month's pay the last time they'd played together, but there was no need for him to be rude about it. Closer to her, the company commanders and Grants were crowded around a slightly harassed-looking Lieutenant Weiss. She made her way towards them, worried for a moment that something bad might have happened, but as she approached, she felt herself calm. They were talking about the last letter Weiss had sent to Christina, and the other officers had obviously taken it on themselves to help him with his latest attempt to woo the prince's maid. I'm telling you, you should have put in the line about her being the most beautiful in the world. It works every time. Chimed in Newman confidently as she approached, and she wondered exactly how often he'd tried that line and with what success. The whole group seemed engrossed in their mission to help Weiss and didn't seem to notice her. They didn't exactly evoke the image of the love-struck poets, they looked more like generals planning an offensive, and by the look on Weiss's face, Visha was willing to bet it wasn't going well. Maybe you should say how much you miss her next time, Grants added, trying to sound like an expert. No, argued Koenig. That makes you sound too desperate. You need to get her to show she's interested in you, she should be confessing to you. Visha cleared her throat to let them know she was there. She felt she needed to do something to help before the three would-be Casanovas managed to sabotage any hope of Weiss and Christina getting together. Aside from a few official interactions, Weiss had struggled to even speak to the maid when they were all stationed together. All this would be too much. Hearing her cough, Weiss looked up and he seemed to cheer a little as he saw her. Second Lieutenant. Weiss called with evident relief. It seemed he wasn't entirely confident with the conflicting advice he was receiving either. I'm sorry if we woke you. You didn't, she replied with a reassuring smile before sitting and joining them. What's going on? This old dog here has finally plucked up the courage to ask out his sweetheart, Grants explained with a grin. He managed to get a letter out before we changed train, although now it looks like he's running scared. I'm an Imperial officer, huffed Weiss indignantly. I've faced down the enemy numerous times, not to mention survived the commander's training. I am not running scared, he finished with a scowl as the others chucked. You just need to be more confident, Newman advised with a cheerful smile, slapping Weiss on the back, but it didn't seem to improve the love-struck man's mood all that much. Confidence isn't the problem, Weiss grumbled in reply, but before he could elaborate the train whistled and the dense forest around the carriage opened up into a wide clearing. It felt like they'd exited a tunnel as the light that had previously been blocked by the dense treeline now poured through the windows. It seemed that they had reached their destination, and Weiss's love life was temporarily forgotten as they peered out the window in an attempt to figure out where they were. The train had entered into a huge clearing in the forest. It must have been man-made, she realized. The foliage had been too thick for it to naturally disappear so suddenly. It almost seemed like a portion of the woodland had simply been lifted from the land and flattened out, leaving an unnatural wasteland that felt uncomfortably like the Rhine front but without the mud and smoke. Within the clearing was a tall barbed wire perimeter fence being patrolled by guards with dogs. As the train approached it, a guard quickly raised a barrier to allow the train into the compound. Although he peered back through the windows at them with interest, they were not stopped, and the train continued towards its eventual destination. It was obvious that this was a military facility, but it didn't look anything like any of the airfields, bases, or supply depots Visha had been to before. The train seemed to be heading towards a platform with what looked like a large aircraft hangar attached. Instead of connecting to a long runway as she would have expected, however, there was a narrow road that led to several long channels with walls along either side. Within these channels were sets of rails that gradually increased in gradient as they got further away, eventually pointing up into the sky. These were much smaller rails than those used for a normal train and reminded Visha of a ride she'd once seen at a funfair in Danzig before the war. She wondered what these tracks were for. She could only assume that whatever was supposed to be placed on the tracks was stored in the warehouse, but she couldn't figure out what they might be. Anything that reached the end would simply fall off the end, wouldn't it? At the far end of the compound, she could see another more fortified building with a radio mast and an observation tower jutting out of the top. It was probably the command center, she realized. Lieutenant Colonel Rirujan and the engineers that accompanied the major would probably be headed there. She felt an involuntary stab of nerves as she noted how far away the building was. Clearly whatever went on at this side of the base was dangerous enough that the officers wanted to stay as far away from it as possible. She swallowed her feeling of disquiet and shook her head as the train finally came to a halt. What am I thinking, she chastised herself. The major would never ask us to do anything she didn't think we couldn't do. There's nothing to worry about. They were soon led from the train and after a short walk, were ushered into a large hall for their briefing. Initially, she didn't think it was any different from any of the other briefing halls she'd been in during her service. It was tall and decorated with the huge red imperial banners that the major had said were supposed to help fill them all with a sense of national pride. At the far end was a raised platform with a map and a podium for the commander to speak from. She made a mental note to see if she could find something for the major to stand on. She knew her height was a common source of her superior's frustration and it was always better to address the issue before I caused her any embarrassment. The only strange thing about the briefing room was a large cylindrical object at one side of the platform. It wasn't like anything she'd seen before. It looked almost like someone had put wings on a cigar and sharpened one end to a point. Is that thing the reason we're here? She wondered. Fortunately, someone had left a wooden crate in a corner, so she surreptitiously placed it by the podium and quickly fell in with the others. It felt a little strange to be stood with the rest of the company. As the major's adjutant she would usually be stood up by the commander along with Lieutenant Weiss. Normally, they would have both been briefed along with the major, but that hadn't happened this time, so they were both in with the rank and file and as clueless as everyone else. Eventually, the major appeared and strode confidently towards the podium and stepped up onto the crate without even registering that it was there. She wore a serious expression, even more so than usual, and Visha found herself swallowing a lump in her throat. Troops, we've been given an important job. One that you were specially chosen for, the major began as tension filled the room. It was like they'd thought, they'd been picked specifically, obviously whatever they were being asked to do wouldn't be easy. Our new mission is to pilot these rockets into Republican territory and destroy the enemy's HQ, she explained, pointing to the cylinder, inducing a murmur from the gathered soldiers. This is a rocket? Thought Visha with trepidation. The only rockets she'd ever seen were fireworks at the Reichsgründungstag festival. How were they supposed to fly fireworks? Moreover, they were going to fly straight at the enemy HQ. How could they do that without getting shot down? Calm down and listen, she chastised herself. You know the major wouldn't allow this if it wasn't possible. The major began her explanation. They were to suit up and be launched in these rockets higher and much faster than any MiG or fighter plane could manage. This meant they could penetrate deep into the enemy lines without worrying about being shot down. Her worries about the rockets themselves were quickly dispelled, as it seemed they were more akin to an aeroplane than the fireworks she'd seen. That explains the wings, she thought to herself with a grin, feeling silly for being worried about it in the first place. Before hardening her expression and concentrating on the task at hand, I have to be strong for the major, she's counting on me. She was further relieved to find out that they didn't even have to worry about steering the rockets. Apparently one of the engineers had figured it all out and they would simply parachute out when they were approaching the targets. They'd pull the levers in the cockpit and deliver what they were calling door knockers at the enemy as a distraction as they parachuted out. These door knockers were in the tip of the rockets. A mixture of something called hydrazine and boron was stuffed inside. She didn't understand all the scientific stuff, but from what she understood it would cause quite a problem for the enemy when it hit. Out of the 11 of you, I'm sure there are some that aren't too excited about being shot into the clouds, but we have to do this. The major continued, seriously staring out at them all. Visha felt her resolve harden as the girl's gaze fell on her. We can do this, major, I promise I won't let you down again. And if we have to do it, then for the honor of the Empire we'll make damn sure we're successful. The major declared, and an impromptu cheer went up from the gathered troops. It seemed she wasn't the only one that was beginning to feel motivated to support the major, although she was hardly surprised. If the major said jump, they would all ask how high. She may ask a lot of them, but she had always proved that what she asked was possible. This was no different, they would succeed. Intelligence has given us 3 targets to annihilate. One of them is the Rhine Theater Command Center. Once destroyed, the enemy will be left leaderless and will be easily destroyed by our forces. The commander continued once more, and Visha couldn't help but feel her confidence grow at the confidence the major had in them. She hadn't even entertained the possibility that they couldn't pull this off. In other words, this mission will end this war once and for all. The very fate of the Vaterland rests in our hands. Visha glanced around as the major spoke those last words. Everyone around her had hardened and determined expressions on their faces. She could understand why. They were being given the responsibility of finally ending this awful war. If they succeeded, they could all go back to their homes and families. It was a lot of responsibility, but the major thought they could do it, so they would do everything they could to make that happen. XXXXXX. May 25, Unified Year 1925. Imperial Army Secret V1 Launch Base, Odenwald Forest, 10 kilometers outside Landsberg. Tanya ground her teeth in nervous frustration as she lay uncomfortably in the rocket that would either blast her towards the enemy or leave her scattered over them in 1,000 pieces. It felt cramped and claustrophobic even for her, although for once her smaller size meant she had much more room than the others. Even so, it felt like she was lying in a coffin, and it conjured up the image of being buried alive. Neither thought made her feel particularly comfortable. Damn that skittle, she grumbled to herself. Her casket held all the trademarks of the Mad Doctor, and as usual, he hadn't spared a single thought for the comfort of the passenger. He probably only considered them another component of his machine, or worse, a hindrance to his designs. She wondered if that was why they weren't given any control over the navigation of the V1S. They might do something sensible and shatter his delusions. Inside what was generously called a cockpit, there was nothing in the way of cushioning or padding. Instead, the occupant was expected to lay face down on a flat metal sheet that they were attached to by a harness. Tanya had been fidgeting since she'd been forced into the capsule and had yet to find a position that wasn't horribly uncomfortable. Worse still, the design of the rocket meant that its mage occupant had to be sealed away inside the incommodious vehicle while the secondary boosters were put in place and fueled. This meant she had already been stuck inside the claustrophobic cylinder for quite some time, listening to the engineers crash around outside while they filled it with highly flammable liquid hydrogen. She'd even been in the rocket as a crane lifted the V1 onto its launch track, although in her case it was because her size meant she would need help to clamber into the damned thing once it was mounted up there. She refused to make a fool of herself by having someone lift her into the cockpit like a child, so had opted to get in before they mounted it on its tracks. It had been strange feeling the enclosed capsule swaying around as the engineers moved it around. Since she couldn't see where they were maneuvering it, she found herself feeling oddly disorientated. The worst was still to come, of course. They were going to be breaking the sound barrier and no doubt would have to endure some serious G-forces. She was privately thankful she didn't suffer from any form of motion sickness. Even so, she'd not eaten too much just in case. Suddenly the front of the rocket dropped and struck the ground with a loud thud that sent vibrations through the capsule. Tanya felt her heart stop in terror for a moment. The door knockers were already attached to the nose cones of the V1S and she feared the sudden impact might accidentally set the thing off. This fear had turned out to be unfounded however, and she took a few deep breaths to calm herself as it became clear she wasn't in imminent danger. She heard some angry shouting from outside the capsule. Obviously, someone had screwed up. What the hell is going on? Tanya yelled down the radio, not bothering to hide her displeasure. Fear not, Major, these miracles are far too robust to be bothered by a little drop like that. Dr. Skiggle replied confidently. Easy for you to say, you're not lying inside it. Tanya thought with annoyance, grinding her teeth as she tried to calm her voice. Now wasn't the time to be picking a fight with the mad engineer. Even so, perhaps we should have the unit checked just in case, she called back, trying to be as diplomatic as possible. She already had her reservations about the V1S, she definitely didn't want to risk being in one that was potentially faulty. Nonsense. It barely scratched the paint. Continue the preparations. The doctor ordered in a tone that told Tanya that the debate was over. The front of the rocket was raised again, and she soon felt the cylinder click into place on the launch track. The incident did nothing to calm her anxiety about the launch, and every unknown noise she heard while the engineers did their work outside made her subconsciously flinch, half expecting the thing to explode. She'd tried petitioning for a test run before the mission. She remembered reading about the space race in her past life and distinctly recalled the early experiments had often left nothing but debris behind. This was this world's first real foray into liquid-fueled rockets, and she had no intention of being made a martyr for the emergent technology. Besides, the thought of being sent back to a smug being X in a ball of flames was repulsive. Unfortunately, she'd been overruled due to security concerns. The general staff had faith in Dr. Skiggle's V1 designs and were willing to take the gamble. Faith, hey? She thought, this is definitely your doing, being X. Unfortunately, she had no choice but to follow orders. If she had any hope of getting through this war and rub her success in that fake god's face, she had to find a way to make this mission successful. She tried to push her misgivings about her transportation aside. For now, it wasn't as if there was anything she could do about it anyway. Soon she heard one of the engineers report their progress over the radio. They apparently had some way to go before they were ready for launch and she would be stuck here for a while longer. So she turned her thoughts onto the parts of the mission she did have control over. She hadn't been exaggerating when she'd told her soldiers that the fate of the Empire was in their hands. A decisive blow now could end the war before it could deteriorate into the world war she feared. She'd done her best to impress the importance of this mission on her troops, but she found herself wondering if she'd maybe laid it on a bit too thick. True, it was important to make sure her subordinates were as committed to the success of the operation as she was, but overburdening them with pressure might have the opposite effect. Even a bunch of war maniacs like them could start to crack after being told that the future was entirely in their hands. They had all seemed to respond to her little speech well enough, however. Even Visha seemed to be reasonably enthusiastic. This had surprised Tanya a little bit. As a conscripted soldier she had expected her to feel about as eager as she did about the situation, but obviously, the war mania of the others was contagious. It was tough being surrounded by fanatics, even those that were loyal to you. They were all good soldiers however, and she knew she could trust them with the task. In truth, her little show of martial and national zeal was as much to calm her own nerves as anyone else's. Sometimes repeating the importance of something out loud helped you focus on your job. Ultimately though, she wasn't overly concerned about most of the mission. Assuming the maiden flight of the V1S was successful, she was confident that she and her troops could eliminate their targets. It was a surprise attack. After all, they had an advantage. The Republicans weren't expecting an attack so far behind the lines, and the door knockers should put the enemy into a panic. As long as they achieved their objectives before anyone managed to get their act together, they had a good chance of success. Then it would just be a case of getting to the extraction submarine. If she was lucky, it might take longer than expected to sail around the coast, and the war would be all but over by the time they got back. Then she could focus on persuading the general staff to give her a comfortable position in the rear. Maybe I should ask for a position in the academy or war college, she thought. She now had experience training troops after all, and it might be nice to move back towards an HR role. She resolved to ask Lieutenant Colonel Ryugen about it at some point. He used to be in personnel, so might have some useful tips or insights for her. She shook the thoughts from her mind, slightly annoyed with her daydreaming. She was getting ahead of herself. they had to complete this mission first. If something went wrong, both her future plans and the Empire would be left in precarious positions. And there was a lot that could go wrong. Aside from the potential airborne catastrophe, that she was doing her utmost to forget about. There was always the risk that their intelligence was no good. What if none of the 3 targets they'd been assigned was the command center? The Empire's intelligence community hadn't exactly been stellar recently, they hadn't predicted the Republican attack in the first place, it was quite possible that they would get it wrong again. Her company could perform their task flawlessly, but it wouldn't make any difference if their information about the targets was mistaken. If they failed to bring down the command center, the enemy would be able to mobilize and could counter the lockpick attack. True, they'd still take out a significant dent out of the Republic's Rhine forces with the hidden explosives, but the bulk of Imperial troops were focused in the southern breakthrough. The north would essentially fall to whoever could react first, and the Empire had already ceded land to bait the trap. They would have to work hard just to retake their previous positions. There was also the risk that either the Republican field commanders or their own high command might respond quicker than expected, and the flanking force could find itself outflanked and surrounded. Republican officers were no slouches, she'd faced enough of them on the Rhine not to underestimate them. It was always possible one of them might be able to rally and reorganize their forces. Worse still, if the Republic managed to somehow turn it around on them, it could encourage other world powers to step in, so they too could profit from the Empire's fall. The operation to prevent a world war could make this escalate into one. Again, she pushed these thoughts aside, there was nothing she could do about any of those possibilities either, especially while stuck in this tube. I should just focus on this mission, we can and will end this war. She thought defiantly, we all just have to do our jobs. We'll take out the command and then the lockpick attack will. She found her thoughts drifting off as a knot of anxiety filled her stomach again. The spearhead of Operation Lockpick was being commanded by him, and she was almost certain he was up to something again. It's a good thing we're being deployed separately, it would be bad for you to be close to me for the moment, she remembered the boy saying. He'd been evasive when she'd asked him what he meant and even tried to change the subject. At first, she thought he might still be wary after their previous altercation, but he soon turned back to his irritating self after he saw her wearing the peace offering he'd sent. Eventually, she did manage to get something out of him before they parted ways at the Elenium Arms laboratory. Apparently, him leading the spearhead was the General Staff's way of helping him redeem himself for the mess in Letzenbourg, but not everyone was happy about it. He'd told her that it was better not to be associated with him for the moment because of that. It seemed he really was trying to shield her from blame. She'd usually be pleased about both him taking the rap and staying away from her, but she could tell he was hiding something, and she hated not knowing what it was. She hadn't been able to question him any further at the time, especially not in front of the mad scientist and Lieutenant Colonel Ryugen, so now she was stuck wondering about his true motives. She'd racked her brains trying to figure out what he might be up to. Her initial reaction was that he would do something to disrupt the operation, but what would he have to gain? True, he always had his goal to keep fighting, but he had already told her this was his chance to redeem himself in the eyes of the higher UPS. If he failed, he'd be done for and would never be allowed near a battlefield again. In fact, this operation was probably his best chance as far as holding up whatever bargain he'd made with being X or whatever unworldly equivalent he'd made his pact with. She then wondered if his words had been some veiled threat against her, but again this didn't make sense. Although she'd half expected him to take some sort of retribution for their rooftop altercation, he'd been falling over himself trying to get back onto friendly terms with her instead. With all the gifts and letters, he was practically groveling in order to get back on her good side. It didn't make sense for him to change his tack now. Besides, he couldn't exactly do anything to her while she was behind enemy lines. The only other explanation was that he was telling the truth. He was in hot water with the Supreme High Command, and proximity to him would be toxic to her career. If that were the case, she shouldn't have anything to worry about. All those problems he was having with the High Command and General Staff were entirely his, it had nothing to do with her. But if that was really the case, why couldn't she shake this uneasy feeling? You've been nothing but trouble from day one, Wilhelm, she grumbled to herself internally as she remembered the tired look in his eyes when they'd last met. She felt another stab of annoyance at the memory. The idiot wasn't looking after himself again. How many times had she told him that a soldier needs to rest? He didn't have to worry about his brother trying to bump him off anymore, so he couldn't blame his paranoia anymore. She also doubted he was fully recovered from his wounds. Although he doubtless had access to the best magical and non-magical medical treatments, she knew from experience it took more than 2 weeks to fully recover from wounds as serious as his. Was he that desperate to get back to the front? The way he was pushing himself, he'd put himself in an early grave. What is wrong with me? Tanya questioned herself, feeling irritated by her thoughts. Why am I worrying about that cretin again? The Type 95 must have scrambled my brain more than I realized. She took a breath and tried to calm her thoughts. It was for the mission. If that idiot wasn't in a good enough condition to do his job, he risked the whole operation. That was obviously the reason she couldn't shake him from her mind. Still, she'd seen him carry on fighting through fatigue and injuries that would stop others. Even she had to admit his stubborn endurance was impressive when he was riled up. so maybe she was worrying too much about it. Hydrogen fuel containers checked and full, all V1s in position, one of the engineers reported over the radio, snapping her from her thoughts once more. Performing final checks. How did I end up like this? She questioned herself, doing her best to quell the feeling of nervous panic that was growing inside her now the launch was approaching. I was supposed to have a comfortable post in the rear, I was supposed to have a nice corner office. Firing angle and coordinates confirmed, all equipment functioning normally, another technician soon reported. Releasing safety clamps. Outside she heard the clunk of the clamps being released, the rocket would now run freely on the rails. Once the rockets fired, they would traverse the tracks and be launched off the end of the ramp. She'd heard it described as functioning like a ballista from ancient times, but to her, it seemed more reminiscent of one of those daredevils that ride motorbikes over buses. She'd kept that observation to herself. She didn't like the idea of being thought of as a daredevil, it was irrational to seek out danger like that. Besides, she didn't know if they had them in this world yet. Checklist complete, clearing launch area, the first engineer called. Lucky bastards, Tanya grumbled to herself, wishing that they could swap places. The fortunes of the Empire rest on this battle, I pray for your success, she heard Rirujen say solemnly in her earpiece. She'd never thought of him as a religious man, and somehow hearing him pray grated on her nerves more than she ever could have thought. You did this, being X. You interfered and set me up again. She cursed internally, you may have corrupted Skiggle and maybe even that idiot Wilhelm, but you won't get me. She vowed. Ignite the rockets, Skiggle ordered, and the first of the boosters began to roar behind her, causing the cockpit to vibrate violently. I will get through this, and when I do, I swear I'll pound free market principles into you. I pray God watches over these brave warriors, the Mad Doctor called, and Tanya found herself with a mirthless and derisive grin. May God protect the Vaterland. Tanya began derisively, but only if we soldiers are on paid vacation in Valhalla. Tanya broadcast, earning a chorus of cheers from her troops. We will save the Vaterland in God's place. She shouted defiantly, feeling her anxiety fade away, only to be replaced by her venom for being X. Render unto Caesar the things that are Caesar's. It's time for a war waged by humans. We go to win. The broadcast earned a chorus of cheers from her troops, and Tanya couldn't help but grin. It looked like she'd get despite being X by adding a few extra atheists to this world at least. All units launch, Skiggle ordered, and the boosters fired. Whatever device keeping the rocket in place was released, and Tanya felt the sudden acceleration push her backwards as the V1 shot forward. We will win. We will end this war. Author's notes. Hi all, and thank you for reading as always. Sorry, it took a little longer than I'd hoped to get this chapter out. I've been suffering a bit of writer's block and I wasn't really enjoying writing this one so much. I think I'm back on track now though, and hopefully, it's not affected the quality of the chapter too much. I've decided I'm not going to go into too much detail about the rest of Operation Shock and Awe. It's covered in the book, manga, and anime, and it feels a bit disrespectful to rewrite it. Since Wilhelm isn't involved and there is no reason for Tanya or anyone else to be distracted by thinking about him, there is no divergence from the original canon. So I don't think that leaving it out will have much of an effect on the story. I will be putting in some bits about Operation Lockpick and the final encirclement of Revolving Door, however, as Wilhelm is involved and the other sources don't go into too much detail, so I can expand on that without stepping on Mr. Zen's toes. Then I can get the events going that will force Tanya and Will back together again, and then their exploits in the South and Eastern campaigns, which I'm looking forward to. Other notes. Reichsgründungstag translates to Empire Anniversary in German. It is actually the name of the festival that they used to celebrate the founding of the German Empire, but since the translation fits so perfectly for what I used it for, I didn't change it. Chapter 30, CH30 Operation Lockpick I, Skeleton Key. Operation Lockpick I, Skeleton Key. 40 years after the Great War. Londinium. Operation Revolving Door consisted of several meticulously planned stages. First came Operation Fog and Sun, in which the world was fooled into believing the Empire was preparing a desperate assault in the north when in actuality they were withdrawing to set their deadly trap. Next came Operation Shock and Awe, a cunning plan utilizing mages and the astounding breakthrough in rocketry to decapitate the Republic's Rhine command center, deep behind Republican lines. It is believed the 11th goddess was entrusted with this Herculean task, although as we've reported in the past, records of this legendary figure are sketchy at best. Once this was complete, Operation Lockpick was launched, in which thousands of hidden explosives destroyed much of the lines once inhabited by the Empire's forces and resulted in the annihilation of the forwardmost Republican troops. They would then surround the confused Republican forces and finish them off with the infamous Attack Plan 177. During Operation Lockpick, an assault was also launched on the highly fortified Maginet line. The Imperial Army had been unable to place explosives in this area, and Imperial commanders knew that even with their command structure disrupted, these near-impenetrable fortifications would be the center of Allied resistance. They believed this dire threat must be dealt with while the Republic was still disorientated, or it would risk everything. This important mission would be given to the Saint Andrew WTN Special Correspondent. May 24, Unified Year 1925. Offices of the Abwehr, Berlin. Vice Admiral Friedrich Canaris considered himself a patriot, although his loyalty did not lie with the government, or even with the Kaiser. These institutions were necessary for the running of their great country but were too easily corruptible to deserve his unwavering support. He was a servant of the Vaterland. He had quietly served the empire for nearly 40 years in one way or another and could say with absolute certainty that he had helped keep it safe and make it the world power it was today. He had joined the Imperial Navy when he was 17, the country had been very different back then, it was still young having been freshly formed from the fractured states of Central Europa. In the beginning, it lacked unity but gradually a strong spirit began to evolve and soon everyone was keen to make the new empire a great nation. Early in his career, he found he didn't make a great sailor, but he did have a talent for data analysis, so he soon found himself quickly rising through the ranks of naval intelligence. Later he had been taken under the wing of Gustav Stresemann, head of the then newly formed Abwehr, and learned the importance of framing and managing the information he analyzed in order to make the best use of it. He found that if used correctly, information could be used to make people far more malleable and was useful for keeping people in check without causing too much of a fuss. Using these skills, he helped regulate both domestic and external threats to the empire. He was a silent shield protecting the Vaterland and its interests, even from those who professed to be loyal to them. Now the empire stood at a crossroads in history. Soon the Vaterland would find itself either completely dominating the continent or swallowing the bitter pill of defeat, as it would be forced to sue for peace in order to protect its industrial and economic heartlands. He wasn't overly concerned about the latter of those possibilities, however. His agents reported that the Republic had fallen for the ruse completely and it was unlikely that they would be able to respond quickly enough to counter Zetter and Ruddersdorf's devious scheme. The Legadonia Entente alliance had already fallen under the mighty jackboots of his countrymen and was now under military occupation. Imperial bureaucrats had already been sent north to set up regional governance in the areas the empire planned on demanding as war reparations. They deserved compensation for the Entente's aggressive actions. To the east, Dacia had been utterly subjugated and a pro-empire regime installed under Baron von Sigmaringen. The once proud nation was nothing but a satellite state of the empire now, a just punishment for trying to stab its neighbor in the back. Finally, in the west, a plan was being enacted that would rob the Francois Republic of its will to fight once and for all. They too would be punished for their presumptuous attempt to take advantage of the empire while it was distracted, just as their erstwhile allies had been. With the enemies of the empire defeated, they would be forced to compensate the Vaterland for the iron and blood that it had been forced to spend in self-defense, not to mention a great deal in financial reparations. The Foreign Office, along with the finance and industrial ministries, had been looking at the map of the world with greedy eyes since the war started. The empire was an industrial powerhouse and it was hungry for the reserves of iron, oil, timber, and innumerable other natural resources the defeated countries and their colonies could provide. They would soon be redrawing the borders of Europa, Africa, and maybe even the Far East in order to provide the empire's economy with the fuel it desired. The Allied kingdom would no doubt object, but they chose their fate when they ignored their own treaties and secretly worked to undermine the empire. Now was the time to look to the future, a future that would be shaped by the Vaterland. It was with this grand future in mind that the spymaster stared at the latest batch of intelligence reports collated from the various agencies that were looked after by the Abwehr. He fully expected there to be problems with control once the dust settled over their new hegemony, and he was preemptively looking for the potential new threats to his homeland. Already resistance movements were beginning to form in Legadonia, for instance, and there were worrying communist activities in Dacia. Problems such as these needed to be dealt with quickly and carefully. His colleagues in the High Command would no doubt be happy to send the military to intervene in any trouble in any of their new holdings. Civilians often mistakenly believe that is what soldiers are for. As a military man himself, he considered that approach to be unwise unless it was absolutely necessary. The empire's armed forces were proud of their history and valued their honor. Being sent to bully civilians would upset both soldiers and commanders alike. More importantly, it would place yet more power and influence with the general staff, something that the admiral could not abide and would try to avoid at all costs. Canaris believed there were better ways to deal with such problems. He had been dealing with various threats to imperial interests his entire career and knew that more often than not a light touch will work far better than a heavy hit. Deploying the army to quell unrest or ordering the arrest and deaths of hundreds of people may have been the tactics favored by his barbaric contemporaries in the Russie Federation, but such things were frowned upon in the civilized world. The empire was not a dictatorship, although some of its detractors would claim otherwise. It was a federal monarchy with democratic representation within the Diet. As such, the public would not stand for the secret police and death squads the vile communists used. Canaris worked within the confines of the law instead, for the most part. Although the powers he was granted technically gave him the authority to take people for questioning, he preferred to have the field gendarmerie and civilian police forces do this where possible. It was usually better if he and his agencies simply found or created the evidence so that the proper authorities could do their jobs and come to the correct conclusions. Although he did have a number of less pleasant options available if the situation called for them. For the most part, he found he didn't need to remove people in such ways anyway, at least not the people at the top. They were often more useful where they were. Removing important individuals caused its own problems. like the brain drain suffered by the Federation due to their purges. It would be unforgivable to deprive the Vaterland of its greatest minds even if their loyalty was questionable. So, he chose to take alternative measures. Canaris often found that even if people were guilty of something, they could still be useful tools, it was just a matter of knowing how to control them. True, they should perhaps be punished for their transgressions, but it didn't need to be official and it should never be at the expense of the continued success of the Empire. Knowledge is power as the saying goes, and as the leader of the nation's intelligence network he had access to a lot of both, and it was with this he maintained his control over people. For the good of the Empire, of course. It went without saying that various other parts of the government and military needed the information that his intelligence agencies provided. The problem was they were all headed by individuals and groups that had their own goals and ideals. This was why he couldn't be loyal to the government. There were too many personalities with their own agendas and too much scope for corruption. It was no coincidence that the industrial minister owned a large share in all the newly liberated oil fields in Dacia. The man's greed was insatiable. This greed made him very good at his job, however, so while he still performed his duties to benefit the Vaterland, Canaris had decided it was in the Empire's interest to leave him where he was. Most other imperial organizations, such as the General Staff, wanted to work for what they believed to be the betterment of the imperial cause. A man of lesser experience might believe that this meant they should be provided with as much help as possible from his intelligence agencies. This would be a mistake, however. The gaggle of generals excelled in the art of war, but if given too much free rein they would bankrupt the country. If he allowed them all the information he had at his disposal, they would plan contingencies for the impossible and blow through the budget in their quest to protect the Vaterland from everyone and everything. It was because of this he rationed the information given to each of the government departments. To him it was no different from trimming the fat off of the reports to his superiors, as he had at the start of his career in naval intelligence. The military was given enough to keep everyone focused on their tasks without distracting them with superfluous information. The other loyal but misguided departments were given information to make them come to the conclusions that he felt they should be making for the good of the Empire. This was also how he kept the Emperor from interfering too much. He technically had the power to overrule everything, but as long as he wasn't given anything to worry about, he left well enough alone. Meanwhile, the disloyal but useful entities could be blackmailed with information obtained by his agents to keep them in check. Anyone else could be quietly removed. He had even managed to achieve this with the Empire's external foes. The John Bulls were no doubt very pleased that they had managed to place an agent so deep within the Abwehr. The Allied Kingdom and their commonwealth of cronies were insufferably proud of their intelligence network. How foolish would they feel if they knew he had allowed it? The Allied Kingdom's spy wasn't a double agent per se, he was just a dupe passing along the information that Canaris wanted him to. This was usually just enough to make them believe their mole was loyal, but not enough to cause any harm. It's good to know what the enemy is thinking, but it's better if you are the one putting the thoughts in their head. This was how he had been keeping the balance in the Empire. True, he sometimes used his influence for his own gains, but he saw that as compensation for his efforts. Regrettably, there had been some missteps along the way. It was getting more and more difficult to filter through the ever-increasing mountain of information, and even some of his most trusted underlings had started to miss some important intelligence. The two most galling of these failures had been the initial invasions by both the Legadonia Entente Alliance and the Francois Republic. The former in the north he could almost forgive. He'd seen that intel. It was foolish, downright stupid for them to try to take Norden, but astonishingly that is precisely what they'd tried to do. Even their allies the Republic had been stunned at this bizarre turn of events. It was like a rabbit attacking a bear. It shouldn't happen. Perhaps this is why his operatives had misread the Republic's intentions and had failed to report their mobilization as the Grand Army moved north to punish Legadonia for its foolish transgression. Or perhaps it was the enemies he had on the inside that were trying to bring him down. They had at the very least tried to take advantage of the situation. These failures had embarrassed him and hurt his standing in both the Supreme High Command and the Imperial Court. Fortunately, he had managed to allocate most of the blame to those he was sure had been trying to undermine him, but there were still whispers in the halls of power that he was past it and it was time he stepped down. The fools, the Empire would have collapsed long ago if not for his tireless efforts. He had become too complacent. Now his enemies had begun to coalesce around his once protégé, and that boy. Prince Wilhelm von Hohenzollern was perhaps the only failure he could admit was truly his. He had completely misread the boy and couldn't fathom his motives. He was without a doubt a very intelligent child and highly skilled at manipulating and dissembling, and with his relation to both the Imperial and Letzenbourg royal families, it was clear he could be a useful piece on the board at some point. The boy was willful and rebellious, however. He'd defied his brother and shocked everyone by persuading the Emperor to allow him to join the military, even at such a young age. Initially, Canaris thought this could be turned to the Empire's advantage. Letzenbourg was a tiny stain on the map that would be much better off under Imperial stewardship. If the little prince wanted to play soldier, he could do it from the safety of Berlin by using that so-called genius of his and by looking good for the newspapers. As far as Canaris was concerned, royalty were convenient puppets to be wheeled out to when necessary. They were good as a symbol to rally the populace, but otherwise, they should be kept out of the way. Prince Wilhelm could sit in the rear, be given some medals to give him the right look, and then later Canaris could use the little prince to unify the two nations. This had not gone the way he expected, however, and it soon became clear that the boy was hell-bent on fighting at the front lines. It seemed the boy needed to be brought to heel. He obviously couldn't act against him directly, so he had tried several techniques in order to prevent the boy from his suicidal attempts to fight on the front. First, he'd appealed to his family and those he was closest to, in the hope that they could dissuade the boy from such a foolish course of action. He was just a boy, after all, he was probably just swept up in the romantic idea of being a noble soldier. He remembered feeling the same in his youth. Unfortunately, they seemed utterly enamored with the child, and the emperor insisted on allowing the young prince to do as he wished. The only one that had agreed with him was the Letzenbourg regent Ludwig, but he was far too suspicious of Canaris' motives to be any help. Others were understandably concerned, however. None of the generals were particularly happy about the prospect of having the prince under their command. Everyone knew the blame would soon travel if anything were to happen to the boy. The members of the high command and even the Diet were not comfortable with the idea either. Unlike most of the royal family, he spent a great deal of time out visiting the general populace. This meant he'd built up quite a popular support, especially amongst the working class. If he were killed or injured, it could cause a major blow to civilian morale. Despite their misgivings, they were not prepared to defy the Kaiser on this issue just yet, so Canaris had to try something else. Next, he decided to use the prince's fears against him. The boy was paranoid after the communist attack on a few years prior and believed his brother wanted to harm him too. Canaris tried to use these against him. He arranged for a few near misses while the boy was in the war college to frighten him, before arguing that he could keep him safe if he remained in Berlin. Again, this didn't go as expected. Maddeningly, the prince believed he'd be safer on the front lines. He argued that very few would be aware of his precise location at the front, so he'd be harder to find, and that he'd already been attacked in Berlin, so couldn't be safe there. It made no sense, but somehow, he had managed to persuade everyone again. At least it helped turn him further against his brother. He seemed to believe that the attacks were his doing. He found himself wishing that his predecessor's plan had succeeded. No doubt the boy they'd planned on exchanging all those years ago would be much more agreeable. It was not to be though. Operation Doppelganger had been a failure. 10 years prior their operative had been discovered before he could make the switch, soon after the young prince had made a miraculous recovery from his bout of illness. Doppelganger was quietly shelved, and all imperial involvement covered up. Everything about it had been destroyed. He only knew of it because Gustav told him before he passed away. He considered faking the evidence and blackmailing the boy, but he considered it dangerous to do so. The regent obviously knew of the failed attempt, and although he'd kept quiet about it, there may have been evidence left connecting the empire to the plot. He couldn't be sure how Ludwig would act. He wasn't convinced that the man hated his brother as much as the little prince believed. Besides, if the information somehow became public, Wilhelm's usefulness would be negated, and he didn't want to lose his new pawn. He'd had no choice but to continue to quietly assert his influence in order to bring everyone to their senses and get them to bring the boy back. He'd had some unexpected help in that quarter. Ludwig seemed to be fighting tooth and nail to have the boy brought back to Letzenbourg. This was not something he could allow if he wanted to use the little prince, but the extra pressure made it increasingly difficult for Prince Wilhelm to continue resisting. For him, it must have seemed like he was fighting against the flow of gravity, something even a mage couldn't manage forever. It didn't stop him from trying, however. By now the boy had been deployed and had proven to be an unexpectedly skilled aerial mage. He'd started getting quite a lot of praise and soon became named, earning himself the appellation of the Saint. This meant he was gaining yet more support from the people in the army, as well as an appreciation from the generals in the Rhine theatre, who were thankful for his battalion's finesse at breaking open enemy positions. It wouldn't be enough though. It was during this time, around when the boy had finished creating his volunteer corps, that the boy had approached him directly, and his reasons for doing so had almost made Canaris laugh. The young prince was certain that his brother meant him harm and had concluded that one way or another Ludwig would have to be dealt with. He shared with him that part of the reason for his fighting on the front lines was in order to undermine his brother and gain support. He hoped that one day his brother would be forced to abdicate and Letzenbourg could be part of the empire. He couldn't believe it. They'd had the same goal all along. Canaris was still suspicious, however. The boy and Sophia may have guessed his involvement and been trying to placate him with what he wanted to hear. So, he decided to put the pressure on. He told him that it wasn't an option. They would have to prepare to take the regent down by force, and Wilhelm would have to figure out how. By this point though, the boy had all but ran out of options to keep himself at the front, or so he thought. The sneaky brat managed to pull off a scheme that got him rescued by White Silver herself and get himself attached to her command. How his own agents had missed all this was an infuriating mystery to him. He could only assume they'd used Sophia's understanding of the workings of the Abwehr to hide it. Ultimately, it proved to Canaris that the boy was too dangerous to be allowed to act unchecked. The boy soon delivered his plan on how to take down Ludwig, and Canaris felt his suspicion grow further. It involved leaking information suspiciously close to some of what had been part of Operation Doppelganger to the Allied kingdom. This proved that the boy must have known about the operation, and he was flaunting that in front of him. Canaris was glad he decided not to fake the evidence after all. The allied kingdom would then pass it along to Ludwig, who would have no choice to abdicate or switch sides. If it were the latter, Prince Wilhelm would lead the 203rd to take the city until reinforcements arrived. It was a good plan if not for two problems. Operation Revolving Door was already being planned and this could compromise it if they were not careful, so Canaris began making contingencies for this. Secondly, Prince Wilhelm still wasn't under his control and this plan would give the boy too much influence. To prevent this, it would be better if the boy failed. He'd lose prestige and popularity, but that would be a good thing. Humbled, he would sign anything and would no longer have the power and influence to act against him. Canaris would sabotage him. Unfortunately, the prince had managed to defy expectations once again and managed to turn his defeat around. He returned to Berlin battered and bruised, but he managed to turn that to his advantage. People didn't see the defeated child he had hoped they would, instead they saw the defiant prince that refused to give up, and his popularity continued to grow. He'd managed to sway the general staff to his cause, securing a position in which he could redeem himself in the eyes of the world. Worse still, the boy had decided to turn his ire on him and was purposely stalling with the Charlemagne Treaty while using Sofia to gather his enemies against him. Canaris had had enough. He didn't like using more extreme measures, especially against children, but it was time that the boy learned he couldn't always get his way. Still, he'd been a gentleman about it. He was dealing with this personally and had been kind enough to deliver a warning to Sofia. If the boy didn't start behaving as instructed, something he cared about would be taken from him. If he continued, he'd lose them for good. A flash of auburn hair and the smell of sweet perfume entered his mind as he thought of his once protégée, Sophia Zerbest. She had only served with him for the short time her master was at the War College, but her presence had truly been a treat for the aging admiral. The sight of her tall slender body with its hourglass figure and ample supple breasts were almost too much for a man of his age. It had felt exhilarating as he had grabbed her silky hair and seen her squirming beneath him at the church. It had taken all his self-restraint not to go further. One of his biggest regrets was not being able to make her his own like so many of the others he'd taken as compensation for his service to the empire. Perhaps he should make that part of his negotiation with the prince. She always said she'd do anything for the boy. She would not be the target, however. She was being far too sloppy with her attempt to provoke him. It was an obvious trap. She and her master had no doubt worked up some scheme. It was rather precious really, but he'd been doing this far longer than they had. He had a different target in mind, someone obviously dear to the prince and one that it would usually be unwise for him to target. Tanya von Diegerekhoff had made quite the name for herself and was very well respected by the general staff. She and her unit were also their favorite counter to any unforeseen and difficult situations that may appear. Taking her out of the picture during wartime could be disastrous. But the war would be over soon. Soldiers aren't needed when the fighting stops, but that treaty must be signed, and he would make the little prince do it. Prince Wilhelm will wield no power and can live his life in a country estate somewhere, knowing that Canaris could hurt him again at any time. He found himself smiling at his impending victory. Perhaps he deserved a treat after all. He licked his lips as he thought of his young secretary outside. She was only 18, so young, so innocent. He could almost feel his hands making their way up the girl's skirt. He'd been working very hard recently. Perhaps he should bring her home. It shouldn't be difficult to persuade her. She wouldn't want anyone to know about her little secret, would she? Better still, his wife was away at her sister's in the country. He could have his secretary alone for the entire night. It'd be just the thing he needed to refresh himself for the high command meeting tomorrow. XXXXX. May 25th, Unified Year 1925. Rhine front, 4 o'clock. Will suppressed a shiver as a cool breeze swept through the wet and muddy forward trench line while cradling a metal mug of soup in his hands in an effort to keep himself warm. It was an unusually chilly morning for the time of year. It had drizzled with rain throughout the night, leaving dampness in the air that allowed the cold to seep deep into his bones. As a mage, he would usually use magic to warm and dry himself, but out here on the battlefield, his mana field could be detected by the enemy and he could unwittingly bring down a barrage of artillery fire down on them, so, for now, he had to remain cold. He knew he wouldn't have to worry about that for too much longer. However, they'd receive the signal soon and then things would heat up very quickly. He had spent most of the night finalizing the preparations for the attack as well as seeing to the morale of the other troops in the sector as a favor to General von Falken. He'd spent several hours meeting the soldiers, posing for propaganda pictures and giving rousing speeches assuring everyone he'd do his best in the name of his uncle and the empire. He'd also promised to try to get the enemy surrender before the follow-up troops moved in. He had his reputation as the saint to consider after all, and he was famous for such acts of mercy. In truth, he had no intention of offering any quarter to the enemy. There was too much at stake for him to do that, but the troops appreciated that sort of thing and he'd found it was always advantageous to nurture the heroic image of the saint when he could. He sometimes wondered if they justified their own acts of industrialist murder with the dubious excuse that he had already offered their foes mercy. Was that how they kept clear consciences? He wasn't sure how he felt about that. But did it really matter? This war was always going to happen. Their enemies were as good as fated to die anyway, at least that is what he liked to tell himself. Most of the soldiers were not aware of the entirety of the plan currently being enacted for obvious security reasons. The more seasoned amongst them were understandably nervous about being given orders to attack the Magi net line again. They'd been slinging shells at the defensive structure for nearly 2 years and had yet to succeed in breaking it. Unsurprisingly, this meant that many were somewhat cynical about the promise that this time they would smash right through and keep on going, and some of the officers were concerned about how this defeatist attitude was affecting morale. In response, Wool had volunteered to chivvy up the troops a little bit. He didn't really mind. He knew he wouldn't get any sleep anyway, and it wouldn't hurt to have some of the other officers owe him a favor. It had gone well. For the most part, it seemed his reputation hadn't been damaged amongst the common soldiers, despite his failure at Letzenbourg. Some actually seemed relieved to have him around, as though his presence would somehow be a deciding factor in the coming battle. He was quite happy to allow them to continue believing this fallacy. It made the job of encouraging them easier and made him look good to boot. Besides, the extra attention helped keep his mind off things. There were a few that wouldn't stop asking after Tanya, however. It seemed they thought she and him were joined at the hip nowadays. He hoped it wasn't the fault of those rumors about them. He'd managed to mostly play off their concerns with a vague answer that she was serving the Fatherland in her own way, but some still seemed to harbor a genuine concern about her absence. He supposed that it would probably seem strange that one of the Empire's rising stars wasn't on hand for a big operation like this. Little did they know that she was playing the most important part of it, but that would probably be kept classified for many years. In the meantime, he would likely get the lion's share of the credit for the coming victory. He'd also been somewhat surprised and a little alarmed to find that the survivors of Letzenbourg had been assigned further along the front with the force that would follow up and take the ground behind his spearhead. He had feared they would loathe him for losing the city, but strangely they had been excited and relieved to see him again. They had even begged him to lead them in the liberation of Letzenbourg city. He couldn't help but wonder if they'd gone mad. Perhaps they were still dealing with the shock of losing their homes. When they came to their senses, they'd likely want to string him up. He had refused them, of course, citing his promise not to return to the city until the war was over. He couldn't go back. The people would despise him, he was sure of it. The soldiers would too when they saw what had become of their home. After some convincing, they eventually accepted his refusal with a strange and grim determination before declaring they would retake the city in his name. He didn't know how to reply to that, so had wished them luck and privately hoped the people of Letzenbourg wouldn't turn on them when they returned. Once he had finished his tour of the front, he held a meeting with his temporary command. His spearhead, known as the Nachschlüsselkampfgruppe, was made up of a reinforced mage battalion, an armored division, and several motorized infantry units. Breakthrough and speed were the only considerations for the battle group, and Zetter seemed to have provided him with the best the Empire had to offer. He'd been pleasantly surprised to find that the infantry was entirely motorized, even down to its support units. Despite the Empire's propaganda showing the Imperial Army fielding more than enough vehicles for everyone, the truth was that they were still heavily reliant on horses to transport almost everyone and everything that moved outside its formidable rail system, with only 20% of its forces truly mechanized. That he had an entire force with access to trucks and half-tracks was a huge bonus and meant that their overall speed would remain constant and they wouldn't need to stop to rest or replace the horses. Speed was also the primary concern for the armored division commanded by Captain Ahrens, who was possibly the most enthusiastic tanker Wool had ever met. The armored force was entirely made up of light and medium tanks, sacrificing the extra punch of the heavier models for speed and fuel consumption. Wool wasn't overly concerned about the loss in firepower, however. They'd have the heavier tanks of the other units in the sector around for the initial breakthrough, and theoretically, once they were behind the enemy lines, there shouldn't be anything that could mobilize quickly enough to threaten them. If there was, the Mage Battalion should be able to deal with it. The Mage Battalion was by far the most pleasant surprise the General Staff had gifted him with. Not only had he been reunited with the surviving company of his own volunteer corps, but he had been assigned the remainder of the 203rd as well. He'd been equally pleased to find that the 203rd had been put under the temporary stewardship of one Major Elon Schwarzkopf, a combat veteran who it had turned out had been Tanya's commander when she had first served on the Rhine. This not only had the advantage of endearing the man to the remaining members of the 203rd and thus making the command transition easier, but it also meant Wool had the opportunity to pry out some stories about Tanya. He didn't expect there'd be anything too embarrassing, she was too straight-laced for anything like that, but it would at least be gratifying to see the annoyed look on her face when she found out they'd been talking about her. He'd not needed to do an awful lot in regards to looking after his new command. His officers were all very capable and took to their new duties quickly. Captain Ahrens organized his tanks and the mechanist infantry with enthusiasm and efficiency, even managing to find time for his mechanics to extract a little more speed out of the engines of the vehicles. Meanwhile, Major Schwarzkopf had already reorganized the Mage Battalion to cover its missing personnel, and since Will's own company had worked with them before, there was no problem in integrating the units. All he had to do was say a few words of encouragement to the men and wait for the signal. It had turned out there was a slightly ulterior motive for the composition of his temporary Mage Battalion. The General Staff wanted to perform a field test, and it had unsurprisingly been partly Tanya's doing. During his time serving with the 203rd, Tanya had been quietly evaluating him and his combat methods and doctrines while writing her conclusions up in a report, which the general staff had kindly allowed him to read. Surprisingly, it had started with praise for both him and his old battalion, stating that they served as effective stormtroopers adept at overrunning enemy positions. Considering the amount of grief she'd given him, he'd found himself wondering if it was her idea of a joke, but he quickly dismissed the thought, knowing she wouldn't mess around when it came to work. The report went on, however, to question the need for an entire battalion of mages to fulfill this role, arguing that aerial mages were a limited resource and over-specialization amongst their ranks risked diverting these resources unnecessarily. She also claimed mobility was becoming ever more important in modern warfare and that the close-quarters doctrine Will and his troops used limited their effectiveness in other areas of warfare. She stopped short of recommending discontinuing the specialization entirely, much to his surprise, and instead suggested adding specialized support companies to existing mage battalions when necessary. She argued that this would allow commanders to benefit from the specialization when they needed it without sacrificing the versatility offered by the standard battalion composition. The general staff had thought this the ideal time to test the idea. Not only was this a mission that would need both mobility and the ability to break through enemy positions, but his assault battalion needed reinforcing after its recent losses, so this meant they could efficiently make use of their available assets. Will found it hard to disagree with her reasoning. His combat doctrine was an effective counter to trench warfare, but in a mobile engagement it would be much harder to close on the enemy, even with his more maneuverable flight gear. He'd already been working on changes to his doctrine and had even commissioned Elenium Arms to work on what they were calling Project Shroud to help counter some of these problems, but he supposed Tanya's suggestions worked just as well under the circumstances. There was one part of the report that irked him, however. Her recommendation that no officer needed to carry a blade longer than 12 inches was an obvious jab at him and his sword. Sometimes it seemed like she was obsessed with getting him to part with it. Fortunately, the generals seemed to have glossed over that particular part of the paper and nobody had tried to make an issue out of it. "I don't know, sir, it looks pretty well defended. Sarge says we haven't been able to breach before," said a young private for what must have been the dozenth time that morning. The man was a fresh recruit and had yet to be blooded in battle. Usually, he would expect him to be overeager, but he'd obviously been talking to some of the veterans and had gotten spooked. He was clearly worried as he felt the need to peer out through the periscope at the firmly entrenched enemy positions every few minutes or so, before repeating the same phrase at him over and over again. Before staring at him with pleading eyes, desperate for reassurance that it would all be okay. It was beginning to grate on Will's nerves. He could understand his concern, however. The Magi-net line had been constructed with the express purpose of keeping the Empire out. It was a network of several lines of concrete forts, trenches and bunkers, all bristling with weaponry that wouldn't be out of place on a warship. The part of the line the private was looking out at was probably one of the most defended areas, with a plethora of machine gun nests, field artillery, pillboxes and barbed wire to get through. It no doubt looked quite imposing, although he'd not seen it himself as he was too short to see over the trench, even with the periscope. That weaponry wasn't the true strength of the fortification, however, that lay in its multiple layers of defense. Past the first level of defense were several other rows of equally difficult fortifications to get through. This allowed the Republic to pull back to another line if things started to look bad. Then they could dig in until they could muster the forces to retake the lost line. This had been the repeating story in this theater throughout the conflict. To say that they hadn't had any success in assaulting the defenses was untrue. They had managed to capture the first row of fortifications several times over the past few years. The problem was, the forts had been designed to only be defensible on the side facing the Imperial lines. To the rear they were horribly exposed to the guns of the secondary and tertiary defensive lines. This meant that when a counterattack came, it wasn't too difficult for the Republican forces to recapture them. The Imperials didn't have enough cover and were forced to withdraw or be slaughtered wholesale. There would be no counterattack this time though. There would be no one to coordinate it. Tanya was seeing to that. Then his breakthrough force would smash a hole in all the defense lines, allowing the troops to seize all the defensive lines before the enemy could react. "Don't worry," said Will, putting on his most childlike of acts while shooting the man a reassuring smile. "It'll be easy, I promise. I've done this sort of thing before." It was a sneaky trick. Reminding those older than him that he'd been out here fighting usually shamed them into acts of idiotic bravery in order to save face. The private was different, however. The man smiled and looked slightly more confident for a while, but the spell soon broke and his worry returned. Before long he turned to stare back out through the periscope again. They had repeated this several times now. Every time Will managed to perk the private up, he'd end up staring back out at the enemy and demoralized himself again. It is said that battles are first won or lost in the mind. If this is true, the private had already lost, and nothing he could say would change that. Will ignored him and took a sip of the warm broth in his hands in an effort to inject some heat back into his body. He wasn't particularly hungry but knew he would need the energy soon enough, and the potato soup provided by the infantryman was surprisingly tasty. It was certainly better than that vile excuse for sauerbraten he'd been forced to choke down in the army dining hall back in Berlin. He assumed the military must be suffering food shortages. What other reason could there be for the terrible food the command staff were eating? The chefs employed by the general staff must not have been used to making use of substandard ingredients, that was the only explanation as to why the food was so awful. Still, it spoke volumes for the skill of the frontline soldiers who could make the food edible, and Christina for that matter. The food situation was no doubt just as bad at home. He'd have to make sure to praise her for all her hard work when he returned. Will we be attacking soon? The soldier asked eventually, obviously trying not to sound nervous. Will glanced at his wristwatch. It had been a pain to get a decent one that fit him. Apparently, there wasn't much demand for militarily precise timepieces to fit a 10-year-old. He'd had to have it specially made. It'll probably be a little while before we get the signal, he replied calmly. According to the timetable, it would likely be another hour or so yet, but he'd been told to keep quiet about that, just in case things went wrong. Signal? The man said, looking confused. Trust me, you'll know it when you see it. Will smirked, imagining the apocalyptic explosion that would soon be seen further along the line, before ordering someone to fetch his flight gear and wandering off towards the closest empty dugout. He was fed up with the repeating cycle of questions from the man and wanted some time to himself. He had his own worries about this mission, and it had taken all his skill at dissembling to hide it from the other soldiers and officers. He needed some time away from everyone if he wanted to keep it that way. He found himself almost wishing Tanya was around. True, she was disrespectful and argumentative towards him, but he didn't need to pretend with her. She saw through the lie that was Prince Wilhelm, the Saint of Letzenbourg, and it was strangely liberating not needing to keep up the act around her. It was perhaps because of the attitude she had, that he liked having her around. The Zerbst sisters were largely aware of his act, but they trusted him implicitly and never questioned him. Tanya, however, was always challenging him, and as frustrating as that could be, for the most part, he found he enjoyed it. No, it's better you're away from me for the moment, he murmured to himself while rubbing his wrist subconsciously. It was uncomfortably soggy in the dugout. The mud and putrid water had made its way in here as well, and apparently, the water pump used to drain it had broken, leaving small pools of liquid in the shelter. He dearly wished there was somewhere that was dry, but he was out of luck in that regard. The entire forward trench was like this. He sighed. The cold and damp seemed to make his whole body ache horribly. Despite the expert care he'd received from Christina, he had yet to fully recover from the wounds he'd received at Letzenbourg, and his body still felt stiff and sore. Magic could seal the wounds up, but it didn't heal them completely, and it did nothing about the pain caused by the injuries. That was another thing he had to hide from everyone, but at least he had some painkillers to help with that. The dugout was private at least, and the squelch of the mud outside would at least alert him to anyone who approached. Under the circumstances, it was likely the best he was going to get for somewhere to straighten out his thoughts. He took some painkillers from a pouch on his belt and washed them down with the water from his canteen before searching for somewhere to rest for a few moments. Someone had set up a sleeping area in the corner with blankets and a rather dirty-looking pillow. He crawled on top of it and tried to get comfortable. It probably had lice, but he tried not to think about that. He was just happy to be off his feet for a while, and soon found himself staring up at the ceiling. Like everything else in the trench, it was moist and slightly waterlogged, but it was the closest he would get to luxury in the trench while he waited for the painkillers to do their work, and as he stared up at the ramshackle roof his mind started to wander. This mission felt uncomfortably strange to him. Perhaps it was because he felt so unusually isolated. He'd been forced to leave Christina and Sophia back in Berlin. Sophia was still trying to provoke Canaris into making a move against them, and Christina was quietly backing her up. He didn't expect the Admiral to act while he was away. The bastard would want him to see how easily he could hurt him, he was certain of it. But he hadn't wanted to risk leaving Sophia alone, so had chosen to leave them both behind where they could protect each other. It was also the first time he'd ever deployed without Houseman being there, and the man's absence made his chest hurt with guilt. It may have been his doppelganger that killed him, but he was the one that had planned the operation. He had been responsible for the sedition that led to the uprising in Letzenbourg. He might as well have pulled the trigger himself. He found himself thinking of the man's family. No doubt they felt his absence even more keenly. They probably hated him too, just like the rest of the Letzenburgers. He sighed and pushed the thought away. He'd never go back to the city, and he'd never see Houseman's family. This was all Canaris' fault. Once he had dealt with the treacherous vice-admiral, he'd sign the treaty handing Letzenbourg over to the Empire. It was better for everyone that way. Meanwhile, he had more than enough support on this mission, and he'd be back in Berlin with Sophia and Christina soon enough. He could cope with a bit of loneliness for a while. Ultimately, there were more important things to worry about. Without thinking, he drew his sword and held it over his head. The light in the room was dim, but he could see what he was looking for easily. The number seemed to glow ominously on the blade, as if it was the illuminated digits themselves that threatened his continued existence. He felt a wave of depression wash over him and found himself letting out another dejected sigh as he looked at the tally. Barely even triple digits, he mumbled to himself sadly. He'd barely even managed a tenth of the total needed to save him from the monstrous god that held him to ransom. It was frustrating. He knew he'd actually killed more than that. There were hundreds in Arena alone, if not more, but for some reason, they didn't count, and he still couldn't figure out why. Not even every kill he had made with the sword seemed to affect the number. It seemed like there was no rhyme or reason to the rules that governed the sword, and it felt like he was being cheated. He was tired of it. He didn't want to do this anymore. He wanted to live quietly and comfortably at one of his country retreats without any cares or worries. He wanted to lose himself in his favorite stories and to fly for fun instead of war. He just wanted the life he knew he deserved. Is that the kind of life a murderer like you really deserves? A dark voice said inside his head. He hated it. It was the same voice that had encouraged him to try to kill Tanya to protect his secret. If it was part of his subconscious, it was something he wished he could get rid of completely. It was like the proverbial devil on his shoulder, only he had no angel to counter it. Worse still, since the fall of Letzenbourg it had started to sound different. It sounded like Ludwig. He tried to ignore the voice, promising silently that he wouldn't listen to it. He wasn't a murderer, this was a war, those people would have died anyway. If anything, he was making sure their sacrifice would mean something. They were saving his life from the evil god that had cursed him. If anyone were at fault, it was that monstrous god. He had nothing to be guilty about, right? He continued staring up at the blade for a few moments more, wondering if there was anything he could do to increase his chances of meeting his deadly quota. Everyone seemed convinced that this operation would essentially end the war. True, there would be pockets of resistance and various clean-up operations, but this was supposed to be the lethal blow. Do you really plan to provide nearly 900 faithful in the next few days? You're awfully confident, aren't you? The Ludwig voice chuckled mockingly at him. It won't be over in a few days, Will growled at the voice through clenched teeth. Why was his subconscious torturing him like this? Why had it picked Ludwig of all people? He took a few breaths and tried to calm himself down. He knew he didn't have to worry. In the thesis he'd written that predicted this war, he'd gone into great detail about the mindset of each of the Empire's neighbors. He'd had to just to make sense of the jumble of events in his head that he was sure would come to pass. He couldn't quite call them memories, more hazy recollections of certain incidents. There were plenty of gaps, but he'd put together all the pieces he could, and one thing he felt sure of, was that this would not be the end of the Republic. It just didn't feel right. For him, understanding the mindsets of the people meant understanding how the different nations might react. When he published his paper, most in the Empire dismissed a lot of what he had written. They praised him as a genius, but they didn't take any of what he'd written seriously. Too many of the actions he predicted were illogical, they claimed, and the experts couldn't understand why the countries in question would act so counterintuitive to their nation's interests. This was a flaw in the way Imperials thought. They were too pragmatic and forgot that people often act irrationally and emotionally even if it weren't in their best interest. When countries were stirred up by nationalism, nations acted the same way. A nation was made up of the minds of those irrational people. If this mission succeeded, it would humiliate the Republic, so much so they couldn't give in, their pride wouldn't allow it. It was an utterly irrational thing to do, but deep down, he somehow knew this wouldn't break them like the general staff thought it would. Ironically, they would have a better chance of reaching a peace agreement in a prolonged fight rather than trying for a quick end like this. The Republic's military could at least keep its honor intact that way. Oh, because of your prophetical paper? The Ludwig voice taunted. Half of what you wrote was completely wrong. Will felt a stab of fear run through him. It was true the paper hadn't been entirely accurate, but he'd been working from half-remembered memories. It was bound to have some mistakes in it, wasn't it? What about the Republic and the Entente invasions? I predicted them perfectly, nobody else did. He argued at the voice, more to put himself at ease than anything else. What about Dacia? You forgot about that, didn't you? Ludwig's voice said, full of scorn. And what about Hiltria? You said they'd want to join the Empire. You were completely wrong about that. It was true, he'd gotten both of those completely wrong. At the time he'd been sure they wouldn't have any problems in the East until the Federation got involved. The Communists had signed a non-aggression pact with the Empire though, so there seemed little threat of them interfering for now. But he'd been wrong about everything else in the East. True, Dacia had proven to be an easy win for the Empire, but he hadn't seen it coming at all. He was also sure that pressure from Magna Rumley would force Hiltria to seek support from the Empire. He'd theorized they might even ally with them. None of this happened, however. He'd been completely mistaken. Hiltria had even signed a treaty with Magna Rumley. What if he was wrong about this too? He felt numb. He couldn't move. The noises of the trench outside seemed to fade away into the distance and the room began to disappear into a black abyss of emptiness. His entire being filled with terror as he recognized where he was. This was where he had gone to when he'd died, when what Tanya called being X began unraveling his soul into the void. Deliver unto me, 1,000 faithful souls. A voice cut through the void. It wasn't Ludwig this time, it was him. Fear prevented him from speaking. He wanted to scream, to tell the monstrous god that he was trying. He just had to wait a bit longer. Suddenly he began to feel the all too familiar and terrifying feeling of his sense of self unraveling. It was too late. He tried his best to struggle in a vain attempt to escape, but as he felt more and more of himself disappear, he knew it was hopeless. As the final parts of his soul began to be ripped from his being, he finally managed to let out a scream. Prince Wilhelm! a voice said, and suddenly Will found himself sat bolt upright and breathing heavily in the dugout. He heard squelching from outside and saw Corporal Litz from his volunteer company enter the shelter with Will's flight gear. Had he fallen asleep? Was it all a dream? Will found himself staring blankly at the intruder as his thoughts struggled to keep up with what was a dream and what was reality. Fortunately, the man hadn't seemed to notice his anxiety in the dim light of the dugout, and Will managed to summon everything he had to keep the fear and unease from his demeanor. Corporal? Will asked, struggling to keep the strain from his voice while focusing on calming his breathing. Ah, there you are, sir, the man replied. The major asked me to bring your gear. Will nodded a thank you, and the man soon left to attend to his duties, and once again the boy was left alone with his thoughts. He felt a knot of dread in his stomach. What if the Ludwig voice was right? This could be his last chance. If the war ended, he'd have no chance of paying the debt. I won't disappear. I refuse. He growled to himself fearfully. I'll kill every Republican between here and the sea. He had a horrible feeling that he would have to. He didn't have a choice. The monster demanded it. It was God's will. Author's notes. Hi everyone, and thank you all for reading. As of the time of writing this story now has 100 followers and almost as many favorites, so thank you all, it means a lot to me. I wasn't really sure about the Canaris bit for a while. I started writing that a few chapters back, but I wasn't sure I'd keep it, but overall, I think it works, I hope. I try not to make characters wholly good or bad because people aren't like that, and I think it makes them more interesting, but I must admit I felt a bit dirty as I wrote some the Canaris POV. Wilhelm's part was fun to write, however. He's an a-hole, but he's not all bad. I got to drop some names from the wider YS universe in his part, and I got to write another one of his little mental episodes, which I always find fun. He really isn't coping too well, poor fella. Just a few notes below to clear up a few things if you were wondering. Wilhelm's attack on the Maginet line isn't as big of a deal that Andrew makes it out to be. Like always, his information is dodgy. Nachschlüsselkampfgruppe means skeleton key, or duplicate key, battle group. Anyone who has read the LN might recognize Captain Ahrens. He ends up in Tanya's Kampfgruppe later. Elon Schwarzkopf, as mentioned in the chapter, was Tanya's commander on the Rhine, and in the manga, he gets temporary command of the 203rd. I don't believe that's mentioned in the LN or anime though, but I liked the idea, so it's in. The Empire isn't actually suffering from food shortages at this time, not as far as I'm aware anyway. Will is just completely ignorant to the fact that the general staff blew the budget of the dining room, so can't afford decent meals. Corporal Litz is the soldier that brought Wilhelm's flight gear to him all the way back in chapter 2. I like to recycle my characters when I can. Part of the reason Wilhelm's kill count is only just triple digits is that from what I've been able to find, most soldiers and pilots didn't actually get huge amounts of confirmed kills. The soldier with the most kills in WW2 was a Finnish sniper called Simo Heiha who got 505 kills, and as for pilots, it was Eric Hartmann who had 352 aerial victories. Although I could imagine an aerial mage getting more kills than this in their career, not every kill counts on Wilhelm's sword for reasons I'm not divulging yet. Side note, is anyone any good at drawing? I thought it might be cool to have a better cover for this story, but I can't draw. I'd be happy to put something towards it. I'm not super rich or anything, but I'm sure I can scrape a bit of something together. If so, please PM me, if not then hey ho. Chapter 31, Operation Lockpick 2, Saint's Wrath. Operation Lockpick 2, Saint's Wrath. Everyone likes to remember that Operation Revolving Door was an incredible military achievement. That it was the greatest encirclement in history, and it rewrote the rulebook on how we fight war. Even at the time, all of us Imperial soldiers at the front thought of it as a glorious adventure and an easy way to finish off the Republic. All except one soldier. Now I look back on that operation and I don't remember anything glorious or honorable. It was vicious and spiteful. The Republic was confused and unable to react, and we pushed them aside like it was nothing, viciously putting down anyone in our way in order to exact our vengeance and quickly finish the war. It was entirely one-sided. It wasn't a battle, it was a massacre. I think the Saint saw it for what it was even before Operation Lockpick was launched. He tried to hide it and cheer us on as he always did, as ever he led from the front, and I'm sure he tried to shield us all from the worst when he could. But as the attack wore on, I saw the look in his eyes. I'll always remember that look. Excerpt from Herbert Litz's memoirs. As read by Reinhard Hausmann at the Bring Back the Monarchy rally on the anniversary of the liberation of Letzenbourg 1940. May 25, Unified Year 1925. Maginet 3rd Defensive Line, Rhine Front. Private Lefever stood aghast as he watched the colossal plume of thick black smoke stretch endlessly into the sky. He'd been serving on the Rhine front for almost a year now, and although he would never truly become used to the constant shelling and awful conditions, he thought he'd seen everything this war had to offer. He had been wrong. Moments before he had been calmly making his way to his post on the tertiary defense line, he'd thought himself blessed to be deployed here. Although considered front-line duty, this was one of the safest posts on the entire Rhine front. The Imperials had never penetrated this deep into the Maginet line, and they rarely even bothered to shell this far back. It was almost a vacation for anyone who had spent much time at the front. The rest of the line suffered near constant bombardment and there was the ever-present threat of a trench raid both day and night. By comparison, the third row of the Magi net was a relatively peaceful posting. He'd barely been paying attention to his surroundings as he made his way to the concrete pillbox that he was supposed to be keeping watch from. It all seemed almost pointless to him. The Imperials weren't expected to make any kind of move, so why bother? Even if the Imperials did try to attack, they'd never made it this far before. He didn't think there was anything to worry about. From what he'd heard, they'd pulled their lines back and friendly forces in the north had started moving in. Rumor had it that their artillery was almost in range of the Raw industrial area. According to Lieutenant Brochard, that meant the war was pretty much won. They all expected to be sent home soon. Then it happened. First, the ground began to shake slightly, then more forcefully as a huge and deafening boom filled the air. A shockwave washed through the trench and he found himself losing his footing before falling onto his back. That is when he saw it, the tremendous column of thick black smog billowing into the air in the distance. He couldn't claim to be an expert, but he'd seen his fair share of explosions during his time serving here and he was certain he was looking at the aftermath of one. He clambered to his feet and stared into the smoke-filled sky in confusion. Something was very wrong. The smoke seemed too far away for a blast that had been so loud and had the force to knock him off his feet. If it really were as far away as he suspected, the explosion would have to be huge. He didn't know of any artillery piece or bomb that could cause something like that. It would take an incredible amount of munitions to cause an explosion that size. There must have been an accident at a supply dump or something. He couldn't say how long he stood entranced by the churning tower of ash, fumes, and soot. It was oddly beautiful in its own way. His mind's eye began creating patterns in the swirling mass of smoke as his brain tried to make sense of what he was seeing. Everything seemed quiet compared to the ear-splitting roar that had pierced the air not long before, and for a brief moment, an unnatural peace seemed to settle over the trench. But it wasn't to last. "Get out the way!" shouted a soldier, shoving past him as he hurried to his post. Leftover was broken from his reverie and suddenly remembered where he was. He cursed himself and began jogging through the earthworks. Something had happened and instinctively he knew it must be bad. He should get to his position too. The sudden blast had roused everyone in the tertiary line. Within moments the entire system of trenches, tunnels, and bunkers were a hive of activity as soldiers rushed around like ants after their nest had been kicked. Nobody knew what was going on, but that didn't matter. They fell back on their training, performing the same motions they had endlessly drilled without the need for the interference from officers. It was fortunate they did. Although the first gargantuan blast had been a shock, it had caused no damage here that he could see. It was what followed that did that. Soon after the first, many smaller explosions erupted around them as artillery fire ripped through the line. Each detonation was deadly, not just from the initial impact but because of the razor-like fragments of shrapnel that flew through the air in the aftermath. The soldier in front of him fell victim to these deadly scraps of sharpened metal as one of the fragments pierced his skull, leaving a hideous wound that killed him instantly. Leftover was forced to leave the man where he lay, knowing with an uncomfortable certainty that if the blast had been even a fraction of a second later, it would have been him lying there. Now he'd been broken from his daze. He found his feet worked automatically as he rushed through the fortifications towards his post. The ground shook as artillery fire rained down around him and his ears rang as the deafening sounds pierced his eardrums, but he pushed on in the hopes of finding some respite from the chaos once he reached his destination. He let out a sigh of relief as he reached the bunker. The concrete shelter would not offer much protection if it suffered a direct hit, but it at least offered a shield against the shrapnel and concussive shockwaves that filled the air. He hoped that the enemy artillery would have a hard time hitting such a small pillbox this far back. They'd had less practice finding their range here. Maybe he'd be lucky. As he entered, he offered a silent prayer of thanks for his continued safety before taking up his position, looking out an opening facing out towards the secondary line. He hoped God was listening. He nodded a greeting to Lieutenant Brochard as he passed, but the man was too busy shouting down the telephone to take much notice of him. He found himself thinking back to when he had first joined the army and got chewed out for saluting an officer in a combat zone. Everyone knew not to salute an officer out on the front lines. It was a surefire way to let enemy snipers know who best to target. Even in the relative safety of the bunker, he knew his commander wouldn't appreciate being marked as a priority target. Strangely, the memory helped calm him and he found his mind begin to reassert some reason onto the situation. Now he was safe in the shelter. He had time to assess his situation. Obviously, something bad had happened, but he didn't need to panic. The Imperials were probably trying to take advantage of the explosion and were launching one last desperate attempt to break through before they were forced to surrender. This was the Magi net line, however. It had never been breached before and never would be. Better still, this was the third line of defense. No Imperial had ever set foot in these fortifications. He was as safe here as he was ever going to be. He didn't know what sneaky trick the Empire was trying to pull, but there was no way they could get through here. He peered down the iron sights of his rifle as he looked out into the mist. The fog of war had engulfed the second line that lay ahead of him, and the line of fortification was hidden by the soot and dirt that had been thrown into the air by the munitions. He swallowed down his mounting anxiety. he told himself again that he shouldn't have to worry, he probably wouldn't even need to fire his weapon, at least not from here. The worst they could reasonably expect to see were friendly troops retreating from the secondary line, but that was unlikely. Even if the Imperials had taken the first line, they'd be being ripped apart by now, they'd probably get the order to move up and support the second line soon. Damn it! He heard the lieutenant scream irritably, is everyone at command taking a nap or something? Judging from the stream of profanity coming from the direction of the officer as he struggled to get through to the command center, they were having communications problems. This seemed strange to Lefebvre. True, much of the rest of the Rhine front suffered terribly with radio and telephone blackouts, but the Maginet line rarely did. Since this was a permanent fortification, it had been built with keeping an efficient communication network in mind. There were miles of cables sunk deep underground to prevent the lines becoming damaged. It was the worst kind of luck that they would be having problems with it now of all times. We can't even contact the other defensive lines, the officer growled to himself before turning to another soldier. Send a runner to find out what's going on. By now some of their own big guns had started returning fire, adding to the cacophony of noise that filled the air. The return fire was sporadic and seemed uncoordinated, however, completely devoid of the usual well-drilled rhythm he was used to hearing from the artillery. His anxiety began to rise along with the growing sense of wrongness he felt about this situation. Things didn't seem right somehow, and it felt as though his instincts were trying to warn him of something. The noise of the battlefield was still overwhelming, but Lefebvre fancied he could hear something else in the distance. It sounded almost like the deep rumble of engines. He squinted down his sights once more into the fog but couldn't make out anything approaching. Still, he was sure he could hear a low mechanical rumble at the very edge of his hearing. He closed his eyes to try and pick out the noise, but his concentration was soon broken by shouting from the far side of the bunker. What do you mean they're gone? He heard Lieutenant Brochard question with growing annoyance. Just that, sir, a nervous soldier answered. The spotters watching the advance to the north say that the old enemy position just exploded with our people in it. There's nothing left. He found himself staring over his shoulder at the messenger in disbelief. There must be some mistake. How could the entire trench just explode? And why wasn't the command center doing anything about all this? It was then Lefebvre noticed that the enemy artillery had stopped firing. He turned back just in time to see a silhouette begin to emerge from the smoky haze. He felt himself go cold with terror as the bulky form of a tank began to emerge from the fog. He saw a flash from its muzzle as it fired before it slowly began turning its turret to aim at his shelter. Soon another appeared through the smoke, then another and another. In mere moments there were dozens approaching, firing across the line. It was impossible. How could they have broken through both the forward defense lines before they'd received any warning? He wasn't the only one to notice, and soon the lieutenant was desperately calling down the receiver of the phone again while Lefebvre and his comrades fired with little hope of damaging the approaching war machines. What were the artillery and anti-armor brigades doing? They should have been ordered to support this position as soon as the spotters reported the enemy approach. Tanks should never have been allowed to get this far. He took a few deep breaths to calm himself and began looking for some weak point on the lead tank to aim at. True, his rifle would be no good against the armor, but he might be able to find an open hatch or vent. He couldn't expect too much damage, but it might slow them down at least. As his eyes scanned over his target, he found himself blinking in surprise. A small figure stood atop the hull of the war machine, completely unperturbed by the chaos unfolding around them. They were still too far away to make out clearly, but it appeared to be a small boy with a sword in one hand and pistol in the other. His mind froze in confusion at the unusual sight, but his training took over and his finger twitched as he automatically fired at the head of the figure. Time seemed to slow, and for a moment he could almost imagine the bullet flying through the air towards its intended victim. It didn't hit home, however, and a bright flash erupted in front of the boy as the bullet was halted before it could strike him. The boy was a mage, he realized. The bullet had been stopped by his magical shield. A child mage with a sword. Could it be him? Could it be the saint? He'd never seen either of the now legendary named child mages that the Empire employed on the battlefield. He'd heard the stories, of course, everyone on the Rhine had. The Devil of the Rhine and the Saint of Letzenbourg were both said to be frighteningly powerful mages. If either of them appeared, you knew you'd be in for a hard time. The Devil especially was known to be ruthless. People said she ran down fleeing troops and butchered anyone unfortunate to meet her on the battlefield. The lucky few that survived encounters with her spoke of her as a demon that fed off of the pain and misery she inflicted. They called her a predator that stalked the battlefield in search of prey. The saint was supposed to be almost as skilled and equally as dangerous, but in stark contrast to the devil, he was known for his honor and mercy. He wielded a sword like the knights of old and fought under the old rules of chivalry. The tales went that he offered his foes the chance to safely withdraw, often begging his foes to leave rather than fight him, imploring them to think about their families and loved ones. One of his comrades had once heard the boy's pleading cries for peace echoing over the battlefield and admitted being moved by the gesture. The boy's voice was described as sorrowful and he seemed to sincerely wish not to hurt them. His friend confessed that he had been sorely tempted to run home after hearing him. Lefebvre's shot had attracted the attention of the mage and the boy turned towards the bunker before glancing up at the sky. Leftover followed his gaze. He saw the silhouettes of dozens of aerial mages emerge from the smog flying in a V formation. In perfect unison, the mages fired towards the defenses and suddenly, the saint launched himself forward from the tank at high speed and flew towards them. The boy raised his arm to aim his pistol towards the shelter, adding to the incoming barrage from above, while the sword in his other hand trailed behind him. Leftover turned to alert his comrades of the impending danger. A powerful mage could use explosion spells that were even more powerful than the cannon of the approaching tank. A barrage from a whole group of them was akin to a highly precise artillery strike. The mages would rip their shelter wide open. They needed to take cover. He opened his mouth to shout his warning, but before any sound left his lungs the room erupted in a blinding white light. At the same time, he felt pain surge across his body and a strong physical force behind him tossed him through the air. He was still blinded from the explosion when his body finally came to a halt. He felt bones crack as his body struck the floor painfully and he could barely hear his own screams over the painful ringing in his ears. Gradually the ringing began to subside, and his hearing began to return, and the brutal sounds of the battlefield filled his ears once more. He could barely move, and his head ached horribly as he tried to raise it to see what had happened. He blinked a few times to clear his vision. The world seemed blurry and indistinct, but he could just make out the remains of the bunker he had been in before. Somehow, he had been flung out of the shelter and back into the trench by the blast. The bunker itself was no more. All that was left was a pile of smoldering debris. He tried to move but found he didn't have the strength. He was terrified and in pain. He desperately wanted to get to safety but his body wouldn't respond to his commands. He couldn't feel his legs anymore and every small movement sent a rush of agony through the rest of his body. He tried to call out for help but once again his voice betrayed him, and no sound left his lips as the coppery taste of blood filled his mouth. The blast hadn't gone unnoticed and he felt a wave of relief wash over him as more of his countrymen appeared from one of the nearby tunnel entrances. Most headed for the parapets and began taking aim at the enemy, but one rushed towards him with a medical kit in hand and gave him a reassuring smile. The man rushed to clear the debris and immediately began to tend to his wounds, but both found themselves pausing and staring upwards as a childlike and sorrowful voice filled the air. "Republican soldiers! Please, we do not want to harm you," the artificially amplified voice echoed through the trench despite the noise of the gunfire. Suddenly two of the fresh soldiers fell as bullets rained down on them and the boy mage fell from the sky into the trench. "Think of your families, how would they survive without you?" Leftover heard as he saw two more men fall as the boy's sword slashed at them in a flurry of movement. Immediately after, the boy launched forward at another group who had turned and were firing wildly at the approaching mage. "Please flee, no more need to die today. Please surrender." Another soldier died as the boy's blade skewered him and pierced his heart before kicking the poor lifeless soul away to free his weapon once more. "Leave while you can, for your sons and daughters' sakes." The boy swung his blade around and decapitated the sergeant, leaving a spray of gore as his pistol fired at two more soldiers who had panicked and were desperately trying to escape the carnage. "Please don't make me do this." He stared at the scene with horror, pain temporarily forgotten as he struggled to comprehend the vicious massacre in front of him. This was the merciful saint? It couldn't be. He was a vicious killer. He hadn't hesitated for a second as he'd ruthlessly exterminated his countrymen. His words were lies. He offered no peace, no quarter. He didn't even try to let his comrades flee or surrender. His voice may have sounded full of sorrow, but his actions were violent and murderous. He was a butcher, slaughtering with none of the compassion that was conveyed in his voice. This was no saint, this was a monster. The mage paused as he looked over to them and Leftover got his first good look at this so-called saint. He was small and skinny. It seemed impossible that this was the same being who had just slaughtered a whole trench full of people. The boy didn't look as though he could be capable of such a feat. He hovered slightly in the air with the aid of his mage equipment and he stared down at them with glowing green eyes. His expression looked desperate and panicked. He looked like a cornered animal ready to fight to its last breath. The boy looked utterly terrified, as though he were fleeing something terrible, and somehow this made the boy seem more horrifying. There was now only the medic between Leftover and the boy. He raised his hands and offered his surrender, begging to be allowed to help the wounded. In the blink of an eye, the boy rushed forward and stabbed the medic through the chest, causing him to cough blood and fall forward onto the young mage. "I'm sorry, but you have to die," the boy said in a strangely melancholic tone as he shouldered the dead medic onto the floor. The mage turned and lifted the sword up to his face and stared into the blade, while blood trickled along its length. The boy was either ignoring him or hadn't noticed he was there and instead stood for a moment transfixed by his weapon. He saw the mage's face contort into a hateful scowl and his whole body shook with rage. "How many more?" He growled at his sword before a loud crash from above them caught his attention. A tank rolled over the top of the trench line using the dismantled bunker as a bridge to cross the gap. Its cannon flashed and let out a loud boom as it fired at some unseen foe, while it continued its unceasing march forwards. Upon seeing his armored comrade, the boy floated back into the air and stood atop the tank once more. Leftover was about to let out a sigh of relief at his lucky escape, but suddenly the boy turned and fixed his eyes on him. The demon saint glared at him hatefully as it raised its pistol once more. It felt like he was staring into the depths of his very soul as their eyes met before he mouthed the words. Are you faithful? XXXX. May 25th Unified Year 1925. Central Headquarters War Room, Berlin. Major General Hans von Zetter was not one to count his chickens before they hatched, but even he was struggling to keep the smile from his face as he surveyed the large map table dominating the center of the war room. He was followed by his friend and colleague from operations, Kurt von Rudersdorf, who was similarly pleased with how events were unfolding. Even his large bushy mustache did nothing to hide the grin that lay across his lips. The pair had just returned from a meeting with the ministers of the Supreme High Command, where they had been given the immensely satisfying task of revealing that they had effectively crippled the Republic's Rhine battle group. This experience had been all the more gratifying as they'd spent much of the earlier stages of the meeting being accused of incompetence by the feckless bureaucrats. They'd weathered a relentless stream of insults and threats from the politicians while they waited patiently for news that Major Digerekov had succeeded, biting their tongues the entire time. The only member of the council who had remained silent was Vice Admiral Canaris, who had quietly watched the proceedings with a knowing smile. There had been a brief moment when he began to worry that their gambit might have failed. Time had seemed to drag during the meeting, and the wait for news of the operation was almost unbearable. He'd found himself glancing at his pocket watch nervously every few minutes as he mentally ran through the timetable of events that should have been unfolding. His worries were unfounded, however. Soon the news came in that Digerekov had triumphed and the enemy regional command structure had been neutralized. The bureaucrats had fallen into a stunned silence as he and Rudersdorf explained the masterstroke they had delivered, and the tone of the room shifted dramatically as the ministers fell over themselves to congratulate them. It was quite the U-turn, and Zetter was amazed at how easily the politicians managed to forget that, moments before they were threatening to fire the generals. Now the untrustworthy officials were offering promotions, medals, and bonuses instead, as well as reminding everyone how their own departments had made invaluable contributions to the war effort as well. Eventually, the conversation turned to what prize the Empire should demand of their foes as compensation and what the precise cost of this war had been. They had left them to it. The aftermath of the war was their problem to worry about. There would no doubt be months of talks and negotiation ahead before the matter was fully resolved, and Zetter was more than happy to leave that battle to the diplomats. Right now, he just wanted to be sure their victory was secure. What's the latest? Rudersdorf asked Lieutenant Colonel Rirugen as they approached the large map surrounded by staff officers prodding the markers around with their plotting rods. The officer saluted and began his report in his usual professional demeanor. The explosives all detonated without issue, explained Rirugen as he leaned over to point to the map. Holes opened in the line here and here. Our forces managed to exploit them and pass through with little resistance. The flanking force is making good time and is ahead of schedule. This was excellent news. Until the encirclement was complete, there was still a risk of the enemy managing to turn this all around somehow. If they were ahead of schedule, then this risk was drastically reduced. They estimated it would take 2 days before OCBY managed to respond to the crisis and reassert control over its forces. They had to be done by then. What about the assault on the Maginet line? Asked Zetter. If they would have any problems, it would probably start in those fortifications. Prince Wilhelm's breakthrough was successful, and with the aid of the follow-up attack the first 3 lines and the tunnel system fell within an hour, reported Rirugen. The prince and his Kampfgruppe have now joined the flanking force and are aggressively seeking out potential resistance. It is in part due to his efforts that the encirclement is proceeding so efficiently. It seemed Digerekov's assessment of the young prince was right about one thing: he really was quite zealous on the offensive. They had initially had some reservations about having him leading the assault, considering his reputation for kindness and clemency on the battlefield. Digerekov had always claimed he was overly aggressive, however, and believed his pleas for peace were simply a form of psychological warfare, but he hadn't been so sure. To Zetter, the boy seemed genuinely distressed about the need to fight, but he was also determined to do his part for the defense of both his home countries. The boy had a noble spirit, and Zetter worried that he may not handle the necessities of modern warfare all that well. It seemed he had nothing to worry about. The young prince obviously understood his duty and had performed his role perfectly. Perhaps he'd developed a thicker skin while working alongside Digerekov. It seems the prince is trying to give Digerekov a run for her money, smiled Rudersdorf as he puffed on his cigar. The supply train is struggling to keep up. It was certainly true that the prince was proving himself useful. Either on his own or with Digerekov, it seemed he was quite capable, another child prodigy. He found himself regretting that they hadn't made better use of him earlier in the war. They'd all been so focused on trying to get him away from the front lines that they'd almost missed his talents. Digerekov had seen it immediately, however, and she'd seen how to make use of him and his unit more effectively. Once again, the girl had proved to have talent and insight way beyond her years. The pair made a good team. It was almost a shame that the young royal would be leaving the military soon. He would have liked to see what the two aces could achieve if they continued working together. Speaking of Digerekov, where is she now? Asked Zetter. Doubtless, she'd want to join in the fun as soon as she returned. Rirugen's face shifted almost imperceivably for a second at the mention of the girl's name, and once again Zetter found himself wondering what the man had against her. True, she had some problems in the academy, but she'd obviously matured since then. Ryugen needed to learn to let things go. U-171 successfully extracted the team and is currently making its way back along the coast. It's expected to be back in friendly waters within 16 hours. Said the lieutenant colonel. She can rendezvous with the prince for the final phase, observed Rudersdorf with a chuckle before taking another puff of his cigar. It's fortunate they are both on our side. Can you imagine if they were ever pitted against each other? Zetter found himself laughing along with his friend. It was an interesting thought. He'd be willing to bet on Digirakov in a one-on-one duel. When it came down to it, she was the more experienced and he'd learned never to underestimate her. Still, the prince had a reputation for close combat prowess. Maybe if he got close enough, he could put her under pressure at least. Regardless, it would no doubt be an impressive display. One thing's for certain, Zetter replied with a grin, they'd make one hell of a mess. XXXXXX. May 26, Unified Year 1925. 60 kilometers south of Calais, Rhine front. It won't be enough, thought Will as he stood atop Captain Aaron's command tank as it rumbled relentlessly towards the northern coastline. He stared at the number on the blade for what was likely the 100th time that day and willed it to suddenly increase. It didn't change, however, and his heart sank further into despair. It's nowhere near enough. He felt on the verge of tears as he battled the feeling of fear and hopelessness that threatened to overwhelm him. He'd tried, he really had. He'd spent a full day assaulting every Republican they could find, and he hadn't allowed a single one to escape alive. He'd risked his reputation and potentially his freedom by gunning down the fleeing and wounded in complete violation of the rules of war. He'd committed numerous unforgivable atrocities that would join his collection of nightmares and haunt him forever, but it still wasn't enough. He was fortunate he'd been able to range so far ahead of the rest of the battalion alone despite the other officers' concern for his safety. If anyone saw what he'd done, he'd be branded a war criminal. The wretched Ludwig voice in his head seemed to take great joy in pointing out that a war criminal was too kind of a way of describing what he truly was. He'd even gone so far as to prioritize using his sword for the slaughter. Past experience had taught him it didn't matter how he snuffed out his prey, the number would rise as he delivered a faithful soul regardless of their method of dispatch. But he was desperate. He hoped that somehow the use of the cursed blade might make some difference this time and charged headlong into the enemy whenever he could. He'd seen far too much blood as he sliced through flesh and bone in his quest to satisfy the vile god, but it hadn't helped. His hope had turned out to be futile. The only obvious differences he could tell were that his arm ached, and he'd been forced to look into more of the terrified faces of those who were sacrificing themselves for him than usual. He smelt their blood on his flight suit and it made him feel sick. It seemed the real god was more like the ancient malevolent entities that preferred human sacrifice rather than the benevolent being that was preached about by the church. His efforts obviously weren't enough for the demon-like deity. The number on the sword may have increased quickly at first, but not by enough to free him from the curse. He was sure he'd slain more than what the number showed, but as always it didn't always show on the sword. It was difficult to tell how many he had truly killed since the operation began. He wasn't sure he wanted to know. He'd started to become numb to the violence again and gradually it began to feel like just another task he had to perform. He felt strangely grateful for that, despite the fear that it made him a despicable person. He tried to remind himself that he shouldn't feel guilt over all this. It wasn't his fault. God had forced him to be so monstrous. He just hoped he'd be able to go back to how things were before. Unfortunately, as time went on, the digits' growth began to slow, and he watched in terror as his chances of survival slipped through his fingers. He'd been forced to work harder still, going out of his way to hunt down any Republican soldiers close to their route. He'd done his best to disguise this activity as hunting down possible resistance, diverting his mage company to search and destroy any enemy groups they came across to maintain the advance. But soon the number seemed to slow even more until it barely seemed to rise at all. He'd found himself considering leaving the column completely and attacking civilians in the countryside, anything to pay the toll the cruel beast demanded of him. Even he had balked at that. There was no way he could justify it. He hadn't fallen that far yet and he worried what everyone would think of him. Besides, he couldn't be sure it would even work. After all, it hadn't in a reign. It made him feel sick with rage to think of the atrocities this despicable god was forcing him to commit. This is why you don't deserve my faith. He must have let some of his true feelings and worries spill out onto his face. Major Schwarzkopf and some of the other officers had started looking at him with undisguised concern. Eventually, the man insisted that he rested and allow another company to take the lead for a while. Despite everything, he'd found himself relenting to the major's wishes. It seemed like all his energy had fled him along with his hope. He elected to stay closer to the front of the column with the tanks rather than resting in one of the trucks with Corporal Litz and the rest of his company. However, he didn't want to be around others right now. In the meantime, Schwarzkopf had taken the liberty of rotating the mage companies leading the charge to share the workload more evenly. He let a long sigh before sitting down on the hull of the tank and staring up at the sky. Things had been going so well to begin with. Although Will had to admit, for the first hour he was an anxious wreck due to the fresh reminder of the fate the monster threatened that weighed on his mind. The plan had gone off without a hitch. Clearly, Tanya had succeeded in taking down the command center and the explosives had devastated a sizable chunk of their lines. The Republic's forces were left rudderless and taken completely by surprise by the assault. It had been surprisingly easy to break through the Magi net. He'd expected more cooperation between the defensive lines, but they didn't move to support each other and were overrun quite quickly. Their mages didn't react fast enough either. The Magi net was supposed to have a few companies on standby at all times, but they'd hardly seen any. Most must have been taken out before they could get airborne, and those who they did see were quickly isolated and easily taken out. Will wondered if they'd moved troops to the north in anticipation for the final push. It would be just his luck for them to send soldiers away when he needed as many as possible between him and the sea. These quick early victories had buoyed the confidence of his men and they seemed even more driven to complete the encirclement as quickly as possible. They'd also caught a glimpse of the follow-up attack before they moved onwards from the Magi net. They were swarming into the remainder of the enemy lines with similar enthusiasm. He supposed it was hardly surprising. They'd been living in the shadows of those fortifications for nearly 2 years. They were presumably thankful to exact some revenge on the guns that had been pointing at them all that time. They probably appreciated the change of scenery too. All this had mattered little to him, but once they'd broken through and he had a moment of reprieve, he glanced at his sword and for once had felt almost happy about what he had seen. It had been the largest increase in the sword tally that he'd ever seen. He had started to feel hopeful he could do it, he could pay the debt, be free and live the life he knew he deserved. He now cursed that optimism. The monster was toying with him, he was sure. The tally slowed to almost a stop and now he was back to fearing for his continued existence. He leaned back against the tank and felt an uncharacteristic wave of fatalism wash over him. He felt exhausted and depressed, he was tired of it all, he hadn't asked for any of this. He wondered if he should just give up. He knew he didn't have to worry about those he left behind. According to Patrick, he'd amassed an obscene amount of wealth from the investments he'd made in weapons and medical supplies before the war. Christina and Sophia would be well looked after. Tanya had a sizable amount put aside too since he'd opened her a secret account in the Waldstadt Confederacy and filtered some of his own gains into it. He wondered how she'd react when she found out. They could all live a comfortable life, a happy life, a life that was supposed to be his. No. He growled, feeling a sudden burst of energy and rage dispel the fatalistic thoughts from him. Why should he sacrifice the life he knew he deserved? He'd already suffered, why shouldn't he get his reward? Why couldn't they all share it? It was then he noticed a distant speck high above them in the clouds. He quickly sat up and summoned an observation spell to zoom in on it while radioing Major Schwarzkopf for confirmation of the magical signal he was sure would be up there. A matrix of semi-transparent turquoise circles and symbols appeared in front of him and with a small gesture, it showed his distant target clearly. Less than a second later, the Major radioed to confirm that somehow this luckless mage had managed to get through the picket of mages surrounding the column and was blithely flying towards what was once the Republican front lines. Tanya would no doubt be very disappointed to find her troops being careless enough to allow him through. They must be feeling overconfident. Even from a distance, Will could see this was a Republican mage. The outline of the metal steed they rode was clear. It looked almost like the man was riding the Pegasus from the ancient legends. He zoomed in further and saw the mage stop abruptly, clearly shocked at the devastation that he could no doubt see from his vantage, before the man dropped a bag and turned to speed away. He couldn't be allowed to escape so easily. Will launched himself off of the tank and up into the air towards the fleeing mage while radioing the others that he was in pursuit. The figure may have had a head start, but the top speed of the Type 97 far exceeded the orbs of the Francois Republic and Will soon found himself closing the gap. Even if that weren't the case, Will was determined to catch him. He needed to feed the sword. He needed to survive. The mage had yet to notice his pursuit, either that or he was too focused on reporting back the shocking developments at the front to his superiors to care, and Will readied his sword for a quick kill. He poured enough magical energy into his blade, slicing open the mage's protective barriers before raising his pistol for the finishing blow. The mage was fast, however, and despite being taken by surprise moved at the last second, narrowly avoiding the shot. Will had no time to readjust his flight trajectory or bring his sword back around for a second strike and went careening into the man, sending him flying from his metal steed. The man grasped him out of instinct and Will found himself being dragged down with the man as they tumbled towards the ground. Will swore as he felt an elbow strike him in the face as the man grappled with him as they fell. His flight gear was enough to slow the descent, but he would need to pour more mana into his flight formula to fully counteract the man's extra weight. He tried to kick himself free of the man, but he was much stronger than he was and clung to him as though he were a life preserver preventing him from drowning. Even if he enhanced his own strength, the mage could easily match him, so instead, he tried to angle his foe towards the ground and increased the speed of his dive to drive the man into it. The older mage caught on quickly and moments before they struck the ground, Will found himself being shoved away from the mage as he focused his efforts on enhancing his own toughness and readiness for the fall. Will hadn't been expecting this, but the shove allowed him enough time to react and he poured mana through his orb and into his flight gear and brought his boots down just in time to cushion his fall as the enemy struck the ground hard a few meters away. Will took a breath and then began gliding over to the fallen soldier to finish the job. It was a drop that would easily have killed a normal man, but this was a mage, they trained for these sorts of falls, although likely dazed, the man would undoubtedly be alive. As he approached, he got his first proper look at the man. From the rank insignia at his collar he could see he was a lieutenant colonel. He thought it odd that someone of his rank would be flying alone so close to the front lines, but he wasn't exactly in a position to judge anyone for that. He was tall, well-built and what Will had heard described as traditionally handsome, the very model of what the Republic no doubt felt was the perfect soldier. To Will and his sword, he would just be another number, if he were faithful. Will approached the dazed man and raised his sword to the man's throat before he could struggle back to his feet. His pistol had been lost during the fall, but he doubted he would have used it anyway, the blade seemed cleaner somehow. "You're the saint," the man said with surprise before his eyes darkened and his face contorted with anger. "You were at Arene, they blamed you for it, yet you're still an imperial lapdog." The mention of the butchered city made him pause as he stared into the man's hate-filled eyes. Of course, the Republic would blame him. He'd taken responsibility for the massacre in the hope of ridding himself of the curse, they would have died anyway but they wouldn't see it like that. He felt a stab of anger at the creature Tanya called being X, not only had he been cheated, he'd been villainized. History would think of him as a butcher and he'd never be able to tell people it wasn't his fault. No sane person would believe that he was ordered to commit mass murder in the name of a monstrous god. It was then he saw it, the look in the man's eyes that returned a sliver of hope to him. It was a look of utter loathing and undisguised animosity, it was a look of protest and defiance. These were not the eyes of a defeated man. He was on his knees but still refused to surrender, he hadn't been broken yet. He and his country had been surprised, beaten and even humiliated but looking into the man's eyes he could see he was desperate to stand and fight on. Will wasn't sure how he knew, but as he looked into the man's eyes, the Republic wasn't broken either. This war isn't over he thought with growing certainty as he stared into those hate-filled eyes. He wanted to laugh out loud as the wave of relief swept through him. It was stupid and irrational for the mage to act like this, but it was human and that's what humans were. He'd been hanging around Imperials for too long, he was starting to think in their narrow and logical terms. People don't act rationally, they acted emotionally and until the people of the Republic gave into their hopelessness they would fight on out of the desire for foolish vengeance and defiance. The only thing that was stopping them was the blade that threatened the final blow. What would the final blow to the Republic be? The loss of Parisii? No, they were so insufferably proud of their capital being the cultural center of Europa that they'd probably abandon it to save it from being damaged. Then what? They may have lost their army on the Rhine, but the Republican army still had millions of men, more still in its overseas territories. They still had plenty of strength with which to resist, especially if another power stepped up. Would this be enough to make the Commonwealth stop trusting that small channel of water and intervene directly? Their naval exercises were already as good as a thinly veiled excuse for a blockade, so they must be close. In his paper, he'd said they'd prefer to allow others to fight while they remained on the sidelines for as long as possible. Their navy gave them a feeling of security and in peacetime, they only maintained a small army. Intelligence said they were rapidly increasing those numbers however they must have realized they'd have to interfere eventually. They couldn't allow an uncontested hegemony on the mainland and so close to their doorstep. But would they dare stand against the Empire if they were truly alone? If that final blow struck the Republic? He stared down the blade at the mage, he had the strength to resist too, but what if the final blow never came? What if he were given a chance to fight another day? What if the Republic were given the chance to fight another day? He lowered his blade and turned away from the man. He didn't trust himself to contain his smile anymore. He scanned the area and soon saw the metal horse the man had been riding. It was probably a little battered, but he knew they were tough pieces of kit, it would probably still fly. "You should report back to your superiors what you've seen," said Will, trying to keep his voice level. "My unit will move out of magic detection range soon, you should be able to sneak back." He heard the man rise behind him and tensed in case the mage decided to attack him instead. There was silence for a moment and then the mage spoke again. "Why? Do you think this will scare us into surrendering? We'll fight you till the last man if we have to." "That's what I'm counting on," thought Will as he felt a manic smile tug at his lips. It was fortunate he wasn't facing the man, he'd think he was being mocked. "Good luck," Lieutenant Colonel Will called as he took off and left the man to his own devices. He flew a good distance away before stopping in a small wooded copse that split some of the surrounding woodland. He glanced around to make sure he was alone, once he was certain he collapsed to his knees in a fit of hysterical laughter. Such was his relief he couldn't control himself. He'd been given a reprieve, he felt like the death row inmate that had just been pardoned. If it weren't God that was causing all this he would have probably given a prayer of thanks. "What do you think of my prophetic paper now, Ludwig?" he asked between breaths as he let his worries out with the laughter. The Ludwig voice remained silent, and Will felt even better for the small victory. He eventually managed to bring himself under control and wiped the tears from his eyes. He took a few calming breaths and reminded himself that he still had to make sure that it happened. He would have to find a way to make sure the Empire didn't press its advantage too much, but then again, who better to push for an end to hostilities than a saint? He looked up at the sky, somehow everything seemed brighter now. As he began floating back up into the air, something in one of the trees caught his eye. It was the bag the Republican mage had dropped. Curiosity got the better of him and he picked it up to investigate its contents as he flew back to the camp group. As he peered inside, he almost burst out into another fit of laughter. It was all he could do to keep himself from giggling as he radioed the column as he approached. Captain Ahrens, I have a bottle of fine cognac for you if you can get those vehicles to the coast before Major Digirekov gets back. All in all, it was turning out to be a good day. Author's notes. Hi all and thank you all for reading as always. I'm sorry the last couple of chapters have been a little light on Tanya, but she's still on her way back and there wasn't much else I could add till we did it, and now we are in a submarine without rewriting the canon. She'll be back next chapter though. She might end up with the whole thing as her POV, but I'm not sure yet. I'm trying to strike a balance with Wilhelm. On the one hand, I want him to be at least slightly relatable, but on the other, he does some pretty awful things, even if he has his reasons for doing them. If I'm honest, part of the reason for the first part of this chapter was to remind myself of that. I had the mental image of Will riding a tank almost from the beginning of this story, possibly shouting, "Drive me closer, I want to hit them with my sword," so I desperately wanted to write that in somewhere. BTW Patrick is Wilhelm's financial advisor as mentioned in CH27, I think I'd originally planned some little bit with him but that fell by the wayside. Yes, it's LTCOL Vian2, Delugo's right-hand mage that was in Arene. Now you know what happened to all the Francois boos, haha. Also, Will completely misinterprets what Vian2 says to him. Will is completely incapable of understanding that nobody really blames him for either Arene or Letzenbourg. I was a little worried people would read that part and think it was a typo. Chapter 32, CH32 Operation 177, as one door closes. Operation 177, as one door closes. 40 years after the Great War. Londinium. As the Empire was launching the now infamous Operation Revolving Door, the Allied Kingdom decided that events on the continent couldn't be ignored any longer. Unaware that the seemingly weakened state of the Empire was part of a cunning ruse, the Allied Kingdom offered to negotiate restitutio in Inte Grum for the Continental Powers, returning the continent to its pre-war borders. It was assumed the Empire would leap at the chance to end the war in this way, and the Prime Minister felt certain that a diplomatic solution to the conflict would soon be reached. The Empire refused this offer, however, and the Allied Kingdom was now forced to join the war in earnest. Soon the first of the Commonwealth troops joined the fighting on the continent and had the misfortune to see the tragedy that had befallen the Republican troops. Andrew WTN Special Correspondent. May 27 Unified YEAR 1925. Calais Coastline, Alba-ish Channel. It's been a good couple of days, thought Tanya as she and her team flew over the choppy waters of the Alba-ish Channel. Not only had they accomplished their mission, but they had also encountered much less resistance than expected, so had done it without suffering any casualties. They had also managed to traverse across the country to the extraction point without being detected. Her part of the operation had gone off without a hitch, which was almost surprising considering Skiggle's inventions had been involved. Additionally, once they got back to the submarine, they found out that every other part of the plan was going well too. Things were looking good. In truth, the drop had gone almost too smoothly. She'd privately hoped someone would get lost during the landing so she could use it as an excuse to go look for them while the others started the attack. She wasn't all that keen to be in the firing line, and it was an officer's responsibility to look after their subordinates, so it would have been an ideal way to slack off without losing face. As always, luck, or being X, didn't help her out in that regard. Fortunately, the enemy they faced were few in number and in complete disarray, so were quickly overwhelmed. So, she supposed that meant it worked out for the best. The brass had considered Operation Shock and ought to be an extremely dangerous and difficult assignment. It was an attack on the enemy headquarters, after all, obviously, it would be heavily defended, and the general staff anticipated casualties. It was expected that anywhere up to 60% of the team could have been killed or wounded in this action, but this was considered acceptable considering the potential payoff. Fortunately for her, these projections had proven to be mistaken and the result was ideal for Tanya's career. All of their targets had actually been surprisingly lightly guarded, and when combined with the confusion caused by the explosive door knockers, they fell easily. It seemed the Republic had been complacent and left only a small force to guard them. They must have assumed their command was too far from the Empire's forces to be threatened. She could understand the logic behind such a decision, but as the saying goes, expect the unexpected. Much like any business with incompetent leadership, they failed to protect themselves from a rapid shift in the markets. True, you cannot plan for every contingency, but a responsible business will keep a portion of their resources aside to respond to unforeseen events. The same is true in the market of war, although the resources in such a situation are your soldiers and supplies rather than a financial safety net. The Republic had failed to do this at their headquarters, and Tanya had been more than willing to teach them the consequences of their folly and happy to reap the benefits from it. The light opposition, zero casualty rate, and the successful completion of all their mission objectives all worked to her advantage. Due to their own projections, the brass would probably think she was being modest in her report on the operation, and the whole picture would make her look like the perfect and dutiful officer. It was the ideal situation for a subordinate to prove their value to their superiors. It was hard work going against your own nature to be a good soldier, as she'd pointed out many times before. She was a pacifist and despised the inherent wastefulness of war. But she was also a pragmatist, and she knew if she ever wanted to get promoted to a safer post, she had to get results, she had to be the ideal employee. No matter what that idiot boy thought, it wasn't who you are, it's what you do that counts. Sure, some connections can't hurt, but they mean nothing if you haven't done the work to use them properly. It annoyed her no end that Wilhelm was utterly unable to see this. His refusal to believe in the meritocratic system was frustratingly illogical, and in a way, it was almost sad. He truly believed his only worth came from his social rank and that he only had power and influence because of it. Even when they'd first met, Tanya knew this couldn't be the case. Although child mages weren't unheard of, a normal boy couldn't have achieved the rank he had without being at least somewhat deserving of it. She would admit he'd had some advantages along the way, but the war college doesn't allow people to graduate if they aren't up to standard, even if you say you're a prince. She suspected that he would have been assigned a much lower rank had he joined the Imperial Army rather than the Letzenbourg rabble. It made sense to elevate him over the rest of that pack, however. Compared to the Imperial Army, the army of the Grand Duchy of Letzenbourg was little better than a peasant levy, only moderately more competent than the Dacians. Additionally, with the exception of the two sisters and the deceased Captain Houseman, Tanya hadn't seen anything close to a competent officer in Letzenbourg. Frighteningly, Wilhelm might be the closest they had to decent leadership. It was probably a good thing that the little country was being handed over to the Empire. As she'd gotten to know the boy better, she'd found more proof that his lack of faith in the meritocracy was misguided. He proved with his own skills and talents that he didn't get what he wanted simply from his status. He was irritatingly manipulative but undoubtedly very good with people and managed to project an image of himself that most people seemed to truly believe. He'd managed that image surprisingly well. In another time he could have made a killing in marketing. He was using signal theory on his own identity and reputation, shaping people's perceptions of him. She often wondered if he even knew he was doing it. He was undeniably skilled with flight and combat, even if he did have an unhealthy obsession with his sword, and his use of psychological attacks was very effective. He was intelligent, but now she knew of his link with being X. She knew that wasn't through natural ability but experience instead. He claimed he didn't remember all of his past life, but his thought process was clearly not that of a child. So much like her, he had past experiences to draw on. He was also incredibly good at turning things to his advantage and of course being a colossal pain in her backside. Aside from that last thing, all of these took hard work to achieve. It was these qualities, if that were truly the best way of describing them, that had kept him on the front lines like he had wanted. Everything he'd achieved was due to the effort he'd put in to get it. He'd had to earn it in the same way as everyone else. All his princely title had ever done for him, was put him in danger from his own supposed family and threatened to pull him back to Berlin. For all of the supposed advantages his social rank provided, it had been as much of a hindrance for him as a benefit. Why couldn't he see that? Why did he think his only worth was a title and family name that wasn't even really his? She frowned slightly, annoyed that her thoughts had turned to Wilhelm again. She didn't know why the boy kept creeping to mind, perhaps she just wanted a way to prove the stubborn child wrong. At least she could take solace in the knowledge that she had been right to trust that he wouldn't try to sabotage Revolving Door. From what she'd heard, he'd completed his part of the attack with all his usual enthusiastic fervor, even going on seek and destroy sorties as he advanced. Although this seemed to have worked out, it proved how much of an aggressive attacker he was and how much he needed to be reined in during these sorts of operations. She sighed as she pushed her thoughts about the boy from her mind. She wasn't going to let him spoil her day. Hopefully, this foolish conflict would soon come to an end and she could get herself a decent posting for a change. Preferably with an office in Berlin with absolutely no reason for her to go near the front line ever again. She could almost imagine it, a tastefully decorated corner office with a big window looking out on the city. She would sit at a well-ordered mahogany desk, free of clutter, and enjoy the calm monotony of doing paperwork. She could almost taste the coffee she would enjoy while sitting in her comfortable as she performed her duties. 9 to 5 working hours, good pay, and no overtime. It might even end up more peaceful than her old life. She would have to arrange a transfer for Visha as well, of course. She couldn't let an assistant like that get away. Yes, it had been a good couple of days. The only thing that had really spoiled it was that they had been ordered to assist in Attack Plan 177, the final phase of the operation that would finish off the remainder of the Republic's Rhine battle group. She had been hoping that it would take longer for the sub to transport them back and she'd be able to sit this one out. No such luck though, it seemed she would have to put in some overtime again. Of course, she'd made sure to show the appropriate amount of enthusiasm to the rest of the unit and the submarine crew. They were war maniacs after all, with the exception of 2nd Lieutenant Serebiakov, so it was only proper that their commanders show some eagerness too. Although the encirclement had been completed, it seemed there were a few pockets of resistance that was holding out and, in some places, trying to break the siege. Particularly in the northern part of the Rhine lowlands, where the Republic had more time to reorganize before the jaws of the trap had fallen shut on them. It was admittedly impressive that these troops had been able to adapt so quickly and put up so much of a fight. The Empire had been forced to bring in more troops to finish them quickly, and thus, she and her company had been ordered to join the fray once more. At least it's only interception duty, she mused. They had been assigned the job of patrolling nearby airspace and intercepting any bogies that might enter their zone, leaving the work of finishing the Republicans off to other friendly forces. She didn't really mind this job, it was easy enough, and it was doubtful they'd have much to do with the enemy command in such disarray. She was more annoyed she had to do it in the first place. Surely, they'd more than earned a rest by now. They'd done their part, it really should have been up to the other units to finish the job. She really didn't like having to put in overtime to bail out other departments. Unsurprisingly, her own troops hadn't seemed upset about being forced to join the final push, accepting the orders with their usual enthusiasm. However, as their superior officer, she couldn't discount that they were only showing such willingness in front of her to mask their own annoyance at having to help clean up the mess. So, she buoyed their spirits by reminding them all of the hero's welcome they would receive when they got back and the mountain of free booze they were bound to receive. She'd also made a little joke about how that wasn't going to be much use to her as she could only drink coffee. They'd all laughed dutifully, and soon the usual feeling of easy camaraderie seemed to fill the air between them. She let out a contented sigh. They were so close to ending this conflict. She was so close to escaping the madness of this war. She often wondered if the things she'd seen and experienced these past few years would have an effect on her psyche. In her past life, the Salaryman had seen plenty of news articles and documentaries about how those returning from serving in the armed forces began suffering from various psychological disorders due to the things they'd been through. She thought herself lucky not to be similarly afflicted. Perhaps her foreknowledge had prepared her in some way. Regardless, she was looking forward to returning to a normal life. She was sure the routine of a mundane existence would restore sanity for everyone and the world would go back to being rational as it should be. It would prove to being X what humans really were. With this final attack, it'll all be over, and I'll have proven being X wrong. As they entered their patrol area, she exchanged a few words with the flight controller, and they began their sweep. As she'd expected, it was quiet. Any enemy mages or aircraft had already been scrambled and swiftly dealt with by the attacking forces, so they didn't have much to worry about. They were essentially only here as a precaution in case there were any stragglers, and she found herself quietly pleased to be given such a peaceful assignment for once. Flight control to all units. Multiple unidentified magical signals detected in Area 42, beware of optical sniping spells, the radio controller called, causing Tanya to frown. She must have jinxed it, that area was a little too close for comfort. She guessed it was too much to ask for a quiet day after all. She wondered whether she should send her team to investigate. It wasn't technically in her patrol area, but it was close enough that it might be expected of her to take a look. Then again, the unit hadn't been identified yet, and the controller was still trying to get through to them to determine exactly who they were. It was possible they were friendlies that had just strayed off course. If she went off to investigate without good reason, it would seem like she was leaving her post, and that would reflect badly on her. This is Ferry 01 to control. Is there any intel on who this mage unit might be with? Tanya called, disguising the growing feeling of disquiet building in the pit of her stomach. Her instincts were telling her something was wrong. Deep down she hoped she was just being paranoid. No indicators of affiliation, but we've received reports from several scouts that these are forces from the Allied Kingdom, the controller reported, causing Tanya to shiver reflexively. Are the John Bulls finally joining the fight? She thought with a hint of alarm. The Allied Kingdom had been edging ever closer to intervening directly on the side of the Republicans since the fall of the Legadonian Entente alliance. Everyone knew they were lending them supplies, and their formidable navy had been performing maneuvers for a while now, acting as a show of saber-rattling and an unofficial blockade of the Empire. Had they finally decided now was the time to step out of the shadows and act directly? Then again, they still hadn't declared war yet. What kind of game were they playing? No doubt their government would be dissuaded from doing anything too rash once they learned what had become of the Republicans on the Rhine front. But that still left the question of what to do about these Commonwealth mages. They must have been sent to investigate the increased activity in the area, but how had they found out about the Empire's plans so quickly? It seemed the Allied Kingdom's intelligence gathering was as efficient as the rumors said. She thought about their options. They couldn't allow a fully armed battalion of mages to roam around doing as they pleased. What if they took it upon themselves to interfere with the operation? However, this area was designated a combat area and the Commonwealth mages were in contested airspace. The rules of war stated that neutral forces were to stay clear. Additionally, they weren't declaring their nationality or purpose to the flight controller. This meant as far as international law was concerned these mages were enemies and they were allowed to challenge them, even if their parent country hasn't declared a side yet. Requesting permission to engage the unit, Tanya called, biting her lip. If they acted fast, they could see these mages off and discourage the John Bulls from sticking their noses where they don't belong. Negative, the controller replied. We're deploying a security echelon. You are to maintain your distance and stand by until they arrive. What are they thinking? Tanya thought angrily, they had to act quickly, they had the chance to engage them. Right now, they could exploit the element of surprise, it would waste too much time to wait for reinforcements, the enemy would surely be aware of their presence by then. Besides, they could be through the security cordon in that time, they should at least try to delay them until the security echelon arrives. She swallowed her annoyance at the incompetent controller and began to radio an objection when suddenly a huge explosion filled the air behind her. She turned hurriedly and saw Lieutenant Grants plunging towards the rough waters below. She whipped her head up towards the direction of the sound of the shot and saw a battalion of mages bearing down on them. The decision had been taken out of her hands, the Allied Kingdom's mages had attacked first. Scatter! Tanya yelled urgently as a hail of disciplined magic-infused fire rained down on them from above. Like the Republicans, the mages of the Allied Kingdom and their puppet colonies eschewed the adaptable style of the Imperial pattern flight gear in favor of the seated type. Normally Tanya wouldn't trade in her extra maneuverability for anything, but right now the extra accuracy that the stable platform of the broom-like gear provided the enemy with put them at a distinct advantage. Combined with the surprise of their attack, their superior numbers and disciplined fire, these mages had them at a serious disadvantage. Her troops complied with their usual professionalism. Unfortunately, the company had lost their coordination, the incoming fire had been too much. She reported their situation to the controller urgently before jinking out of the way of more shots headed their way. We're outnumbered, should we try to disengage? Asked Koenig, echoing her own initial thoughts. It was nice to hear that her troops still had common sense despite their bloodlust, but running was probably a riskier option for them. If they wanted to get through this, they would have to hold out for reinforcements. It was like her first mission in Norden all over again, but at least she wasn't on her own this time. If we run, they'll chase us, she growled through gritted teeth. I don't want their bayonets up our asses. Form up on me. Again, her subordinates that could, followed her orders quickly, and soon the company formed around her, wheeled around towards the enemy. She forced some extra mana into her gear and accelerated, trusting her troops to follow her lead. They had to seize the initiative and do something to help negate the enemy's numerical advantage. They had to get closer. They returned fire as they closed, focusing on one group at a time. She didn't expect to cause too much damage, but that wasn't her primary goal. It was much more difficult to fire in such a disciplined way while moving on the seated flight gear. They would have to stop firing and scatter to avoid the return fire disrupting their formation. Every enemy mage dodging fire was a mage not firing at them, and in Tanya's opinion that was almost a victory in itself. They were undoubtedly professional soldiers, however, and they shifted out of the firing line quickly before moving to regroup. It seemed the Allied Kingdom's marine mages lived up to their reputation for skill and toughness, and soon the whole enemy battalion was moving to try and keep their distance. The enemy commander must be a smart one, she thought, he's obviously not keen on giving up his advantage at range. Tanya still had the advantage of speed, however, and she urged her troops to speed up and close in on them. Now they were amongst their foes, the enemy's numbers worked against them. They could no longer use their coordinated focus fire to overwhelm them and take them out piece by piece, and the chances of them hitting their own troops was drastically increased, causing them to pick their shots more carefully. Tanya and her company, however, were presented with a target-rich environment, and they were determined to take advantage of this fact as much as they possibly could. She saw Koenig and Newman fell two enemies amongst the gun flashes and black smoke. Soon Visha added one to her tally too, and Tanya couldn't help but feel proud of her company of aces. Their success wasn't to last, however, as once again the enemy regrouped and platoons began strafing them with devastating focus firing once again. She saw Whisa's barrier flare up before being engulfed in an explosion, and for a moment she feared he had been lost. He soon emerged from the black smog, however, looking a little singed but otherwise unhurt. By now most of them had taken a few hits to their shields and they were all undoubtedly burning through their mana, but they were still holding strong. Still, they couldn't do this forever, the enemy still outnumbered them, and those superior numbers were already beginning to tell. Reinforcements are still 10 minutes away, reported her adjutant as if reading her mind. She bit her lip with frustration. They couldn't last 10 minutes like this, they needed to do something and fast. We can fly higher than them, increase your altitude and fire from above, she yelled above the noise of battle. As much as she didn't like the man, it was at times like this that Tanya was thankful for the Type 97 orb the Skiggle had developed. The extra speed and altitude it allowed was far greater than anything the other major powers could manage, and it meant that they didn't have to play by the same rules as they did. The enemy still fired up towards them, however, they would need to regroup again if they didn't want to lose what advantage they had. It was time to give themselves some breathing room, so she ordered the company into the cover of the clouds above the flight limit of the Commonwealth mages. The cloud gave them a moment of respite and the chance to regroup, but they couldn't linger for long. Although they couldn't follow, she knew the enemy would be waiting outside for any sign of them. The cloud was anything but bulletproof, and the wind was already moving their cover away from them. They had to counterattack now. With a small and silent gesture, she summoned her troops to form up on her once again, and she picked a magical signal at random. Again, she willed some mana into her flight gear and forced herself to accelerate, sensing her faithful subordinates behind her. As she burst through the cloud cover, she opened fire, spraying 2 enemy mages with her looted submachine gun. She saw their barriers shatter in front of her before they exploded and the 2 unmoving bodies plunged down into the murky grey waters below. Diving below the enemy group, she quickly wheeled back upwards and fired into the group again, felling another enemy as she swung back upwards. A glance over her shoulder told her that Visha was still by her side, but the rest of the company was beginning to become disorganized again. There was just too much fire for her depleted company to take. Where the hell are those reinforcements? The marine mages weren't about to let this opportunity pass them by, and soon Tanya and Visha found themselves being targeted once again by 2 enemies trying to chase them down. Tanya forced her flight boots up into the air and flipped herself over before bringing her weapon up at the marines. The 2 fell to her barrage of fire and Tanya let out a sigh of relief as she used the few seconds to reassess the battlefield. She didn't get that time, however, as suddenly another mage appeared out of a nearby cloud and charged towards them, and Tanya and her adjutant were forced to make a run for it. This mage was different from the others, however. He was wearing the ski-like flight gear of the Entente Alliance. She didn't have the chance to dwell on this any further, however, as the mage fired a spray of magic-infused slug at them which exploded violently behind them, causing them to lose control momentarily and fly forwards. A trench shotgun! Tanya yelled in surprise. That's a treaty violation, you son of a bitch! Cheating bastards! Thought Tanya. Along with chemical weaponry, trench shotguns were banned under the rules of war on land combat treaty for being inhumane. In the hands of a regular soldier, the weapon barely left enough left to identify a body. In the hands of a mage it would leave nothing but a red mist. Accuracy didn't even need to be a concern for this weapon, its spray could easily hit them if they were too close. They needed to gain some distance and fast. Go! She yelled to Visha as she forced herself to accelerate forward, hoping the second lieutenant would keep up and stay out of range too. Behind them, explosion after explosion followed them as the mage doggedly followed them. What's with this guy? He won't leave us alone, we can't shake him. Major, we got you covered. Called Koenig as he, Newman and Katz moved up behind the Legadonian, and Tanya felt a grin begin to form on her lips. Who needs a god or a cursed orb when you have people like this watching your back? Her feeling of triumph soon turned sour, however, as, in an eerie parody of her own maneuver, the mage shot upward and looped round before firing a shot into the approaching platoon. Tanya swore as all 3 plummeted towards the ground, infuriated at the sight of her precious human resources being so casually cut down. They got Koenig and Newman! Yelled an equally enraged Weiss as he charged forward towards the mage. Unlike her, however, he had lost his cool and was no longer thinking straight. The reckless charge had put him in the firing line of an entire company of Commonwealth mages. There was no way he could survive that much firepower. She tried to yell a warning, but the incensed man was unable to hear her. She couldn't afford to lose any more troops right now, and she would need her deputy to coordinate with the remainder of their scattered company if they had any hope of holding out until help arrived, especially with the shotgun-waving madmen around. As much as she didn't want to, it seemed if they were going to survive, she would have to use it. Dear Lord, she began choking the words out as the Type 95 began to activate. If I should fly through the heavens, then it shall be to approach your throne. She felt a surge of magical energy rush through her as well as a foggy sensation overtaking her mind. It took all her willpower to force away the mind-altering corruption that being X was filtering into her mind and all her focus to deal with the task at hand. Move it! She shouted as she smashed Weiss out of the firing line with unearthly speed milliseconds before a barrage of mage fire impacted her shield and engulfed her in smoke. She shot out immediately before they could fire another volley. She may have the unearthly power of the Type 95, but now she was isolated and alone. Even the cursed orb would have its limits, and Tanya was not keen on testing them out. She was only using a fraction of its potential at the moment, and she could already feel the malign influence of being X seeping into her mind. She prayed for the reinforcements to get here soon. Pray, what the hell am I thinking? The Legadonian mage appeared again, firing on her once more. The shot narrowly missed but was close enough to cause a rush of turbulent air, causing her to tumble backwards. As she righted herself, she returned fire with a burst of her own artillery spells to give the mage a taste of his own medicine. They exploded in the air around him, but the mage was skilled and he deftly dodged them as he carried on his unceasing advance towards her. She swore while reloading her weapon and rolled in the air to avoid another burst of incoming fire. It shouldn't be possible, somehow, despite the Type 95, this mage was keeping up with her and matching her move for move. He stuck close to her, it felt almost like she was towing him on a line. He ignored everything else on the battlefield and focused entirely on her, as if his only goal was to take her down. Worse still, his close proximity meant her only opening was between the explosive scatter shots when he reloaded. She let out a burst of return fire at every opportunity, but as soon as he raised his weapon once more, she had to focus on evading once again. If she could just get a bit of distance, either she or one of the others could get a shot on him, but while he was so close, she couldn't do anything without a high risk of taking a direct hit from the shotgun. She didn't know if the Type 95 could handle that kind of damage, and she didn't dare find out. Even now the cursed object caused her to hear choirs praising the Lord God in her head. She could feel being X was poisoning her mind, but she could do nothing about it if she wanted to survive. If she poured any more power into the cursed orb, she feared her own mind would never return. She had to act fast if she wanted to both survive and maintain her free will. She felt another blast wave behind her and turned abruptly to charge at her foe while emptying her magazine in his direction. There was no time to aim, instead, she sprayed indiscriminately in an attempt to throw the man off balance. It did little damage but did succeed in throwing off his aim, and rather than suffer a direct hit she was engulfed in black smoke. She turned quickly, raising her weapon just in time to see the mage emerge through the smoke. She didn't hesitate and squeezed the trigger, but to her horrified surprise, nothing happened except for the soft click that indicated her weapon was empty. Fortunately, the Legadonian mage had made the same mistake and the two stared at each other down for what seemed like an eternity. It had only been a fraction of a second however, and in that brief moment, Tanya started to move. She reached behind her for her combat knife while lifting her leg upwards with all her strength, kicking the banned weapon from the man's hands. As she spun back around, she launched her blade forward and buried it deep in the man's chest. "I win, bastard," she thought with a satisfied grin, but to her surprise, the man didn't move. He didn't seem fazed at all. The grin slipped from her face as the man's hand shot out and grasped her wrist. Feeling slightly panicked, she tried to pull herself away, but his grip was like a vice and showed no sign of loosening. She looked up at the man and saw him grinning down at her evilly. His one uncovered eye glowed gold and burned with a fanatic's zeal. He exuded a strange and uncomfortable aura that seemed strangely familiar. It was at that moment, she realized she'd seen this man before. "Wait," she said as her eyes widened in surprise and dread, "I know who you are. I killed you." She couldn't believe her eyes. It was the mage from Osfjord. But that shouldn't be possible. She'd shoved a bayonet through his stomach and left him on the seabed. He couldn't possibly be alive. Despite her rational mind's insistence that this was some sort of trick, her instincts told her it was true. He was battered, scarred and weather-worn. He looked older and wore an eye patch over his left eye, but it was most definitely him. "God has brought me back," he growled at her as she felt a build-up of magical energy. She now knew why the man's uncomfortable aura felt so familiar. She'd felt it before from Wilhelm's doppelganger in Letzenbourg. This man was another of being X's pawns, but the would-be god had turned this one loose on her. This whole thing was a set-up by that devil. The madman is going to self-destruct. He's a damned suicide bomber, thought Tanya as she struggled to break free of the man's grip, while he fed ever more mana into his computation orb. It wouldn't be long before it went critical, but she couldn't break free. She was going to die. Suddenly a shot rang out and an intense sharp pain erupted in her arm. At the same time, the man stopped his mana build and let her go of her and stared at her with a dumbfounded expression. He too had a vicious wound in his arm that was now dripping with crimson ichor. It took a moment for Tanya to realize what had happened herself. Some distance away from them, Visha hovered with her eye trained down the sights of her rifle. Despite the wound in her arm, Tanya had never been happier to see her adjutant. She had taken the shot to force the Legadonian to release her. She owed Visha her life. Grunting through the pain, she quickly slotted a new magazine into her weapon, raised it and unloaded every shot she could into the monster that being X had set on her. His barrier fell quickly to the barrage on full auto and his chest soon became peppered with bullet holes before blood erupted from the wounds. As she fired, she unleashed all her fear, fury, and desire for vengeance on being X and did not stop until the weapon once again clicked to tell her that its ammo had once again run dry. The man coughed out a mouthful of blood and his head slumped forward as he hung in the air for a few moments. It seemed as though the entire war zone had stopped to watch this fight reach its climax and the air was quiet and still. Suddenly the man looked up once again and fixed her with his fanatical grin one last time before using the last of his strength to detonate the mana he had been building. Tanya braced herself and put all the power she had left into a protective barrier. She was fortunate. The hail of hate-filled fire she had poured into the Legadonian man had pushed the two further apart, giving her just enough space for her to survive the blast. Still, she felt her barrier collapse and a wave of heat wash over her. She coughed as the smoke began to clear, feeling slightly cooked by the blast. By now Visha, Weiss and the remainder of the company had begun to form back up on her. She nodded thanks to Visha, feeling genuinely glad to have the girl watching her back and feeling similarly relieved to find that nothing had happened to her. But it wasn't over yet. There was still nearly a battalion of marine mages left to deal with. "Looks like we're a little late," a familiar cheerful impish voice chimed in over the radio. "Major Schwarzkopf, please take 3 companies and see to our uninvited guests. I'll see if I can lend a hand here." Tanya suppressed a groan as she looked over to see a new battalion of friendly mages approaching from the coastline. Of all the people they could have sent to reinforce her, they had to send Wilhelm. What was he even doing here? Wasn't he supposed to be taking out the Magi net line and finishing off the Republic? Not that she wasn't glad of the support, they certainly needed it, but the boy would no doubt be insufferably smug after this. She glanced around and saw the remaining enemy quickly disengage and fall back, they obviously didn't fancy their chances now that they had lost their numerical superiority and a tired unit was always at a disadvantage compared to fresh troops. She recognized the professional and practiced movements as the three companies split off to give chase, and she realized the reinforcing battalion was the rest of the 203rd. Somehow, Wilhelm had managed to get a hold of them all and bring them here. Although she wasn't especially happy with him leading them, she was glad to have people she could trust dealing with the troublesome mages. More good news came as one of the companies that the little colonel had left behind fished out the survivors of the battle. Koenig, Newman, and Grants all looked worse for wear as they were carried up to rejoin them, but they had endured nonetheless, despite the punishing amount of damage they had taken. Katz and Model hadn't been so lucky, however, and Tanya frowned at the great crime of her precious human resources being robbed from her. Wilhelm floated up to her in what she could only describe as the aerial equivalent of a saunter, with a strange cheerful smile on his face. He seemed different somehow, like he was brimming with a barely concealed excitement. She wondered for a moment if that meant he'd succeeded in his quest, but as he closed, she dismissed the idea as she saw the familiar glimmer of desperation in his emerald eyes. Still, something had obviously changed with the boy and she couldn't help wondering what that could be. She prepared herself for whatever asinine comment the little colonel was about to make, preemptively biting back the acerbic remark she would no doubt be tempted to give in reply. Although he had arrived later than she would have liked, he had still brought the reinforcements. She was thankful for that at least. Besides, she now felt exhausted and wasn't in the mood for an argument with the boy. To her surprise, however, his expression morphed into undisguised and surprisingly genuine concern as he regarded her. His eyes studied her with worry as they darted from her face to her injured arm. Rather than the smug comment she had been expecting, he remained quiet and instead reached into a satchel attached to his belt and produced a first aid kit before tending to her wounded arm with surprising proficiency. "What happened?" he asked softly as he concentrated on bandaging her arm. Tanya felt wrong-footed and a little disconcerted by Wilhelm's sudden overt display of concern. She had expected him to make a big deal about how he had just rescued her in his usual self-assured way. Instead, he was tending her wounds and being quiet. It seemed out of character for him. Her mind couldn't quite keep up with the sudden strange change of behavior, and instead of answering his question, she found herself asking her own. "What are you doing here?" The boy didn't answer her immediately. Instead, she felt a small infusion of mana flow into her arm and she recognized the feeling of a simple healing formula taught as basic first aid to all combat mages. Reaching into his pocket, he revealed a handkerchief that he used to begin wiping blood from her face that she hadn't even realized it was there. Meanwhile, Wilhelm fixed her with a hard and severe gaze, and she felt a strange unease at the sight of the trickster being so serious. "For the moment, I'm tending to your wounds," he began explaining. "I heard your request for reinforcements. We were closer than the security echelon, so we took their place. Now Major," he continued, emphasizing her rank, "I'd like to hear your report." Tanya felt even more stunned at the little colonel's strange change in demeanor. He was even acting like a proper officer. However, 2 lifetimes of acting as the model employee meant she soon found herself reporting recent events almost automatically, despite her reluctance to consider Wilhelm a superior. As she relayed recent events, the little colonel finished tending to her wounds and then continued to listen to her account thoughtfully. As she described her encounter with the Ligadonian mage, she deliberately left out the strange unearthly aura the man gave off and the fact that the man had seemingly been resurrected from the dead. There were too many people around to hear it, and the connection to being X was something she had to keep from even her close comrades in the 203rd. People would surely think she was insane if she started claiming a self-proclaimed god was bringing people back to life in an effort to sabotage her. As she finished her account, she noticed that Wilhelm was staring at the computation orb around her neck with a deep and pensive frown. She wondered if he somehow knew she'd used the Type 95, she hadn't mentioned it, but he'd acted strangely around the cursed orb before. "It seems that even you aren't immortal, you should take more care of yourself," he mumbled quietly as he glared at the orb a few moments more before turning away and staring up at the sky. "So, the Allied Kingdom has finally tipped their hand," said Wilhelm absently without even a hint of surprise. It was almost as if he'd expected it. His words hung in the air for a moment when suddenly the usual cheerful smirk reappeared on the boy's face and he grinned back over to Tanya. "Still, I don't think it'll make much difference, it might even be a good thing in the long run." Tanya wasn't sure if she felt more relieved or irritated as she saw the normal bratty Wilhelm return. She wasn't sure she liked the serious and responsible Wilhelm, even if she had spent most of the time serving with him wishing he would act that way. It somehow seemed wrong for him to be so genuine and honest. She'd become so used to his front that without it interacting with him felt almost uncomfortable. That being said, his usual manner wasn't exactly an improvement. Aside from his irritatingly smug grin, the telltale flicker of mischief had returned to his eyes. It was a clear sign that he was up to something again. She found herself searching his words for some hidden meaning she might not have picked up on. He often hid his motives between half-truths and wordplay. She sometimes thought he was challenging her to find them. She came up blank, however. It was true that it was unlikely that the Allied Kingdom would be able to contribute to the conflict in any meaningful way at this stage. With the fall of the Republic, they would have nowhere to operate from on the continent. Although they had their navy, they couldn't win this war without boots on the ground, and the Imperial Army wouldn't allow them that luxury. They would either be forced to sue for peace or would claim this incident was some sort of mistake and retreat to their miserable little island. Either way, they would be powerless to interfere with any plans the Empire had for Europa, especially with the embarrassing failure of their intervention. Still, she couldn't help but feel like she'd missed something in the boy's words. By now Major Schwarzkopf and the rest of the 203rd had returned. Tanya smiled and nodded a polite greeting at her former commander. She was glad the man had been promoted, he deserved it. He had been a good superior who valued the lives of his men and understood the situation on a strategic and tactical level, although while serving on the Rhine, he had always been wise enough not to be too explicit when saying what he thought about the strategic situation they'd been put in. Before the general staff had been reorganized, there had been some bad decisions made that had made his life on the Rhine front particularly difficult. Still, she had learned a lot from the man and it was nice to see him doing well. "We've sent them packing, sir," he began, returning a quick nod of greeting to Tanya before continuing. "We really should get back to supporting General von Falken." "Very good, we'll hand over the rest of the 203rd to Tanya while we're here," Wilhelm replied with a wide grin as he casually ignored the second half of the man's sentence. "Oh, and get errands to send some trucks over to the coast. It looks like Digerekov and her troops could do with some rest on the way back." Tanya stared at the little charlatan and wondered exactly what had caused his alter ego to swing back in such force. Why was he being so blasé? He had obviously been ordered to use the rest of the 203rd to support the general's attack on the remainder of the Republican forces, but he was casually disregarding those orders, seemingly on a whim. She found her eyes narrowing at him with suspicion. He was definitely up to something again. "But sir..." Schwarzkopf began to protest, looking equally confused. "General von Falken ordered us to. We are assigned to the general staff, not Western Command," the boy interjected. "That means I decide what we do. Eric doesn't need mage support and I'd like to see our heroes get back safely. I'll head back with my company and the tanks afterwards and help Falken out." Schwarzkopf looked to her for help, obviously not used to dealing with the boy's eccentricities. Although Wilhelm was technically correct that he didn't have to follow the orders of Western Command, it would certainly be frowned upon if he didn't. Using his resources to escort her and her company rather than reinforcing General von Falken was a borderline abuse of power. Although the latest reports said they were easily dealing with the remaining Republicans, it was better to be safe than sorry. Besides, with her suspicions about Wilhelm's motives rekindled, she wasn't sure she could take the risk of letting the boy act unchallenged. "No need, I'm sure we can make our way back on our own," she said, narrowing her eyes at the boy. "Really, Major, you can be so stubborn," he began with a satisfied smirk, and she suddenly felt like she'd somehow fallen into a trap. "I suppose I'll have to make it an order then." Tanya gritted her teeth in frustration. He'd left her with no choice. Technically they all fell under the jurisdiction of the General Staff rather than Western Command, and whether she liked it or not, Wilhelm was the highest-ranking officer present. Normally she would have jumped at the chance to be sent away from the combat zone early, but knowing Wilhelm was concocting some scheme again had her worried. She couldn't think of what it might be, it was too difficult to think like he did. Wilhelm was always playing a different game to everyone else. Wilhelm escorted them to the coast and waited with them for the trucks to arrive while chatting amiably with everyone. She sighed with frustration. Sometimes it felt like Wilhelm was hosting a party, not leading a battalion of soldiers. Once they'd loaded up, he waved almost mockingly at her as they drove away before he took off and disappeared up into the sky. She leant back in her seat and sighed as she felt the fatigue begin to take over, and she began to replay the events of the day in her head. The brush with the Legadonian mage had shaken her more than she cared to admit, and the sickening aura of being X that surrounded him had been unnerving. It had been too similar to Wilhelm's doppelganger. She wondered if she should warn the little colonel. Even if he was up to no good again, she didn't want to see him come to any particular harm, especially not from being X's minions. She shook the thoughts from her head, dismissing the idea. Just because being X had brought one of her foes back from the dead, didn't mean that thing would do the same again. She was probably being paranoid. She probably shouldn't worry about it. XXXX. June 12th, Unified YEAR 1925. Allied Kingdom Hospital Ship HMHS Waterford, Alba-ish Channel. The Allied Kingdom had been supporting the Francois Republic and the Legadonia Entente alliance with intelligence and supplies since the outbreak of this terrible conflict. Since war would inevitably lead to wounded, one of the first things the island nation had provided was medical supplies and personnel. As the war drew on, the existing Republican infrastructure could not cope with the massive amounts of wounded soldiers returning from the front. Even with the temporary field hospitals, the Republican medics were unable to keep up with the demand, and so the Allied Kingdom had begun sending hospital ships to evacuate some of the wounded to be treated back on Albion. Dr. Wilfred Brooks had volunteered to serve on one of these ships as soon as he finished medical school. He'd thought of it as an excellent opportunity to gain experience that he would never get anywhere else. If he ever wanted a job at the London Royal College Hospital, he would need every advantage he could get, and the hospital ship provided him with the chance to really make a difference. Besides, he'd always had a slightly romantic notion of the sea, and that combined with his desire to help people, it had made the whole thing seem almost like an adventure. He now felt foolish for having ever thought that way, and he had come to despise war for what it did to the poor people that were caught up in it. When their ship had first reached Brest naval port, they had been immediately inundated with requests to take the wounded from the nearby hospital. There had been too many to deal with, and Captain Cropper had been forced to set up a triage center. They now had to prioritize certain people to take back with them. There wasn't enough space for everyone. Brooks had been sent to the nearby hospital with a few other medics, and what he had seen was horrifying. There weren't enough beds for all the wounded, and men were slumped on gurneys and piles of blankets in the halls. Soldiers reached out to him and begged for pain relief as he passed. At first, he stopped to help them, but a grizzled and tired-looking Republican doctor pulled him away, telling him not to waste the supplies. There wasn't enough to go around. It had shocked him that it was so bad so far behind the lines. He hadn't even expected it to be this bad near the front, but the Brest naval port was as far away from the front lines as geographically possible. He didn't understand how it could be so bad. He'd asked one of the Republican doctors about it. Apparently, since the collapse of the Rhine front, the wounded had been shipped here as quickly as possible in the hopes of evacuating them to Albion. The Republic had all but given up looking after their own wounded. They needed the Allied kingdom for that now. Brooks was given the thankless job of choosing who they would take and who they would have to leave behind. He had to turn away both those that would be unlikely to survive the trip back and those that were not hurt enough to warrant taking with them. He felt sorry for many in the latter group. He had seen several who had been mentally shattered by the trauma they had faced on the front lines. These men needed to be sent somewhere quiet to rest, but his instructions had been to only take those that could be healed up and sent back to fight again. It was deeply upsetting to leave so many behind. Perhaps that was why he had been so insistent about taking the boy back with them. He had first seen the comatose child whilst helping move some soldiers suffering from magically induced burns to the Waterford. He was young, perhaps only 9 or 10, and had suffered horrendous injuries. Apparently, he had been found washed up on a riverbank near Letzenbourg. He had been unconscious, and half drowned. It was a miracle that he was still alive at all. Some truly despicable person had beaten, stabbed, and sprayed him with bullets before dumping him in a river to die. How could they be so cruel? He couldn't understand how anyone could do something so terrible to a child. He had been even more horrified to find out that the boy was actually a soldier. He had been wearing the flight suit of a Letzenbourg mage when he had been found, although no one knew which side the poor child had been fighting on. Brooks had heard the rumors that the Imperials and their ally employed child mages, but he hadn't expected they were evil enough to send them to their deaths on the battlefield. How could they be so barbaric? It made him feel sick to his stomach. Brooks had vowed there and then he would get the boy to safety, despite his instructions. He would save this poor child and see to it that when he woke from his coma, he would be far away from the horrors of war. There had been some resistance to his efforts to get the child transferred onto the HMHS Waterford, however. The military attaché wanted them to prioritize soldiers who could eventually be put back into the fight, and he flat out refused Brooks' request to bring the child aboard. Additionally, the child's injuries were deemed too severe and they expected he wouldn't survive the trip across the sea. In the end, he'd had to appeal to Captain Cropper directly and had promised the man that he would take full responsibility for the child and his care. He wasn't sure if they had taken pity on him or if they'd simply been fed up with arguing with him, but eventually, they relented, and the boy was now on board the ship. But that was where the good news had ended. Since being taken aboard, the child's condition had deteriorated rapidly. Brooks had spent days tending to the child, but to no avail. The boy simply wasn't responding to the treatment. By now he'd run out of ideas and he felt powerless to help the boy as he sat by the child's bedside and watched his young life slip away. There was only one thing left he could do. "Please, Lord," he whispered quietly as he bowed his head in prayer. "Please save this poor boy, he doesn't deserve this fate." Brooks couldn't claim to be the most pious of men. True, he attended church every Sunday, but it had always just been something he did because it was expected of him rather than for any particular devotion to God. But in that little cabin, Brooks felt something that day. It felt like a warm loving light washed over him for a moment and he found himself opening his eyes and looking for its source. The room was still empty, however, and he wondered if he'd simply imagined it, but as he turned back to the child, he knew he had witnessed a miracle. His prayer had been answered. The boy's eyes flickered open and he stared up at him with a serene smile before he opened his mouth to speak. "Let us pray together." Author's notes. Sorry I haven't been able to update quite as regularly as I would have liked. Unfortunately, while everyone else in the world is being forced to stay at home, I've actually had to work way more, so haven't had as much time to actually write anything. I am still working on this as much as I can, when I can, so please be patient with me. This was originally going to be a full Tanya chapter, but I ended up getting carried away with the fight with Ensign Sue and the Commonwealth mages, so I knew I wouldn't have enough space for the next Tanya part. Instead, I decided it was time to get Damien back on his feet. It was also nice to write Wilhelm being actually concerned about Tanya, but a scene from her perspective. She still hasn't quite figured out that Wilhelm actually cares about her in his own weird way, and this will have been the first time he's ever seen her injured. So, it's a bit of a shock for him. It won't stop him from trying to keep her out of his way while he's up to no good, however. Chapter 33 Promises of Peace. Promises of Peace. To the honorable members of the General Staff. Dear Sirs. Let me first congratulate you on the success of your brilliant strategy to counter the perfidious efforts of Francois Republic and the valiant efforts of you and your soldiers to retake my home, Letzenbourg. It is truly humbling to know that both countries are protected and guided by such fine leaders such as yourselves. However, now that the Francois are defeated, I find myself feeling sympathetic towards our vanquished foes. Being military men, you are all no doubt focused on the important tasks of planning new ways of capturing Republican land and neutralizing their forces. Having performed a modest amount of military service myself, I am acutely aware of the regrettable necessities of such actions. However, my own experience and my conscience tells me that this job has already been accomplished and that we are now inflicting unnecessary suffering on both Republican citizens and our valiant soldiers by continuing our crusade. Perhaps you may think I am too soft-hearted, and perhaps you are correct. I am aware I have somewhat of a reputation in that regard, but I truly abhor the thought that people may be suffering if there is some way I can prevent it. I have also written to the Chancellor and the other members of the Supreme High Command about these worries, and it would ease my conscience if you could confirm to me that the members of the General Staff are working with the other ministers in order to bring the conflict to a swift end through diplomatic means. It is my firm hope that I might be able to help in this matter and will soon be returning to Berlin to do what I can to help end this terrible war. I remain. HRH Prince Wilhelm Victor von Hohenzollern, COL. Correspondence found in the ruins of Imperial General Staff Offices, Berlin. XXXXX. Dear Prince Wilhelm von Hohenzollern. The General Staff thank you for your hard work in the recent operation, and it is my honor to inform you that you are being considered for a commendation for your actions. We also understand your concerns regarding the possibility of unnecessary suffering being caused during the prosecution of the war. Let me assure you that everyone within the General Staff Office shares these worries, and we are working night and day with the civilian ministers to bring about a lasting peace. To that end, I am happy to inform you of some news that may help alleviate your worries. An armistice has already been planned to facilitate peace talks with the Francois Republic, and it will be implemented very soon. In the meantime, I would appreciate it if you could work with Captain Waller of the Propaganda Department in order to help maintain morale until such time as you are recalled to the capital. We do not doubt that your presence will help any soldiers who share your concerns. Your reputation for kindness and compassion will undoubtedly ease any troubled minds. Sincerely. General Joel von Marchesi, Chairman of Imperial General Staff. Correspondence found in the Letzenbourg Embassy, Berlin. June 3, Unified Year 1925. Somewhere outside the village of Schliersee, Bayern Alps. Patrick Kulig had been Prince Wilhelm's financial advisor for over 4 years now, and one thing he had realized was that it wasn't like working for his normal clients. Usually, the people who hired him were either those desiring help refinancing or those wishing for advice on where to invest their wealth. He would usually broker deals for these people and make a comfortable commission from the service without putting in too much effort. Working for the young royal was different, however. When the boy had first arrived with his maids in tow, Patrick had been more than a little intrigued. It wasn't everyday royalty came to his office. In truth, he didn't usually deal with any high-profile clients like the prince. Patrick ran a small consultancy business in Berlin. Usually, he only dealt with people in debt and little old ladies wanting to invest their savings so they could leave something for their children. He never dreamed that anyone as wealthy as the Letzenbourg royal would want his financial advice, but it was an opportunity he couldn't pass up. Although young, it was well known that the prince had inherited a sizable fortune from his late mother, and somehow neither his mentally ill father nor his harsh-looking brother had managed to get a hold of it. In short, the boy was rich and was too young to know what to do with all that money. For someone like Kulig, there was the potential for a lot of profit to be made from the boy. So when the stern-looking maid with the glasses told him he was being put in charge of the adolescent royal's finances, he had been ecstatic. Aside from making sure some of his fortune was put aside for his living expenses, he was tasked with investing the remainder in various businesses and industries in order to allow the boy's wealth to grow further. Not only would his commission be excellent, but he would have full authority over the boy's fortune. Patrick could barely hide his excitement. He was basically getting control of the prince's bank balance. He started making plans to divert a little bit of that wealth into a nest egg of his own. The young prince was rich enough that he wouldn't miss a little sliver off the top, and Patrick expected to have a small fortune of his own before long. Things hadn't gone quite the way he expected, however, and initially, Patrick had feared it would become an utter disaster. Instead of being in control of the young royal's fortune and being allowed to pick investments for him as he had anticipated, he was expected to buy stocks and shares chosen by the prince himself, since he was not permitted to do to his age. When the boy's first demand was that Patrick buy up the failing mining industries in the east, he had wanted to cry for the fortune he would lose. Those mines had been in decline for years. Putting any capital in there would be like throwing it in a black hole. In the end, for the sake of his own reputation as a financial advisor and the money he still hoped to squeeze from the royal, he had only invested a small portion of the boy's wealth there. It had backfired horribly, however. To the surprise of the financial world, the markets suddenly turned around. As world tensions began to rise and countries started to announce rearmament plans, the demand for raw materials began to skyrocket. Within months, the stock he'd obtained in the mining industry was suddenly worth 5 times the amount he had originally bought it for, and Patrick was forced to explain why he had invested so little in the mines. The prince had expected a much larger windfall, but due to his actions, the boy's fortune had grown much less than it should have. It had been a very uncomfortable meeting. He had tried to explain his reasoning for the small investment and reduced profits. No one could have predicted the rapid change after all, but the little prince had looked at him as if Patrick had betrayed him somehow. The boy's eyes had been filled with such a hurt expression it was almost painful. Kulik didn't understand it. The prince seemed more upset that he hadn't been listened to rather than the loss of his money, and since then he had sent one of his servants to regularly check that Patrick was obeying his directions. It was while following the prince's instructions that he realized that the boy wasn't a normal child. He seemed far too intelligent for his age, and sometimes it seemed as though he could see into the future. The boy had ordered him to invest in weapons, medical supplies, and raw materials, and within a year the value of all these began to skyrocket. Patrick tried to make his own suggestions but was routinely ignored, even when his advice fitted with the prince's investments. Somehow the boy seemed to know what was going to succeed and fail, however. A prime example had been the steel mills in Legadonia. Patrick had practically begged the boy to put some of his wealth in the Legadonian steel industry, but the prince had refused, claiming that any money invested would be lost. Kulik was sure it was a good investment, however, so put some of his own savings into it instead. He was sure the prince would be wrong. He was only a boy after all. What did he know? Then the border war had broken out and he'd lost everything. How could anyone have predicted that? Why would the Legadonia Entente Alliance even try such a crazy thing? Didn't they know the economic damage they would do to themselves? Not to mention his own losses. How could the prince have possibly known to avoid it? He also began to realize the prince's maids were not as innocent looking as they seemed either. Their regular visits to check on him convinced him of that. He was especially wary of the one who always wore the beautiful smile. He'd learned long ago that a woman with that kind of a smile was someone to be careful of. Sophia Zerbest was something else though. She had followed the little prince into military service and soon became a captain. What kind of maid does that? There were even rumors that she had criminal contacts. She was definitely not a normal servant. It was her that the prince sent whenever Patrick did anything that displeased him, and it was her that had first found out he had been scheming from the prince's fortune. She'd appeared in his office one evening just before he was locking up, and although she had never raised her voice or let her friendly smile slip from her face, she had somehow seemed incredibly threatening as she spoke. When she explained that they knew he was siphoning a small portion of the prince's fortune for himself, he had almost had a heart attack as he imagined what might lay in store for him. But to his surprise, she told him that the prince didn't mind as long as he did what he was told, before warning him that they could always find someone else to deal with the prince's finances. He could only imagine what she meant by that, so resolved to make sure it wouldn't happen. He didn't want another surprise visit from Captain Zerbest or her potential underworld friends, so since then, he had made sure to do everything that the prince or any of his assistants asked of him, no matter the request. It was for that reason he was currently trudging through the Bayern countryside in the south of the empire in the disguise of sweepstakes agent in search of a woman to give a prize to. It was a strange request to be sure, and it wasn't something he was especially happy about. He wasn't the best actor by any stretch of the imagination, and the large case of schnapps he was forced to carry was heavy and awkward to transport. He wasn't even sure it was schnapps. No one would usually go to this sort of effort to deliver alcohol to a middle-aged lady in the mountains. Why not send a normal delivery man? He had the horrible feeling that he was getting involved in something illegal, but he hadn't dared to refuse the request from Captain Zerbest. He didn't want to think about what might happen if he did, so he had left as soon as he had found the mysterious message left on his desk. The woman he was seeking was one Hilda Canaris. According to the letter Captain Zerbest had sent, she was staying with family out here in the country. The name seemed familiar, but he couldn't think why, and he soon decided it was probably wiser not to dwell on it. If he was right in his suspicions, the less he knew the better. He had been told to find this woman and convince her that she had won all this alcohol in some competition. Again he thought it better not to ask questions as to why, and he was fairly sure that any speculation would be bad for his health. The letter had been very clear that she must accept the prize, no matter what she might say or do, and Patrick didn't want to think about what Captain Zerbest might do if he failed. He pushed the thoughts from his mind and focused on hauling the crate up the mountain path. He was beginning to regret not hiring a carriage. The crate was heavy, but at the time he hadn't wanted to waste the money on transport. The prince's servant had allowed him a decent amount in expenses, but he had hoped to put the extra money back into his retirement fund rather than spend it needlessly. He was still trying to recoup the losses on the Legadonia investment after all. But if he'd realized that the Canaris woman was staying so far from the train station and halfway up a mountain, he might have been a little less frugal when it came to transporting himself and his cargo. He let out a sigh of relief as he turned a corner and finally saw the quaint little cottage in the clearing of the dense mountain forest. It was quite an idyllic spot. He could understand why someone would want to come out here to get away from the hustle and bustle of the city. He began considering a place like this for his retirement, with what he was earning working for the prince it wouldn't be long before he could afford it. He continued staring out at the view for a few moments more before remembering why he was here, and he began to feel his stomach knot with nerves. He had been so preoccupied with getting here he hadn't thought about how he would accomplish his mission. What should he say to the woman? How could she convince her? What if she wouldn't accept the schnapps? All this and more flooded into his mind as he gingerly began to approach the door of the Bayern home. He swallowed hard as he nervously knocked on the door and waited for a response. Why me? He complained internally as he felt the panic begin to grow. What should I even say to her? He heard the sound of someone fiddling with some keys, and eventually, a plump middle-aged woman opened the door and stared at him inquisitively before offering a quiet greeting. Mrs. Hilda Canaris? Asked Patrick as he tried to calm his nerves and look professional. He could feel the blood rushing through him and it felt like his heart was going to leap from his chest. Yes. The woman replied, obviously confused about her unexpected visitor. I'm Er. Fritz Thyssen, he began, picking the name of one of his old colleagues as a pseudonym. He was convinced that giving his own name was a bad idea. If this was all part of some illicit activity, he'd rather not be named in it. I'm from the De Kuiper Spirits Company, he began, thankful for the time he'd spent studying his cargo. I'm delighted to tell you that you've won an entire crate of our blackcurrant schnapps. He did his best to hide his anxiety behind a smile and tried to act like the irritating door-to-door salesman who often bothered him at his office. He wasn't confident it was working, however, as the woman stared back at him with a look of complete bafflement. I haven't entered any competitions, she stated with confusion. I don't even drink. Patrick almost felt his heart stop. She didn't believe him, and she didn't even drink. How was he going to get her to take it? What was he supposed to do? He could almost imagine the smiling Zerbist woman's reaction if he brought the crate back with him. I have strict instructions to make sure you get this prize, he stuttered nervously. That was the truth at least, although it wasn't exactly the whole story. Perhaps someone in your family entered. He added hopefully. The woman looked down at the crate of schnapps thoughtfully for a few moments. She doesn't believe me, Patrick thought worriedly. He was going to fail, and Captain Zerbist would be angry. Who knew what kinds of ruffians she would set on him? He began to wonder if he could go into hiding before she found out. Well, Greta is always entering these things, she said slowly before looking back up at Patrick. Blackcurrant, you say? That's my husband's favorite. Patrick let out a sigh of relief as the woman kneeled and examined one of the bottles excitedly. It seemed the ruse was working. Hopefully, he'd soon be able to get out of here and forget about this mess. I must send some back to the capital for him, she continued happily. He'll be thrilled. Thank you so much. Patrick smiled as he handed over the crate to the now delighted woman and excused himself before hurrying away back down the slope. He wondered whether it was okay that she was sending the bottles to her husband. The letter hadn't mentioned anything about that, but surely Captain Zerbist wouldn't hold him responsible for what the woman did with the booze after he'd delivered it, would she? He felt a knot of anxiety in his stomach again and wondered if he should quit working for the prince. The thought soon left him, however. He was making far too much money from the boy. It was worth putting up with the smiling captain for that. He had a decent amount of cash in the Berlin bank now, even with the losses from the Legadonian fiasco, and he wondered if he should invest it in the same place as the prince had. The little royal did seem to have an uncanny knack for that sort of thing. I'd better not, he decided after some consideration. His luck is bound to run out eventually. He would put all his money in businesses that produced luxury goods. The war was almost over, after all, that was where the profit would be. XXXX. June 19, Unified Year 1925. Relocated 203rd Temporary Command Center. It had been 3 weeks since Tanya's encounter with the revived Legadonian mage and the little colonel's strange behavior off the coast of the Rhine. Operation Revolving Door had been a complete success, despite Wilhelm's blasé attitude to helping out the rest of the front. The goal of encircling the Republic's Rhine battle group and forcing open a hole in their lines had been achieved perfectly, and the remainder of the Republican army group had been captured or destroyed. They'd successfully pulled the rug from under the Republic's feet. This, of course, hadn't meant an immediate end to the fighting. Not all of the Republic's soldiers were stationed on the Empire's borders, and there were still plenty of reserve troops, garrisons, and support units that the Republic could put between the Imperial forces and Parisii, but wars aren't fought to the last man. Soldiers are resources in war, and when you have to take those resources from their usual tasks and support duties just to defend the lines, you've already lost. It was just a matter of time until the Republic admitted that. Still, Tanya had waited nervously during this time for either being X or Wilhelm to try and do something to screw everything up. She hadn't been able to do anything about the would-be god, of course, but she'd been absolutely determined to make sure the little manipulator didn't do anything that could jeopardize their victory. After his strange behavior off the coast, she had been almost certain he was plotting something, so she had done what she could to keep an eye on his activities. It seemed now that the boy had finished the butcher's work in Operation Lockpick and his ladder slacking off with Operation 177, the Army Personnel Department had decided to make use of him for propaganda purposes before he went back to Berlin to sign the Charlemagne Treaty. For some reason, they seemed to think pictures of the brat standing in the rubble of destroyed Franciosi villages while waving his sword around would somehow be rousing for the folks back home. Tanya couldn't think of many things that would be less inspiring, but fortunately for her, that wasn't her department, so it wasn't her problem. Originally, the propaganda people had also requested that she be included in the PR duties, but Wilhelm had intervened before she could even find a reason to avoid it. Strangely, the boy had kicked up quite the stink about it. He had flatly refused to be pictured with her and had even threatened to ignore their orders and immediately return to the capital if they didn't back down over the issue. She didn't know whether to be relieved or insulted about the brat's interference. Somehow, it felt like she was being snubbed. Usually, she would be quite content to let the little brat hog the limelight. Having to pose in the ridiculous outfits that the propaganda department provided had always been a pet peeve of hers, and she always avoided it where possible. However, the little colonel had been extremely adverse to her being there, and that troubled her. It wasn't what she would expect from the brat, and it heightened her suspicions about him even further. Normally he would jump at the chance to see her humiliated in some awful piece of feminine attire. She could imagine the grin on his face as he put on his best innocent act and said something along the lines of, "Oh Major, that dress looks wonderful on you," before chuckling to himself as the propaganda department went to work dismantling her pride. She suppressed an involuntary shudder at the thought before returning to her suspicions. He wouldn't usually pass up an opportunity like that. Why was he suddenly so keen to keep her out of the way? As luck would have it, her old classmate, Major Uger from the Railway Division, had been assigned the unenviable task of transporting Wilhelm and the propaganda team around the occupied Republic. In a further fortunate turn of events, she'd managed to run into him as she was sending her reports back to Berlin. She'd always gotten along well with Max Uger, so when she casually asked him if he would keep her informed about the boy's activities, he was more than willing to help. In truth, he was probably a little too enthusiastic. She'd expected to have to owe him a favor after this, but the man had simply smiled conspiratorially, telling her that he understood and would do his best. Since then, she'd received clandestine reports from him every 2 days. As expected from someone in the Railway Division, they had arrived quickly after he had sent them. He was obviously using his contacts in the rail network to deliver them to her, so they arrived promptly, despite the near-constant movement of both sender and recipient around the lines. "I'll have to do something to thank him later," she found herself thinking at the time. He really was sticking his neck out and going the extra mile for her in this, despite the unusual request. For some reason, Major Uger seemed to have gotten the idea that his reports should focus on Wilhelm's moods and anything the boy might mention about her. Although not necessarily what she had expected, it had still been useful information for trying to decipher what the boy might be up to. It seemed the brat had spent much of his time sulking about his propaganda duties. Tanya thought this was a bit unusual. The little colonel liked to show off and promote his public persona. He would usually only gripe about this sort of thing if it kept him away from the front lines. However, according to Uger, instead of urging them to let him go back to fighting, the boy had only expressed frustration at not being sent back to Berlin. Whilst making his PR appearances, Wilhelm seemed to spend most of his time making speeches written by the propaganda people and trying to be friendly with the locals. From what Uger described, it wasn't going well. The speeches seemed to do nothing but aggravate the occupied locals. She wondered why the boy allowed it. She knew he was a good enough orator that he could easily turn a crowd to his side, and he could probably improvise a less provocative speech than those fools in the propaganda division had written for him. According to Uger though, Wilhelm didn't seem especially interested. As for the meet and greets, it seemed some were happy to meet the saint, but the imperial soldiers acting as his entourage were receiving a far less enthusiastic welcome. From the way that Major Uger described it, Wilhelm was guarding them from the Republicans, not the other way around. Max also reported that Wilhelm seemed to be rushing these engagements, as though he were desperate to get them over with. His actions all seemed off to Tanya. They just didn't line up with the Wilhelm she knew. She considered whether Uger might have fallen for one of Wilhelm's deceptions. For whatever reason, few people ever saw through his little performances, and it was quite possible that the man had been taken in by it like everyone else. She soon dismissed the idea, however. Something seemed wrong about that. Wilhelm didn't usually sulk in front of people he didn't know well. He liked to make sure everyone believed in the fake smile he put on for them. The only people she had seen him show his true side to were his servants and herself. Everyone else only saw his character, the saint. But now it seemed he had dropped the act for some reason and constantly complained about not being sent to the capital. She could almost believe he really did want to go back to Berlin, but why? She began to wonder if she had been mistaken and he really had succeeded in his goal. Why else would he want to move away from the lines? He obviously wasn't worried that the war was coming to an end, so he must have, but why was he avoiding her? Fortunately, Max had provided her with clues for that question. He had noted that the little colonel seemed to ask after her quite often. The little colonel had even gone so far as to ask Major Uger to listen out for any rumors about what she and her unit were up to, something the man had found quite ironic given the task she had given him. Tanya initially took this as proof that the boy was trying to avoid her. He must have known she would be suspicious of him and taken steps to stay out of her way while he carried out whatever he had planned. She had to be wary and considered what she could do to counter him if she needed to. She thought about contacting Sister Mary at the orphanage. She'd sent the evidence of Wilhelm's dubious origins to her for safekeeping before the Letzenbourg incident. It had been a good thing too, considering the idiot had been willing to blow up his own mansion just to get it away from her. It was for that reason she had wanted to avoid letting the boy know she still had it in case he became overly paranoid again and tried to do something stupid. In the end, she decided to leave the information with the nuns. For now, she didn't need to reveal its existence yet. Although she believed him when he said he didn't want to harm her in any way, it was clear that the little colonel would go to extreme lengths if he felt threatened. The last time the boy had gotten it in his head that she might reveal his secret, he'd pulled a gun on her and she had ended up breaking his arm. It had only been his reluctance to fire that had given her the opportunity to turn the tables on him, and she couldn't be sure she could count on that again. However, he had been surprisingly trusting of her since the rooftop scuffle. He'd accepted without question that she would keep his secret and hadn't mentioned that any of his injuries had been her doing. He would no doubt feel betrayed if she tried to use the evidence against him, and she didn't want to provoke an explosive reaction from him again unless she had to. There was no way to tell how he might respond. Furthermore, she didn't know exactly what he was up to. The last time it had been a misunderstanding that had led their fight in Letzenbourg, although his previous secretive actions hadn't exactly helped. The logical part of her brain knew her mistrust of his motives could be clouding her perception of him, and she could be in danger of repeating her previous mistake. After all, after Letzenbourg, Wilhelm had promised to stay out of her way. It was possible this was his way of accomplishing that. She hadn't had too much time to ponder the boy's actions, however. Tanya and her newly returned battalion had spent much of those 3 weeks busy on raids to help speed up the advance, and she'd had to rely entirely on Ogre's surveillance to figure out what the boy was up to. The sorties were easy enough. The confusion caused by revolving door meant the Republic's lines were still disorganized, and it wasn't long before the Imperial Army stood at the gates of Paris. Surprisingly, the Republic let their capital fall almost without a fight. She'd heard that they were worried the city might end up like Rennes, and a Francois official had claimed, the burning of Paris would represent an unforgivable loss for world culture. Although she didn't quite agree with that reasoning, it was at least nice to see they were beginning to think of preventing their losses rather than putting up a stubborn resistance. She hoped it was a sign they were coming to their senses and they would finally give in. It was the day before the Imperial Army marched into the undefended capital that she finally ran into the little colonel in person. Things had started calming down and Western Command had approved some leave for the battalion. She'd had some paperwork to catch up on, however, so she, 2nd Lieutenant Serebriakov, and a skeleton staff had been left at the temporary HQ. She was still required to report regularly to General von Falken at Western Command, however, and it had been on one of these visits that she'd encountered a sour-looking Wilhelm and slightly stressed-looking Major Uger. "Major Digerekov, it's good to see you again," Uger had called as he spotted her in the halls. Wilhelm meanwhile put on a half-hearted version of his innocent performance and greeted her like they were old friends. It seemed he hadn't quite given up his act, but it was clear he wasn't putting in the usual effort. Soon the conversation inevitably turned to what they were all doing here, and before long Uger explained that this was just a quick stop before heading off to the Republican capital. Apparently, the propaganda department had come up with a new way to upset the locals. Since Paris was surrendering itself, someone had thought it was a good idea to make a spectacle of it. There was going to be a victory parade through the center of the city towards the Palais Bourbon, where some city officials would offer an official surrender to an imperial officer. The officer they had chosen to represent the imperial forces was Wilhelm. The propaganda people liked the idea of a relative of the emperor being pictured in front of a Francois landmark and claimed it would send a powerful message. To Tanya it seemed like they were gloating. "If I wanted to be glared at by people that hated me, I'd go back to Letzenbourg," Wilhelm had grumbled almost inaudibly. For a moment she hadn't been sure if his words were some sort of joke. From what she'd heard, the citizens of Letzenbourg city thought of him as some sort of messiah. His promise not to return until the war was over had somehow stirred the people in the city up, and they had started a violent resistance movement during their short occupation. Now they had been liberated, they were crying out for him to return. From the look on Wilhelm's face, however, nobody had told him this. He must have assumed they all hated him after his failed coup. She probably would if she was in their shoes. She could understand his reluctance to march through the Republican capital, however, she certainly wouldn't want to do it. Wearing an imperial uniform didn't exactly help your popularity in the occupied Republic, and leading a parade of soldiers wearing them through Paris sounded about as safe as volunteering to be a target for the artillery on the firing range. But from what Uger had told her, the Republicans seemed less hostile towards the boy than most other Imperials. His undeserved reputation was a shield for him, and his black Letzenbourg uniform and small stature meant it was unlikely that he'd be mistaken for anyone else. "I assume you're itching to get back to the front lines before this is all over," she probed, keeping an eye on his expression. He gave her a strange and unreadable look for a moment, and there was a glint of something she couldn't quite identify in his eyes. "There's not much for me to do there at the moment, I'm sure you can handle it. I'd rather go home and get the treaty over and done with," he shrugged before turning to stare out a nearby window. "Or go flying, you can see things more clearly from up there," he added wistfully to himself. "I wonder if they realize that." "Don't worry, Your Highness, this is the last task the propaganda department has planned, Uger interjected in an attempt to lift the mood. Then you can head back to the capital. Wilhelm had barely reacted, only letting out a slightly frustrated sigh before the pair made their excuses and left. She hadn't heard much else from them since then, and she was beginning to think that maybe the boy wasn't up to something. It did feel like he was hiding something, but she didn't believe he was lying. If anything, he seemed slightly depressed. She couldn't help but wonder why. In the end, she was forced to conclude her suspicions were due to his secretive nature and that she had been reading too much into his actions. Ultimately, he hadn't done anything during the past few weeks to hinder the imperial efforts to finish the war. According to Uger, he'd actually sent letters to the general staff and high command asking them to begin negotiating terms with the Republic. It seemed he was as eager to end this war as everyone else despite his newfound glum demeanor. She found herself finally able to relax. Wilhelm was behaving, and the collapse of the Republic was proof that being X had run out of ideas. She even found herself visiting an empty church to rub it in the would-be god's face. She'd won, she'd survived the false deity's little game and emerged victorious. She couldn't help but smirk as she wandered back to the headquarters with her rifle on her shoulder. The world was her oyster now. Once the empire was at peace, she would have the freedom to live her life how she pleased. She could leave the army and rejoin the world of business. With the empire's progressive attitude towards women and her hard-earned war record, she was confident she could arrange her resume to showcase her leadership skills. Alternatively, she could stick with the military and try to get that position in the rear, maybe even back with the instructor unit as long as she didn't have to go back to testing for Skiggle. So many opportunities. Have you learned your lesson? She heard breaking her from her thoughts. She looked over a nearby fence and saw a small group of children with sticks gathered around a boy on his knees clutching his stomach. There had obviously been some disagreement and this boy had ended up on the wrong side of the group's ire. It reminded her of a similar encounter she had experienced in the orphanage. She had no intention of stepping in, of course, there was no point anyway. The boy had clearly lost and all he needed to do now was accept it and live with the consequences. The boy looked up at his attacker with eyes that burned with hate and rage. It reminded her of Wilhelm's enraged expression in Letzenbourg when he had dragged his broken body away to confront his brother. They were the eyes of an irrational person, the sort of look she despised and couldn't understand. I'll never forgive you. The boy yelled before launching himself at one of his attackers. The others soon piled in and taught him the folly of his senseless actions, but Tanya found herself frowning thoughtfully as she walked away. Why were some people like that? Why did they act so irrationally and without logic? True, the boy was only a child, but even he should have been able to see his continued resistance was futile. Why didn't he just give in? The whole situation bothered her more than she cared to admit. With people acting so stupidly, it was hardly surprising being X had such a warped view on humanity. These irrational idiots like that were practically proving him right. The strange feeling followed her back to headquarters. She should have been happy. She was sitting comfortably at a desk doing mundane paperwork and reading the paper, just like she wanted. So why did it feel like something was wrong? She glanced down at the newspaper, trying to take her mind off it. The Berlin Herald was covered in headlines congratulating the military on its decisive blow and proclaiming that it was the end of the war. She understood why they would print that, but it seemed a bit premature to Tanya. The Republic hadn't officially surrendered yet after all. Then again, the Republic had to give up, didn't they? There was no other logical alternative. She sighed and looked away from the paper, trying to vent her unfocused frustration. She felt tense but couldn't understand why, and it was beginning to affect her ability to concentrate properly. Her eyes fell on the weapon rack in the corner. Neatly placed within it was the submachine gun that she had liberated from the Legadonian mage in Norden. As she stared at the inscribed initials on the weapon, she couldn't help but think about the last moments of the resurrected fanatical Legadonian. He had resisted for longer than any rational being should too. He'd even destroyed himself seemingly out of spite. Being X's influence was truly terrifying. "Oh, hi Major, I didn't expect you to be in here today," said Visha as she entered the office. "To be honest, I didn't have much else to do," Tanya replied honestly. For the first time since she'd joined the military, she'd found herself with free time and nothing to fill it with. She had been so focused on furthering her career, she hadn't had much time to develop many outside interests or friends. With most of the battalion away, she had even managed to catch up on all the paperwork. Technically she didn't need to be here, but coming to work and clocking in was almost second nature to her now, so the thought of not being here hadn't really crossed her mind. "I've never met anyone so dedicated. Compared to you, our men are downright lazy," the second lieutenant observed, and Tanya tried not to feel embarrassed. "They're all lounging around on a Republic beach." She couldn't exactly tell her subordinate that she was only here because she had nowhere else to be. Being devoted to your work was one thing, but people start to think you're weird if you do nothing but work. What if her superiors found out? They might get the impression she didn't socialize well, and it could hurt her promotion chances. Not for the first time, she cursed this child's body. If she were old enough, she could have gone for drinks with both her superiors and her team, just as she had in her previous life. As it stood, she would have to find a different way to prove to her superiors she wasn't simply an automaton. They've more than earned a rest, Tanya said quickly, trying to avoid the issue as she stood up and wandered towards the window. It was sunny outside, and the weather was getting warm. It was summer already. Time seemed to have flown by. It didn't feel like it had been 6 months since their winter mission in the Osfjord. I guess you're right, the war's pretty much over anyway. They say the Republican Navy is withdrawing. Visha replied absently as she sat at her desk and began organizing some files. They're withdrawing? Asked Tanya as her feeling of disquiet began to grow. Something about what Sarabiakov had just said was nagging at her. It definitely felt wrong. The second lieutenant nodded before explaining that they'd received a report that all Francois ships had been ordered to cease combat operations and move out under the authority of General de Lugo. Army intelligence believed they were trying to protect the precious and expensive battleships so that they would have a slightly better bargaining position at the peace negotiations. Everyone was saying it was only a matter of time until the end of the war now. Lieutenant, did the report from HQ say the end of the war? Not armistice or surrender? Said Tanya as horrible a suspicion began to form in her mind. Hey! Replied her adjutant as she blinked in confusion, I think they called it an armistice. Tanya felt her feeling of disquiet begin to grow as her mind digested this information. Something was definitely wrong, but what? An armistice was an agreement to cease fighting. Although it didn't mean the war was over, it should mean the beginning of peace talks. That should be a good thing, right? Then again, it hadn't been officially declared yet, so why was the Republican Navy withdrawing? She couldn't see it giving the Republic that much leverage in negotiations. In fact, they'd be better off if they sank a few more Imperial subs before they gave up if they wanted to save face. And the order came from General de Lugo, correct? She said aloud thoughtfully. That was strange. He was a general, not an admiral. Why was he interfering with the Navy? Unless he needed them to be somewhere. Where is the Republican Army now? She asked more urgently this time as she rushed to her desk and grabbed a map. Are they that stupid? Have they lost all rational sense? I think they're at Brest military port, replied Sarabriakov, seeming even more confused. Her adjutant probably thought she'd gone mad, but there wasn't time to worry about that. She needed to confirm her suspicions. Please let me be wrong. She unfurled the parchment and hastily scanned the chart looking for the naval port. She stared at it with growing horror. It would be the perfect location. At the most western point of the Republic, it was safest from attacks from land, sea, and air. They could load up their forces, then stay close to neutral Espagna and take their remaining forces to the Republican colonies. They were going to carry on the war. They'd lost, but they were going to fight no matter what. It was just like those children scuffling in the street. The battered boy had continued to resist even though it was hopeless. No! Tanya yelled, smashing her fist down on the table so hard it spilled her coffee. How the hell did I miss this? The Republicans were going to pull their own Dunkirk. If they evacuated their troops to the colonies, it would give them time to regroup and drag the war out longer. Worse still, it would be difficult for the Empire to press them once they were there. The Empire had no colonies on the southern continent and few ports on the south coast. It would be difficult to deploy any sizable force and even harder to supply it. Additionally, the longer the war continued, the more the Empire would bleed itself dry and the more likely other powers would step in. They already had the Allied Kingdom breathing down their necks, but everyone expected them to bow out once the Republic caved. If the Republic didn't surrender, they would likely continue to support their new ally, and while they did, who was to say that others wouldn't jump in? What if the Russie or the Unified States decided they wanted to join? It would spell likely mean the end for the Empire and most likely an end to her. Then when she died, she'd have Being X leering over her mockingly. She couldn't allow it to happen. She refused to let that bastard Being X win. She would see to it that the Republic forces never left Brest military port. ERM is everything ALR. Visha started, but Tanya cut her off. Contact the engineers and have them ready the V1 rockets, she ordered as she rushed to grab her officer's cap and headed towards the door. And have the men brought back by air at once. Their vacation is cancelled. Author's notes. Hi all, and thank you as always for reading. I'm straying from my 2-week deadline a little bit and I apologize for that, as it is entirely my fault. Despite being busy, I've volunteered myself to do more work and have been helping out with the Youjo Senki Redux mod for Hearts of Iron 4. If you like that game, I highly recommend the mod, and if you join the Discord server, it's full of lots of friendly people. Say hello to Lord_Solus if you do join it. That's me. Anyway, I'm still working hard at getting this story out and hopefully you are still enjoying it. Everything is all lined up for some stuff to happen now, so hopefully, this is where it gets interesting. I've now had a few people asking if there will be romance in this story. I'm assuming between Wilhelm and Tanya, so I'll answer that question here. I've done my best to hint at possible romances in the story but have shied away from writing anything explicitly because I'm not super confident I can write it while still having it feel in character. Especially with Tanya. Although it has been something I have been considering for a while and I'm beginning to feel a bit better about it. Also, I know how I want the story to end, and although a romance in the story won't affect that ending, it would make it a little more tragic. which I personally quite like, but anyone expecting a happy ending might be disappointed. Wilhelm/Tanya has some difficulties if it were to happen, however. I can confirm that Wilhelm's affection towards Tanya is 100% genuine, and he probably isn't too far from thinking about her in more of a romantic way. Especially since he sees her success as part of his deserved happiness. He is still Wilhelm though, so he will undoubtedly continue to do things that annoy and infuriate Tanya. As I said before though, Tanya is the tricky one. I don't think she or the Solariman see romance in quite the same way as most people. It's only ever briefly mentioned that Tanya's past self wanted a wife and family, and then it seemed more because it was expected rather than a real desire. That combined with her mistrust of Wilhelm makes it pretty difficult to push them together without a break in her character. A Tanya/Vicious ship would be easier because the manga has some scenes that kinda hint at it anyway. It would always have to be a slow burner, however, to keep them in character. Ultimately, if enough people want to see it, I'll try to write a bit of something in, so let me know. Regardless of whether I do or not, Tanya will definitely feel something more than frustration for Wilhelm before the end. Chapter 34, Defeat from the Jaws of Victory. Defeat from the Jaws of Victory. 40 years after the Great War. Londinium. As the capital of the Republic fell, you could be forgiven for thinking that it would be the end of Republican resistance and possibly an end to the war. The Empire certainly felt this way and called an armistice to end hostility and begin negotiations with the Allied nations. They did not count on the grit and determination of the Republican people, however, and they embarked on a daring escape to continue their valiant resistance. Under the heroic leadership of General Pierre-Michel de Lugo, and with the assistance of Albion's superior navy, the remaining Republican forces evacuated to the southern colonies. This daring action was known as Operation Ark. Andrew WTN Special Correspondent. June 20, Unified Year 1925. General Staff Offices, Berlin. Damn it. We were so close, Tanya said to herself as she exited the General Staff Offices. She was infuriated with Command's decision to block her attack on the Republican forces at the Brest military port. Couldn't they see they were letting their victory slip through their fingers? Couldn't they see the danger? She'd already tried to argue her case to Western Command, but General von Falken had refused to listen to reason. In the end, she'd ignored him and invoked the autonomy provided to her by the General Staff. She and the 203rd had been geared up and ready to go when they'd heard the news. The General Staff had announced the armistice, they were no longer allowed to launch any more combat missions and the attack had to be called off. The Empire was letting the Republicans escape without a fight and they would continue the war from the southern continent, she was sure of it. She desperately wanted to do everything she could to prevent it, but she knew if she went against their orders, she'd end up in front of a firing squad, her hands were tied. Her only choice was to try to make them change their minds. She'd rushed back to Berlin as quickly as possible after the abandoned mission, in the hopes of appealing to Generals Zetter and Rudersdorf, but she'd been horrified to find that all of the senior strategic officers were out celebrating at a beer hall. They were so convinced that the war was over they had left the offices before the Republic had officially surrendered. How could they be so careless? The only member of the General Staff that she had managed to get a meeting with was Lieutenant Colonel Rirugen, who had left by the generals to man the fort while the department heads celebrated. It seemed even he had been swept away by the moment, although in a more subdued way than most of the other officers. He had invited her into the General Staff offices and offered her some Dahlmeier coffee. Usually, the exotic beverage was reserved for members of the Imperial Royal Family, but it seemed the misplaced triumphal mood had spread to every corner of the command structure and the usual restrictions had been relaxed for the time being. He had been good enough to listen to her concerns, even going so far as to ask for her unfiltered opinion on the matter. She was thankful that he was willing to hear her out, even if she suspected that it was because of the goodwill he had towards her rather than any genuine concerns about their supposed victory. In hindsight though, she shouldn't have allowed her frustration to get the better of her. He may have asked for an unfiltered opinion, but he obviously was not been prepared for what she had to say. She'd admitted happily that they'd won a great victory and that for this brief moment the world had to acknowledge the Empire's rise to power. It was unsurprising that everyone felt so sure of their final victory. Then she'd asked if that feeling of surety was why Strategic Command was wasting their victory, and she continued to criticize them, stating that they had no idea what to do with a victory once they'd achieved it. She told the colonel that the generals should not be naively celebrating in this situation, that they were being derelict in their duty and it was an unforgivable act of negligence. In retrospect, she may have gone too far with that statement, but she felt it was warranted given the gravity of the situation. Lieutenant Colonel Rurigen had understandably taken offense and defended their superiors as a good subordinate should in such a situation. But good officers aren't just yes men, they also have to speak out when they have concerns. She was sure Colonel Rurigen knew that. She had pushed on, reminding him that he had been the one to ask her opinion and she'd gone on to try to explain that the war would continue if they didn't act quickly. He countered that the Republican capital had fallen, and further resistance was pointless, even harmful. He said that nobody in their right mind would continue fighting. The worst part, he was right, and she agreed with him entirely. It was entirely illogical for the enemy to continue. The rational and pragmatic thing for them to do was surrender, but rationalism and pragmatism aren't the only things that drive humanity. She'd tried to persuade him that this was the case. History was replete with stories of feudal defiance, everyone had experienced it in some way. He had not been entirely convinced, however. He had changed the subject and warned her that some thought she had gone too far by invoking the authority given to her by the general staff. There were concerns that she had generated friction on the front lines, and some were even considering punishment. She was quietly thankful for his consideration and was grateful that he had decided to warn her, but she had been aware of the risks when she'd ordered the strike. It would have been worth it if they had succeeded, but now she would have to deal with the fallout of her actions. In the end, she'd been unable to sway Colonel Ryugen and had left Strategic Command feeling deflated and angry. She knew they would see the truth eventually, but by then it would be too late. The war would drag on, and the longer it did, the worse it would get for the Empire. And for her. She just wished she had seen the danger earlier so she could have done something about it. She felt so helpless. She should have realized, she'd seen the horrifying irrationality that parts of humanity possessed. She'd fallen victim to their kind, she had even died because of it. All those years ago on the platform, she'd seen the dark side of humanity. When you strip humans down, most were nothing but animals that obeyed their base instincts, they ignored what was best for them in favor of satisfying their petty desires and fears. The general staff was blind to that. The Empire was a bastion of logic and reason, its people were pragmatic and practical. When surrounded by those ideals, how could they imagine the boundless stupidity that humanity was capable of? She had been taken in by it too. The logical empire was a place where Tanya had been able to thrive because she possessed the traits the empire exemplified. It was the ideal environment for her to showcase her talents, and she had begun building a place for herself within the well-ordered nation. She had become comfortable and complacent, so she had forgotten what the irrational elements of humanity were capable of. She did her best to hide her anger from the guards as she started down the long stone staircase. She clenched her fists so hard with frustration that she thought her fingernails might draw blood from her palms. She knew she was gritting her teeth in an effort not to yell out, with a mixture of irritation, anger, and disappointment, and she could feel herself shaking slightly, despite the warmth of the early summer night. It felt as though the conflicting emotions were struggling to release themselves from her small body and were only kept at bay by the force of her willpower. We were so close. She felt her grip relax as a wave of resentful hopelessness washed over her. What could she do? She could hardly roam around the beer halls of Berlin to hunt down the general staff. In this child's body, they wouldn't even let her in. Even if they did, she couldn't be sure she could convince them to strike at the remaining Republican forces. She hadn't been able to sway Lieutenant Colonel Ryugen, and if the generals were so certain of their victory that they were out drinking, they might not even be willing to listen to her. Even logical people like them would be more irrational when drunk. There must be something I can do, she thought to herself desperately as she descended the steps of the general staff offices. There must be someone with some influence over the general staff or high command I can talk to. She almost stopped in her tracks when she realized that there was one person she knew with that sort of influence, and he was in Berlin. She didn't like the idea of asking him for help, but what other option did she have? Wilhelm might still be in trouble with the high command, but even now he maintained some clout with many important figures within the government and the military. Getting himself involved in Revolving Door was proof of that. He had a way of making people listen to him. He might be able to get someone to listen to her. But would he help? He'd been acting strange recently, more so than usual, and he had been avoiding her wherever possible. Until recently she had suspected that he would do something to prolong the war, but he hadn't done anything provocative. She still wasn't entirely sure if he was up to something, but according to Uger, he had actually been pushing for peace rather than stirring up trouble. If it were true that he wanted to see the war ended, she should be able to reason with him. She didn't expect it would be difficult to convince him of the danger. One thing that could be said for the little colonel was his devious mind was quick on the uptake. But could she really trust him? Do I have a choice? She asked herself glumly. There isn't anyone else that I can turn to. Good evening, Major von Diegerekhoff, a polite and familiar voice called as she reached the bottom of the steps, and once again she wondered if the faux prince could somehow read her mind. She looked up and saw Sophia Zerbest, Wilhelm's governess and principal attendant, waiting patiently in front of a luxury car. As usual, the maid was impeccably neat and polite, and she wore a neutral expression that betrayed nothing of her thoughts. We had heard that you were visiting the capital. Prince Wilhelm asked me to extend you an invitation to visit him at the embassy, she explained, opening the door to the limousine to beckon Tanya inside. It's late, so we have arranged a room for you there. It will no doubt be more comfortable than your lodgings in the officers' quarters. Tanya felt a twinge of uncertainty. Clearly, the little colonel had expected her to come to Berlin. Either that or had been using his own methods to keep an eye on her as she had been doing with him. She wasn't sure what that might mean, and the feeling of suspicion she had about him began to grow once more. Unbidden, the memory of something the boy had said entered her mind. You can see things more clearly from up there. I wonder if they realize that. The statement had seemed a little strange and out of place to her at the time, but she had put that down to his unusually gloomy mood. But Wilhelm was often cryptic with his words and he had never explained who or what he was referring to when he had said it. Now that he had sought her out so soon after returning to Berlin, she began to wonder, especially after he had gone to so much trouble to avoid her these past few weeks. Did he suspect something? Had he come to the same realization as her? I'm jumping to conclusions, she thought, chastising herself. This was Wilhelm she was dealing with. He didn't always do things that made sense unless you knew what he was really after, and he was used to doing whatever he pleased. It was just as likely that he would keep an eye on her and invite her around on a whim or part of some stupid game. She couldn't keep making assumptions on his motives without evidence. It was a surefire way to cause another misunderstanding like the one in Letzenbourg. He didn't act like most people, so she couldn't use his actions to figure him out in the same way she did everyone else. That didn't mean she would let her guard down around him though. Thank you, Miss Zerbest, she said, climbing into the car. She decided it was better to treat this as an opportunity. If the little colonel had decided to stop avoiding her, then she would at least stand a better chance of making him listen. Then maybe he could put his near-supernatural gift of persuasion to some good use for once. The servant closed the door behind her and hurried to the driver's seat while Tanya made herself comfortable in the back of the luxurious automobile. She supposed she shouldn't be surprised that the boy had access to such opulent transportation. He was royalty after all, or at least everyone thought he was. It made a refreshing change from having to travel in a car from the General Staff motor pool or the bicycle she used to ride to the War College. There was even a selection of sweets and refreshments in the passenger compartment, although no coffee, she noted with disappointment. It's good to see that you are well, Major, said the maid as the car pulled away. She didn't sound quite as stern and confident as usual, as though she was uncertain of something. His Highness mentioned you were injured on the Rhine. He seemed rather concerned. I'm glad to see you have recovered. He was concerned about me? I doubt he was that worried, she thought, wondering why the woman would bring it up. If he'd been that concerned about her, why had he gone to such lengths to avoid her? Still, it seemed strange that the usually composed maid would mention it. The woman had hardly ever spoken to her aside from in her official capacity as the prince's adjutant cum caretaker. Why the sudden change? I feel I must apologize to you, Major. I think I've misjudged you, she said eventually, sounding slightly uncomfortable while Tanya stared at the woman in the driver's seat with confusion. Despite the woman's misplaced loyalty to the little colonel, she had always respected the taciturn servant. She was clearly very capable and trustworthy, and by all accounts, she seemed like an ideal employee. Wilhelm was lucky to have her. Tanya had always assumed this respect was mutual, but her statement made it sound like she had somehow done something to upset the woman. Had she found out about the injuries she had inflicted on Wilhelm? She was very protective over the boy. After all, she probably wouldn't be pleased about what she'd done to him on the Letzenbourg rooftops. I need to thank you for rescuing His Highness in Letzenbourg. He said he wouldn't have gotten out alive if not for you. I understand now why he and Matthias place so much trust in you, the woman continued. Tanya almost wanted to laugh but kept her expression neutral as she accepted the woman's thanks. Wilhelm's trust? It was obvious the little colonel didn't place any of it in her. The constant exclusion from his schemes was proof enough of that. And what did Weiss have to do with it? Come to think of it, hadn't Wilhelm mentioned that Weiss and the maid were exchanging letters? Well, she already knew her deputy trusted her, but it was still nice to have confirmation of the fact. Regardless, it appeared Wilhelm hadn't revealed that she had been behind some of the injuries he had received, even to those he was close to. The little colonel's version of the events seemed to have painted her as his rescuer rather than blame her for any of his wounds. It seemed to have actually endeared the maid to her. She wondered if that was his plan or if his lack of trust extended to the sisters. Then again, maybe he was just embarrassed about the incident and had tried to gloss over it. Either way, it was a good thing for her. The sisters had proven to be quite resourceful. She didn't want to be on the wrong side of them if she didn't need to be. She mumbled a polite thanks to the woman and they continued their journey in silence. She soon found herself stifling a yawn as the car drove along the road and the dimly lit cityscape passed by the windows. It had been a long and tiring few days trying to persuade the brass, and it was only now she had a chance to rest that the fatigue began to catch up with her. She shook her head in an effort to wake herself up. She still had a job to do if she wanted to get Wilhelm on her side. Eventually, the car pulled into a courtyard in front of a large brick building that displayed both the Letzenbourg lion and the stripped flag of the little duchy. Much of the building seemed quiet and shrouded in darkness. Until recently it would have been a hive of activity, as it was the headquarters of Letzenbourg's exiled government, as well as Wilhelm's temporary residence. However, now that much of the government had returned to its homeland, the building looked almost as though it had been hastily abandoned and looked dark and empty. Tanya took a deep breath as she exited the car and began mentally preparing herself for the coming meeting. Dealing with Wilhelm could be a chore at the best of times, and he would no doubt try to guide the conversation to whatever asinine reason he had summoned her here for, so it was better to be prepared for him. She couldn't allow him to change the subject or play any mind games. There was too much at stake. They entered the embassy and made their way through the lavishly decorated building towards the room that the little colonel had evidently secluded himself in. The hallways were void of activity and the building seemed quiet and serene. There weren't even any servants cleaning the gaudy paintings and antiques that decorated the walls. Tanya found herself wondering if the little colonel expected Christina to look after the whole place by herself. She wouldn't have pegged him as the sort to overwork his staff, but he had always been paranoid. Perhaps he didn't like having too many people around. Eventually, they reached a large pair of double doors. Tanya fancied she could hear muffled voices from the other side, but she couldn't make out any of the conversation. Christina paused by the portal and gave the wood a gentle tap. Obviously, they were expected, as she did not wait for any confirmation that they were allowed to enter, and she immediately swung the doors open and gestured for her to follow. The inside of the chamber was dark except for a lamp in one corner and the moonlight pouring through the large window that dominated the far side of the room. The small familiar silhouette of her target stood in front of it and he was staring out into the night sky. As always, he had his sword affixed to his belt, where the handle shone slightly as it reflected the moonlight. Meanwhile, a middle-aged man in a cheap-looking brown suit was pleading with the boy. Neither reacted to her entrance, but she doubted that Wilhelm had failed to notice. "But Your Highness, it would be such a waste. You could make so much more from the American market," the man said desperately as Christina cleared her throat to announce their presence. "Major von Diegerekhoff is here as you requested," the maid said as she curtsied. The pleading man turned towards her and immediately broke into a slimy-looking smile. He looked like a stereotypical conman and Tanya felt an instant dislike of him. "Miss Diegerekhoff," he said excitedly as he rushed over and began shaking her hand and rambling at her. "I've heard so much about you. Take my card, I'm Patrick Kulig, financial advisor. I understand you have key." Patrick, the familiar voice of the other Zerbest's sister, chimed in sweetly as she appeared from a dark corner of the room and placed a hand on the man's shoulder. "Please don't bother the prince's guests, I think it's time you left. The prince has given you a lot to do." The man went silent and pale as soon as he heard the Letzenbourg captain. Tanya was not an expert on reading other people's feelings, but even to her, it was clear he was quietly terrified of the woman. If it were anyone else, she might assume he was the sort that got nervous around attractive women. Sophia Zerbest was certainly pretty enough that she could easily get that kind of reaction, but Tanya suspected there was more to it than that. She knew that the woman could be dangerous, and it seemed Mr. Kulig did too. He mumbled a nervous goodbye as the Letzenbourg captain ushered him from the room, but not before making sure she had his business card. She pocketed it without thinking, feeling herself grimace with annoyance at the lack of ceremony. Giving out a business card had been considered an important and professional affair in the salaryman's old life in Japan. Although she had lived several years without most of the traditions of her old life, sometimes certain things still irked her. A sloppy and unprofessional greeting like Mr. Kulig's was one of them. Still, it didn't matter, she would probably throw the card away later. She didn't have much need for a financial advisor. She had no debts for him to help her with, and she wasn't wealthy enough that she had much to invest. The army wasn't exactly the highest paying organization in existence. Besides, she was sure that with her experience in the Chicago School of Economics made her better qualified than him to deal with any sort of investment she might wish to make. Christina followed the pair out, bowing and asking them to ring if they needed anything before turning to depart. She closed the doors behind her, leaving the pair alone in the gloomy and quiet chamber. Tanya looked over to where the boy still stood by the windowsill. He hadn't moved or made a sound since she had entered. She felt an unusual sense of tension in the air as the silence seemed to swallow the room, only broken by a faint ticking of a clock somewhere in the chamber. It was difficult to tell what the boy's mood might be. She had hoped she could figure out how best to talk him around from what state of mind he was in. He had been unusually quiet, however, so she hadn't been able to glean any information from him. "There are some refreshments on the table," he said softly, still not moving from his spot as he continued to stare out the window. She glanced over and saw a pot of tea, along with the now familiar scent of Dallmayr coffee and some empty cups beside a large wad of handwritten papers. She was about to refuse but was not given the time as the boy continued, "The trains have stopped running for the night. I'll have Christina take you to the station in the morning. You've heard about the armistice, I assume?" "That's what I wanted to talk to you about," she answered, taking the opportunity to seize control of the conversation before the little colonel could say something to derail her. She wasn't surprised the boy already knew about the truce. All members of the military would know by now, and with his political connections, he was likely one of the first to find out about it, even if the story wouldn't hit the newspapers until the next morning. What did surprise her was that he had been the one to bring the subject up. He either knew why she was here, or he wanted to lead the conversation towards the matter. Her statement seemed to break the boy from his thoughts, however, as he finally turned away from the moonlight view, raising a questioning eyebrow at her as his lips curled into a smug but humorless smile. "Oh really?" he said with a tone that left Tanya with no doubt that he at least suspected something was amiss about the armistice. The question was, how much did he know? "It's a mistake. The Republicans will continue to resist from their southern colonies," she explained bluntly, looking for some reaction from the little colonel. He seemed to consider this for a moment as he stared back at her, still smirking slightly. He didn't seem surprised about this news, but a strange look of ambivalence crossed his face for a moment before he hid it behind his mirthless smile once more. And that's why you tried to assault the Brest military port? He snorted as he turned back to the window, and you called me an aggressive attacker. She did her best to ignore the sarcastic taunt, it was obviously one of his attempts to provoke her. He seemed to enjoy doing that. She had often chastised the boy for the recklessness of his own assaults, he must have been enjoying finding some reason to do the same to her. The difference, of course, was that she had a good reason for her attack, he was just bloodthirsty. What did worry her, however, was that he had heard about her attempted raid on the military port. Technically only her subordinates, some rocket engineers and a few of the senior officers should currently know about the aborted mission. His knowledge of the incident meant that either he was still keeping tabs on her for some reason or the news had begun to spread along less official channels. She grimaced before pushing the concern from her mind, it didn't matter right now. Even if rumors of her conduct might affect her career, it meant nothing if the empire collapsed around her and it was almost impossible to figure out what Wilhelm would be watching her for. The longer this war drags on, the more world powers will stand against us. She pressed, the Allied Kingdom has already joined, how long until someone else does? They may have declared war, but the diplomats say that they'll back out soon enough. They say their prime minister is being forced to stand down over this, and their colonies don't support the conflict, he replied, sounding completely unconvinced by the words as he spoke them. Even if they don't, the general staff thinks they'll hide behind their navy, they can't win that way. You don't sound very sure of that and you know that the other powers are watching us, she retorted, and the boy fell silent once more. Wilhelm was supposed to be an expert in geopolitics, he should have known that the other world powers were reluctant to allow the fledgling empire to take a place on the podium. She was certain the boy understood, his actions so far proved he could sense something was wrong. We need to put a stop to them now. If we put an end to the Republic's resistance, we can finish this war before they can act. She continued as she took a breath and swallowed her pride for what she knew had to come next, and I need your help to do it. There, I said it, she thought to herself, feeling slightly dirty, is that what you wanted to hear? Wilhelm was childish and liked to play mind games. He'd no doubt be ecstatic that she had needed to ask him for assistance, but she wouldn't regret it if she got through to him. She would do what she needed to in order to end this war. The empire and by extension her very life depended on it. The boy turned again and looked at her with undisguised surprise as the beginning of the first genuine smile she'd seen from him all evening touched his lips. His emerald eyes seemed to glow gleefully for a brief second before they flickered as though an unpleasant thought crossed his mind, and he regained his composure once again. The ghost of a smile still graced his features, however, it was softened, but he was clearly pleased that she'd been forced to come to him. I'm flattered, Major, but I really don't know what you expect me to do, he replied sweetly as Tanya found herself grating her teeth again. You bastard! You're enjoying this, aren't you? She thought to herself as she struggled to control her anger. Fortunately, she'd been around the brat enough that she'd had plenty of practice. She quietly took a breath to calm herself. Wilhelm and his connections are tools to be used, nothing more, she told herself. In this case, this particular tool needed to be handled in the right way to get it to work correctly. It's a shame I can't beat him until he behaves again, she thought, but she knew that it would be counterproductive. At least he seemed to believe her, he didn't appear to accept the counter-arguments of the diplomats and general staff that he had parroted, in fact, he almost seemed to scoff as he repeated them. And he hadn't said that he wouldn't help. In Wilhelm terms, he was essentially accepting that she was right, but since hell hadn't frozen over yet, she doubted he would admit it freely. This was just him being a brat, it was no doubt some petty form of revenge. I know you still have some pull with the general staff and the high command, she began, keeping her voice level, I need you to get me a meeting with someone. Anyone who will listen to me. Please, Wilhelm. She swore to herself she'd find a way to get back at him for this, but it seemed to have worked. He flinched slightly as she uttered the last two words, and she felt a slight twinge of triumph amongst the feeling of shame at needing to be so deferential towards the boy. That feeling wavered, however, as the smirk disappeared from the little colonel's face, only to be replaced by a sad and wistful look. Did you know I was there when you first displayed your battalion to the general staff? He asked as he wandered towards the table and helped himself to some tea. We were in Harelmanstadt, near the Dacian border. She hadn't known, there had been a lot of people around that day and she hadn't interacted much with the observers, still, she didn't care that he was there, it wasn't important right now. Tanya growled with annoyance, wondering where this little story was going, was he trying to change the subject? The boy was still acting strangely, like he had when he had been with Uger. She felt like she was missing something about all this, but they didn't have time for his little farce, they had to hurry if they wanted to catch the Republicans. She began to interject, but the boy ignored her and continued his tale. I'd already heard a lot about you in the War College, I was impressed. You achieved so much so quickly, you must have put a lot of effort to get there, he smiled as Tanya shuffled uncomfortably at the unexpected praise from the boy. Unbelievably he sounded sincere, and as always Wilhelm, being honest, felt wrong somehow. So, when I got the chance, I tagged along to see white silver in action. 8,000 feet with ease, even while forcing your troops to go higher. You put everyone else to shame, he chuckled with awe before turning to her with a grin. I would have liked to have met you back then, but you got called off because of that stupid thing with Dacia. He frowned slightly for a moment as he mentioned the ex-duchy. Tanya could understand why the whole Dacian conflict had been incredibly stupid on their part. It had made for an excellent place to blood her new unit however, so she couldn't really complain, but even now she looked back on the whole thing as a massive waste of both time and human resources. For the Dacians, it really was a case of lions led by donkeys, and unfortunately for them, they had to pay for their commander's mistakes. I have to thank you. You made my battalion possible, you even helped me improve the merciful saint, he giggled. Your performance when you warned the Dacians was superb. Although as royalty, I'm expected to be a little more eloquent than you were, he finished before doing a slightly insulting if not surprisingly accurate rendition of her childish ultimatum to the Dacian capital. Again, Tanya found herself feeling slightly uncomfortable at the boy's praise and wondered what the point of all this was. I had to work very hard to catch up, you know, it wouldn't do for a prince to be outshone by an orphan girl. Even one as brilliant as you. He finished with a grin, and Tanya felt unable to reply to the unusual adoration that the little colonel was spouting. I remember thinking that you were like the Empire itself, infallible and unbeatable, he continued dreamily before the smile dropped from his face and he met her gaze with a slightly pained look. But you aren't unbeatable, are you? That fight with the Legadonian proved that, and neither is the Empire. Tanya blinked with confusion. When had she said she was unbeatable? She certainly didn't feel that way. What was he trying to say? Was he saying he'd figured out that the Empire might lose because she had been injured? That made no sense. What was the boy really trying to tell her? She shook the thoughts from her mind. It didn't matter right now. The important thing was that Wilhelm clearly believed her. He saw that the Empire's victory was in danger. But why was he so melancholy? Why did he seem so defeated? That's why I need your help. We can make sure we don't get beaten. She answered desperately as she felt a growing sense of anxiety about the situation. Wilhelm stared at her for a moment before leaning down and picking up the manuscript on the table. He studied it for a moment before pressing it into her hands and returning to the spot at the moonlit window. She stared at the document with bewilderment. It was titled National Mindsets and Their Effect on Geopolitics, by Prince Wilhelm Victor von Hohenzollern, and had the published date of 1920 printed on the front. It was his political thesis, she realized, but why had he given it to her? Give it a quick skim, but page 64 is the important part, the boy said softly as he stared out the window once again. Tanya was about to ignore him and press on with her argument, but the boy drew his sword and began staring at the blade thoughtfully. As usual, she felt a familiar twinge of anxiety as the boy unsheathed his weapon. She had never liked him waving the thing around, so she decided it wise to humor the boy for the moment. As she schemed through, she found it went into great detail describing what Wilhelm called a national mindset. It claimed that the national mindset was made up of the desires and fears of its citizens. It drew parallels to the actions of a person and the state, like a mirror of their people. These desires even infiltrated the minds of their leaders who would act on them, especially their fears. He claimed that some countries would act irrationally and against their own interests for this very reason. Tanya didn't believe a word of it, but as she read on, he used this twisted reasoning to explain the rise of nationalism in Legadonia, and it started making a strange kind of sense. He explained that the fear they had of the Empire would allow more extreme elements to take control of the government, and eventually they would start an incident that would lead to war. She found herself double-checking the date in the front. Somehow Wilhelm had described the crazy thinking of the Legadonians that led to the Norden incident 3 years before it happened. Although she didn't agree with how he had come to all these conclusions, somehow he had used them to predict the start of the war. She flicked through a few more pages and found that he'd made similar predictions about other countries. Not everything was precise, especially for some of the nations in the southeast, but for many of the forecasts seemed eerily precise. It described the Republicans' eagerness to rid themselves of their old enemy if the opportunity arose, all due to the desire to remove the fear of a strong neighbor. Elsewhere it described the Allied kingdom's standoffish approach, claiming that although they felt safe behind their wall of steel ships and channel of water, the thought of a hegemonic power on the continent scared them more than the other powers, and that they would try to intervene to make sure neither side gained complete dominance. He even described how Albion might start secretly providing equipment and observers as they had in the north. She flicked through a few more pages that advocated keeping friendly relations with the Unified States. He claimed that in any war it would be greed that brought the industrial powerhouse into the conflict and fear of not being paid that would make them join a side. A few pages further he'd written about the Russie Union, stating that in no circumstances were the Empire to engage them if it were already at war with another power. He even recommended ceding land to them if necessary. It seemed Wilhelm was scared of the communists. Not that it mattered, the Empire had a non-aggression pact with them, and the Empire wasn't going to break it like a certain mustached dictator had in the other world. Tanya didn't expect a bunch of starving conscripts could be much of a threat anyway, at least not until they ceased their paranoid purges and adopted free market principles. Finally, She turned back to the page Wilhelm had said was important, eager to see what the point of all this was. It seemed at the end of his summary of each nation he had written a small piece on how they might act in victory and defeat. For the Republic, it talked about their inflated sense of national pride and how that if they lost honorably, they would come to the negotiating table. But it warned that if they were humiliated, the damaged pride may lead to foolish resistance from both the remaining armed forces and the conquered citizens. Tanya found herself rereading the page, again and again. It was impossible, he couldn't possibly have known in advance. True, her own past life experiences had given her enough insight to suspect and prepare for the coming war, but she didn't have any context for any detail. Wilhelm claimed to barely remember any of his past life. How had he predicted things with such detail? True, he'd made arguments for why the nations should act certain ways, but they were based on illogical assumptions of how he thought they should react with his ridiculous national psyche idea. But somehow, he knew the Republic wouldn't just roll over. How? She murmured through the shock as she felt her anger rise. How did you know? Wilhelm carefully placed his sword on the windowsill and turned and looked at her once more. I don't know, they were ideas that I struggled to make sense of. As you can see, I didn't get everything right, he sighed as he began his explanation, heading back towards the table that Tanya was now stood by. I wasn't sure about the Republic until I came upon a soldier during revolving door. I could see in his eyes that he wasn't broken, so I knew the Republic wasn't done either, he finished as he stared into her eyes as if to make his point. Tanya felt her shock turn to rage at the boy's admission. He'd known. He'd known for 3 weeks and he'd done nothing. But why? He wanted the war to end too, didn't he? Suddenly a terrible suspicion began to raise itself in her mind, one that could explain at least some of the boy's behavior. You knew, she growled, why didn't you do something to prevent this sooner? Why would I do that? You know what I need to do to please the devil, the boy said with a dark and humorless grin. Tanya's eyes widened as the final pieces of the puzzle fell into place. His eagerness to return to the capital, his inaction despite his apparent foreknowledge, his reason for avoiding her and his strange behavior. Suddenly it all made sense. He hadn't paid his debt to being X, he wasn't trying to end the war, he was trying to prolong it. She would later reflect with disgust that even she was capable of falling on her baser instincts when pushed so far, as all her bottled-up rage, frustration, and hatred were unleashed against Wilhelm at that moment. The red mist descended over her and she rushed at the boy, grabbing him by his collar as she slammed him against the wall. It was almost a parody of the incident on the Letzenbourg rooftops, although this time Tanya was feeling far less merciful. You bastard! You did this, didn't you? You made sure that they'd feel confident that they'd won. Somehow you convinced them to hold off on the finishing blow, didn't you? That's why you were so keen to come back to Berlin. It was why you were keeping me out of the way. How long have you been doing this, Wilhelm? As her rational mind began to reassert itself over her anger, she began to notice that the boy was not panicked and fearful as he had been in Letzenbourg. Instead, he was calm, collected, and gave her a cold and unflinching glare. Tanya found herself frozen in his gaze as his hands reached up and grasped her wrists before he applied pressure on specific points. Pain shot through her arms as he squeezed nerve clusters, forcing her to relax her grip on his collar. Later she would reflect that this was an impressive display of self-control, especially for Wilhelm, but in that moment she had nothing but contempt for the boy. She started to fight back, but he crushed the pressure points once more while keeping his eyes fixed to hers. After what felt like an eternity, he pushed her onto a nearby chair and returned to the sword on the windowsill. No one else would even dare to do that, you know, he said on his journey back to the window, and Tanya glared at him hatefully. This brat had quite possibly ruined her chances in this life, there was no forgiving him for that. No one else knows your secret, she retorted spitefully, taking a perverse glee in the obvious twinge of fear that passed through him as he stopped in his tracks. She saw his shoulders tense before he whirled around and yelled at her once more. You act like I'm somehow responsible for all of this. Like I'm some sort of puppet master that orchestrated this entire war. He exploded at her. Let me remind you that I'm a slave to fate too, it's God who did this, not me. I'm just trying to survive, I'm trying not to lose anything else. The boy slumped back as he breathed heavily, and his hand fell on the blade by the window. Usually, Tanya would have been quite content to blame being X for her troubles, but usually, that would be true. This situation was clearly Wilhelm's doing, and although being X might have been the one to bring him here, the brat was responsible for his own actions and she swore she would see him punished for them somehow. She stood and turned to leave. It was clear that she wouldn't gain anything more from Wilhelm. Even if she blackmailed him, it was doubtful he would cooperate. He'd been willing to take responsibility for burning Irene to pay this so-called debt to being X, and although nobody would ever seriously blame him for the massacre, it showed how far he would go. Equally, there was no point trying to enforce a punishment for him now, something like that would need time to prepare. It's already too late, we received word that the Republic fleet has left the port before you arrived here, he said, causing Tanya to pause and clench her fists in frustration once again. Perhaps the boy thought the knowledge that she couldn't do anything might pacify her and somehow absolve him of blame. If he did, he was mistaken. in this moment she felt nothing but a cold hatred for him. You're right, I was trying to get them to hold off, how else can I do enough to satisfy that monster? He asked sadly from his moonlit perch. Tanya began to reply, ready to tell him exactly how little she cared about his supposed bargain with being X, but what the boy said next made her pause. But I didn't need to, they were already going to do it. Tanya stopped and glared at the boy with suspicion. What did he mean he hadn't needed to? It didn't make sense, his actions didn't line up with that. Why would he try to rush back if they were already going to do what he wanted? And why would he have acted so sullen about it all these past few weeks if that were the case? It was obviously a trick. Don't think you can fool me so easily, you little shit. After we parted by the coast, I sent letters to the General Staff and High Command asking for clemency for the Republic, he began mournfully. The Chief of the General Staff himself replied a day later informing me that an armistice was already being planned. You must have been pleased with yourself, she growled, wondering why she was still listening to him. I should have been, he replied, ignoring her scorn. He went on to explain bitterly that he also received letters from almost every senior general and politician within the empire to thank him for his part in Revolving Door and to assure him that an armistice and peace talks were being rushed through diplomatic channels. He'd expected to have to fight tooth and nail to get them to slow the assault on the Republic and start negotiating an armistice. But he had received no argument for continuing to push the Republic from any of the figures that he had contacted, and he claimed that every letter caused his worries to grow. They even had me march into Paris to humiliate them. Even I didn't want to provoke them that much. He finished, sounding exasperated and confused. Nobody could see the danger, I just had to let things happen. Now you're complaining things were too convenient for you? She sneered internally. Have you not heard the phrase, don't look a gift horse in the mouth? She still didn't believe him. None of this explained away his actions. Then why were you so desperate to get back to Berlin? She snapped back at him. You already had what you wanted. I had to be sure, he mumbled, ignoring her barb. It couldn't be true that none of them noticed. I warned them all years ago. Did nobody read it? She saw the boy gaze over at the discarded manuscript with a mixture of worry and confusion. She supposed it was true. Wilhelm had supposedly been praised for that thesis even though much of it had been dismissed at the time. Even 5 years ago nobody had believed a large European conflict could erupt the way it did. As for his paper, it had never been widely published. It was likely just a keepsake to remind the imperial royal family of their so-called genius relative. No one would take the words of a 6-year-old seriously, not one whose only qualification was that his family was rich and powerful anyway. Her own papers had only been noted because of her frontline experience, and even then, it was only because she had been scoring highly at the War College at the time. But Wilhelm seemed genuinely shocked that no one had paid any attention to his essay. They shouldn't all have made such a simple error, he said as his voice shook slightly, and Tanya saw genuine fear on the boy's face. If they can, we might not win this war. I could lose everything. I could be tried for war crimes. Tanya stared at the boy aghast for a moment. She didn't believe what she was hearing. Wilhelm had predicted the war. Had the boy really never considered the Empire could lose it? True, the Empire was a military juggernaut, but they were surrounded by enemies. He knew that. How could he have been so confident in such a situation? It was no wonder the brat treated the battlefield like his own personal playground. He didn't see the war as that much of a risk. It seemed that now he'd seen the error in that assumption. Still, it was strange that he seemed so worried. Of everyone in the Empire he probably had the least to lose. With his wealth and fraudulent reputation, he would not only live comfortably but would likely escape justice with his fake status mostly intact. Despite the numerous atrocities he had performed, he'd left witnesses either dead or believing he had done everything in his power to prevent losses. She'd even heard Francois Paus speak highly of him after he'd sliced open their comrades in the trench next door, but apparently the boy was unaware of this. The fear was definitely genuine. This, combined with his explosive reaction when she'd blamed him, made her inclined to believe him. Part of her could almost feel sorry for him. He hadn't actually acted to prolong the war. He even believed he'd warned everyone far in advance. He couldn't fathom that his warning had gone unheeded, and now he was experiencing the same sense of uncertainty as the rest of the world. Tanya had never shared the boy's confidence in the Empire's chances. Her memories of her past life had made her expect a long and difficult conflict. It was why she had joined the army voluntarily. She knew it was only a matter of time until she'd be conscripted, so she had decided to secure a safer position as soon as possible. Her success in this endeavor had been mixed, but she had at least ensured she had a cadre of crack soldiers between her and the rest of the world. Wilhelm should also have had some knowledge that would have forewarned him about how dangerous this war might become. He had obviously known something, possibly more than her in certain areas. How else could he have predicted certain events so clearly? So why had he not realized the Empire's precarious position? Was it his apparent memory loss? Come to think of it, why didn't mention the mindset of the Empire in his thesis? It was entirely absent. Tanya felt oddly conflicted as she stared at the worried-looking boy. On the one hand, she understood how he felt. She too had been horrified that no one in the general staff had realized the danger of the war escalating further. However, she could also understand their reasoning for coming to this conclusion. Wilhelm had never needed to push them, they were willing to walk off the cliff all by themselves. Even so, the boy had just admitted he would have acted if the brass hadn't already been drunk on victory. He may have seen the potential for the Empire's destruction now, but he had also proven that he would destroy everything if he thought it would get him what he wanted. She looked back over at the boy and saw him looking at her hopefully. Was he really expecting her to give him any kind of reassurance after all this? He must have read something from her expression however, as a glimmer of hope entered his eyes. "You healed," he said slowly as though it was the first time he had noticed, and she almost thought she could see the cogs turning in the boy's brain. "So the Empire can too, as long as we're careful we can still win." "Yes." He picked up his sword again and twirled it with a flourish as his confidence began to return. He paused as the blade crossed his eye line and gave the weapon a contemptuous grin before placing it back in its scabbard. Clearly whatever the brat had read from her face had not been a reflection of what she had actually been feeling, but whatever he had seen it had somehow invigorated him. He turned back to face her and his smile faded slightly and his expression hardened again. "I know you won't believe me, but I promise I won't do anything else to drag this war out," he began as he nervously chewed his lip. "I might not survive it if I do." Tanya couldn't decide if she believed him or not. She was stressed, tired and overworked. With the knowledge that her efforts to stop the Republic were in vain and the bombshells that Wilhelm had been delivering, she just wanted to collapse into a warm bed and sleep. She considered going back to the officers' quarters, but after everything he'd put her through today, Wilhelm at least owed her somewhere to sleep for the night. She was about to ask the boy to summon Christina to show her to her room when she realized there was still one thing the boy hadn't explained. "Why have you been avoiding me, Wilhelm?" she asked, narrowing her eyes at him. The color drained from the boy's face and his frown deepened at the question before he hastily managed to recover his composure. It seemed he was losing his touch when it came to hiding his expressions, at least around Tanya. "You asked me to stay out of your way. I'm just doing as you asked," he replied quickly, and Tanya's expression soured once more. It was obvious he was lying. He wasn't hiding it as well as he usually did, although at least he wasn't stupid enough to deny it completely. "Don't lie to me," she growled, feeling her anger rise again. "Is it any wonder I don't believe a word that comes out of your mouth?" The boy sagged slightly, looking like a kicked puppy while wearing a sad look on his face. He seemed to consider her words for a moment before he straightened up and his expression hardened once more. "I've already told you it's better that you're not around me right now," he said, echoing the words he had said back in the Elenium Arms factory. "In this case, it means you'd be safer outside of the capital for the moment. I'll make sure Christina gets you back first thing tomorrow." Tanya's eyes narrowed with a mixture of suspicion and confusion. What did he mean she'd be safer? There was nothing to fear here in the capital unless he wanted to set his goons on her, but then why would he be so keen to get her out of town for that? What had he been up to? She didn't get the opportunity to probe any further as there was an urgent knocking from Christina at the door. The little colonel called for her to enter, and as the doors swung open, they saw the worried-looking maid was flanked by 2 armed imperial gendarmeries. Wilhelm stepped in front of her Tanya and began to make a protest when a familiar balding man stepped in front of the soldiers with a half-smile. "Good evening, Your Highness," Major Digirakov Vice Admiral Canaris began with a slight bow. "We have some questions to ask the Major." Author's notes. Hi all, and as always thank you for reading. It's late, it's very late I know, and I'm sorry. I've really struggled to concentrate recently, so it's been almost impossible to keep up, so I'm way past my 2-week deadline. But it's here now and I think it's the longest single POV I've done so far. I hope it isn't too long though. There was a lot I wanted to pack into the scene because it's one that I've been planning for a while. Originally it was going to be Wilhelm had actually persuaded the High Command and General Staff to hold off on finishing the Republic, but I thought that took too much from the original plot. So, I decided it might spice things up for Wilhelm to start to realize how much of a tightrope he has to walk. I also had to be careful that Wilhelm hadn't gone so far that Tanya can't forgive him. I'm not entirely sure I've managed. He technically didn't do anything wrong, but he was going to, and he potentially could have done something to prevent it too, so Tanya isn't going to be happy. Of course, he's worried about his debt rather than Tanya's desire to get away from the front lines, so he's bound to do things to upset her. I also tried to expand a bit more on why Will likes Tanya. Because he didn't start getting POVs until relatively late, I never wrote a proper reaction to Tanya from his point of view, and there's never been a good place to crowbar it in. I'm going to try and sprinkle more of that in where I can. Chapter 35 Prisoner Negotiations. Prisoner Negotiations. To Chancellor Luther. I wish to advise you, in accordance with the wishes of His Majesty Prince Wilhelm Victor von Hohenzollern and the Regency Government of the Grand Duchy Letzenbourg, that the sovereign nation of Letzenbourg wishes to issue a diplomatic protest condemning the recent actions taken by imperial officials. As you are no doubt aware, on the evening of June 20th, armed imperial soldiers entered the Letzenbourg embassy under the direction of Vice Admiral Frederick Canaris. The admiral went on to detain Major Tanya von Digirakov, an imperial officer who had been placed under the diplomatic protection of Prince Wilhelm. These incidents are in direct violation of the agreements enshrined between the European powers at the Congress of Wine and a contravention of the terms of our alliance with the Empire. The Empire and the Grand Duchy of Letzenbourg have a long and shared history, and it is deeply saddening that the actions of certain individuals have pushed a wedge between our peoples. Especially since our governments are working so diligently to cooperate with one another in both civic and military matters. His Majesty and the Regency government of the Grand Duchy Letzenbourg would like this matter resolved quickly and peacefully. As such, if the officer in question is returned to the embassy and diplomatic channels are used to resolve the dispute, the matter will be dropped and the Charlemagne negotiations can continue. Fabian Schumacher, Letzenbourg ambassador to the Empire. Letzenbourg diplomatic protest found by Russie officers after the Great War. June 26, Unified Year 1925. Offices of the Abwehr, Berlin, 0930 HRS. Vice Admiral Frederick Canaris suppressed a smile as bratty Prince launched his latest objection to the confinement of Major von Digerekhoff. It appeared he'd been correct in his assumption that Prince Wilhelm and the girl were close, and increasingly it seemed that the rumors that surrounded the pair might have some truth to them. This was now the third official protest the boy had lodged, and despite the prince's efforts to keep up his innocent act for those around him, the admiral could see the fury bubbling in the boy's eyes as he spoke. Canaris couldn't help but feel pleased that his strategy had worked so well. "Please, Admiral, there must be some mistake." The young prince pretended to plead as his emerald eyes burned with hate. "I can't believe Major Digerekhoff is a traitor. This isn't like her at all. Isn't that right, General?" He finished as he turned to look at the men in the corner of the room for support. The boy had gone all out to try to get his little friend released, even going so far as to fill his office with people to speak in support of Digerekhoff. Aside from the Letzenbourg ambassador, who followed and parroted the boy in such a way that he wondered if the man possessed an independent thought of his own, the prince had persuaded both Generals Zetter and Rudersdorf to speak for her. The military faction that had invaded his office had also brought the major's adjutant, a pretty little lieutenant who was shuffling nervously in the corner. The prince's near-constant complaints about the armed men entering the embassy and taking the young major into custody had also brought the foreign minister and the chancellor to his door to question his actions. The prince had timed this meeting for maximum effect, so now all of these people swarmed his refuge at the same time. It was quite impressive how much of a nuisance the boy could make of himself when he wanted to. Canaris wasn't concerned about this though, he had been expecting the prince to try something like this. It was true that his entrance into the Letzenbourg embassy had technically broken the rules of diplomatic immunity, even though he had been apprehending an imperial citizen at the time. However, with Letzenbourg's imminent integration with the empire, he could claim a certain amount of jurisdiction over the building, which gave him a legal loophole. Besides, he'd fabricated enough evidence for the rest of the high command to convince them of the necessity of his actions, and any other issues that had arisen would be forgotten soon enough. The chancellor and the foreign minister were simply here for the sake of appearances. "Major Digerekhoff has been an exemplary officer," began General Rudersdorf between calmly smoking a large cigar as his colleague Zetter watched the exchange in silence. "With her war record, it's difficult to accept that she could have been working for the enemy. It was these two men he was most wary of. The military was a formidable political force in the empire at the moment, and as the minds behind the revolving door strategy, these two men had a great deal of support. He needed to be careful not to upset the military too much, it could cause far too many problems later. However, these men were pragmatists, and although they may wish to help out their subordinate, they had been in this game long enough to know not to stick their necks out too far." Rudersdorf's calm statement was proof of that. He wasn't protesting directly, only stating the facts as he saw them. "No one has said she is working for the enemy." He began shooting a sideways glance at the young prince as he calmly lit a cigarette of his own. "No formal charges have been raised at this time, we are simply performing an investigation within our remit. As to her record, was it not one of your own staff officers that once raised concerns about Major Digerekhoff's character? It didn't hurt to remind everyone in the room that he was working within the limits of his authority, there was little they could really do about it. As for the major's record, he'd expected to have to doctor some details, but it had turned out not to be necessary. During some routine background checks, he'd found some interesting information about the young girl's time at the military academy. A few incidents had caused a staff officer named Rirugen to question her suitability for the war college due to concerns about her personality. He had been quite surprised by the strength of the man's objections to her application and found himself wondering if he held some sort of grudge against her. Regardless, it was excellent news for Canaris. It was so much easier to make a story believable when there was already a foundation to build on, and Rirugen's concerns were ideal for his purposes. "It was true one of our officers had some issues at the time, but Digerekhoff has more than proven herself," Zetter replied as he too pulled a cigarette from a case in his breast pocket. Again, the calmness of the two generals reassured Canaris that they wouldn't act rashly. They knew he was acting within his authority, and although they didn't like it, there was little they could do without rocking the boat. So in the meantime, they were probing for weaknesses as any good warrior would, but they wouldn't find any, nobody ever did. He could almost hear the unspoken question on the man's lips as he spoke, "Do you have any evidence?" He fought to keep a sly grin from his face. Evidence was an interesting thing, it could tell a lie as eloquently as it could tell a truth. Depending on how you present your proof, and how much you allow it to be scrutinized, you could create an entirely different account of a situation. The true set of events could be rewritten if you presented evidence in the correct light, and a new truth would be born in its place that seemed as plausible as reality, maybe more so. The prince's attempted coup had provided him with a plethora of information that he could twist for such a purpose. The boy had initially been working with him to create his plot to take over Letzenbourg, as such he had access to much of its details. In addition, there had been some mysterious occurrences around the time of the Letzenbourg incident that Canaris suspected the prince had been involved in. It was likely only the prince knew the entire truth, but he couldn't admit it freely without damaging himself. So Canaris would explain it all away for him. Any theory that explained these circumstances would be accepted by everyone else, almost without question. Employing this information against the prince directly would be damaging to the imperial royal family, and although he didn't consider the royals essential to the running of the empire, they were a symbol of stability for the people. He couldn't afford to fail in his duty to the empire by risking that stability, but that didn't mean he couldn't use his information to act against the prince. He had taken a less direct approach instead and targeted one who he is close to, Major Digirekov. She would be how he would finally get the boy under control. We have evidence that indicates signals were sent from the 203 RDS previous headquarters on the Rhine, but we have yet to trace who these were being sent to. He said, allowing the half-truth to simmer in the smoky air. They say the best lies have an element of truth. In this case, it was entirely true that signals were sent from the mansion. They were sent by the prince or one of his staff. The boy had been keeping in regular contact with Canaris to help with his coup in Letzenbourg and had relied on him to leak information to the allied kingdom. The prince could hardly admit that without implicating himself, and the shocked look on the boy's face told him that the boy had already caught on to what crimes Digirekov was being held accountable for. The only real lie in his statement was that he knew precisely who the signal had been sent to. After all, he'd been the recipient, but like the prince, he wouldn't admit any involvement. Additionally, it seems the major ordered the destruction of the prince's mansion in order to cover her tracks. He continued, relishing the worried look that passed over Prince Wilhelm's face for a brief moment before he composed himself once again. We have testimony from an artillery captain Boehmer. It seems he received written orders from the major to fire on the prince's mansion, he said, holding up a copy of the offending piece of paper. It was fortunate that the captain had failed to destroy the document as he had been ordered to. After some analysis, it had turned out to be a well-made forgery, one he recognized as the handiwork of his once protégée, Sophia Zerbest. She would not have acted without instruction from her master, however. Her unflinching loyalty to the boy was the reason Canaris had not been able to have her in the abwehr. It was clear that the prince ordered the strike and used Digirekov's authority to hide his involvement. It was probably easier at the time since he had temporarily surrendered his own command to attach himself to the 203rd, but it had backfired spectacularly. Why would she order the destruction of her own headquarters if not to cover for something? It's entirely possible her attempted attack of the Brest military port was for the same reason. It seems to me that there is a conspiracy and she could be a danger to Prince Wilhelm, he continued, noting the momentary look of spite crossed the prince's face as the diplomats nodded sagely. It is my duty to protect the entire royal family. He cared little about the prince's safety, of course, but it helped give him justification to send troops into the embassy. The prince's reaction had been quite satisfying, however. It seemed the little prince understood what was happening. If the evidence hadn't been enough to prove to Canaris that the prince had ordered the destruction of the mansion, his reaction was. But he had yet to figure out why. The prince could now see that Digirekov was going to take the rap for everything that had happened in Letzenbourg, everything he had done. The only way the boy could get her out of it was to reveal his own misdeeds or do as Canaris asked. For a brief moment, Canaris considered whether the prince had planned to let Digirekov take the blame for the plan all along, but he dismissed it as he saw the barely concealed anger bubbling below the prince's facade. Whatever the boy had been planning, Digirekov's capture obviously hadn't been part of it. He must have expected that he would walk into the obvious trap he had laid for him with Sophia. He smiled to himself. Perhaps he'd overestimated the prince. It was true he possessed a devious mind, but he was still a child, and a bratty one at that. Canaris was good at reading people, and it seemed to him that the prince had not foreseen this. Whatever his reason for destroying his mansion, he hadn't expected it to be traced back to him or Digirekov. He glanced back at the generals who stood impassive in the corner. Canaris could almost see the men's minds working to assimilate this new information. They probably still doubted that Digirekov was guilty of anything, but they would have to accept that as intelligence chief, he had the duty to investigate these occurrences. Not that it mattered, his goal was to get the prince to sign the treaty and disappear into obscurity, not to punish Digirekov. If the boy behaved, she would go free, but if he didn't, he wouldn't hesitate to have her shot. If the generals wanted evidence to make that happen, he could always fabricate it. Next, he turned to the gathered diplomats, who by now were also smoking an assortment of tobacco products, and put on a wide and friendly grin for their benefit. He hated every single member of the Supreme High Command. Although he was aware they performed important duties for the empire, he knew that none of these men were true patriots. Even the Chancellor was merely an old man clinging to his ill-gained power and hoarding his wealth. If he wasn't such a competent administrator, Canaris would have already had him quietly replaced. Still, these men were part of the imperial leadership and he had to act out his role for these men too. As you can see, gentlemen, I was forced to enter the embassy for the prince's safe. He began as the prince stalked over to the windows and flung them open with a dramatic crash, letting a warm summer breeze into the room and causing all that were gathered to look over in shock. As the prince turned, Canaris could see a hint of defiance on his face before he hid it behind his mask of concern for the young major. Canaris smirked to himself. He boy obviously hadn't given up quite yet, but he was obviously close to losing his composure, and it seemed he was about to do something rash. He was inclined to let the boy continue. If he was losing his temper, he could only make mistakes. If he did, he would only weaken his position further. He would let the boy dig his own grave. It's getting a little smoky in here, don't you think? He said with an exaggerated cough, causing the assembled men to share a look of embarrassment while Canaris regarded the boy with wry amusement. It was well known that the young prince didn't like tobacco smoke and out of deference to his rank most avoided smoking in front of him. It seemed the others had forgotten he was there. Perhaps the young prince was feeling a little ignored. The boy had made the dramatic gesture to try and turn the attention back onto himself. He truly was a bratty little child. As I said, I'm sure there's a reasonable explanation. If you just let me talk to her, I'm sure we can clear all this up, the boy said, looking at the Chancellor and Foreign Minister with pleading eyes. The boy knew he wouldn't get what he wanted directly from Canaris, and although he had support from the two generals, they clearly weren't ready to make a move without proper justification. The boy's only remaining option was to try pressuring him through the other council members. We are all aware of your fondness for this girl, Your Highness. Perhaps that is affecting your judgment on this matter, the elderly Chancellor began diplomatically. He knew better than to poke too deeply into Canaris's business. Please, sir, I'm sure she never meant any harm. If you just let me. The boy began, but the Admiral cut him off by clearing his throat. I'm afraid it will be impossible at this time, Your Highness, he began, making sure to keep a calm tone in his voice despite his growing frustration with the boy. Major von Digurekov has yet to be fully questioned. It would be imprudent to let you see her at this time. He heard a bewildered murmur from some of the assembled gentlemen in the room, but he ignored it. They were likely surprised that he had not yet begun questioning the girl, but it was none of their business how he went about an interrogation. He preferred to let his subjects sweat for a while. Not that questioning the girl was really a priority for him. She was not his target, the prince was. The Digurekov girl was just a hostage to get the prince to comply. Still, the boy seemed far too eager to speak to his little companion, and Canaris wasn't foolish enough to let the boy have his way, not at this crucial juncture. Although it was a clear sign of his concern for the girl, the prince didn't know when to give up, and Canaris couldn't discount that the boy might try to plan something foolish if he allowed them to meet. Although there certainly was some merit in allowing the boy to see her imprisoned, it would drive home the point that he should comply or be punished further. It might finally convince the boy to stop resisting. He would need to speak to her first to gauge her loyalty to him. Her imprisonment may have caused her to reassess her fealty. If so, he could persuade her not to follow any of the child's schemes. She might even have some other information he could use. Then please allow Lieutenant Serebriakov to visit her at least. Let her see a friendly face, the prince pushed, gesturing to the nervous girl in the corner who jumped at the sound of her name being mentioned, while Canaris frowned at the boy warily. He was about to deny this request when General Zetter cleared his throat, drawing the attention of the room. You said Major von Digurekov had yet to be formally charged. As such, she should still have access to her adjutant to help her keep up with her work, the man observed quietly. Canaris hid his annoyance from his face as he saw a glimmer of a smirk reach the prince's emerald eyes. The general was correct. Technically, since she hadn't been charged, she still maintained the rights and privileges of her rank, including the right to an adjutant. Usually, this would be ignored on the grounds that anyone in questioning did not need an assistant. No one was really expected to carry on their regular duties from inside a cell. Unfortunately, it seemed the resistance that the prince had brought to bear against him had made everyone more defiant on the matter. He'd have to keep an eye on the loyalty of these military men in future. Still, there shouldn't be a problem if the lieutenant's visit were supervised. He looked at the nervous-looking officer and studied her intensely. She didn't seem the type for subterfuge. Her eyes were too innocent. He looked over the rest of her and subconsciously found herself licking his lips. She was a beautiful young woman. Her curved body seemed to have a softer look to them than Sophia's did, although that only added to the innocent charm she exuded. Perhaps when this was all over, he would have this Lieutenant Serebriakov visit him at the office. He needed a new secretary. He was looking forward to finally having Sophia Zerbest to himself after all this time. He planned on forcing the prince to transfer her back to the Abwehr, but there was no reason he couldn't have both of them around. Very well, I can agree to a daily supervised visit, the Admiral said eventually, causing some of the tension in the room to ease, and the assembled men nodded in agreement. Soon after, despite some further protests from the prince, the Chancellor announced the matter closed and everyone began to shuffle out of the room. The prince shot a final glare at the Admiral before he turned to leave, but Canaris stopped him in his tracks. Prince Wilhelm, may I have a word in private before you leave? he called, knowing the boy would take the bait. The prince halted and Canaris suppressed a smile. It seemed he'd finally learned to predict the boy's actions. The boy turned slowly and Canaris noted the tension in the prince's shoulders as he moved. Again, the boy wore a mask of naive innocence as he looked up at the admiral expectantly, but his eyes now burned with anger as the boy struggled to keep his true feelings contained. Was there something else, Vice Admiral? The boy asked, somehow keeping his anger from his voice. Canaris gestured for him to take a seat and the boy reluctantly complied as the admiral took his place opposite. The office was now quiet save for the sound of the warm breeze blowing through the window the boy had slammed open earlier. I notice you still haven't signed the Charlemagne Treaty, he observed after a brief pause as he studied the boy's reaction. The prince's delaying of the treaty was beginning to cause issues. Many now believed this was a bargaining ploy set up by Letzenbourg's new prime minister, but it was simply the prince's stubborn streak. As the prince had delayed, the man had managed to amend the treaty to favor more autonomy for the small country. Additionally, the forces occupying the Francois Republic had found the locals much more compliant around the Letzenburgers, so much so there was now talk of awarding some of the captured Republican territory to the small state for war reparations. The populace seemed to believe Prince Wilhelm's actions and the ferocity of the Letzenbourg soldiers more than made up for Ludwig's so-called betrayal, and the people thought Letzenbourg should be compensated. Canaris couldn't allow this. Some short-term self-rule could be tolerated, but for the good of the empire, the little country had to be integrated into its larger sibling. I'm sorry, my prime minister is still concerned about the legal difficulties of the regency, the boy began before fixing him with a sickly sweet smile. Besides, how can I focus on such things when my good friend is locked away like a common criminal? Canaris felt another flicker of annoyance as he saw the animosity behind the boy's mask of innocence. He was fed up with the prince's pretense of ignorance. It was clear the boy knew what this was really about, and now they had no witnesses. Canaris intended to force the boy to admit it. Still, that same animosity was precisely why he knew he'd won. The boy was frustrated and knew he had no way out. Canaris took a breath and buried his frustration. The time for games was over. It was time they laid their cards on the table. I see you really are quite fond of Major von Degurakoff. It seems there is something to those silly rumors, he began with a cruel smile as the boy frowned slightly in return. But it seems to me that she'd be better off if she'd never met you. Wilhelm remained silent, but his face contorted with pain for a brief moment before he looked back at him with undisguised contempt. Without anyone around to impress, the boy finally dropped his mask and Canaris could see he truly cared for the girl. That hurt couldn't be faked. You framed her. She didn't do anything you described. The boy spat back venomously and Canaris couldn't help but enjoy listening to the barely restrained fury. Oh, but who else could have done them, Your Highness? Canaris returned smugly as the boy's frown deepened. It was your actions that caused this. You bought this on her and yourself. The boy clenched his fists and Canaris expected another angry outburst from the little prince, but instead, his hands relaxed and he slumped in his chair, sulking quietly. He no longer met the admiral's gaze and instead stared off into the corner of the room, gritting his teeth slightly. Canaris couldn't help but smile. The boy was like those foolish Republicans, utterly beaten but still daring to shout defiance. Well, the Republic would surrender any day now. They couldn't fight from their colonies, the Empire had them beaten. Then the Allied Kingdom would come with terms too. They had begun to realize they had lost, just like the child in front of him. It could get much worse for her, you know. There's only one punishment for treason. He continued, adding a threat of menace to his voice, and he saw the prince wince as though he had been physically struck. Traitors faced the firing squad, and Sophia would have no doubt informed the prince that he would not hesitate to kill if he thought it was for the good of the empire. The young prince had finally learned how high the stakes really were. It's time you stopped playing soldier and spy. It's time you gave up politics and the limelight. It would be better if you disappeared quietly to the country and let your betters look after things, he said, earning a curious mixture of disgust and anguish from the young royal. There will be a high command hearing in a few days to decide if you should be punished for Letzenbourg. If you don't want Degurakoff to take the blame for your mess, you will sign the treaty and announce your resignation from the army by then, Canaris demanded, studying the boy's reaction. Again, the admiral expected an outburst, but instead, he stared thoughtfully at the corner for a few moments before growing pale and worried. He looked as though he'd seen a ghost. The admiral found himself following the boy's gaze but saw nothing out of the ordinary in the room. A pang of worry hit the admiral as he remembered something from the file they had on the young royal. They'd never truly found out if he suffered the same mental instability as the rest of his family. They'd faked Dr. Jung's test results in order to promote Prince Wilhelm as a future pro-imperial candidate. They said that stress made the condition worse and the boy had been in a war. It was entirely possible he was beginning to show symptoms despite his youth. Had he pushed the boy too far? All the more reason to get the boy out of position of power as soon as possible, Canaris reasoned. Eventually, the boy mumbled something about souls and turned back to him looking anxious and bewildered. I want to see her before I agree to anything, said the prince, trying to stiffen his resolve, and I'll need some assurances. Canaris studied the boy for a few moments, feeling uncomfortable as he looked into the boy's eyes. He seemed different. For once he seemed like a genuinely scared young child, and the admiral found himself reassessing what he knew of the young prince. He'd always thought of him as a spoiled brat that masqueraded as a naive little hero, but now he wondered if that was just another layer to his act. Was this quietly fearful boy the real Wilhelm? He considered the boy's request. It was clear the boy was almost ready to give up. Even with the help of the uniquely capable Zerbst sisters, this was far too much for him. Seeing what he had done to Digirekov would likely force his complete surrender. Still, he couldn't underestimate the Digirekov girl either. It was clear she was intelligent and she had managed to worm her way into the young prince's affections. He needed to be sure what she would do before she could allow the boy to see her. "You can see her in 2 days," Canaris declared. "When you are finished you can visit me at my home, and we'll discuss your assurances." 2 days would give him a little more time to observe and question the girl. He was sure that after all this he could easily persuade her to work with him to convince the boy to comply with Canaris's demands. He would even allow the pair to have their fairytale royal wedding one day if that was what they wanted. It would make for a good spectacle to control the population. If she refused, he was sure he could find another way to persuade her. As for the prince's assurances, he would no doubt want some guarantee of the future safety of himself and Digirekov. For that he would have to hand over Sofia and Serebriakov. He was looking forward to that. The boy looked as if he might argue and the admiral still saw the hate burning in his eyes, but the prince stopped himself and nodded glumly. Canaris allowed himself a triumphant grin. Once the prince had visited the young major he'd be able to sip from the cup of victory from the comfort of his own home. He could even try some of that blackcurrant schnapps his wife had sent from the country. June 26, Unified Year 1925. Offices of the Abwehr, Berlin, 18:00 HRS. If there was one thing Tanya valued above everything else, it was her personal freedoms. The loss of those personal freedoms was one of the things that had put her at odds with being X. The creature seemed to delight in using its otherworldly powers to interfere with people's minds and in her case directly control her actions through the Type 95. She hated not being in control of herself because she valued her ability to choose her own fate. No fake god had the right to take it away from her. Sure, there were situations that could limit your personal liberties. Serving in the military was one such example, but she had used her freedom to choose to accept those limitations in order to increase her chance of survival in this world. The salaryman's experience and memories of events in the other world had given her enough knowledge to know that war was coming. It was better to exercise her freedom and serve now rather than be forced to do so later. This was the reason her incarceration bothered her so much. What she valued most had been taken away from her. She was aware that humans need rules and laws to govern them. It was what separated humans from beasts. Despite being a limitation to one's personal freedom, they prevented others from infringing on your own. It had always been the opinion of both the salaryman and Tanya that this was a fair trade. In exchange for not doing something that society found abhorrent, you were granted protection by the appointed authorities. You could even skirt close to the edges and find exploits and loopholes to the rules while retaining this protection. As long as everyone followed the rules, you would always be safe and successful. Or that was how it was supposed to be. According to the rules put forward in the Empire's constitution, you couldn't be imprisoned without trial. However, you could be taken in for questioning for an indeterminate amount of time, depending on what you are being investigated for. The Abwehr had special powers when it came to how they implemented their questioning and had no obligation to tell their captive exactly what they were being held for. Fortunately, Tanya had only received some basic interrogation since she had arrived, the sort to confirm her name and rank before she had been bundled off to a cell. The Abwehr had a reputation for cruel interrogation techniques, so she had expected far worse, but so far, she had barely seen anyone. She'd been kept in solitary confinement with no visitors until Lieutenant Serebiakov had been allowed to visit her on her 5th day of captivity. She had expected to receive some sort of official reprimand for her attempted assault on Brest military port, but when she found out the true reason for her confinement she was beyond furious. When Vice Admiral Canaris and the gendarmeries had first barged into the embassy, the little colonel had become slightly panicked and had immediately stepped between her and the admiral before protesting loudly at the man's entrance. He argued that the man had no right to bring armed soldiers into the diplomatically protected building and demanded they leave immediately. Unusually, the boy had not adopted his usual childlike persona and had remained as his true self when he challenged the intelligence chief, but Tanya had been unable to tell whether this was accidental or deliberate. Wilhelm's complaint was justified. It was entirely true that this was against usual diplomatic protocol for a state to send soldiers into an embassy or consulate, but it seemed the admiral had no intention of keeping to those conventions. The little colonel had seemed both nervous and angry as he delivered his protest. This was clearly not part of one of his schemes, but it seemed she had blundered into the midst of something serious. Unbidden, a memory from Letzenbourg had filled her mind. When she had been staring down at the battered and broken body of Wilhelm in the ducal palace. She remembered seeing the dark expression on the boy's gaunt and waxy face as he'd hissed the words, "Canaris betrayed me," in a hate-filled whisper. Shit. She thought as she realized what she'd gotten drawn into. Wilhelm had proven before that he would let his emotions overpower what passed for his rational mind. He wasn't the sort to let an apparent betrayal go unpunished. That was precisely why she had been so careful when dealing with him. Obviously, Wilhelm had been stirring up something with the admiral to get some sort of petty revenge. This combined with the high command seeking to punish him for the loss of the city meant that a confrontation was inevitable, and she was unfortunate enough to be around when it happened. The boy was an idiot. This wasn't just some officer he could replace to get his way like he had done to get her the preferential position under General von Hans. Canaris was part of the Supreme High Command and one of the most powerful men in the Empire. Even with Wilhelm's fallacious position and reputation, provoking the intelligence chief was both foolish and dangerous. Worse still, it seemed like she was being dragged into it. The admiral had apologized but insisted that he had the duty to ensure the safety of the entire imperial royal family, including Wilhelm, before turning his steely gaze on her. She'd realized immediately that she had been chosen as the battleground for whatever little conflict the two were engaging in, and it wasn't something she was pleased about. She decided there and then she would throw Wilhelm to the wolves if she needed to. She had no reason to be loyal to him. He had just admitted that he had been trying to prolong the war to get his own way. Even if his interference wasn't needed and he'd finally realized the danger of his meddling, it was clear he would put his own interests first. If he was going to become a threat to her future, she would use everything she had at her disposal to counter him. What the aging admiral had said next had left her speechless, however. He claimed that they had intercepted encrypted signals that had been sent from Wilhelm's mansion, her former headquarters on the Rhine front. They had decrypted these signals and found that they contained information of a plot against the old regent, one that could cause him to defect to the Republic's side. It would be unthinkable that young Prince Wilhelm would contemplate such a thing, she remembered the admiral saying with a sly smile on his face as the little colonel regarded the man with contempt. As the commanding officer of the facility, this mysterious signal leaving the building was ultimately her responsibility, so she needed to be questioned. He claimed that this, in conjunction with her latest attempt to misuse her authority to attack the Republicans, was evidence that she had been trying to endanger the prince. He even voiced his concerns that she was the one behind the failure at Letzenbourg. She couldn't believe it. She'd been set up. It had been Wilhelm and Canaris who had arranged everything that had happened during the Letzenbourg incident, and all the brat's crimes had now been blamed on her. She almost couldn't breathe as she realized how truly bad things had suddenly gotten for her. She was being framed for treason. There was only one punishment for a soldier who committed treason in wartime. A firing squad. She rallied her thoughts quickly, however, and pushed down her panic. If Admiral Canaris really only wanted to pin the blame on her, he wouldn't have waited so long after the fall of the city to arrest her. There had to be more to it than that, and looking at the smirk the admiral gave the bratty colonel and the furious glare the boy returned, she judged that once again revolved around the bratty colonel. She couldn't let it end this way. She wouldn't go down because of Wilhelm. She had opted to go quietly with Canaris and the guards, despite the bratty colonel's protestations that she was under his diplomatic protection. She knew she was innocent, so going without a fight was her best option. Running would make her seem guilty, and relying on Wilhelm's protection was out of the question. She clearly couldn't rely on him for anything. Besides, Canaris and his soldiers clearly had no respect for his diplomatic protection. There was little the boy could actually do. She'd handed over her weapons and computation orbs without complaint, only commenting to the guards that they should make sure that they were kept safe as they were the property of the military. She'd then been cuffed and led out of the building into a military truck waiting just outside the embassy. Despite the humiliation of being led out like a criminal, she had resolved to keep her head high and make sure she showed nothing that could be interpreted as fear or guilt. She had done nothing wrong, and she would not show weakness to the admiral. When the opportunity revealed itself, she would offer a trade to the man for her freedom. After all, Wilhelm had already given her the bargaining chip she needed for it. After the short journey to the offices of the OCBY, where she had been unceremoniously searched and bundled into her cell. She had not seen the admiral since then, or much of anyone else for that matter. She had been left almost completely alone, save for the guards who would enter twice a day to bring food and occasionally fresh bedding. She hadn't been idle during this time, however. Although she didn't have any way to send them, she had prepared a letter to Sister Mary at the orphanage and another to a well-known defense lawyer. She would undoubtedly need the evidence she had sent that proved Wilhelm's illegitimacy, and if she ended up in court she needed all the help she could get. She had also been mentally preparing for her meeting with Vice Admiral Canaris. If she planned to win him over, she would need to be ready. She planned to trade the information and evidence she had on Wilhelm for her freedom, but she couldn't simply hand it over. If she did, she could not be certain that the man would not keep his word, so she would need to gauge the man to see how much he could be trusted. She didn't expect it to be easy, however. She was negotiating from a position of weakness. Being imprisoned wasn't exactly a strong bargaining position. She would have to convince the admiral that she was not allied with the bratty colonel. She became more convinced as to the necessity of this when Lieutenant Serebriakov had finally been allowed to visit earlier that day. After 5 days of solitude, she was more than pleased to see a familiar face, although she hadn't been expecting her subordinate to rush over and pull her into a tight hug. Tanya had felt uncomfortable with the familiarity, but she'd been unable to say anything about it. In a strange way she appreciated the gesture. She hadn't realized how much she'd missed the company of her adjutant and the close proximity and familiar smell of the girl's perfume. She'd almost found herself lost in the girl's embrace before Visha stepped back abruptly, apologizing for her being so close. It was curious how much she felt Visha's absence once she released her. Tanya accepted her apology and thanked her before asking her to fill her in on the events of the outside world while a guard studied them closely from the doorway. It was clear they were not going to be allowed any privacy. She'd asked about the battalion and the war first. Unsurprisingly, the Republic had still not surrendered, and it seemed the general staff and politicians had still not accepted that it wouldn't happen. Meanwhile, they had officially rebuffed the Allied Kingdom's offer of restitutio in Inte Grum, that would return the continent to its pre-war borders. Nobody had any intention of giving up the spoils while they felt they had defeated their foes. The battalion had been confined to barracks and asked to give statements to the Abwehr. Visha herself had been questioned about several recent events involving the little colonel and about her opinions of serving under Tanya. The second part of the questioning bothered her. She wasn't sure why Canaris would need her subordinate's opinion of her, and it was worrying. She'd suspected the battalion might be questioned, but she hadn't expected them to be confined too. As a good manager, she would have to make sure they were being treated fairly too. She would look like an incompetent and uncaring leader if she didn't. Eventually, she found herself asking about what Wilhelm was up to, causing the guard in the corner to perk up slightly as he made an effort to listen in more carefully. Not that she particularly cared about him, but she knew she would have to keep track of what the boy was up to if she were to get through this. Visha's mood seemed to brighten as she heard this question, and a beautiful and excited smile beamed from her face. She went on to explain in great detail how the little colonel was doing everything in his power to get her released and had been making protests at every level of government for days now. It even transpired that he had been responsible for Visha being allowed to visit her once a day. Tanya found herself suppressing a sigh. She had almost forgotten that Wilhelm had almost everyone fooled by his little act. She had no doubt his efforts to have her freed were purely down to self-interest. He probably suspected that she might reveal his secret, so was doing her best to get her out. She didn't expect him to succeed, however. As much influence as he had, he was out of his depth now. It was better if she sided with Canaris. Visha continued describing the bratty colonel's actions in a meeting with Canaris and some other officials earlier that day. Serebriakov seemed impressed with the boy's brash attitude, but Tanya found herself wondering if the boy was actually trying to undermine his own efforts. As the account wore on, the beautiful smile began to fade as her adjutant began to describe the evidence. It was just as Tanya feared. She was being blamed for all of Wilhelm's wrongdoings, including the destruction of the former headquarters. What infuriated Tanya the most was that the orders had been officially typed up and doctored to make it seem as though they had come from her. She knew Wilhelm had arranged it in an attempt to rob her of the evidence she had against him, but she hadn't known he'd used her authority to do it. Anyone who discovered the orders would immediately suspect her. Whether he intended it or not, the brat had set her up. It was proof she could neither trust nor rely on him. Eventually, Visha was ordered to leave and Tanya entrusted the letters to her before she was escorted out of the cell. Although the letters would undoubtedly be checked by the intelligence officers, Tanya had been careful not to put anything in them that would raise too much suspicion. Even the message to Sister Mary had only left instructions to send her adjutant the package she had left for safekeeping. Hopefully, this would be enough. The room suddenly felt quiet and empty again, and Tanya felt almost like a void filled the room where the lieutenant had once been. She hadn't realized how accustomed to the girl's company she had become. Serebriakov was an excellent subordinate and Tanya knew she could count on her for anything, but it wasn't until she was no longer around that she realized how much she relied on the cheerful young officer to simply be there for her. She had never been the sort that needed other people, but she soon found that she felt almost lonely. This unfamiliar feeling wasn't to last for long, however. Less than an hour later the guard returned and instructed her to leave her cell. It seemed it was finally time to meet with Vice Admiral Canaris. The walk to the interrogation room was short but slightly unnerving. The sounds from the other nearby cells told her that many of the Admiral's other guests had not been treated quite as civilly as she had. She found herself wondering if she would have a similar fate in store. Although she had trained her troops in the torture resistance techniques she remembered reading about in her past life, she had never experienced them herself. She wasn't keen on experiencing the barbaric act of torture firsthand. She soon shook that worry from her mind, however. She was certain it wouldn't come to that. She had every intention of cooperating with the intelligence chief. He would have nothing to gain from torturing her. Besides, that sort of treatment was a poor way to extract information. She was sure the Admiral was aware of that. This was likely a display to try to put her on edge, and it had almost succeeded. Admiral Canaris was a wily one. She would have to be careful, she decided as a smile touched her lips. It seems I'm doing the right thing. Wilhelm doesn't stand a chance against this guy. Finally, they reached the interrogation room and the guard opened the door, revealing a small dimly lit room with a table and 2 chairs. In one of those chairs sat Vice Admiral Frederick Canaris, waiting patiently with a malevolent smile. "Please take a seat, Major," he said, gesturing to the other chair as he nodded for the guard to leave. "I hope the accommodation has been to your liking." It was a little Spartan but quite comfortable compared to the Rhine front, she said, snapping a crisp salute. She made a point of following protocol as if this was any other meeting. She was still a member of the military after all, and it would help the Admiral get the right impression of her. Besides, it helped show her complete innocence. if she followed the rules she would get through this unscathed. It seemed to have the desired effect as the man raised a questioning eyebrow as she took her seat. She appraised the man carefully with the eyes of a practiced negotiator. He sat comfortably, leaning forward slightly on the table. He kept eye contact with her as she seated herself, and both his body language and his smile oozed easy confidence. It was a posture she recognized all too well. In her past life she doubtlessly appeared much the same when she wore the skin of the Salaryman. It was clear the man felt he was negotiating from a position of strength. He felt like he was prepared for any outcome of this conversation. I apologize for not coming to meet you sooner. Your dear friend Prince Wilhelm has kept me quite busy. He's very upset that you've been placed here, said the Admiral with his unwavering smile. With respect, sir, I doubt my well-being is at the heart of Colonel von Hozollern's concerns. She replied dryly as she considered the boy's selfish actions that had led her here. We don't often see eye to eye. It was a fine line she would have to walk in this negotiation. On the one hand, she would need to persuade the Admiral she wasn't on Wilhelm's side and she had no interest in his quest for vengeance against the man. However, she knew she couldn't speak out against the boy too passionately. It was much like a job interview. It reflected very badly if you spoke out against your previous employers. Wilhelm may be a treacherous pain in the ass, but he was still technically a superior. This meant the amount she could speak out against him was limited until she was invited to speak freely by the Admiral. Is that so? The man said, raising a questioning eyebrow. He's making a lot of trouble for someone he dislikes. Tanya fought the frown that threatened to show on her face. No doubt the real reason the boy was causing such a ruckus was because he was worried she would reveal his secret. She couldn't reveal that to Canaris yet, however. She would be tipping her hand too early if she opened negotiations by telling him about the evidence she had on him. She knew from the salaryman's experience at the Chicago School of Business that negotiation was a delicate art and one false move could cost you your advantage. She had to persuade the Admiral that she was not part of Wilhelm's plot before she could negotiate in good faith. I cannot speak for the Colonel, sir, but our relationship has only ever been professional, she stated, although she knew that was stretching the truth considering what she knew and how she treated the boy. I personally find him difficult to work with. The Admiral regarded her doubtfully for a moment as he studied her statement. His ice blue eyes seemed bore into her and it took all her willpower not to flinch under his gaze. After what seemed like an eternity he broke off their staring contest and the smile returned to his face. Whatever test he had laid out, it seemed she had passed. I'm sure Prince Wilhelm would be disappointed to hear that. I'm rather good at reading people and I'd say his affection towards you is genuine. Then again, it must be difficult to think too highly of him considering your current circumstances, he began almost casually. You know why you are here, I assume. Good, he seems to have got the message I'm not on Wilhelm's side, she thought as she noted the pleased look on the Admiral's face. This was good news. She had been working with Wilhelm for some time and she'd even written a report giving him some praise for his combat abilities. As such, if she came out and immediately discredited the boy it might have called her integrity into question, making her seem less trustworthy to negotiate with. By being a little more subtle, the Admiral had been able to pick up on it without losing that trust. It was also pleasing to see that he was getting straight down to business. Although she was more than aware of the importance of building up a rapport with your negotiating partner, she and her past self had always preferred to be direct and to the point in any enterprise wherever possible. It seemed the Admiral thought the same way. That meant that answering his question honestly and succinctly was the best option. I'm being held responsible for Colonel von Hozollern's crimes and the failed coup in Letzenbourg, she reported matter-of-factly, earning a curious raised brow from the Vice Admiral. The accusations are of course fallacious and I have no doubt that you are aware of that. Oh really? The Admiral returned with a slight chuckle. You almost make it seem like I arranged for you to be a suspect. Tanya wasn't foolish enough to directly accuse the man while she was attempting to earn his goodwill, but she wanted him to know that she understood the situation. They both knew that Canaris had been behind the evidence needed for her unceremonious arrest. There was no point denying that. She simply had to be clear that she would not hold a grudge as Wilhelm would. So she pressed on. Considering that until recently you were pushing to have Colonel von Hozollern retire to avoid the complications of punishing him, I can assume this isn't simply a way of covering both his and your tracks. She said, explaining her thoughts as the Admiral's smile widened. So, I assume there's more to this than I'm aware of. She'd been thinking hard about what she knew while she had been incarcerated in order to figure out what she'd gotten dragged into, and everything led back to the incident at Letzenbourg. She knew that Canaris had helped the little colonel plan the botched operation, but she also knew that the Admiral had called off the promised reinforcements in order to safeguard Operation Revolving Door. Or at least that is what Wilhelm believed, and the boy had vowed revenge even as he lay barely able to breathe in the ruins of the ducal palace. Since then several members of the High Command, including the Vice Admiral, had decided that Wilhelm should be forced to leave the military and had been preparing a hearing about the loss of the city for that purpose. Although she knew there had been a strong movement for this all along, a combination of his injuries and the failure had persuaded many more it was time for him to step down. She suspected they'd been stalling, however, as they had taken a while to organize the hearing. No doubt they'd hoped that the brat would get the message and resign in order to save the imperial royal family and the high command the embarrassment. Wilhelm would never agree to that, though he had his debt to being X and he was convinced he would die if he didn't continue fighting. So in the meantime, he must have been making his own plans. Tanya had seen firsthand that the boy was a favorite among the common soldiers, although she still couldn't fathom why. She'd also noted with increasing frustration that his name was often praised in the papers, with interviews with both by the man on the street and some members of the Diet all openly praising him. Whether she liked it or not, Wilhelm was popular in the Empire and the boy knew how to use that. She also knew the general staff were savvy enough to realize this too. That must have been how the boy had persuaded them to give him a command again, but that wasn't all. Since she had realized that the vindictive little colonel would want vengeance on the admiral, certain other things had started to make more sense. She had read in the after-action reports that neither of the two Zerbst sisters had accompanied him during Operation Lockpick or his propaganda tour. She hadn't thought much of it at the time, but in hindsight, it had been the clearest sign he was up to something. She had been right all along, she had just been watching the wrong person. She was sure the pair had been ordered to do something to earn the admiral's ire while Wilhelm was away, and now she was paying the price for it. The question was, why her? They were right when they said you were an intelligent one. Perhaps I should have recruited you for an intelligence post, the admiral chuckled. You are correct, there is more to it than that. You're here so that I can finally get the prince under control. Hey! She blinked in genuine surprise, that didn't make any sense. Why would imprisoning her help control Wilhelm? The boy didn't even like her, did he? The prince can be quite cunning, the admiral began explaining. I've come to realize that he'll find a way out of any situation that I create for him, so acting against him directly is pointless. There are, however, 3 people who he would prioritize over his own needs. Of course. The little colonel's staff, he's always been especially close to them, she realized as she assimilated the information provided by the admiral. She'd seen firsthand the irrational ferocity the boy had unleashed after Lieutenant Haussmann had fallen. It stood to reason that he'd move to protect anyone else he felt so strongly about. But why was she imprisoned? Why not the Zerbst sisters? As I said, the prince is quite fond of you, the admiral continued. It's unfortunate, but your stay here is necessary if I am to get the prince to sign the treaty and retire. Crap! She screamed internally as she realized that the admiral had misread the situation. He was unaware of Wilhelm's secret, so had come to the conclusion that the boy's attempts to free her were a sign that she had somehow inherited the same sort of trust enjoyed by Wilhelm's servants. This misconception needed to be remedied immediately. It was time she played her hand. I'm afraid you're operating under a misconception, sir, she stated, fighting a flicker of nerves as she committed to her path. There was no turning back now. As I said, Colonel von Hohenzollern and I don't see eye to eye. His attempts to free me are entirely motivated by self-preservation. The admiral's expression changed abruptly to one of serious contemplation as he studied her expression intently. After a moment of silence, he gestured for her to continue and she related the events from the very first time she had met Wilhelm. The man listened intently to her account of their negotiations in the railcar as they returned from his rescue operation. He laughed as she described the little colonel's confidence crumbling as she initially refused his offer, but his serious manner was restored when she described the box. She revealed that the boy had been terrified of being forced to return back to Letzenbourg. He had been utterly convinced his brother was out to get him. So much so, he had given her the means to blackmail him in order to get himself attached to her unit. She had been privy to a secret that almost nobody else knew about the Wilhelm Victor von Hohenzollern that everyone knew. He wasn't the real thing. The man remained serious and impassive for a few moments as he digested this information in silence until eventually, he spoke in a low voice. You refer to Operation Doppelganger? He said carefully. Yes, Tanya replied, feeling relief wash over her. It made things much easier if the man knew what he was talking about. Wilhelm tried to have the evidence destroyed, but I still have it. Using that would be far more effective than holding me here. I think it's you that has been operating under a misconception, Major. I think Prince Wilhelm has fooled you, the man said as a superior smile crept back onto his lips. Operation Doppelganger failed. The agent was discovered by the regent himself. The prince is without a doubt the real thing. No. That's impossible. Tanya thought in a panic as her negotiating strategy fell apart in front of her. There was no way Wilhelm could have pulled the wool over her eyes for so long. She had always been able to see through his deceit. If he had been deceiving her this whole time, none of his other actions made any sense. That can't be right. He ordered the destruction of the headquarters to get rid of it. He even tried to kill me when he thought I was going to betray him. She argued desperately as she tried to make sense of everything. Explain, now. The admiral said, snapping his piercing gaze back at her, and Tanya found herself relating the story almost automatically. She explained the boy's attempts to bribe her into silence that eventually led to the confrontation on the rooftop, making sure to highlight the boy's irrational behavior. His fear of exposure was the only explanation for his desperate actions. She described the foolish elation on his face as he'd found out they had misunderstood one another, and she could hear the words he had spoken in her mind. That's great. It must be true, only you would admit to breaking someone's arm due to a misunderstanding. He believes it's true. Did that fool Ludwig never tell his own brother? He said, laugh before he turned back towards Tanya. I assure you, Major, he is the real prince, but the knowledge you have just provided is priceless. He turned away and stared across the room, thoughtfully digesting what to do with this new information, whispering a few words under his breath. Even after a broken arm, he said quietly. They do say it does strange things to a person. Tanya wasn't entirely sure what the Admiral was talking about, but it seemed things weren't lost yet. Although it hadn't been part of the original plan, she had still been able to provide Canaris that she could use to bargain for her freedom. The evidence she possessed still had some worth, and now was her last chance to use it. I can provide this evidence for you, but I want to be released and have this incident erased from my record, Tanya stated, feeling sure that the Admiral would jump to obtain this new information to control Wilhelm. She hoped he had better luck than she had. And why would I do that? Canaris said, making Tanya's blood run cold. You've provided me with the knowledge I need, I can recreate the evidence quite easily if necessary. The Admiral chuckled darkly as he rose from his chair and headed towards the door. Besides, it crushed the prince to know you betrayed him like this. I envisioned you as such a happy couple, he added mockingly. I keep telling you he hates me. Tanya hissed hatefully as her plan once again fell apart. She didn't understand. For some reason, the Admiral was convinced that Wilhelm was close to her. I don't believe that's the case, at least not yet, said Canaris as he crossed to the door. But I'm sure that will soon change if I reveal the information you shared. As far as he knows, you are the only one who could have leaked it. Tanya cursed. He was right. It was precisely the sort of conclusion Wilhelm's paranoid brain would jump to. If he found out, he'd no doubt abandon sense and do something drastic and foolish, precisely the opposite of what the Admiral wanted. She'd lost. Her trump card had turned out to be a dud. The only person who believed Wilhelm wasn't Wilhelm, was Wilhelm. The prince will visit you in 2 days. It would be for the best if you can persuade him to sign the treaty and retire. If he does, you will be freed. Canaris stated with a smirk as he reached the door. If you fail, then I have no more use for you. The words echoed around the room as the door slammed shut. It seemed she'd misjudged the Admiral, although it seemed strange to admit it. He was worse than the little colonel. She'd been left with an impossible task to secure her survival. She had to persuade Wilhelm to give up. She had to persuade him to surrender to being X. Author's notes. I'm really sorry, it's been a long time between updates. I've really struggled to concentrate lately, so writing has been difficult. That combined with completely scrapping my original chapter meant this took some time to get out. I'd originally hoped to be a few chapters along by now, as Wilhelm's birthday is July 1st and I kinda wanted to do something special, but I suppose that's past now. Chapter 36, Visiting Hours. Visiting Hours. 40 years after the Great War. Londinium. As we reported in a previous episode, the OCBY was the primary intelligence agency that served as the eyes and ears of the Empire during the early years of the Great War. The organization utilized a great many techniques to procure and extract information, some of which were questionable, even for the turbulent times of war. However, like all the Empire's actions, they were considered legal at the time, even if we find them morally abhorrent today. The organization itself adhered to a strict hierarchy, with each intelligence branch reporting to the agents of the OCBY. At the top of this hierarchy was the now infamous Vice Admiral Friedrich Canaris, a controversial figure for both the Allies and the Imperials alike. His actions contributed greatly to the direction of the war, and although there are dubious rumors about his private life, these contributions cannot be emphasized enough. Andrew WTN Special Correspondent. June 28, Unified Year 1925. Holding Cell Number 4, Offices of the OCBY, Berlin, 16:00 Why? The little colonel asked with a mixture of anger and disappointment as he struggled to keep his emotions from staining his tired-looking features. Why did you have to come back to Berlin? These were the first words that escaped Wilhelm's lips as he stood in front of her in the dark cell while his shoulders shook slightly despite the summer warmth. He'd barely managed to contain himself and had started his childish little tirade the moment the guard had been persuaded to leave them alone. Unlike vicious visits, the little colonel had apparently been allowed some privacy while he was here, so he had dropped the innocent prince act immediately in favor of this unusual bout of sincerity. Tanya found herself struggling to calm her own anger and frustration as she saw the look on the boy's face. Why the hell are you so upset? I'm the one who's been imprisoned because of your scheming. She cursed internally as she saw the hurt look in his eyes. He looked as though he had been physically struck or been given some particularly traumatic news. To an outsider, it would seem like their situation had been reversed and he had been the one forced to suffer the ignominy of being locked up for someone else's crimes. It was clear even to Tanya that he was genuinely upset about this situation, but she couldn't understand why. We almost had that bastard. I warned you it was dangerous to be near me. Why didn't you stay away? It's what you wanted. You just needed to stay away a little longer. Why did you have to come back? He continued, struggling to control his voice. Tanya could hardly believe what she was hearing. Not only had she been forced to take the blame for his failed coup, now he was blaming her for ruining his doomed attempt to get back at Canaris. Surely his petty revenge on the intelligence chief didn't mean this much to him. Somehow it seemed almost like the boy really believed he was the victim in this scenario, and Tanya found herself unable to keep her frustration with the boy bottled up anymore. How was I supposed to know about your foolish grudge with Canaris? She snapped irritably. All I knew was that you were up to something again. And you were. You kept everything secret. You always do. Do you even tell your minions everything you're up to? The boy recoiled slightly before frowning, and he began rubbing his wrist nervously as his gaze fell sadly to the floor. It seemed she'd struck a nerve, and unusually the brat had withdrawn sulkily rather than fired off an angry retort as she would have expected. Sophia and Christina know everything I can tell them, he began glumly, staring at a tile on the floor. I wish I could tell them more. I'd bet you're keeping some secrets from Visha too. They'd think we were insane if we didn't. That was true enough. She'd never told anyone about her past life. She was certain that the crazy claim that she was a 30-something-year-old man in the body of a young girl would get her dragged off in a straitjacket, so she'd wisely kept it to herself. Even those she trusted with her new life like Weiss and Visha knew nothing about it. If she were to tell them, they'd surely think the stress of the job had become too much for her and she'd gone off the deep end. Only Wilhelm knew, and even he didn't know any of the details. She'd only ever revealed a little bit of what she knew about being X and never told him the details of her previous life as the Salaryman. It made sense that he would do the same. Tanya found herself regretting her outburst almost immediately. Although she felt it was more than justified that she should vent her frustrations on the boy since this situation was entirely his fault, it wasn't part of the plan to upset him right now. One of Wilhelm's few good traits was that he was quite protective over his trusted subordinates, perhaps too much so in some cases, so calling the skillful sisters his minions was bound to upset him. Sometimes she wished the boy didn't get under her skin so much. If she could stay calmer around him, perhaps she could have attained the same level of trust from him as the Zerbst sisters enjoyed, and she wouldn't be in this mess. It was too late for that sort of wishful thinking, however, so she took a breath to calm herself and remind herself of her goals. Since her failed negotiations with Vice Admiral Canaris, she had been considering her options. The Admiral wanted her to persuade Wilhelm to give in to his demands and retire from the military. She already knew this plan would be doomed to failure. Not only was the Admiral's assumption that the boy cared for her flawed, she knew Wilhelm would refuse any demand that involved him leaving the army. Unlike Tanya, who had been thrown into this world by a spiteful and irrational supernatural being entirely against her will, Wilhelm had bargained his way into reincarnation. She had learned of his Faustian deal with being X shortly after Irene and knew that the boy had paid for this new life with the promise of the lives of people from this new world. She didn't know what the wannabe deity's goal was with this deal. It didn't seem quite like the bastard she knew, and she had briefly wondered if there were more than one of these irrational entities in the cosmos. It didn't bear thinking about, but she at least saw it as further proof that being X and his ilk were not gods. It was due to this deal that she knew Wilhelm would never willingly quit the army, not while he still had his debt at least. Like her, he'd realized war was coming, but unlike her, he had been rushing to be posted towards the front lines, not away from them. In what Tanya considered an unusually eloquent and efficient solution for his predicament, at least by Wilhelm's standards, the boy had decided to use this terrible war in order to pay his debt as quickly as possible. It was a fact of life that people die in wars after all. He was making use of that fact. As long as he remained a soldier, he could take advantage of the war to further his own survival. It was for precisely this reason that he had wanted to prolong the war and prevent the Republic from surrendering. If he was forced to quit, he couldn't pay that debt. At least not without resorting to means that were unacceptable to society, and she'd seen the terror cross the boy's face when he thought of what might happen if he failed. He would see giving in to Canaris as a death sentence. He would be giving up his own life for hers, and she couldn't imagine he would ever wish to do that. No, she would need him to help her in a different way. I'm sorry, you weren't supposed to be involved in this, the boy said with a heavy sigh, causing Tanya to blink in surprise. He actually seemed to be genuinely contrite about the situation. For a moment she considered the Admiral's words about how certain he was that Wilhelm would capitulate in order to help her, and she began to wonder if she had been mistaken in her assessment. She quickly dismissed this idea, however. No doubt he was just worried about what she knew about him or how his continued support affected his overblown reputation. Even if he did feel some guilt for what he'd done, it would only be because it affected his personal goals, and like her, those personal goals were survival. He wants you to sign the treaty and retire or he'll have me shot, she stated neutrally, keeping her voice calm while she studied the boy's glum expression. I have no intention of dying for you. She let the words hang in the air. Some might consider it a threat, but for Tanya, it was a statement of fact. Wilhelm already knew what Canaris wanted. She was certain of it, and she was equally sure the boy would refuse, but it was important that she got him to lay his cards on the table. He winced slightly when she mentioned dying for him, but continued to stare at the floor sadly. At least it seemed like he cared enough to realize how high the stakes she was facing really were. Still, the stab of victory was short-lived as he brought his pained frown upward and met her gaze with sad, almost tearful eyes. I don't care about the Charlemagne Treaty, I already said I never want to go back to Letzenbourg, the High Command can have it. They must hate me there, he began with a heavy sigh. I'll sign that and anything else he wants. Considering all he'd gone through for the coup, she was surprised he'd give up his prize so easily. And what was this about people hating him? Had no one informed the boy that most of his little country and even the empire still believed in his heroic reputation, despite all his actions? She'd even heard from Visha that the empire was considering giving the small country part of the Republic in war reparations due to the perceived heroics of the little colonel. Yet the boy seemed to believe he was vilified in his home country. I don't want you to die, but I can't leave the military, he continued fearfully as his hand instinctively flew to his belt where the familiar blade was thankfully absent. It seemed even Wilhelm wasn't allowed to bring his sword into a prison cell. You know why? His emerald eyes looked like those of a cornered animal as he stared at her tearfully. It was as she thought, he wouldn't even consider leaving the armed forces while he still had his debt to being X. What did surprise her, however, was the depth of the horror that sat in his eyes when he spoke. She'd always known that their respective relationships with being X had been very different from one another, she had not tried to bargain with the supernatural being. The Solariman had merely pointed out the problems that the creature had described during their unfortunate meeting were entirely its own doing. So, when the pseudo-deity had thrown her into this world in an attempt to try and prove a point, anger had been her overriding emotion towards being X, at least once she'd grown enough to regrow her mental faculties. Wilhelm, however, seemed to be truly terrified of the being X that he had encountered. Although they had spoken little of their experiences with the false god, Wilhelm had always described the creature with a mixture of anger and fear, but she'd never realized the true depths of that fear. That fear was dangerous. Nothing could force someone to be more irrational than fear, it was little wonder the boy often seemed so erratic. There was more in his eyes than just fear though, that hint of guilt still remained, it seemed that he really did feel responsible. Perhaps he could be a decent officer one day, she found herself thinking. After all, taking responsibility for the mistakes of yourself and your subordinates was part and parcel of a leadership role. Then again, there could be other reasons for the little brat feeling so bad about this situation. Tanya was certain that Wilhelm put his own goals above those around him, but he usually preferred to keep people on his side. Why else would he go so far out of his way to keep people loyal to him? She recalled how she'd misinterpreted his warped attempt to reward her as a bribe and how even after Letzenbourg he had tried to buy her off with gifts. He obviously felt he still had some obligation to her, either that or wished to be certain his secret was never revealed. It was fortunate for her he didn't know the truth. Now was the time to start using this as trading capital, especially since her information on him was now a much less valuable negotiating chip. If you really don't want to see me shot, then you have to get me out of here another way, she said, feeling her fists clench reflexively as she put her scheme into motion. You have to get me out of the country. She didn't particularly like this plan, it was essentially giving up everything she had worked for in her new life. However, she had seen the distinct parallels between this world and the events that led to the destructive conflicts that had occurred in the Salaryman's world, and she had been preparing for the worst. She had long known that if things went wrong, she would need a backup plan. After all, although the empire was clearly much stronger and more efficiently run than its otherworldly equivalent, it still sat in a very precarious geopolitical position. As much as she would prefer her new home country and its rational ideals to prosper, she wasn't about to give her life to make sure that it did. Part of the reasoning for her early military service was in order to get herself the sort of career that would give her the pay packet and contacts to quietly disappear if things got dicey. Although she would never say she admired the members of the regimes that had attempted to quietly escape in the other world, she could appreciate the necessity to move somewhere safer when you knew you'd lost. After all, the losers in war often find themselves guilty of things that they wouldn't be if they had been victorious, and despite her careful adherence to the law, she couldn't be sure she'd be treated fairly if the empire fell. She had no intention of escaping to South America like so many of the escapees in the other world had, however. Much of the continent was the playground of banana republics propped up by American corporations or various gangs of thugs disguised as governments trying to overthrow one another. The continent may be a good place to disappear in, but it wasn't a place you could thrive, and she had no strong desire to live out her life in such an uncivilized place. No, she would go to the Unified States. The Alba-ish language was remarkably similar to English in the other world, and the Solariman was fluent in it due to his time at the Chicago School of Economics. The Unified States was also a mirror image of its otherworld clone, a place of free markets and capitalist ideals. Although it had a few too many religious zealots for her tastes, it was still a place that she felt she could understand, and she was certain that with her management experience and knowledge of economics she could make a successful new life over there. Additionally, since much of the population was made up of European migrants, she wouldn't seem out of place with her Germanic origin. She would be just another citizen of the Unified States. Unfortunately, her career had yet to have a chance to flourish to the point where she had much in the way of either capital or connections, at least not enough to get her out of this cell into the land of the free. Although she was now a major and was earning a modest wage plus some expenses, courtesy of the general staff, she had yet to earn anything close to enough to start a new life for herself. As for her connections, she had done her best to impress her superiors over the last few years, but these things take a long time to cultivate and she simply hadn't had enough of it to earn a favor as large as this. Wilhelm, however, was already wealthy and well connected, even with his current troubles with the Supreme High Command. Additionally, he had access to the remainder of his mage company and the skills of the two Zerbest sisters. She would, of course, prefer to use the skills of the 203rd, but she didn't want to drag her subordinates into this mess too. Although she was loath to ask him for anything, Wilhelm had enough firepower, wealth, and influence to get her out of here and to a neutral port where she could escape to the Unified States and away from Canaris's influence. And he could provide her with enough money to make a start over there. In her current situation, she couldn't afford to squander any potential resource, and although volatile, Wilhelm was a useful resource indeed. Of course, her escape may cause the little colonel some problems of his own, but by then that wouldn't be her concern. Wilhelm still believed he was not the real Prince of Letzenbourg, and he believed she was the only one that was aware of this fact. She didn't like trading on a lie, but if Wilhelm wanted his secret safe, he would have to get her out of here and as far away from the Empire and its spymaster as possible. Still, she would only mention Wilhelm's secret if it absolutely necessary. He was already aware of the threat, so she didn't see any reason to remind him. Out of the country. The boy said, repeating her words in surprise. You want to leave? As I said, I have no intention of dying for you, she continued, leaving the unspoken warning in the air before making her demands. I'll need money, papers, and to get out of here, of course. You can't. He exclaimed, sounding oddly panicked. I'll be. Tanya stared at the boy with growing confusion for a moment as his voice trailed off, and she watched as he subconsciously began rubbing his wrist once again as he squeezed his eyes shut. Why was he becoming so distressed about the idea? If anything, having Tanya out of the picture would be helpful for him, wouldn't it? He would no longer need to worry about his secret and could enact whatever foolish plan he wanted to concoct without any interference from her. The room was silent for a moment until Tanya heard a low grumble escape the boy's lips. She saw him begin to ball his hands into a fist and his shoulders began to tighten once more. She took a cautious step back as his eyes snapped open and she recognized the fiery rage burning in his emerald orbs. First he took Haussmann, then Letzenbourg, and now he's driving you away too. The little colonel growled and thought Tanya began to understand the source of this new emotional outburst. Wilhelm blamed Vice Admiral Canaris for all his recent troubles, although Tanya would be more than willing to argue the validity of that point. This was the latest in an ever-increasing list of occurrences where the spymaster had outwitted and outmaneuvered the bratty little Machiavellian. Tanya's arrest was a situation that he would view as a loss no matter what he decided to do. Not that it mattered to her, as long as the loss he chose to accept resulted in getting her safely out of here. Looks like this is your third loss in a row, she thought. That's what you get by playing these sorts of games. Gradually his anger subsided, and the room was left quiet once again. The boy continued to stare silently and thoughtfully at the floor for a few minutes as he collected his thoughts. Tanya began to feel impatient. Her survival was on the line and she didn't have time to deal with Wilhelm's temper tantrums, especially when all of this had been his doing to begin with. She found herself grinding her teeth with frustration. She still didn't have an answer from him about her escape plan. It's time I reminded him what I know about him, she thought. She didn't particularly like the idea of using Wilhelm's secret now it had been revealed to be false. As both a businessman and a soldier, she had always found that negotiations should not be built on falsehoods. A certain amount of trust was needed in order for both parties to comfortably negotiate. Deception should be expected, of course. A company wasn't going to advertise its weaknesses, but free markets also meant freedom of information, so a good negotiator would do their research and find these shortcomings. Trading with Wilhelm's secret now felt like selling a faulty product. Such an action could ruin the reputation of a company that sold it, and in her past life as the Salaryman, she would have never done business with someone who held that sort of notoriety. Despite Wilhelm's ignorance of the truth, she couldn't help feeling dirty somehow as she tried to blackmail him with information which she knew to be false. Still, desperate times call for desperate measures, and her continued existence was most definitely desperate enough that she would abandon those particular scruples. Thank you, said Wilhelm quietly, silencing Tanya before she had the chance to speak. What? Why thank me? Tanya asked herself with renewed confusion as the boy raised his head and greeted her with a strange smile. He stared into her eyes for a few moments and his confidence began to return as Tanya found herself shifting uncomfortably and unable to speak under the little colonel's strange gaze. You might not have the evidence anymore, but you still could have told Canaris about me, the boy began, and Tanya's blood ran cold. Has he realized I already tried to sell him out? She thought in a panic. Once again it felt like he'd managed to somehow read her thoughts. She soon calmed herself, however. He'd said that she could have, not that she had. Was he testing the water? No, he sounds too sincere. But you didn't, you chose to finally trust me instead, he continued with a slight laugh as his friendly smile broadened. After everything I've done, you finally asked for my help. How could I refuse you now? Tanya stood speechless and aghast at what the boy had just said. Did he really believe that this ridiculous situation had caused her to start trusting him? She looked into his face and sensed immediately he was being completely genuine, there wasn't so much as a hint of his deceptive masks. He truly believed that she trusted him and that she had kept his secret safe. This was an unacceptable misunderstanding, although she could still use this newfound trust to manipulate Wilhelm into getting her out of here. It could easily backfire. They'd already had mix-ups that had caused them to come to blows, she couldn't let this sort of error occur again. The boy had to realize that he was being blackmailed, not relied upon, but as she looked back into his jade eyes, she found herself unable to speak. Usually, Tanya wasn't predisposed to bouts of guilt, generally, there wasn't a lot for her to feel guilty about. She always followed the rules of society and acted within its confines, even if some things she did could be considered morally dubious by some, she usually felt very little in the way of remorse because she knew she always operated entirely lawfully. But as she looked into Wilhelm's eyes at that moment, she felt an uncomfortable and unfamiliar stab of discomfort in the pit of her stomach. What am I thinking? She chastised herself inwardly, why should I feel guilty? This idiot trusts me and wants to help me get out of here and to the States. I should use that. But she knew if she did, she'd feel like she'd gone against her principles. Equally though, she could see the boy truly believed he had earned her trust, and for once she felt she couldn't rob him of that. The effect of being X and the Type 95 must have damaged her brain somehow, she had no reason to feel this way, especially after everything he had been up to recently. True, she had sold out the boy, and it was the belief that she hadn't that had motivated him to continue helping her, but he had gotten her into this mess in the first place. He had even admitted to her that he would have tried to prolong the war if the Empire's leaders hadn't been so confident in their victory that they were already doing it. She had no reason to feel any sort of loyalty to this brat. So why can't I shake this feeling? She thought as the boy's green orb stared at her fondly. Wilhelm seemed to be growing more confident now and even seemed to stand a little taller. The tears had now vanished, and a fire now seemed to burn in his emerald eyes as his familiar self-assured grin began to slip across his lips. Tanya felt a growing unease as she saw the boy's swift transformation. The blubbering child was gone only to be replaced with the insufferably smug princeling that had been the cause of all of her recent woes. If he was back to his old self, he hadn't given up. He was up to something, she was certain of it. I'll get you out of here all right, I'll see to that personally, he declared as his grin widened with a hint of menace. But you won't need to pack your bags, you'll be back at work where you belong when you leave. Tanya almost felt her heart stop when he heard his words. He was going to do something foolish, she was sure of it. This wasn't the attitude of someone who was defeated, and he'd already told her he wouldn't leave the army, so he couldn't be planning to give in to the vice-admiral. He'd no doubt concocted some other ill-advised scheme, and the thought didn't fill her with confidence. If he opposed Canaris, it would be her that would end up being punished for it. Wilhelm. Whatever stupid idea you have, drop it. She yelled desperately, grabbing his wrist as he turned to leave. His actions right now could doom her, she had to stop him. Just get me out of here, give me what I need to get to the Unified States and I'll disappear. Wilhelm stared at her for a while with his confident smile. Don't be an idiot. You're going to get me killed. She yelled internally, but she could tell she wasn't getting through to him. I'm going to see the vice-admiral for a little chat, said Wilhelm with a cruel smirk. I'm sure he's dying to speak to me about the treaty after all. XXXX. Sophia felt a wave of relief wash over her as she saw her prince stride confidently out of the doors of the offices of the OCBY. The boy seemed like a different individual to the one who had entered the building. Instead of the tired, worried and indecisive boy that he had been the last few days, he seemed like the kind, confident and cunning leader she knew once again, and she felt a heavy weight had been lifted from both her and the boy's shoulders. Sophia and her sister had been extremely worried about Prince Wilhelm lately. Even before Major von Degerekoff's arrest he had been uncharacteristically quiet and subdued. They feared he still hadn't truly recovered from the disaster at Letzenbourg, at least not psychologically. The image of the Major carrying the broken boy as their homeland fell still haunted the sisters. It was a memory both she and Christina wished they could forget. Until the fall of the city, they had always felt like the prince was infallible and unbeatable. Why wouldn't they? He had always managed to turn any situation to his advantage, and although some of his decisions seemed odd at times, they had always worked out for the best in the end. He had even realized the world was destined for war long before anyone else and had written a paper explaining how it might happen. Although others may have disregarded his warnings, he had acted to prepare them all for the coming storm. He'd made sure they were trained to defend themselves and had the skills to survive, all while securing funds for their future and even creating and outfit his own mage battalion. Although he had never told them why he was so desperate to fight, his leadership had proven invaluable in helping them survive, and his ability to inspire those around him made him truly worthy of the moniker the Saint. His actions in the past meant that, to her at least, he would always be a guardian angel to both her and the people around him, and she felt blessed to know him. She truly believed the boy could accomplish anything. Perhaps that was why she hadn't objected to him trusting Canaris, despite her misgivings about the man. When had he ever been wrong before? Since the fall of Letzenbourg, the prince had been acting less and less like himself, seeming ever more thoughtful, distant, and irritable. After the Republic's crippling defeat, they had expected his confidence to return and that he would spring back to his old self, but he had only seemed to have gotten worse since then, compounding the worries of the two sisters. Although he had led the operation that had debilitated the François and ultimately freed their homeland, he had refused to return to the country and had been making excuses in order to avoid it. In private he had revealed he believed he would be despised after the devastating loss of Letzenbourg to the Republic, and he couldn't bear the thought of being around so many people that hated him. She and her sister had tried to persuade him that the Letzenburgers didn't blame him for the fall of the city. In both the Empire and Letzenbourg, everyone loved him, he was a national hero. He refused to accept it however, and he had become increasingly more withdrawn and morose. Sophia couldn't forgive Canaris for that. The evil old man had the boy convinced that he was a failure and a villain. The prince blamed himself for trusting the admiral and causing the loss of the city, and he felt responsible for the deaths of poor Houseman and the others. Canaris had almost extinguished the light in the heart of their saint. Perhaps this bout of depression was the reason why, while everyone else had been celebrating the imperial victory, the prince had remained silent and thoughtful. While she and her sister had been starting his plan to bring down Canaris, the prince had been in contact with the high command and the general staff. Soon after he concluded that the war would continue, despite the confidence of the empire's leadership that the remainder of the Republic and the Allied Kingdom would soon come begging for peace. He declared that the Republic would not surrender during the armistice, and he began preparing and rearranging his finances again before insisting they deal with the Canaris situation as soon as possible. He wanted to get back to the war and didn't want the looming shadow of the spymaster haunting them. Although they were still worried about him, it was heartening to see him becoming more decisive once more. Then it had fallen apart again. Just as they had been preparing to finally spring their trap on Canaris, Major Digirekov returned to Berlin. It seemed she had made the same deduction as the prince about the Republic and had rushed back to the capital in order to convince the general staff to press their advantage and finish the war. Sophia couldn't help but be impressed by the girl's intelligence and persistence. Even from the front lines, where the big picture could easily become distorted, she had kept a cool head and realized the danger, acting immediately to counter the perceived threat. She could understand why the prince was so fond of her. Unfortunately, she had returned at the wrong time. They had known that it was unlikely that the Canaris would target the prince directly, and as the only people around that were close to him, she or Christina would surely take the brunt of the admiral's ire. Although the prince did not disguise his distaste at this part of the plan, both she and her sister had been prepared to do what they needed to bring aging admiral down, and they had prepared themselves for such an eventuality. Sophia had been itching to do something to hurt the perverted admiral ever since she'd learned of the awful things he did to the women under his command. The amount of time she'd spent under his filthy gaze was enough to make her feel sick. He reminded her of Ludwig's disgusting old butler, the depraved creature that once tried to assault her, and she yearned to rid the world of him just as the prince had removed the butler for her. His perversion combined with what he had done to the prince, convinced her that he deserved all the worst kinds of punishments imaginable, and she secretly wished the admiral would target her so she could be the one to enact them. However, the admiral had chosen to seize Major Digirekov instead. No doubt he'd been inspired by the growing rumors that their friendship was more than simple comradeship between officers and reasoned that taking her would hurt the little royal more. It seemed he was right. Suddenly everything they had worked for had begun to unravel around them. The prince had deliberately wanted to leave the major out of this plan. He hadn't fully explained his reasons, but he had insisted that the girl not be involved from the very beginning. Sophia had assumed he simply didn't want to expose her to any risk. Since she had been deployed all the way at the front and she wasn't scheduled to return to the capital, they had assumed she would be safe from the grasp of the admiral. Sophia knew from her time working with him that the cruel spymaster liked to be close enough to see his prey squirm, so targeting someone so far away would not have appealed to him. She was certain he would want the prince close by when he enacted his punishment. The major's unexpected return had thrown everything off, however, and as soon as Sophia's contacts had told them that the girl had arrived in the city, they knew she would be in grave danger. Christina had rushed over in the car immediately. They hoped that they could shelter her in the embassy until they could get her out of the city. However, it seemed Canaris was willing to risk the consequences of ignoring the law and diplomatic protocol to enact his retribution on the prince, and he had seized her anyway. It was hardly surprising. He believed he was the custodian of the empire, and he was powerful enough that he could simply disregard any laws that didn't suit his purposes. Sophia had been absent at the time. She'd been busy making sure that slimy worm Patrick did as he was instructed rather than doing whatever his greedy little brain thought might make him the most profit. It was probably fortunate she hadn't been there. It had only been the prince that had stopped her from taking the remainder of the mage company and blowing Canaris's brain out to begin with. Since their confrontation in the church, she had been itching to do something to get back at him. She doubted she would have been able to hold herself back if she had been there when the major was taken. The man deserved to die. Christina had been on hand to witness the scene, however. Her sister had managed to remain calm and collected as always, an innate ability that Sophia envied her older sister for. She'd known that stopping the admiral and his soldiers would cause nothing but trouble and had reluctantly allowed them into the embassy. When the man moved to imprison Major Digirekov, the prince had been enraged and uncharacteristically panicked. According to Christina, his usually carefully constructed public persona had cracked, and at one point she feared he might attack the admiral. Fortunately, the major went quietly, although Prince Wilhelm had pleaded with her not to. Logically, she knew a confrontation with Canaris while the guards were there to witness would likely have meant the end for all of them. There was only so much mess they could cover up, and even the prince's influence had its limits. As much as Sophia wanted to see the man suffer, she wouldn't trade her sister and the prince to see it happen. It infuriated her, but the result of the exchange was probably the lesser evil of the possible outcomes. Still, the incident had shaken the prince's confidence and left him uncertain of what to do next. Although in public he was the same heroic prince that he had always been, in private he seemed nervous and indecisive. He had been barely eating and sleeping again, and both she and her sister had heard him muttering to himself with worry. He had always asked her and her sister for advice when he needed it, but in the past few days, he seemed to have repeated the same questions over and over again to them as if hoping the outcome would change. Worryingly, the question he asked the most often was simply, "She hates me, doesn't she?" Before she had driven him to the Abwehr offices, she had overheard something that she had found particularly concerning. She had been outside his office in the embassy when she'd heard him talking, no shouting to himself. She hadn't meant to listen in, but had found herself stopping at the door as she heard his yell with frustration from the other side of the door. "Shut up! Shut up! Shut up! I know she hates me." She had heard him yell behind the door, "Leave me alone. I know that even if I get her out, she'll never trust me again, but if I don't." The room had fallen silent soon after, and she had knocked gingerly before entering, wondering if she would see anyone else in the room with him when she entered. There was no one. Of course, the prince had been alone all morning trying to figure out the best course of action. The pressure really must have been getting to him. The boy had looked utterly miserable, and Sophia found herself desperately wanting to embrace the boy and tell him everything would be okay. It was often easy to forget that the brilliant little prince was only a child, but at that moment, he looked so small and fragile that it was difficult to see him as anything else. It was almost frightening. Whatever had occurred during his visit to Major Digirekov had reinvigorated him, however, and she could tell immediately that his confidence had been returned to him. Part of her almost felt a little jealous. The prince had only met the Digirekov girl a few months ago, and she already had such a profound effect on the boy. She and her sister had known the prince for years. Why was it her that could bring back their Seraph? What did she have that they didn't? She quickly shook that thought away before the prince reached the car, chastising herself inwardly for such a childish thought. I should be thanking her for bringing him back, not being jealous that I couldn't be the one to do it. She opened the door to the car as the prince approached to allow him to enter and bowed respectfully. In private he rarely cared about such things, but it was always better to keep up appearances in public, especially here in what could be called enemy territory. He met her eyes for a brief moment as he nodded a silent greeting, and she caught a glimmer in his emerald eyes that dispelled all the remaining doubts she had in her mind. Her prince, no, her saint had returned. "I'm going ahead with the alternate plan. I'm going to meet with Canaris right away," the boy stated quietly as he entered the vehicle, being cautious not to be overheard by anyone nearby. "Are we ready?" She nodded to him, feeling her mouth go dry as she heard his words before closing the door behind him and heading back towards her place in the driver's seat. Not only had her prince been restored to his former self, he had returned like an avenging angel, ready to claim their retribution against Canaris. She was overjoyed to have her prince back to his old self, but the plan he wanted to enact had her almost as worried as before. Despite the prince's hesitation in recent days, he and the sisters had still been trying to find some way to salvage the situation. Unfortunately, almost all their options involved abandoning the major to her fate, something that the prince refused to consider. The only other feasible plan had been overruled by Sophia and Christina as it exposed the prince to too much personal risk. This was what he had chosen to do, however, and now she felt she had to try to dissuade him from this path. Although she had great respect for the girl, the prince's safety was more important than that of Major Digirekov. "Most of our previous preparations will be sufficient for your needs," she began, not bothering to hide the concern from her voice as she started the car and drove down the grand streets of Berlin. "But Your Highness, this is too dangerous. It could lead to me being either killed or imprisoned." The boy replied, and she glanced in the rearview mirror and saw the self-assured grin on his face. "Don't worry, Sophia, I'm not about to let that happen." The prince was deadly serious, she realized. He didn't even stop to consider her warning. Only hours before he had been so indecisive that he couldn't decide on any course of action. All those doubts had disappeared, however, and he now seemed as focused as a sniper's aim, a sniper aimed directly at Canaris's skull. Since they had not known what the prince would decide, they had prepared for everything. As usual, her sister Christina had been very thorough, and the car had been filled with what the prince would need no matter what his final decision was. Sophia felt torn and didn't know whether to thank or curse her sister for her diligence. On the one hand, she desperately wanted to see Canaris taken down, and the prince was the only one in the position to do it. However, it would be incredibly risky for the young prince. She couldn't shake the worried feeling in the pit of her stomach that something would go terribly wrong. She felt like she should try to steer him away, despite his rejuvenated confidence. "Please, my prince, it's too risky. We can change the plan so that me or Christina are the ones to do it. Please, let us take the risk for you, she pleaded, hoping the boy would listen to her. You know that won't work, the boy began calmly. I'm the only one who he'll see now, so it's up to me. I can't back down now. You're all counting on me. It was true, only the prince could get near to Canaris now. The spymaster was rightfully suspicious of them and had barred anyone but Prince Wilhelm from coming anywhere near him. He would also no doubt search and disarm the boy when he entered the mansion, so the prince would be without his weapons and computation orb if the need to defend himself arose. Without either of these, the young royal could be easily overpowered by the man and it would put him in great danger, but the risks didn't stop there. Even if they succeeded, there was so much that could go wrong for the prince. If any of their preparations failed, the prince would be implicated and even his social rank would not be enough to save him from the fallout. She glanced at the prince through the rearview mirror, ready to try once more to get him to change his mind, but the prince gazed back at her with a fiery look in his eyes. She'd only ever seen that look in his eyes a few times before, and it had always been when they had been dealing with his brother Prince Ludwig. She had never understood the ex-regent's animosity towards Prince Wilhelm. It baffled her that someone could treat their own sibling so viciously. When he was younger, the boy hadn't understood it either, but as he grew, the animosity became more and more mutual, and sometimes the prince would wear a cruel smile when he thought of some way to get back at his older brother. He wore the same expression now. I won't forgive him for Houseman, he growled almost in a whisper as his shoulders shook slightly with rage. She knew then for certain there would be no getting him to change his mind. He'd barely spoken of Dietrich since his death, and when he had been while cursing Canaris. Houseman may have been one of the newer members of their little family, but he had clearly made an impression on the prince, and he had vowed to see the vice-admiral pay for the man's death. I'll take the long way to give you time to prepare, she said, returning her eyes to the road while closing the tinted window that separated the driver's area from the passenger area in the back of the luxury car. There was no point in pressing the issue further, their course had been set. She was still worried, but the look in his eyes went some way towards soothing her nerves. The situation reminded her of his original plan to avoid being sent back to Letzenbourg, the operation that had led to their first meeting with Major Digirekov and the 203rd. She and her sister had been equally concerned about that situation, especially since she had been responsible for shooting the prince down in the first place. As always though, that plan had gone off without a hitch, and the prince had proven once again that his odd decisions were for the best. That was before the prince's confidence had been shaken though, before they'd seen that even the little genius couldn't predict everything. She still believed in her saint, but now she also feared for him. There was so much that could go wrong. It felt like they were playing chess and they were deliberately exposing the king. What if my preparations weren't enough? What if I wasn't thorough enough and it gets traced back? What if I made a mistake and the prince gets hurt or worse? A knock from behind her roused her from her thoughts and informed her that the prince was now fully prepared. She slid the tinted window open and glanced in the mirror once more and saw the prince looking a little flushed and shifting uncomfortably in his seat before he looked up towards her, and his confident smile returned. I'm ready, he confirmed, looking into her eyes through the mirror. She must not have hidden her concern very well as his expression became serious as he stared at her through the glass. We won't fail. I know you've done everything possible to make this work. I trust you completely, and I know you are too skilled to have forgotten anything, he said seriously before the fire returned to his eyes and the cruel grin returned to his face. We will win this time. They were only a few simple words, but she soon found her worries melting away. She knew the prince had the ability to inspire and encourage those around him, but this didn't feel like that. It felt like he was entirely certain. The way he spoke made her really believe they could not fail. She nodded, feeling her own confidence return, before returning her gaze back towards the road, and she headed towards the Admiral's Berlin home. The remainder of the journey was spent in relative silence aside from the odd complaint from the prince about being uncomfortable and the bumps in the capital's roads. The quiet felt almost pleasant, despite the evident tension in the air, and Sophia found herself smiling at the prince's grumblings. On the occasional glance she threw the young royal's way, she could still see the fiery look in his eyes that told her he was ready for anything. The blaze in those green orbs didn't diminish even slightly during their journey. Eventually, they pulled up in front of the Admiral's private residence. It was a small estate on the outskirts of the city with a large fountain at the front of the building. Compared to the expansive residences of the prince and the rest of the royal family, it wasn't all that impressive, but compared to the homes of the average Berliner it was practically a palace. She pulled the car up in front of the entrance and turned to regard the prince once more. Are you sure you want to do this? She asked once more as the boy let himself out of the car. He turned to her and gave her a reassuring smile while his eyes burned with malice but said nothing. Instead, he simply nodded before turning and walking towards the doors of the stately home. Our course is set then, she thought as she started up the car once more and headed out of the estate towards St. Hedwig's Cathedral. She didn't like leaving the prince alone with the Admiral, but if the plan was going to succeed, she needed to meet with another one of her contacts while he was with Canaris. Everything else was out of her hands now, it was all up to Prince Wilhelm. All she could do was pray for his success. Author's notes. Hi all, and thank you as always for reading. Sorry, I've not managed to get back to my 2-week target yet, but I at least managed it within a month, barely. I did get a little sidetracked working for the HOI for Youjo Senki Redux mod as we had to rush a release and relocate to a new page on Steam, so I'm using that as an excuse, haha. Good news is Legadonia has been added if you are interested, although I've still not had any luck getting them to rename Luxembourg. This chapter is basically the spillover of what I had planned in the last chapter, but there was too much to fit into one, so I decided to split it up a bit. I toyed with the idea of having a Wilhelm POV as we haven't had one in a little while, so you guys don't really know what he's thinking, but I decided against it in the end because I didn't want to reveal too much of his plan for dealing with Canaris until it happens. I know that this means I need to do a bit more to show why Wilhelm cares about Tanya, and I'm going to work on that in the next few chapters so it all makes a bit more sense and it'll mean some interesting interaction between Tanya and Will. I recently laid out all the ideas I have for the rest of this story and there's a lot more to come, so much so that I'm considering whether I should split it up into separate stories. What do you think? Should I split the Saint up, or would you prefer an 80-chapter monster? This is a guess, I have no idea how big it'll be by the end. I'm also considering putting it up on some other sites, Wattpad, Archive of Our Own and maybe Space Battles, so that I can get more feedback, not that I don't appreciate all the great feedback you've given so far, of course. If you have any other suggestions of where I could post it, please let me know. Chapter 37, Saint's Vengeance. Saint's Vengeance. 40 years after the war. Londinium. As mentioned previously in this program, Vice Admiral Canaris has become quite a controversial figure amongst those who have studied the Great War. Soon after the end of the conflict, it emerged that the Admiral had been passing on information to the heroic agencies of the Allied Kingdom, who had in turn been using it to help the Republic and Entente orchestrate their response. The fact that the Imperial Intelligence Chief had been supplying them with valuable information was not known to anyone. Even General Haber Graham, the head of OCBY intelligence, had not known at the time, showing just how careful the Vice Admiral had been. However, much of the information he provided proved to be accurate and had a huge impact on the war effort. It is believed that the Admiral had been so appalled by the war, that he had decided to do everything in his power to bring it to a swift end. Because of this, the man is seen as a hero amongst the Allies as his actions saved the lives of a great many Allied troops in the early years of the war. His efforts even earned him the George's Cross for bravery, and he is one of the first foreign officers to be awarded the OCBY medal, albeit posthumously. Amongst the Imperials, of course, the man is known as a traitor for his actions, and after his murder at the hands of an unknown assailant, many dreadful rumors began to surface about his private life. We will perhaps never know the entire truth behind this interesting figure, but we can be certain that his help was invaluable to the Allies in the early war. Andrew WTN Special Correspondent. June 28, Unified Year 1925. Residence of Vice Admiral Frederick Canaris, Berlin, 18:00 What is the nature of victory? This was the question that Vice Admiral Frederick Canaris pondered to himself with a smile as he watched the young prince exit his car before he turned and trudged towards the entranceway of his humble home. Much like the Empire itself, Canaris had found himself in the strange position of having utterly crushed his enemy but having to wait for them to realize it, and the situation made him feel unusually philosophical about what victory really meant. He didn't really mind this situation. Unlike the rest of the military, the members of the OCBY rarely got to celebrate their successes for very long. The world of intelligence was a never-ending and ever-shifting battlefield, and since the OCBY oversaw both military and civilian operations, their battles did not cease simply because the soldiers had stopped fighting. He had to carry on the struggle in order to make sure that the victories of others weren't wasted and make sure that irritating anomalies like the little prince were kept away from things that they shouldn't be interfering with. He had to keep his empire safe. It was because his victories were usually so fleeting that he found occasions like this so enjoyable. He had won this particular battle long before now, and for once he had the opportunity to savor it. This must have been how the General Staff had felt upon hearing that Operation Revolving Door was a success. He could understand why they were still celebrating. The feeling of elation and excitement that followed the news of one's triumph was intoxicating, even if the François had yet to formally surrender. The outcome of this entire situation reminded him of the words of an ancient Far Eastern philosopher: victorious warriors win first and then go to war, while defeated warriors go to war first and then seek to win. On the surface, these words may not have seemed like they applied to the Empire during this most recent conflict. They had been taken by surprise by both the François Republic and the Legadonian Entente alliance, which had initially left them wrong-footed. However, both nations had made the mistake of not truly planning for their war. Legadonia had somehow managed to convince themselves that the Empire would allow itself to be invaded and would surrender Scania and Norden to its northern neighbor. While the Republic had seen the opportunity to exploit the Empire's weakened flank and seized it without giving themselves enough time to fully mobilize. Neither had realistically figured out exactly how their war was going to be won before they had declared it. Thus, they had been doomed to failure. Meanwhile, the Empire had seen the dangers posed by its hostile neighbors long ago and had prepared measures such as the Non-Aggression Pact with the Russie Federation and created the Interior Alliance strategy to counter them. The latter of these, known as Plan 315, was especially effective. It was an almost foolproof defensive plan designed to delay any attacking force in order to give the Empire's extensive war machine time to mobilize and crush their attackers one at a time. Even with the foolish actions of Lieutenant General von Ludwig and the other previous members of the General Staff, Plan 315 had worked just as it had been designed to. Although admittedly, their decision to move the Grand Army north just before the Republic's sneak attack had meant it had been much more difficult to achieve final victory than it otherwise might have been. Still, the Empire had significant defenses in place in case of these sorts of assaults, so although they had been surprised, they had not been unprepared. This meant that ultimately, due to their foresight, they had won the war before any battle had been fought. He liked to think the same was true with his little contest of wits with Prince Wilhelm, especially if you followed the saying more literally. After all, the boy had gone to war without thinking of the greater ramifications of his actions, although he would admit the boy was rather good at taking advantage of some of the consequences he caused. Canaris, meanwhile, had never served his country on the front lines, but he had served to further the Empire's interests in hundreds of small and subtle ways. His expertise lay with obtaining, analyzing, and utilizing information, and his battlefields were built around it. Although the prince could be cunning and adaptive, when it came to subterfuge, Canaris had the upper hand and he had easily planned the prince's downfall. The boy had also lost his battle before it had even begun. Another saying about victory sprang to mind. The secret of all victory lies in the organization of the non-obvious. He could certainly agree with that. Given his line of work, it would be strange if he did not. It could be said that the non-obvious aspects of the entire nation were organized by him, or at very least he kept a close eye on everything to ensure it was properly organized. This little victory over the little prince had been long in the making and had involved a great deal of manipulation of these non-obvious and hidden pieces of information. He had known of the boy's dislike of his brother for a long time, of course, and had fed that animosity in order to use the boy as a pawn in order to have the Empire peacefully annex Letzenbourg. Now his triumph had been assured. He could admit there had been mistakes made in those early days and he had failed in properly controlling the impulsive prince in his quest for personal glory. He had, however, learned from his mistakes, adapted, and overcome them. He had also known about Prince Wilhelm's idea to oust his brother via popular support. The boy had rightly assumed that Ludwig's ever unpopular decisions combined with Wilhelm's ever brazen insolence and growing popularity would likely see the then regent ousted from power eventually. However, this would not happen fast enough for Canaris's needs, especially not once war broke out. He needed more expedient and reliable results. Fortunately, he had fed the boy's hatred of his brother enough that little Wilhelm had believed his elder sibling truly meant him harm. Once that had been achieved, it hadn't been too hard to persuade the younger prince to be a little more proactive with his little coup. He had originally thought he would have to plan the uprising for him, but the boy was unusually cunning and the boy had cooked up quite the scheme. He had to admit he'd been impressed at his plan to force Ludwig to change sides. It had the advantage of painting the ex-regent as a traitor in the eyes of the people, while Wilhelm would be seen as a hero and liberator. The boy could be surprisingly adept at manipulating people's perceptions. It was a shame he couldn't be controlled easier so that skill could be utilized properly. It was almost sad, really, considering the lengths that Ludwig had gone to in order to try and protect his younger brother. He'd wasted a great deal of power and prestige in the vain attempt to get his brother to return to the tiny country and away from imperial influences like Cararis, the foreign ministry and the emperor. Perhaps if he had succeeded, things may have been different, but if what Major Digirakov had told him was true, Ludwig never stood a chance. For whatever reason, he had never told his little brother of the botched doppelganger incident, but somehow the boy had learned of it and reached the wrong conclusion. The young princeling suffered from imposter syndrome, believing he was the fake. Was it any wonder he mistrusted his older brother? He didn't even believe they were related. Yet again it had been the young prince who had formulated the scheme to keep himself out of his older brother's grasp and into the assumed safety of the Major Digirakov and the 203rd. Canaris hadn't been pleased with the idea. It had almost gotten the young royal captured by the Francois, but the boy had already enacted it by the time he could do anything about it. Fortunately, Digirakov was a very adept officer and it had all worked out in the end. So, the little princeling had been able to safely plan his coup while serving with the young major and had managed to gain the support of the Empire's elite mage unit in the bargain. Canaris had lent his support to the boy's plan, of course, at least on the surface, and he had leaked the appropriate information to the allied kingdom for him. With that and the other information Canaris had been collecting to use against him, the wheels that would lead to the undoing of both brothers had been set in motion. Ludwig had the choice to abdicate or switch sides. For him that was no choice at all. One thing that could be said about the man is that he had a strong sense of obligation. Ludwig could not abdicate in favor of his brother while he was so young, no matter the threat. He also seemed to suspect that the Empire was interested in absorbing Letzenbourg and that they would use Wilhelm to achieve that goal. He was right, of course. Ludwig was no fool. He had seen what the Empire was trying to achieve with Wilhelm but could do nothing to prevent it while their relationship was so strained, and he was quickly painted as an anti-imperial. Although some thought he was pro-republic, the truth was that all he wanted was to keep his small country independent from either faction. It was admirable in its own way but futile and had ultimately led his undoing. In the end, he had been forced to side with the Republic in order to preserve the country's independence. Meanwhile, Canaris had already known that Operation Revolving Door was being planned by this point and that sending reinforcements to Wilhelm and his loyalists would jeopardize the operation. So, he had quietly advised the general staff to build fortifications behind the city and seen to it that no troops would ever be sent. This too was part of his plan. The Revolving Door operation would be the decisive battle that would end the war. Allowing the Republic to seize the little country was an acceptable trade-off to see that happen. Additionally, the blame for the failure to capture the city would fall on the little prince and would bring his competence for leadership into question, meaning they could finally get the boy away from the front lines. All this presented an ideal opportunity for the empire to begin integrating the little country after the war. Wilhelm was too young to legally act as head of state and his recent failure would prove he was too immature to be leading anyone, on or off the battlefield. The logical solution was that the empire would step in and help administer the little country, while the little prince retired to the countryside to rest. If they needed him, they could always wheel him out for a public appearance like they often did with the rest of the imperial royal family, but otherwise, he would be kept quiet and powerless. Thus, the Charlemagne Treaty was born. It seemed the brat didn't plan on going down quietly however and the rebellious little prince had been doing his utmost to cause trouble, as always. He'd even resorted to having the admiral's former protégé, Sophia, sniff around to try and attempt to rally resistance against him. It had been for naught though, the only people willing to stand against him were already kept under close watch, just in case. Everyone else knew better. The prince had already lost and had no alternative but to sign the treaty. Unfortunately, the boy was being stubborn and had been delaying signing the document in the vain hope that they would be able to turn things around. He had also managed to gain some support from the army and his involvement in Operation Lockpick had negated some of his earlier failures. Additionally, the new Letzenbourg Prime Minister was a shrewd man who had used this opportunity to renegotiate the treaty while the prince dragged his feet. This couldn't be allowed to continue. Fortunately, Canaris had already made plans should the boy decide to be non-compliant. It had been the brat's stubborn streak that had forced Canaris to seize Major Digirekov. The boy's continued resistance had been irritating and he wanted the Letzenbourg business dealt with sooner rather than later. Although the prince's efforts wouldn't affect the ultimate outcome, he was having some success in improving the terms for the small country and that would cause problems in the future. These small victories were also making the little prince bolder and it couldn't be allowed to continue if he were to be kept under control in the long term. He'd brought this on himself. The funny thing was that Sophia and the prince had obviously expected he would try to seize someone close to the boy in order to punish him. It had been clear they were trying to goad him into taking one of the Zerbest sisters. He wasn't sure exactly what they had hoped to achieve but he wasn't so foolish as to fall for such an obvious trap. There had already been rumors that Prince Wilhelm and the Digirekov girl were becoming close, and the gifts the boy had sent had not gone unnoticed, so she seemed like a much better choice for a hostage. Judging by the boy's reactions since then, his choice had been the right one. The boy had to learn that he had lost and that he could no longer escape the consequences of his actions. Canaris was happy to teach him those lessons, even if a talented young mage was caught in the crossfire in order to achieve it. It was also about time Canaris claimed a prize or two for himself. He'd worked hard for his empire and as the saying goes, to the victor goes the spoils. He deserved to be compensated for his efforts, just as the Francois and the Legadonians would compensate the empire for their aggression. Besides, it would teach the prince another important lesson about defeat. The more you resist, the more you have to pay when it's all over. The car that was now disappearing into the distance contained one of the prizes he sought to keep, but he did not feel overly concerned that his reward was speeding away. Sophia would do whatever she could to make sure her master was free from harm. Once she learned the prince would be forever under his control, she would yield to him in order to keep the boy safe, although he may have to take precautions to declaw that kitten. Perhaps I should keep her here at the house, he thought to himself, licking his lips at the thought of what he could do to her. The house has been quite empty since Hilda left to stay with her sister. He had also decided that he would take Digirekov's adjutant as his new secretary. She was still a little young, but she had a fine figure and it would be nice to have something to play with at the office. It would also be wise to keep some insurance in case the young major decided to be troublesome. The girl may not think too highly of the prince that fawned over her, but the guards had observed that she seemed to have a soft spot for her loyal subordinate and she might just be a little more cooperative if she thought the girl was at risk. I'll arrange for her transfer in the morning. He smiled to himself as he thought of his rewards before moving off towards the entranceway. He reached the door just as the boy rang the bell and opened it immediately, letting in a warm breeze and revealing the small royal. He was dressed in his usual black, silver and red Letzenbourg uniform and despite the heat of the summer evening, was wearing a long coat over the top of it. The boy seemed surprised to be greeted by the spymaster and he immediately adopted his fake persona upon seeing him. Hello Admiral, I didn't expect you to welcome me in personally. I'm honored, the little prince said with a slight bow and faux innocence. I've sent the servants away for the evening so we can conduct our business in private, Canaris replied politely and the mask immediately slipped from the boy's face as he stared up at him with undisguised contempt from underneath his cap. Canaris found his smile widening at the sight of the displeased prince. The boy was clearly a sore loser and far from happy about his current situation. He found himself taking a slightly perverse enjoyment from seeing the usually duplicitous prince show such an honest expression of malice on his face. It was a true confirmation of his victory. Although it wasn't exactly the same as having the boy on his knees and begging for mercy in front of him, the feeling of power was similar enough that it mimicked the exhilarating sensation that such dominance brought. It wasn't as much fun as the little games of control he played with the girls that served as his usual rewards and prizes, but it was enjoyable nonetheless. Perhaps I'll let you stay in Berlin, so I can enjoy that look a little more, he thought with a grin. It was also clear that the little prince had not quite resigned himself to his inevitable defeat just yet. That stubborn streak of his was still showing in his eyes, but the fact that he was here at all proved he was coming to the realization there was little more he could do. He still wore his sword, pistol, and computation orb, and that coat was an obvious attempt to hide something. He'd expected better. The boy was clearly running out of ideas. I'll give you points for trying, Your Highness, but it's not very subtle, he thought as his smirk widened. Please come inside, Your Highness, we have much to discuss. He began stepping aside with a slight bow as the boy grunted before stepping inside warily. If you don't mind, we have a house rule about weapons. That, of course, includes your computation orb, he continued with a wry smile as the boy's frown deepened slightly. The boy looked as if he might argue for a moment but said nothing as he began slowly and deliberately removing his weapon belt. Canaris watched as the boy placed it on a nearby table with a soft thud before his hands went to his neck to remove the Type 97 attached to the Hohenzollern cross on his collar. He couldn't help wondering if the prince would feel more or less like a fraud without the trinket that denoted his social rank, although he doubted it make any difference to the outcome of their talks. The boy placed it down carefully with his sword and pistol and turned his contemptuous glare back towards him. I believe you usually carry a spare, do you not? The admiral said with an unconcerned air while enjoying watching the young prince's angry scowl deepen. He obviously hadn't been aware that that particular piece of trivia was widely known thanks in part to the attention he had gained from those ridiculous propaganda papers. They enjoyed printing nonsense about his heroics and had once written an article about how the boy had once used his spare orb while in freefall. True, most propaganda was nothing but half-truths and fairy stories, but that didn't mean there was nothing to be gleaned from it. Even a mage as young as Prince Wilhelm could be a threat if he kept a computation orb on hand. Why else would they send such young children out into the field? With magic, they could enhance their speed, strength, and endurance beyond that of a normal human, and Canaris wouldn't underestimate that threat. Without a jewel, however, mages were just average people. There had been some cases where a mage had managed a formula without one, but it was supposed to be difficult and very rarely worked. Without the orb, Wilhelm was nothing but a child and could be easily overpowered if he tried anything. The boy knew that and had probably hoped to keep the orb for emergencies. Canaris could not allow that. The boy growled with obvious annoyance as he reached into his pocket and produced the second orb, an older model with a green jewel that matched the color of the prince's eyes, before depositing with the rest of his gear. Anything else, Admiral? The boy spat petulantly. Perhaps you want to have me searched like a common criminal while we're at it. By this point, Canaris was struggling to hide his amusement. In usual circumstances, he would never be able to get away with treating a member of the imperial royal family in such a disrespectful way, even in private. These were not usual circumstances, however, and the little royal could hardly complain to his uncle about all this. He also found it humorous that the prince didn't seem to believe he would go as far as searching him. He should know better, and Sophia should have warned him. He wouldn't be too invasive. There wasn't the time and he didn't believe it was necessary. However, he could see the boy was trying to hide something, so he would make sure he found it before they continued. Canaris had made a lot of enemies during his career and he was very careful about his own security. He wouldn't hesitate to make certain the boy wasn't up to something. He had already proven to be less than trustworthy, and there was no such thing as being too cautious. Besides, the extra level of shame would teach the boy to be careful what he wished for. A simple pat-down should do in this instance. We'd have to go back to headquarters if you want the full experience. I'm sure that could be arranged if you like, he answered with a smile, and he relished the expression of indignant shock that crossed the young prince's slightly pale face. I'll take your hat and coat first, of course. Prince Wilhelm looked like he might argue for a moment before he huffed irritably and took the extra layer of clothing off before passing the items to him with a slight twinge of anxiety. Canaris took the opportunity to have a quick riffle through the prince's long coat and found a bundle of documents hidden neatly in the inside pocket. At a glance, they seemed to relate to the Charlemagne Treaty, but it seemed unusual that the boy would be nervous about the man finding them, considering what their meeting was about. He folded the bundle neatly and placed them in his own pocket. He would study them more carefully later. He placed the boy's apparel on a hanger by the door before turning back to the little prince, who now looked even smaller without it. He instructed him to lift his arms as he kneeled in front of the boy and began patting him down for any further articles the prince had decided to keep hidden. He ignored the mixture of disgust, outrage, and nervousness in the boy's expression as he carefully checked the slender child for anything amiss. His suspicions were soon confirmed as he found a small bulge by the boy's trouser pocket, and the little royal immediately tensed as the admiral paused before reaching in and removing a small paper bag with 2 white pills inside. My, what do we have here, Your Highness? He said, watching the prince squirm slightly under his gaze. This doesn't look like the sort of thing a young man such as yourself should be carrying. I'll put these somewhere safe. He recognized the pills immediately. They were a type of poison that when mixed with certain other ingredients could cause a temporary but powerful paralysis. It was used by the OCBY, but not very often as the body processed the substance quickly and didn't leave too much time for operatives to achieve their missions. However, they were easy enough to get hold of if you had the right contacts. Sophia must still have some friends amongst some less than savory people. He wondered what the boy had been trying to achieve with such a weak poison. Perhaps there was more to the papers he'd found. Not that it mattered now he'd been found out. Once again, he had lost before he even had the chance to enact his plan. Another failure, Prince Wilhelm. He felt his lips curl in amusement once again as the boy's face flushed with embarrassment and he refused to meet his gaze. This was amateurish. He was almost disappointed with this whole little game. He'd expected better from Sophia and her little master. He even knew how they'd smuggled the rest of the ingredients into the house for their little poison trick. The boy said nothing however and didn't look like he would, so Canaris made an exaggerated sigh like a disappointed father before stuffing the pills in his pocket and rising back to his feet. Well, now I've disabused you of your foolish schemes, shall we head to the parlor and discuss our business? He said, gesturing the prince to take the lead, as they retreated further into the house. Despite how humorous he found the boy's failed attempts at subterfuge, he wasn't about to let the boy out of his sight. It's not like I expected that to work, the boy grunted with annoyance once again before they started to make their way through the house. Canaris was pleased to see the boy's shoulders had slumped a little. It seemed that despite his statement he'd actually hoped to catch him out with that little ploy. It seemed the little princeling was beginning to realize that there was no choice for him and Digirakov except to do as they were commanded. No doubt that was why he was being so uncharacteristically quiet and sullen. Their journey to the reception room was silent save for the odd word from Canaris to guide the prince through the building, and eventually, they reached their destination towards the back of the building. The parlor was the Admiral's favorite room in the house, aside from perhaps the bedroom. The south-facing room let in the most light during the summer and the view of the well-kept garden was sublime, especially from the comfort of one of the two leather wing-back chairs. It also contained a bookcase, drinks cabinet, and wireless. He often enjoyed relaxing in this room in the evenings with a glass of his favored blackcurrant schnapps and a good book while listening to music. At least on evenings he wasn't working or entertaining his special guests. As they entered, Canaris gestured for the boy to take a seat in one of the chairs facing towards the sun-filled window. The prince silently complied and took his place in the seat, looking almost comical as his small frame was swallowed by the large throne-like chair as he fidgeted in it to try and get comfortable. Meanwhile, the Admiral crossed to the drinks cabinet and grabbed one of the bottles of the schnapps his wife had sent, along with 2 glasses before joining the boy in the seat next to him. He placed the glasses down on the table between them and poured some of the purple liquid into the 2 tumblers while studying the little prince's expression. Although he tried to hide it, Canaris could see the boy eyeing his glass with a pang of excitement as he filled it with a measure of the alcoholic beverage. However, this was short-lived and quickly turned slightly worried as the Admiral poured another measure for the prince. "Thank you, Admiral, but as I'm sure you are aware, I am too young for alcohol," he said, attempting to keep his voice level. "I'm sure a little tipple won't hurt," the Admiral began grinning triumphantly. "Besides, those chemicals Sophia had put in there are completely harmless without those pills you bought with you, aren't they? You knew all along." The boy growled, sounding more disappointed than shocked at the revelation. "There is a reason I am the Empire's intelligence chief. I know everything you and Sophia have been up to. It's been quite entertaining to watch," he chuckled with a sly smile, feeling particularly pleased as he saw the prince ball his fists with frustration before he turned serious once again. "However, this continued defiance is becoming tiresome. Perhaps I should order Major Digirakov's immediate execution as your punishment." "Please, don't," the boy said quickly before he quietened, and as his shoulders slumped further, "I'll do what you want, just let her go." He had no intention of doing anything so drastic to the Major over the boy's last desperate act of defiance. He'd expected something like this from him, and in this situation, retribution could actually do more harm than good. The threat would be enough to keep him in check from now on. The glum expression on the boy's face told him that he had obviously realized that his continued disruptive attitude had far-reaching consequences for him and his little friend. It seemed he'd finally realized that this was not a game and his actions would no longer go unpunished. Hopefully, the little troublemaker had finally gotten the point and his disobedient streak had finally run its course. "Take a drink, Your Highness," Canaris said as the boy stared at the floor glumly. "It's really quite good and it'll help to soothe the sting of defeat." The little prince hesitated for a moment before reluctantly taking a sip of the liqueur. He frowned slightly, obviously unused to the bitterness that accompanied the sweet liquid, but swallowed it without complaint. Satisfied, the Admiral took a sip of his favored spirit with a contented smile. It really was good schnapps. There had been an ulterior motive for giving the prince the drink, of course. He had suspected that Sophia had tampered with his favorite treat, and although it had been tested by his agents, many poisons did not show up during usual tests. He'd had others taste tested, of course, but it had only been the pills on the prince's person that had confirmed his suspicion that his favorite drink had been spiked. However, he was reluctant to waste it and knew that it would be harmless without the final ingredient stowed away in his pocket. That the prince had drunk it proved it was entirely safe to drink. Sophia wouldn't risk her precious master by putting anything else in it, even to get at Canaris. Good, perhaps we can get back to the matter at hand then, Canaris continued. You will tell Prime Minister Beck, you wish to sign the original treaty without his amendments. His negotiations have become problematic, it would be better for everyone if Letzenbourg's autonomy is curtailed. Fine, I'll do it, although I don't know if he'll be willing to back down after all the work he's put in, the prince replied quietly while staring thoughtfully at the purple liquid in the tumbler in his hands. Canaris studied the boy for a moment, this almost seemed too easy. I know you can be persuasive when you want to be, the older man returned dismissively, taking another sip of his drink. By the time you're old enough to truly take over Letzenbourg, it will be fully annexed by the Empire. You can keep the titles and the money, but you'll stay quiet unless you're called upon, understand? The prince seemed to tense for a moment and shifted uncomfortably in his seat before swallowing down the rest of his drink and placing the empty glass down on the table grumpily. He still avoided the man's gaze as he huffed in his chair and turned away, folding his arms petulantly. Fine, he grumbled irritably as Canaris found himself cocking an eyebrow at the boy's behavior. He had expected him to argue at least a little bit, he'd always seemed the sort that desired more power than was good for him. Instead, he'd given in almost immediately, although he was clearly unhappy about it. It was unusual, the boy was normally far more stubborn than this, had the threat to Digirekov truly caused his surrender. Then again, if what the girl had told him was true, the little prince believed he was not the real Wilhelm Victor von Hohenzollern. Perhaps the knowledge that this false secret was in danger had shaken his confidence. Now he'd seen his other little schemes fail, he might have seen the writing on the wall. You will then resign your commission and announce you are going to the country to rest. He continued, trying to discern a clue from the boy's body language since he was still avoiding eye contact. If you do this before the hearing about the Letzenbourg incident, we can drop the whole issue along with the charges against Major Digirekov. She can be released by the end of the month, if you comply. The prince continued to stare silently at the floor, barely moving while Canaris finished his drink and poured a fresh glass for both of them, which the boy snatched up immediately and took a few more careful sips. Canaris studied the boy for a few moments and noticed that he had again tensed up and seemed slightly agitated. Why are you all so desperate to drum me out of the military? What exactly do you expect me to do out there that's so bad? The boy mumbled angrily into his drink, slurring his words slightly as the potent alcohol began to affect his small frame. Is this the hill you've chosen to die on, Prince Wilhelm? Canaris thought with a smirk as he heard the words come out of the boy's mouth. It explained his willingness to agree to the treaty at least, such things could be undone in time if he gained enough backing. He wasn't stupid enough to allow the prince that chance, however, and would nip that in the bud as early as possible. I expect you'd continue to gain popular support, perhaps even foment another mutiny like you did against your brother. Only this time with imperial forces. I can't allow you to damage the empire with your selfishness, so you will disappear until we need you. You know what will happen if you refuse, the admiral warned darkly, eliciting a resigned but clearly annoyed sigh from the prince. Christina, Sophia, and I will go to the estate in Sari-Soni. I'm sure you'll be happier if we stay in the empire. Besides, I don't want to go back to Letzenbourg, the prince murmured unhappily. Tanya will no doubt want to return to work. I want you to guarantee that you won't interfere with her career. Canaris couldn't help but be a little pleasantly surprised once again. By his own volition, the prince had offered to stay within the confines of the empire. Although he could have kept control of the boy had he decided to return to the small country, it would be much easier to keep an eye on him in Sari-Soni, where there was a larger Abwehr presence. Additionally, the boy's desire to see Digirekov's career unaffected was rather helpful. If he were to find out she had already tried to sell him out, he may become less cooperative. However, if he had judged the girl correctly, she would stay quiet as long as she remained unaffected by the prince's downfall. And since she would still be in the empire, he would still be able to use her as leverage against the boy if necessary. He could agree to the prince's condition without needing to do anything. Best of all, it had given him the opportunity to acquire his own prizes. Very well, he began magnanimously, but in order to make sure you continue to behave yourself in exile, I will also be needing some further assurances, Canaris said, unable to stop himself licking his lips with excitement. The boy gave him a sideways glance filled with hatred and disgust, but Canaris paid it no mind. He'd seen that kind of look before, usually from a young lady that was much more attractive than the prince. The boy tensed and balled his fingers into a fist once again, his mouth opened slightly and for a moment it looked like he might say something, but he quickly stopped himself and let out a frustrated sigh. Go on, he said as he strained to keep the bile from his voice. I very much enjoyed the time that Sophia spent with us at the Abwehr, but she left us to go back to work for you. It would be nice to have her working for me again, the admiral said casually as he enjoyed his schnapps. Perhaps you could persuade her to come back to us. You will not take anything else from me. Wilhelm yelled, leaping to his feet and rounding on the admiral. Even if you tried, she knows you're nothing but a filthy old rapist. You won't get anything from her. They are both mine. Part of my happiness. I won't let you have either of them. Canaris's expression darkened as he glared at the boy standing in front of him, and he took another sip of his drink to calm his temper. He knew it was only a matter of time before the prince blew his fuse like this, but it still took a great deal of self-control to listen to himself be insulted without biting back. He told himself not to be surprised, the boy was known to be protective over those who were close to him, that was why he was willing to cooperate at all. But this was where the boy would learn the true pain of defeat, the true price for disobedience and treachery against his empire. "Sit down, Wilhelm," he said threateningly as he continued to stare at the furious boy. "How you behave here today affects other people, remember." The boy's eyes burned for a few moments as he continued to meet the admiral's gaze. Canaris didn't flinch however, and eventually, the boy seemed to calm slightly, and his expression turned into a pained frown before he reluctantly lowered himself back into the chair and shifted uncomfortably as he repositioned himself back into the oversized chair. There was silence in the room for a few moments as the prince seemed to struggle to compose himself before he spoke once again. "She won't work for someone like you again, and I won't force her to," the boy spat, struggling to keep his voice level. "If I'd had known how bad you were, I wouldn't have agreed to work with you either. Even monsters have standards." "Force her," he replied innocently, ignoring the strange monster comment and finishing the rest of his drink before pouring himself another. "I'm sure she'll be happy to return to us knowing that you'll be under the watchful eye of the OCBY, besides we both know she'll do anything if you ask her to." Canaris smiled again as the prince stared back down at the ground once again as he shook slightly with anger. His hair had fallen across his face, partially covering his expression, but the admiral could tell the boy was barely able to contain his emotions. Seeing someone break down like this was almost as sweet as the schnapps he was drinking and almost as pleasurable as the time he spent with his prizes. "Sophia Fortania, is that it?" growled the boy bitterly at the floor. "I think it's a fair trade, don't you?" "It's the only way I can be sure you'll behave," Canaris said happily, feeling a thrill as he thought of how he might use his new prize. "You can carry on your courtship with Digirakov if you wish, the public seems to like the idea, I'm sure it'll be a useful tool in the future." "And if I refuse?" the boy said quickly, his face hidden from view and his shoulders still shaking with anger. "You will lose both of them," Canaris warned, taking another triumphant sip of his sickly sweet beverage. That was when he realized something was wrong. The glass in his hand seemed heavier somehow and he struggled to keep hold of it as the strength seemed to flee from his fingers. He started feeling almost detached from his body as the tumbler fell from his grasp and plummeted onto the floor, causing the crystal to smash and purple liquid to spill onto the ornate tiles. Was he drunk? That wasn't right, he hadn't drank that much. He struggled to raise his head as the rest of his body began to feel numb and with extreme effort turned towards the prince. The boy was still slumped forwards and shaking, but Canaris could now hear a soft chuckling as he saw the prince's shoulders bob up and down. He wasn't shaking with anger, he realized, he was laughing, but why? His eyes shot to the bottle of schnapps on the table. "Impossible, I took the pills away from him," he thought with rising panic. "I've even had some of this taste tested without any problems, how could this be?" He had now fallen back in his chair and was unable to move his limbs, as the boy's laughter grew louder and began echoing around the room. He tried to open his mouth to speak but no sound escaped, and his eyes fixed on the boy as he slowly raised his head and turned to face him. The first thing he noticed was his eyes. They still burned with hatred, but now that fiery gaze was accompanied by a smile that radiated pure malevolence. The boy stood slowly as his laughter increased in volume and intensity. It was manic to the point of insanity. The boy sounded unhinged and Canaris began to feel a cold dread run down his paralyzed spine. Gradually the boy's mirth subsided slightly, and he fixed the admiral with a wide grin. Canaris felt a pang of fear as his heart began to race. Did they really call this boy a saint? "I don't think I'll be losing either of them to you, Admiral," the boy smirked, still fighting a chuckle. Canaris desperately tried to rise, but his body disobeyed him, and he was forced to sit motionless in his chair as the boy laughed at his sudden infirmity. How could this be? How had this happened? None of this made sense. He'd planned for everything. Why was he paralyzed? It couldn't be the schnapps. He'd taken the pills from him. Even if he had more, there was no way the boy could have snuck them into his drink without him noticing. Besides, he had forced the prince to drink some of the liquid and he was completely unaffected. How could this be? "Oh dear, have you had a little too much, Admiral?" The boy mocked as he leaned over and retrieved the documents and the pills from Canaris's pockets. "You obviously don't employ many mages in the OCBY, so let me tell you a few things you might not know," the boy began explaining with a cruel smirk. "Did you know, for instance, that one of the earliest uses for magic was to stimulate chemical reactions? Chemistry was originally known as alchemy after all. With the right formula, a mage could subtly change the chemical composition of, say, a glass of schnapps. He hadn't known that. Why would he care? He knew that most magical formulas required very complicated and precise calculations to achieve the desired effect. Before computation orbs, vast laboratories were required to achieve any kind of reliable results. He had seized the prince's orbs when he first arrived, and he clearly wasn't wielding one now. But the boy was clearly gloating that he had managed to activate the poison, even without the pills. "How? You don't have an orb?" The Admiral screamed with his eyes, unable to force the words from his mouth. Another interesting fact is that a mage can utilize a computation orb as long as he or she is in physical contact with it. It doesn't even need to be direct, that's why we can wear them around our necks. In short, I still have another orb in my possession, but don't feel bad, you would have had to look very hard to find it. The boy smirked as Canaris's eyes widened. Perhaps you really should have taken me back to HQ for a full search. He couldn't have gone that far, could he? Even his agents didn't like hiding things in such a way, no noble brat would ever consider hiding something that size there. Then Canaris's blood ran cold as he remembered what the young major had told him about Wilhelm. He didn't believe he was noble, he thought he had been switched when he was a child. He might just be desperate enough to attempt it. Did his imposter syndrome run that deep? I could have boosted the toxin and had you die immediately, but you don't deserve that kind of mercy. He grinned ruthlessly. Suddenly the young prince's face grew dark and serious. His eyes glowed with cruelty as he stared at the admiral like a predator does its prey. He still wore a grin, but it was devoid of humor and seemed strange and unnatural on the child's face. You shouldn't have taken what is mine, the boy growled darkly. You betrayed me, you turned Letzenbourg against me, you killed Houseman and you tried to take Tanya from me. The boy leaned forward until their faces were level and stared directly into his eyes for a moment. The boy's green orbs looked wild and manic, but they contained a frightening focus that would have made him shiver if his body had been able. What the boy was saying didn't quite make sense. True, he had reneged on his promise to bring volunteers, but he hadn't turned the little country against him. They still viewed him as a hero. And who was this Houseman? He didn't remember ordering the death of anyone by that name. He'd only taken Digirekov because the boy had continually refused to do as he was told. That was his own fault, couldn't he see that? I won't forgive you, he growled, especially after that sick attempt at a trade. I'm going to kill you today, and everyone will praise me for it. With that declaration, the prince's smile returned as he straightened and began examining the room thoughtfully. Canaris tried to calm himself and think of some way to escape, but what could he do? He was completely paralyzed and unable to speak. The house was empty except for the pair, so there would be no one there to help him. It seemed he had no choice but to wait for the paralysis to wear off. It shouldn't last longer than 15 minutes, I just have to pray that whatever the boy is planning takes longer than that. You know, I was close to giving up and letting him win, the boy said absently. But then she asked for my help, can you believe that? I really thought she hated me. Clearly, he was talking about Digirekov. She tried to sell you out, you fool. I was never on your side. She's the only one that has tried to betray you. Canaris yelled internally but was unable to produce the correct noises in order to communicate them out loud. It looks like you were wrong this time, the boy snarled, staring off into the corner before his cruel smile twisted strangely. I doubt he's faithful, but I don't really care, he deserves what's coming. Canaris found his fear rising further. Who exactly was the boy talking to? There was no one there. He'd gone mad. Perhaps he had pushed the boy too far, perhaps the horrors of war had been too much for the mind of a child. Or maybe, he really had been insane all along. Meanwhile, the prince had begun flipping through the reclaimed papers while humming cheerfully to himself. Occasionally he would pick out one of the documents and study it for a moment before placing it in the writing desk in the corner. Once again, he wondered what they contained. What could the boy be planning? He would be branded a murderer if he simply killed Canaris. There had to be more to his scheme than that. Eventually, the boy seemed satisfied and placed the remaining papers on a shelf on the bookcase. The boy turned back and faced the admiral once again with a cruel grin and approached him once more. Hardly anyone knows the real reason I'm here today, he began as his eyes glowed maddeningly. Only Sophia, Christina, you and I know the real reason. I know you wouldn't have mentioned it, you don't trust your subordinates enough, so most will wonder why I would visit you at home. What do you think I'll tell them? The boy brought himself down to Canaris's eye level again before continuing, and his green eyes seemed to gaze right through him. He dearly wished he could move, even a little bit. The boy was within his grasp and he could take him out right now if he could only move a little. My concern for Lady Digirekov has been keeping me up at night, so I've been doing some investigating to see if I could help. The boy began returning to his fake innocent act. I looked over all the evidence and there were so many things that I didn't understand. So I come here to ask you for your help. I was sure that together we could find out what had really happened and clear dear Tanya of any wrongdoing. Although the boy's voice radiated a childlike naivety, his eyes burned with contempt and his grin was anything but innocent. It almost seemed like the prince was some dark creature wearing the skin of a young boy. He had completely abandoned his saintly persona for this venture, and he didn't seem to regret it. At first everything was fine, you even gave me a little sip of that blackcurrant drink that made me feel a little dizzy. You really shouldn't give alcohol to children. The boy chastised before raising himself back up and resting his hand upon the chair he had so recently abandoned. I asked you about the confusing nature of some of the evidence. It seems the signals you believe the Major sent were actually in a code used by the ABWER. Sophia recognized it from her time working with you and it's supposed to be top secret. There was no way that Major Digirekov could have known about it. Also, Sophia had a look at the orders to destroy the mansion and she thinks someone forged them. the boy said with fake concern as he explained the very actions he had ordered Sophia to do in the first place, in order to keep him informed of his plans and later cover his tracks. The whole thing frightened me. I asked you, do you think it's possible a spy might have gotten into the HQ? One that had learned the Abwehr's codes? If so, the whole organization could be at risk, even the whole empire. We should tell the High Command and General Staff at once. The boy smirked at the man for a moment before forcefully toppling the chair backwards, knocking the remaining schnapps and other glass onto the floor with a smash. That's when you became violent. I was so scared that I tried to run, but you pushed me hard into the drinks cabinet, the boy continued excitedly before he launched himself backwards into the bottles and neat stack of crystal glasses. The room erupted in a loud crash as glass shards flew in every direction and the tainted schnapps spilt over the floor. The prince pulled himself upright. His hands, arms, and face were covered in a myriad of tiny cuts caused by the glass, and small trickles of blood could be seen, but the boy ignored them as he turned back to the older man. I tried to scramble away, but you charged me, and I crashed into the bookcase as I tried to dodge, the boy said, flinging himself into the bookshelf with a loud thud. Books and papers flew in every direction and a heavy bronze statue that had been gifted to him by the emperor fell smashing the ornate floor tiles. Canaris fancied he heard a crack as the boy landed, and this time when he rose to a seated position on the floor, he winced a little in pain. Damn, that rib had only just healed, he growled as he looked up to Canaris, and the mad grin returned to his face. Why? They'll ask when they find me, why did he attack you? I'll tell them I don't know, it was such a blur. He wheezed as he continued explaining. They'll be duty-bound to search the place, after all, a member of the imperial royal family just killed a member of the High Command in self-defense. Then they'll find the papers I put in your desk. There's nothing too incriminating there, you wouldn't keep anything dangerous at home, but it's suspicious enough that they'll want to search your office and your files. Canaris felt a twinge of panic before he composed himself. They wouldn't find anything, he kept the most compromising secrets locked away in his safe. It was vitally important that no one else looked through his secret files, they wouldn't understand. The Abwehr operated through him, no one else truly knew everything the organization was doing. Even his closest subordinates did not know the extent that he knew and controlled the various components of the empire through his information network. He essentially controlled the High Command through blackmail, every one of them would resume their petty schemes and greedy actions if he didn't. Unfortunately, that extortion meant that they would all no doubt be very happy to see him out of the picture, but would they be happy enough to forgive the prince for all this? Right about now, Sophia is meeting with one of your former secretaries, one of the ones you blackmailed and used until you became bored with them. She still has a key to your office and drawers, she even knows the combination to your safe. They'll be adding the evidence that you sent the information regarding a coup in Letzenbourg to the Allied Kingdom. It's only right there should be some traces of it, it's not a lie after all. The boy grinned again before returning to his innocent persona. A coup in Letzenbourg? Ludwig thought I wanted to overthrow him. The boy pretended to say sadly as crocodile tears formed around his eyes, I just wanted to help Uncle with this terrible war. I know we had our differences, but I loved my brother, I would never do such a thing. Why would the Admiral lie? Why would he do this? Canaris felt his sense of dread grow further, and he tried to force himself to move again, but to no avail. If they found his safe, there was no telling what might happen, and the knowledge that he had been interacting with the Abwehr was even more worrying. I cannot let the military find any of the information about my activities with the Allied Kingdom, he thought in a panic. The island nation thought they had a spy within the Abwehr, that spy was, in fact, a fabrication made by him. He had spent a great deal of time building the trust of Albion's intelligence agencies so that he could find out about something known as Project Ultra. It was vital to the security of the Empire. Unfortunately, part of that had involved passing along reliable intelligence to them in order to build their trust. Intelligence that had been passed along to the Francois Republic and Legadonian Entente. At least 2 major defeats on the Rhine front could be attributed to that information. For Canaris these were acceptable losses for the potential gains, but he doubted the General Staff would see it that way. He had never told them that he had fed this information to the enemy, he knew they would change their plans to avoid the losses and his plan would be ruined. They would be furious, that secret alone could have the ignorant believe him to be a traitor. When they found out he had sent the information that led to Ludwig's defection, they would be even more convinced of this. Especially since he had been the one to persuade them not to send reinforcements. I'm not a traitor. I gave everything I had for my empire. I am obviously unaware of any of that yet, I simply came here to help my dear friend Tanya when you suddenly attacked me. Perhaps you thought I had stumbled onto your treachery and panicked, I suppose we'll never know for sure, the prince grinned before looking back towards the bookcase thoughtfully. I was shocked as you attacked me, but I am a veteran mage and I quickly regained my wits despite my wounds, he continued dramatically. You'd already taken my sword and orb at the door, so I was almost defenseless. So, I desperately looked around for a weapon. Suddenly the boy stopped as his eyes fell on the statue lying amongst the shattered remains of the ceramic floor tiles. He stared at it intently a few moments before very carefully picking it up and studying it. It almost seemed as though the crazed royal had forgotten about him as he turned the statue over in his hands. Then the unhinged look began to return to his eyes and his grin began to widen once more as he began laughing out loud once again. That monster truly does work in mysterious ways, he wheezed as he glared back at Canaris, repositioning the statue in his hand in order to use it as a club. Or at least it has a cruel sense of humor, I'm not sure which. Canaris had no clue what the boy was talking about. It was clear now that the boy had completely gone off the deep end. If he were to get out of this mess, he would make sure the boy was committed and would never be let out, but he needed to get out of this first. The empire depended on his survival. He had no idea what was going through the boy's head, something about the statue had set him off again. Still, this wasn't all bad, the prince is gloating, and his deranged outbursts were buying him time. He could feel the feeling begin to creep back into his features as the drug began to wear off. A few more minutes and he might be able to move again, but it seemed the boy was not going to wait. I grasped the nearest thing I could find, a statue, and readied it to defend myself. The boy winced again as he struggled to his feet, leaving patches of blood from his cuts on the floor. He hobbled over to him, holding his side with one hand and the makeshift club in the other. He knew well enough that the statue was heavy enough that it could do a great deal of damage, and a good blow to the head would likely mean he would never get up again. He struggled to move. He could feel his fingers begin to twitch as he used all his force of will to try to force his body into motion, but to no avail. This can't happen, the empire can't survive without me. He thought desperately as the boy stood over him menacingly before kicking him hard in the stomach, forcing the wind out of him as the chair fell backwards onto the floor. He found himself staring up at the ceiling almost in a daze as the evil little prince appeared in his vision. This was it, Canaris realized. He still couldn't move and there was no one coming to help. He would die and his beloved empire would believe he was a traitor. When investigators came across the scene, they would find a battered and bruised child in tears claiming he had been attacked. By then, the drugs will have disappeared from Canaris's system, although it would be doubtful that they would have found them anyway. No one would conclude that an unarmed Wilhelm had murdered him in cold blood. He was a smooth manipulator and would easily get people to believe his story. Even if they were suspicious, they would see that he was disarmed and without a computation orb. They'd assume that mage or not a grown man should easily be able to overwhelm the small boy. Assuming what the boy said was true, once they found the evidence it would be disastrous. It wasn't just his files, the nature of the organization meant that they would be forced to look into activities of his subordinates too. He had ordered them to avoid sharing information. Should other parts of the government and military find out the depths of what they had been withholding, it would cause earthquakes through them both. It would cause the end of the OCBY. He doubted the prince knew this. He was on some crusade for revenge for this houseman and to clear Digirekov's name. This would undoubtedly achieve that, but at what cost? With this foolish act he had done more damage to the empire than anyone else ever could. He knew the nation could not survive without his guidance. The boy now stared down at him devoid of all humor as he readied the statue in his other hand for the final blow. You should never have tried to take them away from me, he whispered quietly. The moment you did, you lost this battle. Author's notes. Hi all and thanks as always for reading. RIP Vice Admiral Frederick Canaris. This was another longer one and it took a little longer than I expected, but I'm gradually getting chapters out a little quicker now. It probably didn't help that it's written from Canaris's POV and I don't really enjoy writing as him. I apologize that my updates have been less consistent over the last few months. I did see the review about that. However, since COVID hit I have actually had to work more and with different hours each week, so I have very much struggled to create a good work/life balance whilst also fitting in time for other projects and simply just playing games and chilling out. That is ongoing, but hopefully, I'm gradually getting better. It was a little tough as I had to put in a lot of dialogue that was just Wilhelm as Canaris couldn't talk. This made it seem rather strange when I was writing, so hopefully it's okay when you read it. Still, I liked being able to describe Wilhelm having a crazy moment from a POV other than his own. I haven't been able to do that much yet. I also really like that Canaris gets remembered as a hero for the Allies. It seems like exactly the last thing he would want. Tanya will be back in the next one, and we will see what she thinks about all this. Thank you to all of those who gave me feedback as far as reposting the story elsewhere. I still plan on doing that, but I haven't quite gotten around to it yet. Putting up the whole story elsewhere seems kind of daunting, especially since I'll probably want to look them all over again as I do it. Chapter 38, Project Charlemagne, Loose Ends. Project Charlemagne, Loose Ends. 40 years after the war. Londinium. The death of Vice Admiral Frederick Canaris and the subsequent fall of the OCBY was incredibly damaging to the Allied war effort. The loss of the precious stream of information from the Empire was only softened by the success of the codebreakers of Project Ultra. The success was top secret however, and since the fall of the Republic, and exile of most of its forces, Allied morale was at an all-time low. Londinium was still reeling from all these latest developments and the government was hastily mobilizing for a war they were not ready for, knowing that the Empire's new hegemony could not remain unchallenged. Meanwhile, the Empire seemed to be less affected by the news of the double agent in the heart of government, at least on the surface. To this day we do not know quite how much the man's actions affected his home country, as the whole affair was quickly covered up by the military and much of the documentation surrounding the incident has been lost or destroyed. Andrew WTN Special Correspondent. July 1, Unified Year 1925. Holding Cell Number 4, Offices of the Abwehr, Berlin 1600 hours. It had been 2 days since Wilhelm had declared he would get her out of her cell and back in command of her unit, 2 excruciatingly long and nerve-wracking days, which could have quite possibly been her last. She didn't know what insane little scheme the little Machiavellian had dreamt up to resolve this disaster, but past experience had taught her that it would be nothing good. She was only in this mess because of the boy's vendetta with Vice Admiral Canaris, and she was sure that whatever the brat had been doing out there would only make her situation worse. Why couldn't you just do what I asked? She bemoaned inwardly, lamenting her now lost dream to hide out and start life anew in the Unified States. Frustratingly, she knew that there was nothing she could do about any of this. She was trapped here with limited access to the outside world, and she no longer had any control over this situation. He was aware that some might find comfort in this knowledge, but it did nothing to ease her own concerns. She would have much rather been working to counter this turn of events herself than waiting around. Unfortunately, her hopes now rested on either Wilhelm's plan being successful or Admiral Canaris being merciful, and neither outcome seemed especially likely. She passed the time pacing her cell while she waited for what she was sure would be news of her impending doom. She recalled once seeing a lion stalking up and down a rather cramped cage in a zoo during her previous life, and she wondered if the animal had felt a similar frustration. Doubtful, she always suspected that people projected their own thoughts and emotions onto animals, and their actions were misconstrued and humanized by the uneducated. The predator was probably just hungry at the time and was viewing its spectators as a potential snack that was frustratingly out of reach. Besides, the lion didn't have to worry about an impending execution, at least not while it stayed in the cage. If she were going to compare her situation to an animal in a pen, she probably had more in common with the livestock in an abattoir. Although at least they weren't aware of their impending fate. The waiting around made it seem like time had almost ground to a halt, and she found herself almost wishing she could get whatever lay ahead of her over with. She tried her best to push that sort of defeatism from her mind. Waiting for the firing squad was always better than being in front of it. It offered a slightly longer life expectancy at least. Curiously, the thought of dying didn't evoke all that much fear from her, at least not for the moment. Perhaps all the clothes scrapes she had been through had dulled that feeling. Instead, she felt a smoldering anger in the pit of her stomach. She could only imagine how being X would react if she were to die again, especially while so young. The thought made her skin crawl. She silently cursed the fake deity. Although this particular mess was undoubtedly the brat's fault, it was being X who was ultimately responsible for this new life and everything that came with it. It didn't feel quite right completely blaming the boy for all her troubles, especially after she'd tried to bargain with Canaris for her freedom. He may have been a pain, but he was at least trying to help her in his own warped and convoluted way. They'd just ended up with their wires crossed again. Being X was a spiteful, cruel creature, however, and would undoubtedly arrange events so that he could prove his point. She wouldn't be surprised if this whole situation was that thing's doing. After all, the creature had already corrupted Dr. Skugel, who was to say it had also given visions to Canaris. Or any number of other people for that matter. She felt like she'd been so close to proving the fraudulent god wrong. It wanted to prove that without all the comforts of the salaryman's old world, she would fall on her knees and pray to it for salvation. She had vowed to prove the creature wrong and build a comfortable and prosperous life instead. She was going to prove that humans don't need false gods. She had been steadily climbing the ladder that would get her that life, but unfortunately, being X had no sense of fair play and seemed to be hell-bent on throwing every possible obstacle in her path. She sighed as she crossed to the small barred window in her cell. She was too short to properly look out of it, but she had found that if she stood underneath it, she could at least look up at the sky. When she thought of being X and obstacles, she often found her mind drifting back to the little colonel. Was Wilhelm one of being X's obstacles or just another victim of the creature? Perhaps he was both. She'd seen how fearful he was of the faux deity, so she doubted he was a willing pawn, but that didn't mean being X wasn't using him too. Regardless of what he was, it seemed like she was constantly being lumbered with him. At first, it seemed to be solely the doing of Wilhelm, but even when he tried to distance himself from her, events brought them back together. That was why she suspected being X's interference. It seemed too neat to be a coincidence. She wondered if she should have been less hostile towards the boy. If she'd gained his trust earlier, a lot of what had happened could have been avoided. Then again, maybe that would have backfired too, just as it had in her current situation. She now had his trust, but it was based on a false premise, and she still didn't feel especially comfortable about that, and all it had done was encourage him to go off and do something stupid. She sighed and rubbed her temples as she tried to imagine what he might have done to worsen their situation. One thing was certain, that boy needed to be kept under control. He was too dangerous and unpredictable to be left without supervision. Her thoughts were broken by a commotion from upstairs. Although she'd been stuck here for around a week now, she'd tried not to pay too much attention to the noises in her surroundings. Given the reputation of the Abwehr, she thought it wiser not to think about such things, but even she hadn't been able to ignore the sudden increase of activity in the last few days. She had not been able to see much of what had been happening, of course, but there were a few strange things she had noted. There were definitely more people around, and it seemed as if all her guards had been replaced with new faces almost overnight. Additionally, they treated her slightly more cordially than the regular ABWare drones, but she wasn't sure if that was a good thing or not. She resolved to ask Visha about these changes on her next visit. Her adjutant had visited that morning, but unfortunately, she didn't have a lot of details to give her, but she did have a few pieces of interesting information to share. It seemed she had been correct. Her subordinate reported an increase in military and law enforcement personnel around the ABWare offices. When she questioned Lieutenant Serebriakov about this, her subordinate had apologized and looked sheepish before admitting she did not know why this was and that no one would tell her. Although she did reveal that the ABWare guards tasked with enforcing the battalion's confinement had also been removed and they were now free to come and go as they pleased. Within normal military regulations, of course. All of this had been done within a day of Wilhelm's last visit, and for a brief moment, she wondered if the boy had actually pulled through for her. However, her heart dropped immediately when she asked about the little colonel, as Visha had looked nervously at the guard in the corner and simply answered, "Sorry ma'am, I can't say." The message was clear. She'd been ordered not to mention anything about him or what he'd been up to, and that didn't bode well. Soon after, Visha had been forced to leave and the room had fallen depressingly silent again. Tanya found herself tensing anxiously every time a guard passed the cell, expecting to see the admiral enter with orders for her execution. It wasn't exactly a pleasant way to spend the day. Now evening was approaching once again and her thoughts returned to survival as she continued to wear a grove in the stone floor. She had hoped she could cite the Empire's minimum age requirement for execution, that way she could at least postpone her fate for a few years, perhaps even have the sentence commuted. However, she had received a reply from the defense lawyer she had contacted during her confinement. Apparently, the same rules that bypassed the minimum age for joining the military also bypassed the minimum age rules for military execution. In short, the military only had rules for soldiers, not for age or gender. Infuriatingly, not even this little girl's body could save her from the firing squad. She froze as she heard footsteps approaching along the corridor and found herself holding her breath as she heard the familiar rustle of keys in the cell door. Is this finally it? Tanya stood agog as the door swung open, revealing a small but familiar figure. What the hell happened to you? She asked with a raised eyebrow as Wilhelm entered the cell, unable to hide her shock at seeing the boy. He was covered in 100 small scratches and he appeared to be nursing a wound on his side. He also sported a bandaged wrist that sat snugly in a sling and he seemed to be walking slightly strangely, although that could have just been her imagination. If she didn't know better, she would have guessed he'd been blown off a roof again, but she doubted that was possible. This was Berlin, the imperial capital. She was sure she would have heard something if he had repeated that stunt, and the chances of him having another psychopathic clone running around were small indeed. She wondered for a moment if this was some sort of ruse. She wouldn't put him past it to fake an injury for some unfathomable and convoluted reason. She soon dismissed this idea, however. She recognized Christina's professional handiwork in the skillfully placed dressings for his wounds. She had witnessed the woman's prowess the last time the little colonel had been injured and could see that the woman knew what she was doing. If she wanted to either fabricate or exaggerate his wounds, she could have done much more than this. This was something else. Despite his injuries, Wilhelm wore a cheerful grin that had Tanya feeling slightly anxious, especially considering that it was Wilhelm that had gotten her into this situation in the first place. It was the same grin he had worn back at their old headquarters on the Rhine whenever he had been feeling particularly smug or triumphant. It always made her feel suspicious of the boy, and although she had since found it to be more uncomfortable to be around him when he acted serious or upset, she knew that his self-assured grin usually brought her trouble. Still, he was in a good mood. Under the circumstances, it was difficult to view that in anything but a positive light. Perhaps the likelihood of her being put in front of a firing squad had somehow been reduced or at least staved off for a little longer. Obviously, whatever foolish thing he had planned to get her out of this mess had succeeded, or at least not ended up with her immediate execution. I'm afraid I might have gotten myself into a little bit of trouble while I was trying to clear your name, he said with an exaggerated act of faux innocence before his smile returned and he held out his uninjured hand. But I can explain that on our way out. It was as he stretched out his hand that she realized that this time he had not been disarmed on entry. His sword and pistol were still at his waist and his orb remained attached to the iron cross around his neck. This was another unusual occurrence. Although she doubted he could pose too much of a threat to anyone in his current state, no one else had been permitted to visit her while still in possession of a weapon. I'm free to go? Tanya questioned cautiously as she studied the boy's words carefully. He was clearly telling her she could leave her cell, but his innocent act had raised her suspicions. He knew all too well she saw through his deceptions, so she could only conclude it was for the benefit of someone else or this was some sort of trick. His smug smirk softened into a genuine smile as he nodded confirmation, although a telltale flicker of playfulness remained in the corner of his eyes. He had let his usual mask slip completely, and for a brief moment, she saw the rare sight of a legitimately happy Wilhelm. She could sense from his expression he wasn't faking this, the smile showed both authentic relief and optimism. She was going to be freed, but how? And at what cost? Again, it felt strange seeing Wilhelm being so sincere and stripped down from his usual falsehoods, but for once it was a reassuring feeling. It seemed that every time he was honest, she saw him in a new light. For a brief moment she could see why people were so happy to follow him. She found herself believing that smile and almost felt compelled to take his outstretched hand before she forced herself back to her senses. What am I thinking? I know better than to drop my guard around him, she chastised herself, regarding him with renewed suspicion. He didn't react however and continued to smile at her as he waited patiently. Cautiously, she made for the exit, eschewing his outstretched hand as she passed, causing a slight look of disappointment to cross the little colonel's eyes. She reasoned that whether he was up to something or not, it would be better to be outside of her cage. At least once she was out, she could reassert control over her life once again. As she peered out the door, she noted 2 guards waiting and shifting uncomfortably in the corridor. This explained the boy saint act in front of her. He was careful about who saw the real him, so it had clearly been for their benefit. She didn't recognize these soldiers however, neither were the usual Abwehr goons that usually frequented the dungeon, and they definitely weren't part of Wilhelm's company. They were gendarmes, she realized as she studied their insignia, military police whose job was usually to keep the peace and deal with criminal matters related to the armed forces. Both looked as if they would prefer to be somewhere else and seemed to be trying to find something else to occupy their time. She started to turn to question Wilhelm about them when he suddenly appeared at her side and linked their arms together, leaning some of his weight onto her. "Thank you, Major," he winced in exaggerated pain as the guards looked on with concern. "My injuries are quite sore, I appreciate the support." The guards didn't seem to know where to look or what to do in the situation, and in truth, neither did Tanya. Fortunately, none of them would have to suffer through this awkward situation for long, as it appeared that Wilhelm was ready to get rid of their escort. "I'm sorry for slowing you down, gentlemen," said the boy, laying it on with a trowel. "You have other duties, I'm sure. You should go on ahead. The Major and I can find our way back to Colonel Riruchen." The guards glanced at one another and seemed to consider whether or not they should argue for a moment before saluting and marching away. Obviously, they had been ordered to escort them out, but under the circumstances had decided that it would be less of a hassle to leave rather than argue with the prince. She probably would have come to a similar conclusion in their place. Meanwhile, Tanya's ears perked up upon hearing the name of her superior and frequent messenger for the general staff. She had great respect for the man and immediately felt more secure knowing that he was around. Perhaps she really was free. But why would he, or indeed any of the general staff, be here? The Abwehr was not within their jurisdiction, and for that matter where were all the Abwehr personnel? As the guards left, the little colonel relaxed and took on more of his own weight again. Although he loosened his grip, he did not unlink their arms but instead turned his smile back towards her as his usual smugness returned to his features. She was about to snatch her arm back away from him and chastise him for the unwanted physical contact, but stopped as she caught a glimpse of pain in the corner of his eye. It seemed he hadn't been entirely untruthful when he had said his injuries were causing him trouble. Perhaps he really did need some support. She still hadn't found out exactly how he had suffered these injuries. She decided to be magnanimous and allow him to use her to support himself for the moment. There was no one else around, so he couldn't do anything to embarrass her, and at least she didn't have to carry him this time. In a strange way, the slight warmth of contact with another person was somewhat comforting after her confinement, even if it was with Wilhelm. She remembered once reading that most humans have a biological need for human contact, a neurological desire to satiate the part of the brain that governed a person's need for social interaction. Neither she nor the Salaryman had never really believed it to be the case, but the past week had made her reassess this idea. Her social interactions had been extremely limited during the past week, and she barely had as much as a handshake from anyone. Even Visha had been forced to keep her distance due to the watchful eyes of the guards. She had been reprimanded for the hug after her first visit and had been forced to stay at the far side of the room. It had almost made her visits more awkward than comforting. It was probably this biological need that elicited this unusual response around the boy, she reasoned. Normally she'd be happier punching Wilhelm in the face rather than holding his hand, but today she would allow the friendly gesture. She would feel better once this neurological desire had been filled, and once she felt like herself again, things could go back to normal. "I told you I'd get you out," he smirked quietly as they made their way through the labyrinthine cellars of the Abwehr offices. His swift change back to his annoying self was almost enough to make her regret her decision to allow him to cling to her, but now wasn't the time to be petty. She should have expected him to revert to his irritating self-assured self sooner or later. She would just have to ignore it as she always did. He would tell her exactly what he'd been up to, even if she had to wring it out of him. "But what exactly did you do to achieve it? And what did it cost?" she asked, not bothering to hide her accusatory tone. They knew each other well enough now that the little colonel would realize she would be both curious and suspicious about what he had been doing, and judging by his attitude so far, he had been itching to tell her all about it. "Cost? Why, nothing, except a few wounds that will heal quickly enough, at least for you and me, he grinned before a slight flicker crossed his eyes. Well, that, and perhaps a chunk of my pride. The last few words were a murmur, as if he'd been thinking out loud to himself. She wondered what he meant by that and what exactly he was implying when he said it hadn't cost them anything. She suspected he was being deliberately careful with his words, but she couldn't tell whether it was part of an effort to cover something or if he just didn't want to ruin his story. He did have an annoying habit of being dramatic at times like this. She was about to question him further when his expression changed drastically to that of an excited child ready to share something new with their parents. But you'll never believe it, Major. The boy exclaimed with exaggerated shock before his face contorted into a cruel smirk. It seems Admiral Canaris was the traitor all along. Tanya narrowed her eyes at the colonel with suspicion, causing him to break character and chuckle slightly before he began relating his account of events in his usual demeanor. As you know, after my last visit I went to meet the good Admiral to discuss your incarceration, he began as they turned a corner that led towards the elevator that led out of the basement. But suddenly he became violent. He cried with over-embellished fear. He shoved me across the room into the drinks cabinet, causing all these cuts. Then he lunged at me. I tried to dodge but hit the bookcase hard and cracked my poor rib. He came closer and I was forced to protect myself. He halted, bringing them to a stop as he let the last words hang in the air for a few moments, and Tanya saw the spiteful grin cross his face. It was a far cry from the peaceful and reassuring smile that had sat on his face earlier, but it was just as genuine. She wanted to say he looked almost crazed, but she recognized the expression, she could almost feel it in herself. It was the same feeling she had when she had thought she had proven being X wrong, the same feeling anyone would feel after beating the thing that had caused them so much pain and misery. It may have been an irrational thing to embrace, but she couldn't deny the intoxicating feeling when you finally achieve your goal. She almost felt jealous. She'd always had that feeling ripped away at the last moment, but Wilhelm was relishing it now. His message was clear: Frederick Canaris was dead, Wilhelm had killed him. After a moment, the boy calmed himself and his expression returned to his usual confident smile. He turned back towards her and gestured with his head that they should continue towards the elevator, the movement causing a fleck of golden hair to cross in front of his eyes. The Landespolizei found me injured and crying over Canaris's body, the boy smirked before switching to his fake childlike voice that everyone but her seemed to believe. I didn't mean to, he attacked me, I hit him with the statue. Wilhelm must have been the only 10-year-old boy that could sound so proud about crying. Still, faced with a scene as he described, the law enforcement people would conclude that Canaris had attacked Wilhelm and that he had acted in self-defense. Especially if he'd sounded even half as convincing as he had just then. His acting prowess must have improved. If not for the fact she knew him and could see the grin on his face, she might have believed his words herself. She would have to be even more careful around him in future. None of this explained why she was now free, however. True, Canaris was out of the way, but he'd already set up the evidence to frame her. His death shouldn't change that. The investigating officers searching the house found some very troubling information. The boy continued, returning to his usual self. Information worrying enough that they felt the need to inform the High Command and request a search of the Abwehr headquarters. Tanya's eyes widened in realization. That explained all the strange activity at least, and the presence of the military. When the country's intelligence service is under suspicion, only the army can safely come in and take control. Wilhelm had obviously planted something incriminating in the Admiral's house, but how did that clear her of the crimes she'd been framed for? It went better than I could have imagined. They were only supposed to find the information Sophia planted that showed Canaris had framed you and he was responsible for the message to the Allied Kingdom. He grinned, becoming excited once again. You've no idea how much he and his corrupt little band have been up to. Finally, they reached the elevator and stepped inside. Wilhelm flashed her another grin before disentangling himself from her and leaning up against the wall, leaving her to operate the controls of the lift. She slid the metal safety gate across before selecting the ground floor and crossed to the opposite side of the small room and put a hand on her hip as she regarded him critically. Wilhelm had admitted to murder and had once again manipulated the truth to get away with it. The rules of society said she should be appalled by this, but she found it difficult to summon the disgust that civilization would usually have demanded in such a situation. The man had imprisoned her and threatened to have her executed on wrongful charges, and it had all been to get Wilhelm to do what he wanted. Although she could sympathize with the desire to keep the boy under control, she naturally disagreed that she should have to suffer for it. It was yet another despised attack on her personal freedoms. Then again, Canaris had constantly been trying to take away Wilhelm's personal freedoms from the start, and if the little colonel was to be believed, he had also set them up to fail in Letzenbourg. Was it any wonder the boy had resisted him? I'd be lying if I said I did all this just for you, the boy half whispered as the lift began to ascend. I needed to get back at him for Houseman, and I needed to be free of him for good. I would have gone after him anyway, although maybe not quite so hastily. The boy paused for a moment and his face darkened as he furrowed his brow. I would have gone after him anyway, he repeated as his fist tightened around the hilt of his sword, but he shouldn't have dragged you into this. I'm sorry. Tanya blinked in surprise at the boy's apology. She hadn't expected him to admit any responsibility for her imprisonment, let alone apologize. She was also taken aback by his admission that her freedom wasn't his only motivation. True, if he had said it was, she wouldn't have believed it, but she had still expected him to make the absurd claim. Yet again the little colonel had disproved her assessment of him, and she found herself respecting his unusual bout of honesty. As the elevator reached its destination, Tanya could almost see the public mask of Prince Wilhelm Victor von Hohenzollern descend over the boy's features once again. With his true self hidden behind the saint, there would be no further bouts of honesty today. He pushed himself away from the wall, eschewing her support this time as a soldier pulled open the gate on the other side, revealing the familiar figure of Lieutenant Colonel Ryugen and a worried-looking law enforcement officer that Tanya did not recognize. If the lieutenant colonel was surprised that they had arrived without their escort, he did not show it in his expression. Instead, he regarded them with a slightly tired and harassed look. Evidently, the unenviable task of dealing with the fallout of the little colonel's little stunt had fallen to him. It was an understandable choice, given the man's formidable reputation for organization, but she doubted his task would be an easy or pleasant one. It sounded to her like it would involve an awful lot of unpaid overtime. Both men saluted Wilhelm and the boy returned it in his usual lackadaisical manner. Tanya made more of an effort to impress, partly out of habit and partly so her own reputation was not affected by the boy's blasé attitude. She quickly snapped a textbook salute to Ryugen and the policeman, making the little colonel's greeting seem even sloppier by comparison. The police officer seemed surprised and pleased by the gesture. It wasn't usually required for a military officer to salute their equivalents in the civilian world, but since her situation still seemed fragile, she thought it better to be safe than sorry. He introduced himself as the Leitender Police Director of Berlin and the Brandenburg region. Tanya was by no means an expert on police rankings, but she believed that he was the highest-ranking field officer in the region, with only career bureaucrats and politicians ranking above him. She supposed it wasn't surprising given the people involved in all this, but she had never expected to meet such a high-ranking police officer in her lifetime. Then again, she'd never expected to be framed as a traitor either. Fortunately, that no longer seemed to be the case, and once the brief pleasantries were over, he practically begged for a few moments in private with the little colonel, and the pair left, leaving her and Ryugen to their own devices. "I'm assuming Prince Wilhelm explained to you what happened?" asked Ryugen, staring out at the hubbub of activity as soldiers and officers exited the building with innumerable files, destined to be meticulously investigated by military intelligence. "He was quite insistent, being the first to see you." Tanya nodded an affirmative. She knew precisely why the little colonel had been so insistent on seeing her first, but explaining the whole story to her superior would be risky. Almost everyone believed that Wilhelm was what he pretended to be. It was unlikely they would ever believe her word over his. Besides, although there were several things she would like to see the boy punished for, freeing her by getting rid of Canaris wasn't one of them. She followed his gaze and watched the scene unfold in front of her. It was surprising how much information the Abwehr had stowed away. Watching the men moving the files was like watching ants filing in and out of the nest. It would take a great deal of time to sort through so much information, and she wondered if they had enough manpower to uncover everything that the Admiral and his cronies had been keeping secret. "The High Command passes on their sincerest apologies for all this and would like you to attend the meeting later so they can give you an official apology," he continued before pausing for a moment. "On a personal note, I never believed the claim that you had been working for the enemy, and neither did the General Staff." That was a relief. She had been worried this incident might mar her career progress, but it seemed that her superiors hadn't been quite taken in by Canaris's fraudulent evidence. It was also pleasing to hear such a show of support from Lieutenant Colonel Ryugen. It might have been a small gesture, but it was a welcome one. She knew already that the man was destined to follow in the footsteps of Zetter and Ruddersdorf, so being on his good side could only lead to good things. "We would prefer for this incident to remain secret," he continued carefully. "It would threaten the stability of the country if the High Command's authority were threatened any further. Not to mention the reputation of Prince Wilhelm and the imperial royal family. I hope you understand." "I understand," repeated Tanya as she suppressed a sigh, feeling her previous cheerfulness at the praise evaporate almost as quickly as it had appeared. What a pain, thought Tanya. Every soldier was subject to what essentially the earliest equivalent of a non-disclosure agreement, and it seemed the lieutenant colonel had felt the need to remind her of that. She doubted they were his own words. He was often used as a mouthpiece for the general staff, but the words stung nonetheless. It wasn't as if she could go to the press, even if she wanted to. This world may not have the ironclad contracts that could ruin you like in the other world, but they could still accuse her of treason for such an action. It was highly unlikely she would get any reparations for the whole affair either. This world had yet to develop the sort of systems of compensation where an individual could sue their employer or the government for their failures. Ultimately it seemed she would gain no restitution for her troubles. She tried to reassure herself that at least keeping this secret might help her promotion chances. "All this has become quite a headache for everyone involved," Ryugen sighed, lifting his glasses and pinching the bridge of his nose. "Although he was a traitor, I can't help but wonder if things would be better if the Admiral was still alive." "Sir?" Tanya questioned in confusion. If Wilhelm's plan had worked, surely they wouldn't care that Canaris was dead. In their eyes he was a traitor. Wilhelm had just saved them the bullet. The abwehr appears to have been set up like a spider's web with the Vice Admiral at its center, Ryugen explained. We know he has both overt and undercover operatives throughout almost every civilian and military organization within the Empire, and it appears he was the only person who knew the full extent of his network. So it wasn't that they doubted the little colonel's fabrication, just an unexpected consequence of the Admiral's death. Still, it shouldn't be all that bad, should it? The abwehr had a chain of command just like any other organization, although their head may have been privy to a few secrets. The second in command should be able to pick up the reins and rebuild. Additionally, we have no way to be sure if other operatives have been collaborating with Admiral Canaris, the lieutenant colonel continued. Since they almost all reported to him, they are all suspect, and because they have a presence in every government and military department, it is entirely possible everything is compromised. What the hell have you done, Wilhelm? Thought Tanya as she digested her superior's words. Were they really taking this so seriously? If what Ryugen was telling her was true, Wilhelm had inadvertently turned the entire Empire's intelligence community against itself. With such suspicions in the air, no department would trust anything that came from the others. Wilhelm had essentially blinded the Empire. It couldn't have come at a worse time, growled Ryugen with frustration. You were right, the Republic is reorganizing on the southern continent. If we ever needed reliable intelligence, it's now. Tanya felt a deep sense of dread as she realized the enormity of the situation. Not only had Wilhelm accidentally sabotaged the Empire's information-gathering capability, but he'd also done it at the time when their enemies were at their most vulnerable. The Republic were still regrouping on the southern continent, and the Allied Kingdom had yet to mobilize. Although it was doubtful they could capitalize on this to end the war, attacking them now would do tremendous damage and hasten their end. But that was impossible without accurate and trustworthy intelligence. I would have gone after him anyway, although maybe not quite so hastily. Wilhelm's words echoed in her head. Was she to blame? Would he have acted differently if he hadn't been trying to free her? No, she thought as she calmed herself and pushed the notion away. It didn't matter, there was no point trying to speculate what the boy might have done, and it was entirely possible the outcome would have been the same. The only true way to have prevented this was to know what he had been up to all along, or better yet to have stopped his vengeance plot against Canaris in the first place. Tanya turned to see the smug little colonel hobbling his way back towards them with a cheerful grin on his face. Did he even realize what he had done? She knew he could be useful when he wasn't scheming or being a pain. He perhaps wasn't a great officer, but he was a good leader, he was intelligent and a skilled fighter. Even without his connections, he had the potential to be an invaluable human resource. But he had to be controlled, he couldn't be allowed to use the world as his personal playground anymore. If he did, he could drag them all into ruin. Tanya stared at him a few moments more until he seemed to notice and flash her a smug but cheerful smile. You need to be controlled, Wilhelm, and I'm the only one that can do it. XXXX. July 1, Unified Year 1925. Supreme High Command Conference Chamber, the Reichstag, Berlin 1800 hours. Lieutenant Colonel Erich von Ryugen felt uncharacteristically uncomfortable as he delivered his report to the High Command, General Staff delegates, and the various other guests in the richly appointed conference room within the Reichstag. He stood amongst the most powerful men in the Empire, who all wore grave expressions as they considered the repercussions of what could possibly turn into the greatest scandal the country had ever seen. There was an unusual amount of people present for such a high-ranking meeting. Usually, only those who were needed for the day's business would attend these briefings. Today, however, the room was filled with additional personnel as the government struggled to process the news that one of their own had been working for the enemy. The extra faces in the room were all linked to this development in one way or another. The General Staff especially had sent a sizable delegation to make sure their civilian overseers knew the depths of their displeasure with the situation. Aside from himself, he was joined by Adjutant General Marchesi, the head of the General Staff, the directors of operations and the service corps Lieutenant Generals von Milke and von Stein, as well as their deputies von Zetter and von Rudersdorf. Other notables in the meeting included the commander of the Landpolizei, the president of the Reichsgericht, and Crown Prince Adalbert, who had been sent to observe the proceedings on behalf of the Emperor. Then, of course, were the two people that had been entangled in this mess more deeply than anyone else, Major Tanya von Diegereckhoff and Prince Wilhelm von Hozollern. It wasn't usual for someone of Ryugen's rank to be present at a gathering of the country's de facto rulers. Such an honor was usually only bestowed upon the highest levels of the General Staff and occasionally their deputies. However, the last few days had been anything but usual, and as the staff officer given the thankless task of liaising with both the local law enforcement and the few members of military intelligence still deemed trustworthy, he was perhaps the only man qualified to give the council the full picture of events. The layout of the room also contributed to the tense feeling in the atmosphere. The long conference table had been moved to one side of the room, and the council members and general staff sat along one side like judges presiding over a court case. Meanwhile, Ryugen was stood in the center of the room in front of a smaller table, which supported his briefcase and a selection of files that he had brought to the briefing, while the remaining guests sat along the walls like an audience in an auditorium. All this combined made the room feel like a combination of a courthouse and pantomime, and Ryugen wasn't sure if he felt more like a prosecuting attorney or an entertainer struggling to remember his lines. The anxiety caused by standing in front of such an assemblage of important people was not the primary source of his unease. However, he had plenty of experience with such presentations during his career and had grown used to putting those feelings aside. Neither was it the enormity of what they'd uncovered, although as more information came to light, it was becoming an increasingly distressing concern. The reason for his disquiet was the evidence he was presenting to the High Command in his preliminary report. He had always prided himself on his ability to organize data such as this and present it in a clear and concise manner, so that the evidence showed the truth of the matter. Although he had done that with the information they'd collected from the OCBY, he couldn't help but feel like something about his findings didn't add up. He was sure that Vice Admiral Canaris had indeed been involved in many illicit activities that ranged from questionable to downright criminal. They'd found more than enough in his files to prove that. They'd only begun to scratch the surface of what he had been involved with, but they'd already found a mountain of information showing he had been blackmailing officials, withholding vital information, fabricating evidence for his own needs, and most worryingly supplying their enemies with intelligence regarding troop movements. There had even been women coming forward accusing of crimes of a more vile and personal nature. Whatever his motivation for doing these things, he was without a doubt a criminal and a traitor to the Empire. For Ryugen, the problem lay in how these crimes had been exposed. The man had been intelligent and skilled enough to build up a spy network made up of operatives that were seemingly completely loyal to him, a network that operated like a terrorist cell, with only Canaris knowing the full extent of their activities. Until this incident, the man had been extremely careful with his actions. He had been operating undetected for years and had infiltrated every part of the imperial bureaucracy. This would have been impossible without cautious and meticulous planning. So why had such a cunning and circumspect man risked everything he had built to attack a member of the imperial royal family? Why the sudden bout of reckless behavior? The young prince had testified that the man had become panicked and enraged after he had questioned him about the legitimacy of some evidence against Major Digurekov. Ryugen believed the boy's story. Prince Wilhelm seemed extremely confused and genuinely distressed about the whole incident. He'd even been genuinely remorseful about Admiral's accidental death despite the fact that the man had violently attacked him. Then there were the little prince's wounds and the collateral damage to the scene of the crime. It was clear the boy had been in the struggle for his life against the older man. If not for his desperate act of self-defense, he might have been the one that was found lying dead. Although from what he'd learned of Canaris and the OCBY, it was more likely that the boy would never have been found at all. After considering all this information, it was clear to everyone what had happened. The prince had inadvertently stumbled upon some fraudulent evidence that Canaris had used to frame Digurekov in order to cover up his own misdeeds. The admiral had attacked him to protect this secret. All the physical proof supported this theory, but it didn't quite make sense to Ryugen. He felt like he was looking at the picture from the wrong angle. He'd been trying to find a way to articulate this feeling as he delivered his report to the gathered politicians and generals, but what exactly could he say to them? There was proof that supported this version of events, and he had no way counter to that. He couldn't simply tell them that something felt wrong without any evidence to back up his suspicions. "You look as though you have something to add, Lieutenant Colonel," General Zetter asked just as Chancellor Luther had been about to dismiss him and allow him to return to his seat. He should have known the old fox would notice his concerns. They had been working together for some time now, and both he and Rudersdorf had stated several times that they valued his opinions. It was only natural that the man would sense he was holding something back in his report. "Only that I find it a little hard to believe that a man as meticulous and cautious as Admiral Canaris would act so carelessly," he stated, resisting the urge to inject too much of his personal feelings into the argument. "I don't doubt the prince's story, but surely someone as capable as the admiral should have been able to cover his tracks without resorting to assaulting Prince Wilhelm." The room fell silent for a moment, and many of the gentlemen present shared sideways glances at each other. Ryugen was already aware that Canaris may have had blackmail material on many in this room, and he had already been quietly advised by his superiors to keep quiet about it. Unfortunately, that meant they were happy to ignore anything that wasn't convenient for them. This was the ideal opportunity to make that blackmail material disappear. The accepted version of events would allow them to deal with this situation quickly and quietly, so they would much prefer to ignore anything that compromised that. "Even Admiral Canaris was capable of making mistakes, Colonel," the Chancellor said carefully as his frown deepened before he glanced over at General Marchese. "Indeed, I'm sure we are all aware of how illogically people can act when cornered," the General Staff Head added, giving Ryugen a look that told him it would be in his best interest to drop the subject. Zetter glanced over at the Lieutenant General and raised an eyebrow as if to question him, but he seemed to think better of it and remained silent. Clearly, this was not an avenue that the command wanted to explore, and even his superior wasn't willing to rock the boat. With the matter settled, at least in the eyes of the bureaucrats, Ryugen was dismissed and he was permitted to retake his seat at the far side of the room. As he sat back down, he caught a glimpse of Prince Wilhelm, who smiled at him sympathetically. Perhaps he shared his unease about the situation and had hoped to get a proper answer as to why the Vice Admiral had attacked him. He had been the victim after all, and at the time he had not known that the Admiral was behind the fraudulent evidence. The whole situation must have been deeply confusing and worrying for the boy. Next, the council called Major Digirekov to stand before them and Ryugen felt his sense of unease grow. He began to wonder if his apprehension about this situation was linked to her. He had long held doubts about her character, and he would be lying if he said they didn't affect his impressions of her and her actions. It was possible this bias had also affected his interpretation of this incident. He hadn't been lying when he said that he didn't believe she had been working for the enemy. As far as he was concerned, it wasn't even worth entertaining the idea. In a way, he wished that he could believe in that possibility. Tanya von Digirekov was the ideal soldier, gaining the Silver Wings was proof of that by itself, but she was also an outstanding officer. She was intelligent, dutiful, and always followed orders to the letter no matter what was asked of her. Technically she was the perfect servant of the Vaterland, but in Ryugen's eyes, she was too perfect. She was like a machine, a monster in the form of a little girl. She would happily perform tasks that no normal soldier could ever bring themselves to do, and she did it without showing a hint of guilt or regret. If she were told to burn down her old orphanage, she would do it, as long as it was proven to be technically legal. If asked, she and her troops would assault an enemy position with little or no hope of survival, and she would follow those orders without complaint. She referred to soldiers as human resources, as if their lives should be spent like currency, and she found new and terrible ways to push the rules of war to their limits, revealing how truly appalling such conflicts could be. He wished she would show some scrap of empathy or one flaw that proved she was as human as the rest of them. But she never did. She was a walking embodiment of what the Empire expected of its soldiers, and she was only 11 years old. Is this what the Empire has made of its future generations? Murderous dolls that would spend their lives without argument and obey orders no matter the moral implications? The thought chilled him to his core, but he seemed to be the only one that saw it this way, just as he was the only one that saw the discrepancy in Kanaris's actions. Perhaps he was the one that was mistaken. Maybe his bias against Digirekov had clouded his interpretation of this incident. He looked up at the girl just in time to hear the Chancellor finish uttering his official apology. None here would admit it, but they were all quietly terrified that she would reveal this incident to the people. If she did, it would be an unprecedented disaster. The level of corruption that had been unearthed meant that almost the entire government was guilty of something. Technically the whole high command and maybe even some of the generals should be arrested and replaced. They couldn't afford that right now, not while they were still at war. There was no telling what the other powers might do during the chaos that would ensue while the country was left without a government. As much as it infuriated Ryugen, they all knew that a corrupt leadership was better than none at all. They needn't have worried though. Just as he was sure she wasn't a traitor, Ryugen was also certain she wouldn't reveal what had happened. As he had remarked before, she was the perfect soldier, she'd been told to keep quiet and so she would. He doubted she would have entertained the idea anyway. She was intelligent enough to know what was at stake. "Thank you, sirs. My only wish is to return to my duties and serve the Vaterland," she declared once the Chancellor had finished, causing the assembled dignitaries to breathe a sigh of relief. She too was then allowed to return to her seat and the meeting moved on to its next order of business. "We were scheduled to discuss the Charlemagne Treaty and the inquiry about the loss of Letzenbourg," Chancellor Luther sighed as Prince Wilhelm made his way towards the table, despite the obvious discomfort of his injuries. "Can we even continue considering the enormity of what we have learned?" It was an understandable question. Kanaris's activities had thrown everything into disarray. What had seemed like a well-informed and rational conclusion yesterday now seemed like a confused and ill-considered mess. It seemed like every recent decision would need to be reconsidered to be certain they were doing the right thing. "It's not all bad news, Chancellor," the foreign minister chimed in happily, tilting his head at the little prince. "I can confirm that Prince Wilhelm and Prime Minister Beck signed an amended version of the treaty this morning." "Amended treaty? They've already negotiated territorial concessions, what more have we given them?" The industrial minister asked with a mixture of surprise and annoyance before remembering the young royal in front of him. "Not that we don't appreciate your country's heroic sacrifices, Your Highness. As of today, the Emperor is the head of state of Letzenbourg, although the treaty will have to be formally renewed upon Prince Wilhelm's coming of age." The foreign minister began, ignoring his colleague's rude interruption. "They will be an independent nation of the Empire and will be allowed full control of their domestic affairs, but we will handle their diplomatic relations. In return, they will receive territory from the Republic upon the end of the war and the Empire will honor its debts to the Letzenbourg banks." "What? But they turned against us. Those debts are void." The financial minister shouted, practically leaping from his chair, causing most of those assembled to glare at him. It was already common knowledge that both he and the industrial minister had been hoping to profit from the treaty, and until this recently their causes had been supported by the former spy master. As such, neither was especially popular at the moment. "We didn't all turn against you," a small sad voice piped up from the table in the center of the room. "Although I take full responsibility for those that did." Ryugen's heart ached for the boy as he guiltily spoke those words. Once again he sounded truly remorseful about his brother's coup in Letzenbourg. For the second time in the last few days, he heard the boy wrongfully accept the blame for something that wasn't his fault. It was understandable why people compared him to a saint. The boy was the opposite of Digirekov. he felt too much for other people and his sense of duty made him experience guilt far more acutely than what was healthy for a soldier. He feared it would all get too much for the young prince one day, but privately he hoped there were more Wilhelms in the world than Digirekovs. If there were, maybe future generations wouldn't be as morally bankrupt as he feared. He glanced around and studied the expressions of the others around the room. He saw the crown prince shift in his seat from the corner of his eye as the young prince spoke. The imperial heir glared at the finance minister with contempt as the man seemingly tried to avoid paying the country's debts by blaming their allies. He wasn't alone in his dislike of the bureaucrats' actions. The military representatives especially seemed unhappy about the man's behavior. Ryugen could understand their frustration as he felt a measure of it too. It was insulting to think after everything they had fought for, they couldn't pay off a debt to a valued ally. What of the honor of the imperial army? He understood all that war was expensive, but using such petty excuses to default on a debt left a bad taste in his mouth. The minister's argument didn't even make much sense anymore. Although it was true that the old regent had switched sides, many more stayed loyal to the imperial cause, including Prince Wilhelm and a sizable resistance in Letzenbourg. Letzenbourg troops had taken part in the operation to encircle the Francois army, while an organized resistance overthrew their republican occupiers before the imperial army arrived. Additionally, the evidence about Canaris raised a great many questions as to the cause of the defection. The old spymaster had spread the disinformation that had led to it. The small country had been one of the man's worst victims. Knowing all this made the young prince's words feel like salt in an open wound. It was clear to everyone that the boy could not be blamed for the defectors in Letzenbourg, and both he and his loyalists had fought tooth and nail since the fall of the city. Yet still, the boy felt the need to take responsibility for the disaster, and some members of the council seemed to want to feed off the boy's guilt for political gain. The agreement has been signed. We will not go back on our word, the elderly chancellor declared in a tone that brooked no argument. The red-faced finance minister reluctantly returned to his seat. He was clearly unhappy with this result. Now as for the Letzenbourg incident. Prince Wilhelm must be punished for his failure. The finance minister interjected again, clearly unwilling to drop his unprovoked attack on the prince. His reckless attempt to recapture the city could have jeopardized everything. The empire can't afford to take such risks. He must resign immediately. I concur, the industrial minister agreed, and the room erupted with disgruntled voices as they began to argue over the boy's fate. Factions immediately began to form, with some of the civilian councillors rallying around the two ministers while the foreign minister and the military delegation spoke in support for the young prince. The commotion wasn't limited to those at the table, as the onlookers added their opinions to the din. It seemed the only silent figures in the room were himself, Major Digirekov, and the crown prince, who had now turned crimson with rage. He looked ready to speak out against the councillors and began to stand in order to vent the royal family's displeasure at the men when Prince Wilhelm spoke out. I should be punished. The boy said, somehow cutting over the din. I failed at Letzenbourg, I failed my soldiers, and I failed the empire. The room fell silent as the boy's words hung in the air. Even those who spoke against him were surprised by the little prince's declaration. Ryugen glanced back at the imperial heir and saw him fall back into his seat with a dumbfounded expression. Meanwhile, Digirekov wore a sour look that spoke volumes about her own distaste for the situation. It was clear that neither agreed with the little prince's confession. The boy couldn't really believe he was responsible for the loss, could he? At this point the faction against him only seemed to want to use the incident as petty retaliation for the terms of the treaty. It was clear to everyone that the fall of the city hadn't been his fault. It had been impossible for him to liberate the city under the circumstances. You see, even the prince admits his wrongdoing, the minister replied petulantly, and Ryugen felt his disdain for the man grow further. He almost felt like speaking out himself, but General Zetter cleared his throat and the attention of everyone gathered fell on the usually restrained officer. With respect, I disagree, said von Zetter calmly, making himself heard without raising his voice. The revolving door operation was top secret. The prince could not have known that his actions would endanger it. He saw the situation develop and reacted to it, just as we would expect any good soldier. We encourage such flexibility in our officers. Punishing him for exercising it would give the wrong message to our troops. Zetter was right. Punishing the young prince for something like this would give the impression the general staff didn't want them to act without explicit orders. Such a thing could be disastrous from an operational standpoint. He could already imagine troops too afraid to move to support their comrades for fear of repercussions. He lost his own capital city. His incompetent leadership has been put on display in front of the whole world. The finance minister continued, seemingly oblivious to the increasing hostility against him in the room. The results of our inquiry indicate that the city would likely have fallen in record time if reinforcements had been sent. Additionally, he performed admirably during Operation Lockpick, Rudersdorf observed whilst puffing on his cigar before glaring back over at the minister. It was Canaris who advised against sending troops to Letzenbourg. It isn't the prince's competence that has been brought into question by this situation. The room fell silent again as the general's accusatory tone caused the council to shift awkwardly in their seats. It was obvious to everyone there that the military had lost a great deal of confidence in their civilian overseers. Everyone in the room now knew these men were corrupt, and it had been due to this corruption that Canaris had gained so much power and influence. In the past, the general staff would simply bow to the requests of the high command despite the potential political power that they wielded. It was quite rare for the military to use much of its political clout, but today they seemed willing to put their foot down. The general staff were telling the high command they would not allow them to punish Prince Wilhelm over a political dispute. They would need to clean up their act if they wanted to rebuild the trust that had been lost. Under the circumstances, I believe we should drop this matter, the Chancellor said eventually, clearly understanding the tone of the room. If there are no more objections, this inquiry against Prince Wilhelm will be dropped and he will retain his position in the Imperial Army. This time the finance minister remained silent. It seemed even he had figured that this battle was over. If the military was arguing with the civilian branch, it didn't bode well. Usually, Ryugen would be uneasy about the military having too much influence, but with all the allegations of corruption in the high command, he felt happier knowing that his superiors were keeping an eye on things. Ryugen suspected many of the men present would find themselves quietly replaced by the next few months. The report the Crown Prince would deliver the Emperor would no doubt see to that after this debacle. The Chancellor breathed out a tired sigh of relief and looked ready to end the day's proceedings when a familiar voice spoke up, one that never failed to send a chill up his spine. "I object," said the devil in the guise of a little girl. Author's notes. Hello everyone and thank you all for reading. First things first, translations. Landespolizei is the state police in Germany dating back to the formation of the German Empire. Leitender Polizeidirektor is chief police director and Reichsgericht was the supreme criminal court of Germany from 1879 to 1945. I decided to go with these because they are a little more flavorful than their English equivalents. Hopefully, it still made sense, and I apologize to any German readers I have if there are mistakes. My knowledge of German is quite limited. Second, a big thank you to Stand, my long-suffering beta reader, and Vickers Vimy 1919 who has also been helping greatly with feedback, ideas, and advice. I'm very thankful for all the help they've given me. Both are also writers, so check out their stuff. Vickers has yet to publish here yet, but watch this space. Next, one of the reviews asked about my update schedule. As it stands, I'm now doing an update every 3 weeks, give or take a day. This seems to be manageable and I'm trying my best to keep to this 3-week rule. However, if there is any delay in future, I'll do my best to let you know. That being said, I'm hoping to get the next chapter out a little quicker than that. We're about at the end of this arc and I would like to bookend it a little before moving on to the Southern campaign. In one other piece of news, I may have someone to make a cover for this story for me. The problem is, I don't really know what to ask for. I have had Wilhelm riding the tank suggested, but I'm not really sure how well that shows what the story is about. If anyone has any suggestions, please let me know. Chapter 39, Loose Ends 2, Decanonized Saint. Loose Ends 2, Decanonized Saint. 40 years after the war. Londinium. Professor Sherlock, exactly how important was the Charlemagne Treaty to Letzenbourg? Incredibly important. Although many of the terms of the agreement were never fully implemented, it served as the foundation for democracy in what became the Republic of Letzenbourg. At the time, the terms guaranteed Letzenbourg's continued independence from the Empire, and after the war it allowed the little country to negotiate peace separate from the Empire, thus saving it from the harsh terms imposed on the Germanians in the Treaty of Rocquencourt. Prime Minister Beck was without a doubt a diplomatic genius. The late Prime Minister always maintained that his success with the treaty was due to the efforts of Prince Wilhelm von Hohenzollern. I'm sure we can all agree that a young boy could never have accomplished such a thing. It's merely another case of the Letzenburgers perpetuating the myth of their so-called saint. It's a nice story, but a story is all it is. Interview with Professor Sherlock of Londinium University Political Science Faculty. Andrew WTN Special Correspondent. July 1, Unified Year 1925. Outside the Supreme High Command Conference Chamber, the Reichstag, Berlin. What just happened? Will asked himself as he tried to process his sudden change in fortune. He felt like he could hardly breathe, and not because of his cracked rib. Tanya had knocked the wind out of him more effectively with 2 words than when her knee had connected with his unmentionables back in Letzenbourg. The whole situation left him feeling queasy as he tried to come to terms with how quickly things had turned against him. He felt his legs start to wobble and he instinctively staggered towards the window before leaning against it in an effort to support himself. It felt like the meeting had squeezed the life out of him and he barely had the energy to stand anymore. Now that they were alone in the corridor outside the conference room, he could gather his thoughts without having to worry about what anyone watching might think of him. Anyone aside from her, that is, but he didn't care what she might think of him was right now. He was just glad they'd been afforded this small amount of privacy. He didn't think he was capable of keeping up the facade of the saint right now. Why? He wanted to ask the girl standing silently behind him, but he couldn't quite persuade the words to leave his lips. He was still struggling to comprehend what had happened and his mind swam with barely contained conflicting emotions, causing his head to throb painfully. It had all been going so well. Only a few minutes ago, he'd been on top of the world, although he'd been careful not to show his elation in front of the cabal of counselors. His plan to rid himself of Canaris and save Tanya had worked out perfectly. he'd gotten revenge for Houseman, cleared Tanya, and caused enough confusion that it was impossible for anyone to pin any of the blame on him. He'd finally won. Better still, it had given him a golden opportunity to get back at some of the other members of the High Command who'd been making things difficult for him over the past few weeks. Both the finance and industrial ministers had always sat firmly with the late admiral in their opposition against him. Although their primary motivation had been to profit from the treaty, they had always sided with Canaris and insisted he resign from the military whenever they could. This had obviously been a major problem for Will. He couldn't even consider quitting while the monster still demanded payment, and the opposition of these men had been a major source of his recent stress. Fortunately for him, the atmosphere of suspicion and their connection to Canaris had caused people to begin to question the pair's true motives. Meanwhile, Will had been receiving sympathy for being the Admiral's last victim. All this, combined with the Charlemagne Treaty, provided him with the perfect opportunity to get a little payback. He didn't much care about what the terms of the treaty were, he'd never really had any interest in ruling Letzenbourg, it seemed like more trouble than it was worth. He'd only overthrown Ludwig because the man had been trying to kill him, he never wanted to be regent or Grand Duke. He didn't even want to go back to his former home. Why would he? The inhabitants of the little country hated him for losing their city and plunging them into a civil war. Now that he was selling their country to the Empire, that hatred would only grow. Going back sounded like it would be detrimental to his health. As far as he was concerned, the Empire could take the place off his hands. It was only due to a quirk in history that it wasn't already part of its more powerful neighbor anyway. He just wanted to pay off the entity that Tanya called being X and use his wealth to make sure he and his friends could live out a comfortable life somewhere. He just wanted to live the life he knew deep down that he deserved. However, if his enemies were so keen to carve up his former homeland and take its resources and wealth for themselves, then he would do everything he could to make life difficult for them. Even if it was merely a petty act of spite. He had already been using legal loopholes to stall for time with the treaty, and the Letzenbourg Prime Minister had taken it upon himself to use that extra time to continue negotiations. To Will's amazement, the obsequious yes-man had managed to get concessions from the Empire. Apparently, everyone was desperate to get the deal signed so that they could focus on the Republic. This meant they were willing to give a lot more than anyone would have expected. It had worked out well for Will. The more they demanded, the more it would upset his opponents in the High Command, and he knew he could use that frustration against them when the time came. Additionally, gaining a few concessions in the treaty would go a long way towards persuading the inhabitants of his former home to be a little more forgiving. At the moment, he suspected they'd prefer to see his head on a spike, but with a decent deal they might only complain about him rather than want to harm him. The foreign minister had agreed to the changes and Will signed the treaty without a second thought. He was especially pleased about the clause promising that the Empire would pay back the Letzenbourg banks. It was like taking money directly from the finance minister's wallet, and he couldn't help but smile when he thought about how furious the man would be. When the hearing came around, he'd barely needed to say anything, all the pieces were in place for him. The evidence they'd planted against the late admiral had been incriminating enough to cause division within the High Command. When the mountain of material showing what he'd really been doing was revealed, it made the split even worse. The tension in the room had been obvious, especially between the military and the civilian branches of the government. As expected, his two enemies were vocal in their opposition to the changes to the treaty, and they quickly became angry, but there was little they could do. However, their displeasure caused them to lash out later in the meeting, and that was to be their undoing. All that was needed was a few words from the sweet, compassionate, and dutiful saint to win over the rest of the room. To everyone present, it looked like the two old men were attacking and blaming a young boy for the crimes of their comrade, and since he enjoyed a great deal of support from the military, they'd been quick to defend him. Will had been able to sit back and enjoy watching the ministers end their own careers. There had also been another convenient stroke of luck for him. The situation with Canaris and the Abwehr had sent shockwaves of panic through the imperial court, so much so that his uncle, the emperor, had sent someone to sit in on the day's meeting to keep an eye on the High Command. Will couldn't have asked for a friendlier face to represent the imperial royal family. Cousin Bertie had always had a soft spot for him, the man treated him like a younger brother, he probably liked him more than his uncle did. The crown prince had looked ready to blow a blood vessel as the finance minister foolishly tried to have Will punished. He knew there and then that the bureaucrat was unlikely to keep his job for much longer. Once Bertie told Uncle what had happened, there would likely be a few changes to the imperial cabinet, but this wasn't enough for Will. He felt like embarrassing the man a little more before he was ousted. So, the saint had demanded to be punished. He'd wanted to laugh out loud as silence descended on the room. He obviously hadn't meant a word of it, and he'd known the military faction would never accept such a thing. He was playing the part of the guilty leader, taking responsibility for failures that he could do nothing about. How could they punish him for that without losing face? It had been Canaris who had advised the general staff not to send reinforcements after all, wasn't he the one to blame? The effect was hilarious. Almost everyone in the room was looking at the finance minister like he was something they'd scraped off their boots. It was the icing on the cake for Will's victory. He'd been about to get everything he wanted. The chancellor had even said he should retain his position in the imperial army, meaning he would be able to prevent any future attempts to remove him from the front lines. Everything was perfect. Then she said 2 words that changed everything. I object. The words still echoed in his mind. Confusion had been his primary emotion at the time. What exactly was she objecting to? And why? Hadn't they already gotten everything they wanted? Did she think they could shake them down for more? Will thought that was a little greedy, but it was understandable. She was probably annoyed that all she'd gained from this whole mess was an apology. He'd considered arranging some sort of compensation for all the trouble she'd been through once this mess had been sorted out. She'd had to put up with a lot recently. Major Dikirekov. The Chancellor replied, equally perplexed by her sudden interjection. You have more to add to the Letzenbourg inquiry? No, sir. The available evidence clearly shows that Colonel von Hohenzollern cannot be blamed for what happened at Letzenbourg, she said carefully as she marched towards the council table. I have other reasons to object to him retaining his position in the Imperial Army. It was then that he first realized how damaging those first 2 words really were, not only to his carefully constructed plan but to all his future hopes and dreams. She was objecting his place in the military, the one thing above all else that he needed to keep if he were to survive. Had she betrayed him? In a moment he felt like his world had been turned upside down. Far from total victory, he was now on the verge of unmitigated disaster. Her tone made it clear she wasn't trying to get him promoted. Objecting to him retaining his rank could only mean she wanted to force him to resign, just like the civilian ministers. If he were forced to do that, he wouldn't be able to pay back being X and the monster would end his existence. He felt sick from the shock, and the sudden rush of panic left him feeling like the room was spinning as he stared at her, unable to speak and wondering why she would do such a thing. Didn't she realize that if she succeeded in ousting him from the military, she would be condemning him to something worse than death? They were both victims of an uncaring god, they were the same, so how could she turn on him like this? True, they'd had their differences in the past, but he had thought they'd put all that aside. Although they often bickered and argued, he considered her a friend and he appreciated her forthright personality and hard-working nature. He looked up to her, he cared about her, she was supposed to share in his success, not bring it down from the inside. Above all else, he had truly believed she'd finally learned to trust him. It seemed he had been mistaken. Why, Tanya? I just saved you. He thought bitterly as he felt the sting of tears forming in the corners of his eyes. He had lost the mask of the saint now. This sudden change of fate had robbed him of the ability to maintain the facade. He felt a sharp pain in his chest. This betrayal hurt more than Ludwig or Canaris's, and it felt as though she was plunging a knife directly into his heart. The colonel's actions today and in the past prove he is ill-suited to handle the responsibilities of his current rank, she continued, causing murmurs of confusion to ripple through the assembled dignitaries. Tanya and Will's eyes met briefly as she spoke. Her expression betrayed no emotion and her tone remained neutral and businesslike. It was like she didn't feel the slightest hint of remorse for her actions, and he felt his chest tighten in pain as he searched in vain for any sign that she might have cared about what she was putting him through. There was none. Don't you care? Does everything we've been through mean nothing to you? Will balled his fingers into a fist as he felt his shock and confusion transform into rage at Tanya's treachery. He poured every part of this newfound anger into a fierce glare that could pierce stone. She may not care what she was doing to him, but he would make sure she knew how he now felt about this betrayal. How dare you? After everything I put myself through for you. He raged internally, willing his thoughts through his eyes. I won't let you get away with this. Unfortunately, she'd picked the worst possible time to attack him. He'd just freely admitted that he should be punished, and he couldn't retract that statement without severely damaging his fraudulent reputation. If he did, it could turn more of the council against him, it might even expose his true nature to Bertie, and he'd lose the goodwill of the royal family. It wasn't over yet, however. He'd always been good at turning situations to his advantage. He would just have to bide his time and wait for an opening. You see, even his contemporaries feel the prince is lacking, the financial minister interjected, much to Will's chagrin. Evidently, the man had seen the opportunity to get a little payback of his own. It is as I have been saying all along, the boy should resign. With respect, sir, Tanya replied quickly and calmly, cutting the man's rude interruption short. Colonel von Hohenzollern is no longer a political entity. His military rank is the responsibility of the military and the general staff, not the high command or the treasury. The man bristled at her words while Will narrowed his eyes at her with suspicion. Although the point was debatable, by claiming he was no longer a political figure, she was effectively removing the civilian portion of the high command's influence over his position in the military. It seemed odd that she should refuse the support the faction most likely to force him out. Then again, with Canaris's fall, the councillor's untrustworthy natures had been exposed, and with men like the finance minister on her side, she might have decided they were less allies and more potential hindrances to her cause. I'm afraid I don't understand, Major General Mark Hesse said eventually, and with obvious discomfort. He clearly disliked that his faction had been plunged into the center of this situation. Both Generals Zetter and Rudersdorf were just speaking quite highly of the prince's abilities. Will felt himself calm slightly. It appeared that Tanya had misread the room. The military had already endorsed him, and nothing had changed so far that would cause them to withdraw their support. Although he knew many of the generals didn't like the idea that someone so connected to the emperor was running around the battlefield, they wouldn't contradict each other in front of the rest of the high command. I agree, a new and familiar voice interrupted indignantly from behind them. Wilhelm has proven time and again that he is a hero, we should be thanking him for ridding us of the traitor, not punishing him. Will struggled to hide a smirk. It seemed once again, he wouldn't need to say anything to defend himself. The allies he had assembled to see off the attacks of the civilian councillors had rallied to his defense once again. Even cousin Bertie had finally grown tired of all this and had broken his silence and interjected what would be considered the official opinion of the imperial royal family. He'd won. It seemed he had been worried for nothing. Tanya's actions still stung though. He would have to come up with some way to get back at her. He could probably have her drummed out of the army, but that didn't seem like enough. She needed a suitable punishment for her betrayal. One way or another he'd have her begging him for forgiveness. Tanya turned to study Bertie for a moment and raised a surprised eyebrow. Perhaps she hadn't noticed the man before now, but Will could see the flicker of recognition in her eyes as she realized who she was talking to. She'd probably seen him in the newspapers at some point, and now that memory had resurfaced, she would realize her cause was lost. Prince Adalbert, General, Tanya began bowing to the Crown Prince before turning back to the assembled officers. You misunderstand me, I have no arguments about the Colonel's skill in combat or his ability to inspire those around him. I have served with him long enough that I can confirm he is uniquely talented in these regards. Most of the assembled generals shared perplexed looks with one another as they considered Tanya's words. Will felt similarly confused. What she was saying didn't make sense. She had admitted that the evidence they had didn't allow for him to be blamed for Letzenbourg and that he was a good soldier and leader. What exactly was she objecting to? Will glanced around as the puzzled murmuring echoed through the room. Only Generals Zetter and Rudersdorf seemed unaffected by the girl's words, remaining quiet and impassive while everyone shared their confused mutterings. While Colonel von Rirugen sat with a strained and worried look on his face as he grasped his stomach as if he was in pain. In hindsight, Will should have been suspicious about that. These men had known Tanya longer than almost anyone else and knew she had a nasty habit of seeing things in a different light to normal people. They were simply waiting for her to get to her point. Then what is the reason for your concern, Major? General von Miltka asked over the din. I'd have thought that was obvious, General, said Tanya as she turned her head back to Will, and for the first time that day he saw a hint of emotion in the corners of her eyes. It is the Colonel's kindly disposition that makes him unsuitable to be an officer. Will felt another twinge of unease in his stomach as he saw the cruel glint in the corner of Tanya's eyes as she spoke. It was one he'd seen her wear before when she was feeling confident, and it was not the sort of look he felt comfortable being on the receiving end of. What does she mean by my kindly disposition? He thought as he tried to decipher some meaning from her words. Technically few people knew what his temperament was, he rarely showed his true self in front of anyone, and he doubted Tanya of all people would describe him as kind. What was she getting at? The Colonel has both stated and proven on many occasions that he despises violence and desires only peace, Tanya continued, turning back to the assembled dignitaries. Although this should be the attitude of all civilized men and women during times of peace, it cannot be the attitude of a soldier on the front lines during combat. She paused for a moment and Will saw her expression morph into a sad smile before as she looked around the room before her gaze finally fell on Adalbert. You gentlemen haven't had the honor of serving with him, but I'm sure you've all heard of the efforts of the Saint to encourage the enemy to surrender without bloodshed, Tanya began, giving cousin Bertie a performance that rivaled one of Will's own. You can hear in his voice the thought of having to hurt another is incredibly distressing for him. You bitch! He screamed internally as he realized what she was up to. She was using the reputation of the Saint against him. He'd spent years nurturing the idea that he was an honest, conscientious, and gentle soul that only fought reluctantly out of a sense of honor and duty. He'd managed to wrap almost everyone around his little finger with that act, and now Tanya was using it against him. He proved it again today by trying to accept responsibility for the fall of Letzenbourg when it is clear to everyone here that he did everything in his power to prevent it, she continued sadly. And we all know he desperately tried to spare everyone the guilt of the unfortunate actions in Arene by accepting personal responsibility, despite the orders coming from the general staff. The Saint may have proven to be an honorable and merciful warrior, but his conscience prevents him from being an effective field officer. Not only was she using his reputation, but she was also using his own tactics against him. He hadn't realized that Tanya was such a good liar and actress. She knew better than anyone he never really showed mercy to the enemy. Their deaths were needed to satisfy the monstrous god. If he'd known that she could be this dangerous, he would have been much more careful around her. What are you suggesting? Bertie stuttered with shock and barely hidden frustration. Surely these are the traits of a great leader. They are traits that all soldiers hope their leaders and generals possess, Your Highness, she began, and Will noticed some of the general staff members shift uncomfortably in their seats. But this war has proven that there is no place for honor on the front lines, and sometimes we must put aside our moral scruples until the job is done. Can you really say that Wilhelm has been doing that? What do you think will happen to him if he cannot? Will found himself grinding his teeth with frustration at her words. Moral scruples? He'd had to abandon those long ago to pay the debt to being X, but the saint always gave the impression of having a conscience. The saint had always offered mercy, even if Will had no intention of delivering it. The saint felt guilt about the unfortunate deaths on both sides. To Will they were a number. Tanya had cornered him with his own fake persona. He looked around the room again and tried to see how many were being swayed by her words as he attempted to push down his growing sense of alarm. For the most part, the civilians looked shocked at the girl's words. Most still foolishly believed that war was a grand adventure, and it was a great honor to fight for your country. Hearing such a brutal truth come straight from the mouth of a young officer was no doubt surprising, to say the least. If circumstances were different, he might have found their reactions funny. Meanwhile, the generals sat sullenly and tried not to make eye contact with one another. They all knew that Digirekov's words were true. This war had quickly devolved into a numbers game, and their decisions indirectly meant the lives of thousands could be snuffed out in less than a few hours. Where was the honor in that kind of war? The days of valiant charges and heroic last stands were long gone. The generals all knew that, but it was a convenient lie that kept both the public and civilian ministers happy. War was a messy business, so it was better to hide it behind a facade of honor and courage. That was precisely why the saint had been able to thrive. Will had been able to play the noble warrior while secretly increasing his blood tally to satiate the thirst of the evil creature that demanded souls. The saint was just like the army in that way, an ugly truth hidden behind a virtuous exterior, and now Tanya had exposed it, leaving him in a position where he would expose himself if he tried to argue against her. He could imagine what they all thought. They believed his saint persona was a true representation of his thoughts and feelings. He was a foolish little boy that felt he needed to fight like the knights of old to defend his country. They would no doubt believe he was being crushed by guilt due to his actions in this war. They couldn't have been much further from the truth, but they believed the lie he had created, and now he was trapped by it. He turned back to Bertie and saw the man's anger waver and eventually disappear as he processed everything that Tanya had said. His shoulders slumped and he was silent for a moment before he raised his head and stared back at Will with sad eyes that told him that Tanya had all but swayed him over to her side. I see, so your concern is that the prince's good nature inhibits his ability to command in difficult situations? General Zetter asked thoughtfully. Indeed, sir, Tanya replied. I have stated in my reports that Colonel von Hohenzollern can be overly aggressive on the offensive and often exposes himself to unnecessary danger. I believe it is in his nature to endanger himself in order to decrease the risk to others. However, we both know that this is a dangerous attitude to have in a commander, and his actions could easily cause a breakdown in the chain of command. Not to mention the damage to morale should he fall in one of these reckless assaults. Some could say you are similarly aggressive, Major Zetter returned with a slight smile, gesturing the silver wings on her uniform. You are hardly a stranger to risks on the battlefield. There are always risks on the front lines, General, replied Tanya, seeming slightly confused by the man's words. I would not endanger the operation by allowing emotions to cloud my judgment. I simply follow my orders and do my utmost to complete my missions. Zetter nodded judiciously while Will had to resist the urge to yell out. Couldn't they see she was manipulating them? All she'd done was follow orders. Do you realize they call you a mad dog, Tanya? He thought bitterly. You don't follow orders, they let you off the leash. He took a deep breath to try and calm himself and assess his options. Things were looking bad. He hadn't found an opportunity to interject yet, and she was winning over more allies to her cause. Worst of all, she was making it seem like it would benefit him, or at least his alter ego, but what exactly could he say to counter her argument? He could hardly tell them he couldn't resign because God wanted him to kill people in exchange for his life. They'd assume he was insane and lock him up. I see your point, Major, replied General Mockessi thoughtfully. Perhaps it would be better for the prince if he retired his commission or at least take a leave of absence. Will felt his chest tighten in horror and panic. He was running out of time. They were already suggesting he quit. If he didn't do something quickly, he'd be done for. I can't, he exclaimed as he desperately tried to think of something to turn them back to his side while protecting his carefully crafted image. I made a promise to the people of Letzenbourg that I wouldn't return until the war was over. It was a weak excuse, he knew, but it had been the first thing that came to mind as his thoughts scrambled to find any hope to cling to. He knew immediately that it had been a mistake, however, as he was met with weak smiles by almost everyone in the room. All he was doing was proving Tanya's point. In their minds he was taking responsibility for things he didn't need to again. They're right, Wilhelm, Bertie said quietly to Will's immeasurable horror as the man stood and joined them in the center of the room. You don't need to do this anymore. No one expects you to put yourself through all this. Et2, Bertie. How had she done this? How had she managed to turn them all against him so quickly? Had he become so used to using the saint to get his own way that he had no way out when it was used against him? But I have to, Bertie, he stammered, starting to feel dizzy as his world slowly crumbled around him. It's my duty. You and Uncle can't fight, so I fight for you. His mind was blank. By now his mouth moved automatically and told the same lies he'd been telling them for years. He knew every word was hammering another nail into his own coffin, but he was trapped within his own falsehoods and he could see no way out. Bertie knelt in front of him and grabbed him gently by the shoulders. giving him what he no doubt thought was an encouraging smile that did nothing but fill Will with dread. Will could feel the tears building in the corners of his eyes again as he felt his doom approaching. He knew Bertie would probably misinterpret it, and it would only make things worse, but he couldn't stop himself, his situation seemed hopeless. Will, nobody expects you to do this, he said softly as he pulled him into what was supposed to be a comforting hug. You can come and stay with me and father at Babelsberg Palace. Will wanted to cry but found himself unable to move as he stood there dumbly. Once again, he was being offered exactly what he wanted but he couldn't take it. If not for the debt he would have loved to join the rest of the royals at the summer palace, but right now, it would be a death sentence for him. That monster being X would see to that. He was frozen in place, he had lost. He felt numb, as though his sense of self had already begun to unravel itself from his body to be consumed by the ever-hungry being X. For a moment he saw Houseman in the corner of his eye and heard the sound of Ludwig laughing at him echoing through his mind. Excuse me sirs, Tanya interrupted, bringing Will back to reality for a brief moment as he wondered what new torture she had planned for him. I didn't mean to suggest that the colonel be forced to retire. Will gave her a withering look as he heard her words. Is retirement not enough? Do you need to twist the knife more? He thought bitterly as he felt another wave of hopelessness descend on him. He felt weak and listless, he didn't even have the energy to be angry at her anymore. He was defeated and he just wanted this ordeal to end. As I mentioned before, Colonel von Hohenzollern is a skilled fighter and is exceptionally good at inspiring those around him. He is a valuable human resource for the military, one that cannot be wasted in times of war. She continued, causing a new wave of confusion through the room. But Major, you just argued that his compassionate nature meant he shouldn't be fighting, a puzzled Crown Prince replied. Will was similarly confused. By now he'd completely lost track of what was happening and felt like he was being swept away by events as they unfolded. I think I understand what you're getting at, General Rudersdorf interjected through a puff of smoke. Prince Wilhelm's shortcomings as an officer are not unique. Many young officers struggle to come to terms with the necessities of war at first, especially when they are first sent to the front. Indeed, General, the Colonel's problem isn't that he's not capable, simply that he has been thrust into a position without the proper field experience to back it up. She stated matter-of-factly. The Imperial Army would never give a command rank to an untested officer straight out of the War College, but since the Colonel was part of the Letzenbourg forces, he was given his position despite his lack of front-line experience. The last echoes of Ludwig's laughter faded away as Tanya spoke, only to be replaced by a new wave of confusion. He felt himself sway slightly as he stared at the girl with complete bewilderment. It didn't make any sense. Tanya had suddenly shifted gears and started to defend him. He didn't know whether to be relieved or terrified of what she might do next. But didn't you start in similar circumstances, Major? Adalbert asked, seeming almost as baffled as Will at the girl's sudden turnaround. No sir, I graduated as a captain before I was given command of the 203rd and already had experience fighting in Norden and on the Rhine under the mentorship of Major Schwarzkopf, she replied frankly. These experiences allowed me to put my personal feelings aside and act rationally when I later came to make my own command decisions. Colonel von Hohenzollern never had this crucial experience, hence his understandable deficiencies. Liar, thought Will skeptically, he was sure Tanya had always been the way she was, she never agonized over the fates of a few soldiers as she was implying. The generals all lapped it up, however, and were all nodding sagely in agreement. Will didn't care what they believed, he had more important things to worry about. None of this explained what Tanya was up to. He still couldn't figure out what she was trying to achieve. First, she persuades them he should retire or resign, then she says they need him and argues he should stay. What is she doing? And you have a solution to this problem? Asked Zetter with a slight smile that told Will that the man was sure she did. Yes, General, he needs a similar experience in order to grow and allow his talents to be properly utilized without being burdened with the moral responsibilities of command. That is why I would like him and his company transferred to a more experienced commander. Since I have already worked with him, and our teams work well together, it may be prudent to place him with the 203rd, especially given the findings of my report about his company's close combat specialization. Will stood with his mouth agape at Tanya's words. A wave of relief washed over him as he realized, he had been the victim of a cruel prank by Tanya. He wanted to laugh out loud, but the surprise had left him unable to even make a noise. He was elated, she hadn't betrayed him at all. She was even trying to get him reassigned back to her unit, she must have changed her mind about wanting him to stay away. This was great news, not only would he likely get stationed at the front, but he would also get to stick around with Tanya and the 203rd. He felt strangely pleased about that, and he felt a warm feeling begin to replace queasiness in his stomach. If you were that desperate to have me back on the team, you could have just asked, he smiled wryly to himself. How could he have ever doubted her? If she had wanted to betray him, she could have done it 100 times before now. He felt foolish for even thinking it. She'd obviously been angrier than he'd realized about her imprisonment and had done all this to get back at him. All right, Tanya, I get it, I'll be more careful not to get you into trouble in the future, he thought cheerfully, feeling the stress and fear melting away. Well done, you got me, I fell for it hook line and sinker. He should of course be demoted to maintain the chain of command and properly relieve him of any lingering feelings of responsibility. She continued almost idly, causing Will's thoughts to derail again in an instant. Again, Will's jaw dropped with surprise and the queasy feeling in his stomach returned almost immediately. He felt like a mouse that had been cornered by a particularly playful cat. Every time he thought he had an escape, the cat yanked him back by the tail. Demotion? You can't be serious. I see your point, Major, but demotion seems a little drastic. Prince Wilhelm still has a very distinguished record, the Chief of Staff returned uncertainly. It wouldn't be right to demote him without a good reason. If he retains his current rank, there's no point in the exercise, Rudersdorf pointed out. It's supposed to relieve him of the responsibilities of overall command. Even if he joins as an observer, he still has the right to take command if he feels it's necessary. True, but wouldn't demoting him send the wrong message to the troops? Mark Hesse pressed. As we pointed out before, he hasn't done anything to warrant punishment. I believe I have a solution, General. Tanya declared before turning to Will with a devious grin. Tanya's solution had been one of the most humiliating ordeals Will had ever experienced, although out of all those who witnessed it, only Tanya would have known how he truly felt. He had voluntarily demoted himself, or more accurately Tanya's trap had forced him to accept voluntary demotion. In the eyes of the assembled dignitaries, it was so that he could better develop his ability to command, a way for the noble and pure Prince Wilhelm to learn to control his emotions on the battlefield so he would no longer be overwhelmed by them. Since it was his choice to be demoted, the rest of the world wouldn't see it as a punishment, so they didn't need to worry about sending the wrong message. To Will, it was Tanya's way of humbling him in front of the country's most important figures. The worst part is that he'd had to go along with it. What other choice did he have? She'd trapped him completely. He'd even had to suffer the ignominy of having to publicly thank her for giving him such a wonderful opportunity. He'd had to don the saint's persona once again and tell everyone how much he'd already learned from her and how much he was looking forward to serving under her again. Cousin Bertie had even thanked her for thinking about his well-being and asked her to look after him. The shame made Will feel sick. Thankfully, he and Tanya had left the meeting soon after, along with a handful of others. The meeting had moved on to how best to continue persecuting the war against the Republic and the Allied Kingdom, and those not relevant to the discussion had been dismissed. As they left, Will was sure he heard mutterings about those rumors again, although he had no idea whether all this had fueled them further or snuffed them out. Regardless, it added an extra layer to his humiliation. He felt sure he'd never live this day down. All this had led him to this window outside the conference room, still struggling to figure out what went wrong. He couldn't quite comprehend what had just happened, and he wasn't ready to face Tanya yet, who was standing uncharacteristically quiet and patiently behind him. So instead he tried to take stock of the situation he had found himself in. He had dropped 3 ranks and was now a captain. Tanya had been very insistent that her authority should not be challenged, so he was forced to accept a rank lower than hers. Additionally, he and the remainder of the Letzenbourg mages had been assigned to Tanya's battalion. They were now under her direct command. From a military standpoint, he was entirely at her mercy, but at least still had his social rank, so she would still have to show him some respect, at least in public. Although in private she would doubtlessly treat him the same way she always did. Will took a deep breath, ignoring the sharp pain in his side. He needed to face Tanya, even if he wouldn't like the answers. There was no point putting it off any longer. Why? He asked eventually, turning and forcing himself to look the girl in the eyes. After what I did for you. I killed Canaris for you, I saved your life. So why? You said yourself you didn't kill him just for me, Tanya answered with a frown. Stop splitting hairs. What the hell was all that? Do you just enjoy torturing me? Will hissed at her, trying his best not to raise his voice and alert the people in the other room. It's nothing personal, Wilhelm, Tanya said calmly, but I can't let you use the Empire as your personal playground anymore. Your scheming is going to destroy everything. What are you talking about? Will asked irritably. I told you before, I'm not up to anything. I took down Canaris to get revenge and saved you in the process. You should be thanking me. You really don't understand how much damage you've caused, do you? She asked incredulously. Do you know what removing Canaris has done to Imperial intelligence? What the hell does that have to do with anything? Will returned in exasperation. She'd just demoted him, and she wanted to talk about the Imperial spy network. What was she even thinking? He was aware his actions had caused some unintentional consequences, but it wasn't all that bad. The Abwehr had collapsed without Canaris's leadership, but so what? Everyone would be better off without the corrupt organization. It wasn't as if the individual departments needed the kind of oversight the former admiral provided. True, things might be a little hectic in the short term, but ultimately, he was sure everyone would be better off without it. Regardless, he still didn't know what it had to do with her little stunt in the conference room. Have you spoken to Colonel Rugen? No department in either intelligence or the government trusts each other anymore. They are all so busy looking for spies that they can't do their jobs. By exposing Canaris you've blinded the Empire and crippled its leadership. She explained with irritation. If the Republic's main force hadn't already fled you could have lost us the war with this mess. You're exaggerating, Will replied uncertainly upon hearing the conviction in her voice. It's not that bad. Were you in the same meeting as I was? You almost had the military turning on the government. Well, what was I supposed to do? Will snapped petulantly, let Canaris win? Or should I have let him shoot you instead? You should have worked with me instead of keeping your plan to yourself and being reckless. The girl replied, clearly struggling to hide her growing frustration. And from now on I can make sure you do just that. Will stared at her for a moment and his lips curled into a mirthless smile. I see, this is all about control, is it? He said testily, are you so desperate to have me salute you and call you sir that you'd force me to humiliate myself to get your way? What next? Shall I kneel and call you princess? I almost wish I hadn't bothered saving you at all. He didn't mean it, he was just upset with her for what she'd just put him through. Despite the demeaning incident she had just subjected him to, he was still happy that she hadn't really betrayed him. Part of him was actually excited that they'd be together again from now on, but he couldn't exactly tell her that. He was genuinely angry about being forced to accept demotion like this, but he was glad that he still had her as a friend and companion. In truth, he was more upset that she still didn't trust him. It wasn't my intention to humiliate you, but you certainly deserve to be taken down a peg, she returned with annoyance. I told you it's not personal, this is the only way I can be sure you won't do something stupid to lose us the war. If you're with me then I can keep an eye on you and stop you doing anything irresponsible. Why does she always think I'm planning something? Will complained inwardly, she seemed to think he was some sort of all-seeing puppet master. All I want to do is get rid of this damned sword. Silence passed between them for a few moments as they both refused to back down. Tanya was convinced that he'd somehow done something wrong by getting rid of Canaris the way he did but Will refused to accept it. He'd gotten his vengeance and freed Tanya, that was what mattered the most. So, what if he'd caused a bit of collateral along the way? It was bound to happen at some point, it wasn't his fault. Why couldn't she see that? I am thankful for what you did to free me Wilhelm, Tanya said softly, and Will found himself staring at her with undisguised surprise. But you can't act that without considering the consequences. Will's anger started slipping away as he heard her words. He wanted to stay angry at her but as their eyes met, he found he wasn't able to. She'd thanked him. He hadn't expected that the small gesture would mean so much to him. As always, he couldn't stay mad at her, he never could. Despite how much they argued he always found her company calming. Even after she'd publicly humiliated him, he still found his anger evaporating now they were alone together. You should think of this as an opportunity, she continued, returning to her normal professional self. You wanted to stay on the front lines, right? Now's your chance, as long as you behave yourself. Will considered her words, she was right, the war wasn't over, and he still needed to feed the sword. Doubtless, Tanya and the 203rd would be the ones sent to where the fighting was thickest and now, he would be going with them. It was the ideal way to pay his debt and now he wasn't in command, he could focus on increasing the tally without worrying about the bigger picture. Still, he didn't much like the idea that he was no longer the ranking officer in the room and Tanya would no doubt give him the worst jobs if he upset her even a little bit. You're right, he sighed, but did you have to put me through this on today of all days? Tanya raised a questioning eyebrow and opened her mouth to speak but was cut off by a familiar voice calling them from down the hall. Prince Wilhelm, Major. I finally found you, said Visha with her usual friendly smile before remembering protocol and hastily throwing up a salute. Lieutenant, what are you doing here? Asked a confused Tanya, ignoring her adjutant's brief lapse of etiquette. She'd obviously not expected to see the girl in the halls of the Empire's most powerful. I'm here to take you to the party, of course. The teen beamed, oh that's right, happy birthday Prince Wilhelm. End of part 2. Author's notes. Hi everyone and thank you all for reading. Well, we're at the end of what I'm calling part 2, I'd like to say that it means the story is almost done but we aren't even close, haha. This story will span to the end of the war, but from now on the timeline will start to move a little quicker, with more time advancing between events. Currently, only a few months have passed in universe, so I really need to pick up the pace. The next few chapters will be what I'm calling additional operations. They might seem a little like filler, but I wanted a few chapters to have some character time between Tanya and Wilhelm without them being at each other's throats for whatever reason. I also think it'll be fun to see how their new power dynamic works between them. I think we can assume Will is going to be a little rebellious and Tanya is going to have to work to keep him in line. It'll also help me put in a few things that just won't fit into the main story while filling some time between the fall of the Republic and the 203 RDS deployment on the southern continent. They don't get deployed until September. Those who are rereading later may or may not want to skip them for that reason, but hopefully, those who are reading as we go along will still enjoy them. This chapter is a little shorter than some of the previous ones, so I had really hoped to have it finished a little earlier than the 3-week target. Unfortunately, I have been a little under the weather again, so haven't been able to get as much done as I had hoped. This is also part of the reason I haven't managed to post this story anywhere else and sort out a new cover. Although admittedly it's also because it takes me a long time to do anything. For those that don't know, Babelsberg Palace was the summer residence of the Kaiser in our universe, so also is in this one because I couldn't be bothered to make a fake name.